Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Marcus swings, hits a high fly ball down the left field line. Hooking towards the pole. That ball is off the pole and out of here! Marcus Semien put his index finger over his lips as he rounded first base. I don't know to whom that was directed. And Texas has the lead on Marcus's 10th blast of the year.
And they stopped the bleeding somewhat. With that, we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy with you. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And on the TV broadcast, they were saying that Semien, who since the 25-game hitting streak was 3 for 30.
Yeah, he had struggled.
Including 0 for his last 15. Looked like he was signaling out to the Rangers bullpen, but that was probably a shush to everyone who was wondering what the heck happened to the All-Star second baseman since the hitting streak.
Yeah, he had really fallen on hard times. 3 for 30. I mean, that'll kill a batting average. Kill it. And, hopefully this kind of gets him going. And sometimes it just takes one hit. Sometimes that hits a home run. Sometimes it's a little blooper. Sometimes it's an infield dribbler. Who knows? But sometimes it only takes one hit to get you going, and hopefully it does for him.
And then Seager homers to go back-to-back. How many times have Semien and Seager gone back-to-back as Rangers?
How many times have they gone back-to-back?
Going to go less than 10.
Oh, good guess. Only been a year
Give me
and a half.
5.
I was going to go 4.
2.
Okay. I was actually going to go 3. That was a lie. I was going to go 5.
Second time that they've ever gone back-to-back as Rangers. First time was July 9th of last year. So Seager goes yard, Semien goes yard, Andrew Heaney's arm goes into the ice. 95 pitches through not even 4 innings.
No, 3 and 2/3.
Get through 4, yeah.
And I'll tell you, if you throw 95 pitches through 3 and 2/3, chances are you give it up more than one run. Chances are. The fact that they only held him to 1, and they were able to do the pop-up. I think it was Anderson that came in right at him. You get the pop-up, and then the inning's over because the base is loaded. I mean, good for them because that could have gotten really ugly really fast. And I have a feeling that if they fell down 3-4 runs yesterday, it could have been could have been a much different game. I'm not sure they have that kind of edge to them.
17 total men left on base. The Angels left 10. The Rangers left 7. And, that's something that we've kind of seen creeping up there in terms of men left on base. But then Spores comes in, gets the win, and he's been the opposite of Semien here as of late. 9 2/3 scoreless over his last 6 with 15 Ks.
Yeah.
So Spores has been locked down, and the Rangers stop a little bit of the bleeding. Where was y'all's panic level with this team yesterday amidst some of this losing?
We had discussed Collapse Watch 2023.
Oh.
We discussed it. We had, Peyton had his finger on the tornado siren.
Oh, you're about to hit the panic button.
He was going to, we were going to have him. We just told him to download it. We said, download the tornado siren. You don't have to play it yet.
Yeah.
But at least, put it, have it in stock. You want to, it's about time for Armageddon. You need to buy some of that Insure stuff.
Worried?
Yeah, I mean, the DeGrom news doesn't help at all. And then, you lose that. It all just seemed like it started with that 1-0 loss to the Cardinals. And then, because you played well against Tampa Bay, but you knew you were going to lose that series. And now you have the A's who have, taken 2 of the first 3 against the Rays. But it just seemed like, you lose the game 2 days ago against the Angels without Mike Trout in the lineup. You can't do that. I mean, that just showed how bad this team had been playing. And then it was, 5 of 6, 6 of 8. I mean, it all seemed like a down spiral. And, here are the Astros right behind us.
Yeah, 3.5 game lead. So it is a 3.5 game lead over the armpit. And then tonight is what you pay for. Tonight is what you make an appointment for. You settle in for Evaldi against Ohtani.
You know what you do? You get tickets for it.
I thought you were going to say tune
Did
in
you?
right
I
here
did.
on the Fan.
I did.
Oh, you did get tickets?
Going tonight.
Nice.
Yeah. Let me just tell you, they are hard to come by.
Really?
My section starts with a 3.
Well, I know you didn't pay that.
Oh, I didn't pay anything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You
But
didn't pay.
I don't go to sporting events at the 300 level. I'm just kidding. I do.
Wait, 300 level or 300? Oh,
No, 300 level.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the ticket cost started with a 3.
No, ticket cost started with a 0.
Oh, okay.
But they're in the 300s.
Oh.
Yeah, and I don't usually go. I'm like, if it's in the 300 level, I get a better view on TV, right?
Hey, Paul, Kenny.
Yeah, I get a better view on TV. So,
Wow.
But it's Shohei. I want to see Shohei pitch. I want to see Trout play.
Where do you think the Rangers are in attendance this year?
Let's see.
First third, bottom third, lower third.
I'll say they're in the middle tier.
Middle tier for all this winning. What do you think?
I'll go first third. I'm confident.
Okay, they are 15th.
Yeah.
Smack in the middle.
Smack in the middle.
Averaging 28,000 a night. Why did you think it would be in the middle?
Because there are enough big markets, baseball markets, like Dodgers are going to be higher. Yankees will be higher. Red Sox will be higher. There's enough teams out there, I think, that we're going to have over 30 at night. Because if they're averaging, how many? You say 28 a night?
Yeah.
So you've got to have at least a dozen teams averaging 30,000 a night.
That's right on the money. Boston's 12th at 31.3. And then in order, Dodgers won 47,000. This looks like they kill for that at their football games.
Yeah.
They don't get 47K at their football games. Dodgers, Yankees, St. Louis, San Diego, filthy. Atlanta, Houston, Toronto, Mets, Cubs, Angels, Boston, San Fran, Milwaukee, Rangers.
I'm surprised they're behind Milwaukee. I'm surprised San Francisco. Although it's a good baseball
die
town.
hard.
Yeah, it's a good baseball town. But yeah, look, that's how many of those are traditional powerhouses and teams that have won in recent years? Maybe not won World Series, but at least made the playoffs consistently.
And then the Rangers may get a little bit of help as the Armpits dealing with an injury themselves.
Yordan out 4 weeks. They're projecting 4 weeks for Yordan Alvarez. He is a surefire MVP candidate every single year. He's one of the I think he's a starter right now for the All-Star game in the outfield. It's a huge loss for him. He's a massive bat. He's without question. That is their home run threat. They're big. He's their Mike Trout, their Aaron Judge.
17 bombs, tied for 8th in baseball. He's 2nd in runs batted in. He's 6th in OPS. He's hitting 277.
He's a monster. He is a monster.
6'5", 225 monster.
Yeah, and the Dodgers gave him up for basically nothing to the Astros. Oh, what an awful trade for them.
TruckWreck.com text line is wide open as usual at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. As we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible, we have another concert ticket giveaway in the Expressway. That is at 7:20. We got a lot of Maverick rumors out there. How much of it is BS? A rumor that may have you storm the AAC if they do this with pick number 10. Our Rangers pitching target is in trouble again. We got NFL drama all over the place. But first, a replacement for an all-time great, and RJ Choppy beats the government next. Yeah. Thursday edition, just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
pick with the upcoming NBA draft. It's Sean and RJ. I'll tell you the things that I learned in bed while out for a day sick with the Netflix rolling and every other TV account. Kind of rethinking retirement yesterday.
You were rethinking, like you don't want to?
No, I do want to,
Okay.
but I was like, I used to be like, I could fill up my days. I could do it. And yesterday while sitting there in bed, I still got a crap load of like paperwork and bills and all that junk done and the bullet window replaced and, the front door replaced with the handle that doesn't open up. But I was like, man, when I run out of things on TV, you'd have to have every single app possible. I guess I don't have Max anymore as I got like kicked out of all these accounts and I can't remember the passwords for the time being. So until I look all that crap up again, I was like, I might be running out of stuff to do here. And then you want to step outside, like this morning is gross.
Oh my God. Yesterday it was like a steam room. It was just very wet. It was
Nothing but
humid.
humidity.
Yeah.
I can't tell whether it's actually raining when I'm asleep or it's just the humidity of sweat outside. Just sweat everywhere.
It's hot. Now, I think when you retire, I think you got to have a hobby. You can't retire without a hobby. And for me, golf is great because it takes up 4 to 6 hours of a day.
Expensive hobby.
It's an expensive hobby. Man, get a podcast.
Well, I mean, we should get a podcast now.
Yeah. Well, you you eat this up. You're like a radio like nerd. You've been wanting to do this since you were 6 years old.
Well, I wanted to do TV. So
TV. Well, yeah.
That
But
didn't come true.
stay connected. Get a podcast. You feel connected. You feel like you're still working. Like you can retire. I think.
I get canceled on a podcast.
That's the thing. If it's your podcast, nobody's going to cancel you. You're already retired. What do you care?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man.
What are they gonna do? Fire you?
Well,
You would lose sponsors maybe, but if you're already retired, you're probably just doing it just for fun.
yeah, I don't know. That seems like too much effort.
It's a lot of effort.
I don't want to.
It's a lot of effort.
What about writing a book?
Write a book.
Like your thoughts.
Talk
Like
about
some-
effort.
A lot of work.
Is it?
No,
you
I'm
just
just
get you just get a brainstorm. Just whatever your mind is wondering. You're right.
I'd like to be like the Conseco of radio and DFW. Like when I go away,
Start outing people.
just start blasting, put everything on blast. How many different stories do you think like come to top of mind that anyone would be interested in? Obviously, it'd only be for the DFW sports audience, but I mean, there's at least a good 10 stories.
Chapter 12, Jim Nance.
Are you talking about like local radio media personalities or
Yeah,
like
DFW sports stories. Or if you want to throw in a national one, if someone, treated you wrong or you had like a Stephen A. Smith encounter or a Warren Sapp encounter, that's not big. You can have your hated national people. Like yesterday I tried to watch Reggie Jackson's documentary. I couldn't get through that. I hate Reggie's guts so much. So I would have like a hated national figure category with Reggie Jackson and some others, Marshall Faulk maybe with what happened at training camp. But then just some local juice
Some
and
local
gossip
juice.
to unveil.
Yeah, there's a few stories that boy, I wish I could find. There's some audio I wish I could find that I had saved from years back.
Wait, your Grego show?
Exactly the audio I was thinking of. Our final show together. That was exactly the audio I was thinking of.
All right, RJ Choppy with a victory he would like to celebrate over the government. You got one versus the man.
I got an email yesterday. Now, I had already given up hope. I had forgotten about this. And it's always that. It always happens, right? When you forget about the girl, that's what she finally texts you back.
Yep.
That's when it happens, right? Well, I had given up. I had filed my online property tax protest seemingly like 2 months ago. I had given up. I had not seen a thing about it.
You acted like you put in the work or someone put in the work of like writing an essay. Like,
Yeah.
Like a research project.
Shout out Chris DeVar, helped me out with that. Helped me out big time. Bigly on that one. And finally, it all came to fruition yesterday as I was able to, I got the email. Your protest has been updated. Why don't you go to the website and see what happened? And I went there and I was like, all right, let's check this thing out. Let's see what they've got. Well.
Now you're trying to get them to devalue your home.
Yes, I want them to devalue my home.
Yes.
And I said they had my home valued at like per square foot, like $100 a square foot more than anyone in the neighborhood has sold a home for. And I was like, guys, like this is ridiculous.
But this feel like something you would do any year regardless.
I would do it any year. I did. I would always do this.
Yeah.
But, usually a lot of people this year have not gotten their return changed. $30,000 reduction. Baby.
Whoa.
Oh, so psyched.
So
psyched.
how much is that going to save you in property taxes?
I don't know. $300. Who knows? Because what is it? It's like 3%. Is it 3% property tax and 2.5%, whatever it is?
What the hell do you know about it? Shut up.
So
property
whatever
tax in Rockwall parents' house.
Whatever 3% of 30,000 is. What's that? That's $1,000, right? That's probably $1,000. So yeah, maybe it is pretty good.
Okay.
But I'm excited. Look, any kind of win is a win.
I got my Dallas utility water bill win from, I think it was Tolo Mike, and that was just a victory for me. I don't even care the rest of the water bills that I pay. I don't care if they gouge me, but he hit me up. He's like, Tolo, I heard y'all, blasting us on the radio, and I had to go back into the account, and I was like, oh, that's a W. I get highs. When you get old, Peyton, these are, or if you're frugal, it's just little W's like this in life where you can save. Like for the flight next week, I had to buy extra flights for my friends to make up for my mother-in-law dumping me and bailing on the trip. And every day it was my obsession. I wanted to pay the lowest price possible on Expedia.
Right.
And I even signed up for the price saving alert. And I celebrated with these guys last week. I was like, yes, I saved $74. It's the principality, Smokey.
Yeah. It's all that matters, man.
Yep.
It's a win. You're trying to beat the man. That's all you're trying. Just trying to beat the man. And we did.
Yeah.
We got it. It's a small victory.
That $1,000 medical bill I have for stepping on the nail, the Tolos told me, just wait it out. They'll try to settle with you eventually. It won't totally destroy your credit. I'm scared to look at my credit. And I'm like, okay, let's see. Let's see if I can just settle this for 50%. I'm waiting. But yesterday I almost pulled the trigger. I was like, I should just pay it. I don't like to have any debt. I just pay it all right there. I'm opposite of Choppy. I want no debts, and I almost went for it. But life hacks from the Tolos today at 7:20. I'm going to try to wait it out.
Yeah, it's the having no debts.
What do you need credit for? What do you need credit for?
It's just a number.
It's a great thing though when that bank account starts to dip. Let's go crazy. But here's the thing, and Sarah brings this up, and I never look at it this way. But she puts everything on a credit card, then she pays it off immediately. Yeah. So she gets the rewards.
Yep.
And I'm bad with that. Now I've got like one of those like airline credit cards, which I mean I've got a lot of air miles racked up on it, but I just don't pay it off as often as I should.
All right, we have humongous news in the entertainment world. I didn't think this would still be huge news, but anytime you look at ratings, this show just won't go away. Do we have a replacement for Wheel of Fortune? Pat Sajak is stepping away, and it appears that we're not going to have this long, drawn-out Jeopardy replacement search.
Yeah, thank God. That was awful. And they're still not happy. While Jeopardy was a beloved show with a beloved host, Wheel of Fortune's a beloved show, too.
Yeah.
And a lot of people like Pat Sajak. Some people don't like him. But
all right, put the three in order between, I know you're one, what it's going to be. I'm talking about for society. Price is Right, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, I think so.
Jeopardy's one?
Oh, no. Wheel.
Wheel's the one seed?
The ratings for Wheel dominate. It's so easy. People get intimidated by Jeopardy. Now, I like Jeopardy better.
I get intimidated.
Yeah, I like Jeopardy better. But Wheel, I mean, everybody over the age of 60 turns on the Wheel of Fortune.
When's the last time you watched, and which one did you watch the most? Which one did you watch the least, young Peyton?
Price of Right.
Price of Right.
Price of Right.
Loved me some
The
Drew
price
Carey,
is
man.
all right. Price of Right. You watch most or least?
The most.
You watch that the most.
Price is Right. Watched the most. Then Jeopardy 2, Wheel of Fortune 3.
Okay, so do you know the current host of Price of Right and the previous?
Well, is it still Drew Carey?
Yes.
I believe so. Okay, so Drew Carey was your guy?
Yeah. That was
Okay.
mine.
And before?
Ryan Seacrest.
He was in Happy Gilmore.
Adam Sandler? Really?
Old Man in
Man.
Happy Gilmore.
Oh.
Bob Barker.
Bob Barker.
He's
Yeah,
never
that's
heard
a
his
name.
name.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
You've never
never
heard
heard
it,
that name,
period.
period.
You've never heard it, ever. That's why. All right, so you think it's wheel number one.
I know the rating show it's wheel number one. That show dominates. Again, it's not my favorite. I prefer Jeopardy, but I would probably put. I don't watch Price is Right anymore. I used to watch it a lot as a kid. Now it's Jeopardy, Wheel, Price is Right.
And they're talking about Ryan Seacrest as the replacement.
Yeah, so he's in talks apparently to be the new replacement host for Pat Sajak after he retires after this year, which a lot of people were thinking, hey, let's give Vanna the option or give Maggie Sajak, Pat's daughter, the option to do it. But Vanna's concerned she's going to lose her job altogether. She's going to get pushed out the door. But Seacrest out is the guy that they are looking to maybe replace Pat Sajak.
The white Nick Cannon.
Yep, maybe.
Ryan Seacrest and Nick Cannon get all the jobs.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And maybe that Vanna stays on, and if she doesn't, maybe Maggie Sajak takes over for her.
Are the Mavericks really going to do this with the number 10 pick, with the NBA draft right around the corner? Should we be in on this superstar who may be leaving his city? And the Rangers stop the bleeding for a minute against the Angels. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ with a little special surprise at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. A shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Happy Thursday to you. Going to try to get you to that weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean, RJ, and home of the birthday boy.
Oh, gosh.
Bobby Belt. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Welcome back. We thought you died.
No, don't deflect. Don't try to change any subject. He already came in here with the breakfast burritos for the rest of us. How old?
34.
Oh, man.
Wow. Old guy.
Dude,
I feel old.
you're almost 10 years older than him.
Thanks. Yes, I am.
10 years? 34. Why do you hate today so much?
I just hate my birthday. I just don't like. It was funny yesterday. The girls, they knew it was my birthday today, and they were like, "Why don't you like your birthday? Why don't you like doing anything?" Because Krista wanted to go to dinner tonight, and I said no. And so
You said no.
Really?
yeah,
Not even a dinner?
nope.
Just go to dinner and make believe it's not your birthday.
Nope. In fact, one of the biggest fights Kristen and I have ever had is when she threw me a surprise birthday party the second year we were married. And I told her, don't ever throw surprises, don't ever throw parties, don't ever do that. She did it, and I didn't say anything. I sat there, did whatever, but we're driving home, and she goes, "So you hated it, right?" And I said, "Absolutely." I was like, don't ever do that again.
Only Bobby would get upset at someone doing something nice for him.
No, because the surprise birthday party is not for the person you're throwing it for in that instance. If I've said no, it's for the person throwing it.
I think you're just trying to get her to ramp up like
In other ways.
In other ways. I think, you're just trying to get her to, wear a less expensive or less bulky piece of clothing later on.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
she's
why
like,
it's
"Oh,
like-
you won't let me take you to dinner." And
She's
you
like,
won't-
what can I do?
He's like, "What box of cereal can I get you?"
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yes.
she bought 2 boxes yesterday.
So the last time you truly celebrated, went out, had a party, did something was?
That one 10 years ago?
No, you haven't gone to a dinner on your birthday for 10 years?
Nope.
Wow.
That's stunning.
What about accepting gifts?
No, I mean, I
Like,
will.
will she get you something? Yes.
No. I mean, she was for a while, but then I
She will
told
get
her
you a thing?
I kept telling her to stop. She got me things that if she gets me something, it's very, very like personal. So it's not like she goes out and buys something. Like a couple years ago, she had scrounged over at my dad's house and found like 2 VHS tapes of like home videos of my mom or whatever. So
Cute.
like she gets that kind of stuff. But no, if it's like a purchase thing, I tell her not to. Because I tell her whatever, like if there's something I want during the year, I'll just get it.
Well.
And so I'm just saying there's no need to buy
Money
something
bags
on my
over here.
birthday. It's not like that. I don't want a ton, but if I want something, like if I want, a new speaker or whatever, I just buy it. I'm not going to wait till my birthday.
So Christmas, you do that now. What you do to your poor children during the holidays makes a lot more sense with how miserable you are. Do you take?
I buy them a ton of gifts around
I'm
the
not going to
holidays.
say what you do.
Yeah.
What did I do? Oh, that. So what?
Let them be children.
So if they get you stuff for Christmas, no? Is that
No,
a
they'll
no-no?
get me stuff. They will. I mean, Kristen generally doesn't because I've told her to not do it.
Right.
I don't want anything.
All right. So the big number 34.
Did you feel old at 34?
Man, you feel old after what?
At 25.
I didn't think I was going to feel old at 30. And then about a month after I turned 30, it was like really setting in that I was in my 30s. And ever since then, I felt old.
So if any Tolos want to DoorDash or
No.
send something up here, if you've ever been frustrated with Bobby or the DAC takes
Yeah.
drive you insane, honestly, I'm not doing this like a basic sellout thing where, just give me stuff. It's my day. It's my birthday. Bobby will truly, truly hate it if you can, DoorDash or Uber Eats a cupcake up here, 4131 North Central Expressway, 11th floor.
It'll be eaten by Peyton, Ryan, Sean, or Choppy if you send it.
Or flowers, something like that.
Bobby will 100% eat it.
I will not. I want
Chocolate
soda. I'm not
strawberries
gonna
are
eat it.
good.
Well, something else, chocolate strawberry, something else, that may be soda approved. But I just sent out the birthday tweet, so if everyone can send your messages to him, that'd be greatly
I mean,
appreciated.
if you want to deliver things that would help me with the gift I'm trying to leverage tonight, you could do that. So
what would help you?
I mean, Kristen doesn't want another baby, so
Wow.
I'll go by CVS, Bobby. I got you.
There's a soda snort.
Yes, there is.
There's a snort live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Oh,
So,
that photo's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. You posted that one.
I don't know.
yeah.
No,
I haven't
there's
even
two.
seen it yet.
There's two in question.
I have not even
I
seen
didn't
it
post
yet.
the truly bad one.
You posted that.
I had to.
That was supposed to be secret, Sean. Oh my God.
Man,
At 1053SS on Twitter.
I knew he would save that
it'd have been
too.
better if it was a peacock.
At 1053SS. Was this the one in your
Yeah.
crotch?
Yeah, but now you're
Was that
holding
the
it.
one by your balls? Was this the?
That's the one.
This was the bird.
All right. That's the next bet payoff.
What?
You have to
You got
put
to
it in
rub
your
it on your
mouth.
face.
Man, I would do that over the
You've got-
cupcake.
You
I
gotta
think
rub it
right
on your
now,
face.
I think by now it's been sterilized, but I sent it out at 1053SS. Go ahead and retweet it. But Peyton's dying back there. What? Who took this? Where was this photo?
This was in BetQL. I think Bobby was up here for a weekend show, and Zach and Eric were on the air doing BetQL, and he walks in with his pants down, and Julius, the pigeon, out
Okay.
of his pants.
Yes. All right. So there it is.
There's a pigeon, not a woodpecker.
No, I walked in. They were on the air. I walked in, just opened the door, and I was filming. I've got the video somewhere, and Zach is like in the middle of a point, and he's like, and what you've got is, and he turns over, looks at me, and he goes, holy crap, blah, 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 and then keeps talking. But Eric just smiled. He was like, it was a concerning smile. It was a come hither smile.
4131 North Central Expressway.
Stop repeating that.
Attention, Bobby Belt. For all the birthday love, he will absolutely hate it and despise it. So let's light up his cell phone and his socials. There you go. All right. We got a lot of NBA rumors that are out there with the NBA draft right around the corner. There's a rumor from ESPN insider Jonathan Gavani. He does a lot of great draft homework. He'll be on ESPN's draft coverage. That the Mavs have been linked to the Detroit Pistons to work out a deal. He says the
Cade
Pistons.
Cunningham, I'll take him.
He says the Pistons. So we didn't hear anything about him last year too much. What type
Monty
of year?
Williams. We're going to trade coaches.
Man, did you hear Monty Williams at his press conference? Finally, someone said it. Finally, they said, "Why'd you take this job, Monty? Why'd you do this?" He goes, "Well, the players." Pause. And the money.
Yeah.
After 6 for 78.
Yeah, it's hard to say no to that.
Yeah.
Is that what, like 11 million a year? 12 million a year?
It's a lot of money. He's he's also supposed to get like travel accommodations or so. He's got a bunch of wild extras in that contract.
So
there.
the Pistons own the number 5 pick in the draft. It's coming up on June 22nd. And here's what Gavani wrote for ESPN Insider. Some trade scenarios could be in play for the Pistons with the number 31 pick as well. For example, packaging now I'm going to screw up his name. Bojan Bogdanovic for Tim Hardaway Jr. and the number 10 pick. Now, look, we saw Bogdanovic in the Utah series. We know he's a fantastic, really, really good player. He's old, though. He's older, and I'm not giving up the number 10 pick for Bogdanovic. You want to try to get Tim Hardaway Jr. off your books? Fine. He's 34 years old, just averaged a career high 21 points, shooting 49% from the field and 41% from three. No, and hell no.
I totally agree. However,
Here comes a but.
this is telling you how much we are overvaluing that pick. If that's all you can get is Bogdanovic, that pick is worthless, man. We tanked for nothing. That's right. I mean,
Well, I
if
don't
all
know how
we get you back is Bogdanovic.
I don't know how seriously I'm taking this.
Okay, so
I mean, this guy is credible. He's maybe we're gonna hear 40,000 rumors floated.
So first off, I would say no. You would say no. You would say no. This 100% sounds like a trade the Mavericks would make to me.
Oh yeah.
Like if you go, oh, they gave up the 10th pick for a 35-year-old three-point shooter. Like that sounds like a Mavericks trade to me. But yeah, in a vacuum, you hear 10th pick and you go Bogdanovic and you go, ew, gross. But like at the same time, when you think about it, if I just read off the guy's a career 40% three-point shooter, he shot near 50% from the field last year and he averaged 21 points per game. If I didn't tell you anything else about him, I just said this is the player.
Yeah.
Would you take that for the 10th pick? Most people would say, yeah, that sounds like decent value. Sounds like better than rolling the dice with the 10th pick. So I think you just hear the name Bogdanovich and you go, oh, that's all. But I mean, when you look at what he's done, that's probably reasonable capital in return.
But no.
I
would rather draft and fail on the number 10 pick. I'd rather go, forget about better trade deals that are out there. I'd rather see what the number 10 pick is than get a 34-year-old who's going to sit there and shoot from the outside. Again, very, very nice offensive player. Very, very nice. But no, you cannot sit there and get the number 10 pick for that. So Detroit would be trying to load up at 5 and 10.
I 1,000% agree. I would not make this deal. My concern, though, is that because this guy is, if this was like, me writing this article, or someone like, I would be like, okay, whatever. This guy's an idiot.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, he does good work.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about, and he's a good draft guy, and he's really good with this stuff. So, like, I don't know if he's quite on the level of Bobby Marks, because Bobby actually ran a team.
Yep.
But like, if Bobby Marks wrote that and said, "Hey, you're gonna get Hardaway in 10 for Bogdanovich," I'd be like, "Oh man, that pick doesn't have a damn bit of value."
mean, you're also unloading Hardaway. There's
Fair.
value in that.
Yeah, there is.
And that's a bad contract. Look, I think that this team, it seems like from the moment they got the pick, it's been made up in their mind, we're trading the pick.
Yes.
And that they've just committed to moving it for whatever. I think you can say that shows you what kind of value the 10th pick is. I think you can also say that shows you what kind of value the Mavericks place on that pick, is that they've wanted to move it. It sounds like teams know they want to move it. So it's like, how much are you really going to hold them hostage for it? And so, look, I'd rather make the pick at 10. I'd rather see if you could, in a sign and trade with Kyrie, add 10 and get something really significant. Like, those are the things I'd like to do with it. I would not want to trade the 10th pick for a 35-year-old three-point shooter.
Meanwhile, an insider named Ira Winderman, Kevin Gray tweeted this out last night. He sent it to me. I texted him back. I said, how plugged in is this guy? I haven't heard of his name too much on a national level. He said he's very, extremely plugged in Miami. Ira Winderman was on XM Sirius Radio, and he was asked about Kyrie to the Heat.
I think Kyrie would love to be here. That doesn't mean the Heat would love to have him here. Jimmy Butler is the strongest personality in the history of the Miami Heat in the locker room, and that says a lot.
Stop this for a second. I should have set this up even better. Listen to some of the special treatment with Jimmy Butler, Mr. Ultimate Team Guy. Listen to the laundry list of things that Jimmy is apparently getting from Miami. Start from the beginning, Peyton.
I think Kyrie would love to be here. That doesn't mean the Heat would love to have him here. Jimmy Butler is the strongest personality in the history of the Miami Heat in the locker room, and that says a lot. Because they had Dwayne Wade, they had Shaquille O'Neal, they had LeBron James. But this is Jimmy's fiefdom, and everyone here works around Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't stay at the team hotel. Jimmy arrives in the black car to practice when he wants to show up at practice. Jimmy schedules when he plays and when he doesn't play. Jimmy shows up on the private plane. You can have one of those. To try to deal with two of those, all of a sudden you're back to a degree to Shaq and Kobe. And in this era, I think that would be awfully hard. I do think Kyrie Irving wants to come here. I think Kyrie Irving does better than anyone in this league put out his messages of what Kyrie wants. He wants the Lakers. So he starts the whole LeBron thing and the back and forth there. He would like the Heat. I don't think the Heat are going to be subservient to Kyrie's wishes.
Sounded like a Seinfeld episode. Jimmy does the private plane.
Jimmy does this.
Jimmy wants the hotel. I know you're looking at me with a blank stare, you freaking. I'm not going to say it on your birthday, but I'll
say it on my birthday.
Jimmy's down.
Jimmy's down. And Peyton
Don't
doesn't
touch Jimmy.
Peyton probably doesn't know either. But how about all those VIP?
Wow.
Right?
Doesn't say the team hotel?
That's what I took from that clip the most.
Flies a PJ to the games instead of taking the team plane?
And people had problems with Russell Wilson just having a parking spot. That was too much.
And an office?
Yeah, that was just a little too much.
You can't have a cubicle at the sales pit, Russ.
Jimmy Butler did say in 2017, he was on First Take, he did say his favorite player in the NBA was Kyrie and said that he loves him. And so, I mean, if Jimmy is that strong of a personality and he wants Kyrie.
Jimmy said that?
Yep. His exact quote was, I'd probably have to go with my favorite player who's not myself, and that's Kyrie. I love Kyrie's game. He's a really good dude.
He'd get chewed up and spit out over there.
Oh, easily. Pat ain't putting up with that.
We still don't care what none of y'all think.
I don't see Riles going after him.
Brian Windhorst saying that Miami, they're looking for the star to help out Butler. They have draft picks at their disposal. They potentially have tradable contracts. We need to do some Miami Heat homework on that roster. And Windhorst said, I think they're going to go hunting for a star. I don't know if they'll get one. I don't know if it'll all break their way. So Miami's searching. They're looking for that missing final piece, as they don't have that true number 2. You got Adebayo as a 3 or Jimmy as a 2, and now you're a title favorite.
Yes. Oh, for sure. You get Jimmy. I mean, if Jimmy's your 2,
Jimmy,
you're the best team in the league. If Jimmy's your 2 and Bam's your 3, who's got a better 1, 2, 3?
They still get beat by Denver, probably.
Well, no, because assuming
depending on who the 1 is.
Right,
if the 1 is Jokic, sure, but like I'm
right.
saying,
I mean, like Jimmy's a what, top 10 player in the league?
No.
Well, we got side arguments busting out. Write these down.
Jimmy's the top 10 player in the league?
I could go to 10.
I think he's just outside.
I got to write it down.
Okay, so let's just say Jason Tatum's their 1.
Mm-hmm.
They're the best team in the NBA by a lot.
They lose their advantage of doing anything in the fourth quarter, though.
Fair.
Do you think that Tatum and Beal are better than Jimmy?
I think not Beal.
Not Beal.
Beal's very underrated.
Beal's underrated. He's a solid. I think he is the perfect 2.
The Rangers stopped the bleeding for now. So much for me and RJ's Rangers pipe dream after a 4th sexual assault. And why is Choppy trying to do a Dak practice investigation with Prescott, working out his teammates? That's all next on your home of the Rangers and Boys, 105.3 The Fan.
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's Seager, and he swings first pitch. That ball's blasted. Nothing Renfroe can do. That ball's gone. The dynamic duo up the middle for the Rangers strikes here in the 7th. Seager with a solo home run, and just like that, the Rangers lead 4-1.
What was that?
B.
What?
B. I'm giving his home run call a B. That one.
No, what was that in the background? I thought I heard a wee, 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 wee. Let me hear the middle of that. Peyton, as Sandler had the home run called, the second ever back-to-back shots from Simeon and Seager. I know I heard some in the background.
That ball's gone. The dynamic duo up the middle for the Rangers strikes here in the 7th.
I was like, what is that right there?
Somebody whistling.
That was a whistle?
Yeah. It was like that, yeah.
Yeah. My wife always makes fun of my whistle.
Yeah.
I really wish
Make fun of hers?
I could do the Phil Jackson whistle.
Ryan, if you could, just take a clip of Sean just whistling there and turn it into an emote for the Twitch chat.
Emote?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
It's like just a little emoji image that they can use.
She thinks it sounds like such a desperate attempt to go ahead and whistle. Simeon and Seager go back-to-back. Rangers stop some of the bleeding, and Marcus stops some of the bleeding as well, as he was 3 for 28 since the 25-game hit streak, including 0 for his last 15.
It was a bad stretch for him. It's a good way to kill a great season. Is a 3 for 28, 3 for 30. That's a great way to kill a season. Batting average, but look, he's too good of a player to go through these long extended slumps. Everyone's going to go through them. I mean, they're all going to go through long slumps over the course of a season, no matter who you are. But that was a bad stretch for him after a great stretch.
Meanwhile, Shohei is on fire. Hit a 2-run shot in the 9th. American League leader with 21, 2 for 4. The hitting streak is now at 11 games. And the opposite field shot was .453, and he's going to be on the mound today. RJ Choppy is going to be there in the nosebleeds with the ears popping up top tonight to watch Shohei versus Evaldi.
Oh, man. What a great pitching matchup. Now watch. It'll be 7-6.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going there looking for 1-0, 90-minute game.
When are you looking at the clock for these games and saying, "Come on already"? How spoiled have you gotten?
Last night, I feel like these games have gotten longer over the last couple of weeks.
I agree. I totally agree.
It's like in the last 2 weeks, maybe. I'm like, wait a second, it's 9:00.
Yeah.
Why is this game in the 6th?
Yeah.
All right, we should be in the 9th inning by now.
Because Andrew Heaney's throwing 194 pitches like he's a college pitcher.
Gosh, what he hit almost 100 pitches and didn't even get out of the 4th inning.
Yeah.
Right? But no, that last night was 240.
It's too much. Sorry.
240. I mean, we were killed. We killed for that early on.
Listen, this is your theory, and you're absolutely right on it. The moment we go to a 4-day work week, we're going to want 3. This week's dragging on, man.
Yeah.
This week's dragging on. I mean, I only get a 3-day weekend. What is this? Why am I working more than I'm off?
Evaldi has a chance to become baseball's second 10-game winner when he starts tonight. Last 10 starts, 8-0 with a 1.65 and 2 complete games. Shohei is winless in his last 4 starts.
Loser.
Overall, 5-2 with a 3.22. But at the Globe, 2-1 with a 5.66. They own him in Arlington.
Yes, they do.
Back to
Knock on wood.
Back to the bat on Ohtani real quick. That just shows what a freak he is during this series so far, that this guy has hit 2 home runs the opposite field over 450 feet.
And
Like, there really is.
All 3 of them have gone opposite field, period.
But to like hit upper deck opposite field
crazy.
Twice, I mean, he is so damn good. And I mean, the fact that he pitches as well as he does, I mean, we're probably never going to see anything like him again.
No, he's a freak. He is a freak. He is doing things that nobody in the sport's ever done. No one's even thought of doing this. Like Babe Ruth did. He pitched at one point and then he hit. He didn't ever really do it at the same time to near the extended time that Shohei has done it. It's fantastic.
Looks like RJ and I may have been wrong with our Trevor Bauer campaign, as over the past
he had a complete game, 12 strikeouts.
Apology
yesterday.
accepted.
As over the past 2 days, we have another woman claiming that in late 2020, Trevor Bauer sexually assaulted her, held a steak knife to her throat, choked her unconscious, and got her pregnant. This is coming from USA Today with allegations from a court filing made last December, the fourth woman to make public allegations. And Choppy, now I think we're at a point when you have one individual case, two individual cases, we as a public, in my opinion, we break them down, we judge them, we try to, we try to look at those cases and isolate them individually. When you get to four, at least in my mind, I'm like, okay, this is going to get thrown into the mix. This is going to get mixed up with the rest of them, and Trevor Bauer is never going to step on a major league field again, whether he's guilty or not.
Oh, yes, you're right. He's not. I don't believe he'll ever step on a field again. He may not have anyway.
He says, to be fair, allegations are false. He is countersuing the woman, accusing her of fraud, extortion, and fabricating her pregnancy as well.
So, and this was the problem with the last case.
And she demanded $1.6 million to terminate her pregnancy. Just so everybody knows.
Right. And then he said no, and they wound up settling on some other figure, and the pregnancy either got terminated or never happened, whatever.
Paid $8,700 for the expenses related to her alleged pregnancy and subsequent termination. So I'm guessing that payment of almost $9,000 wasn't done legally, which I would have thought closed the matter. Maybe he just paid her, away from it.
It's a very odd number to throw in there, but
it is an odd number.
It is a very odd number, but and this is the issue with the first one, and this is the problem why it's impossible to ever try someone on something like this if the acts if it was a consensual act and his definition of too far is different than her definition of too far. There's your delta. There's your difference there, and that's hard for any judge, any court, any jury, any prosecutor to weigh. Okay, I mean, he said this was consensual. She said it was consensual, but he went too far. Now what? What are we policing here? And they want to stay out of that. But I don't think he will ever set foot on a major league field again.
No, he's done. He's completely done. And it doesn't. All these allegations don't help. In addition to the fact that he's already allegedly hated by every clubhouse he goes into, and people think he's difficult and he's a gruff personality or whatever it is. All those aspects coming together just, I think, add up to nobody's ever going to give him another shot. Nobody's ever going to gamble on him.
No, and it's he started to pick up his pitching too. That was for him. He was, if there was a chance for him to get looks, this is kind of it. He just threw a complete game, 12 strikeouts. Who knows what he would have done from here on out, but I'll tell you, my kids, they watch his YouTube channel all the time. Bauer.
Why?
Because all he does, he gives great insight into pitching.
He is a baseball nerd. He will do 30-minute breakdowns on this is my release on my slide.
I thought it was for sexual assault defenses.
No. He is a huge jerk, and he's got all this stuff behind him. But when you watch his stuff, it's very clear he has an obsession with the game of baseball and how it's played.
My kids asking me, should I do this? This is what Trevor Bauer does. I'm like, bro, what the hell do I know, man? Listen to Trevor Bauer. Yeah. Now, Trevor Bauer does. He's a no
wonder Lucas' girl broke up with him.
Stop it.
Sorry, I was dumb.
Stop it. So he's he's a driveline guy, which if you're in the nerd of the baseball world, those guys get hurt a lot. You guys are just
I'm
terrible.
Sorry. That was bad. That was bad. All right.
We only have 16 seconds of dumb.
Let's move on. So, Davey Martinez. Peyton, set this up. Just talk.
So this is your classic runner down the first baseline, interfered with, and the catcher threw the ball in the runner's back, and you're supposed to be called out because he was in the baseline, which is, a broken rule in my opinion, because if you're in the baseline, you should be, if the ball hits you, you did your job. You're in the baseline.
Yes. This got the Rangers, right?
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago.
And so you're supposed to be out. If the ball hits you, the umpire said nope. Play goes on, and the Nationals lost the game to the Astros last night because of it.
And Davey Martinez pulls a Pat Beverly. Pat Beverly grabbed like a camera, I think during Lakers Celtics, and showed the ref. Here's the still shot. You screwed it up. Davey Martinez prints off a photo. He's gone viral for holding up a photo at his press conference for the missed call against the armpit.
Take a good look at it. Is that on the line? I don't think so. I'm over this play. Seriously. They need to fix the rule. If this is what the umpires see, that he's running down the line, I'm tired of it. Tired of it. Fix it. We lost the game, and he had nothing to say about it because he can't make the right call. Brutal. Brutal.
What was his explanation to you as you went out there?
He said he saw him run down the line. So I said, we lost the game because you made the wrong call, I guess.
He's right. I'm tired of this rule.
So much ink. That's so much ink.
It's a lot of ink.
I like imagine like they're like, hey,
On the printer?
guys, hold on. We're not going to be able to start the press conference for a little bit. And he's just angrily like tapping his foot, waiting for this printer to just like empty an entire cartridge so he can hold up this photo. That would take 10 minutes to print off a color photo like that.
Because that guy is clearly in fair territory.
Yeah, he's like running in the grass. He's almost out of the dirt.
There is no way that he is on the baseline. No way. Now,
Didn't you have a solution for this?
Yeah, the solution is they should have done this years ago. And softball does this. They have two bags. They got a bag in foul territory, the orange bag, and they got a bag in fair territory. And the line splits the middle. Now, is that difficult for the umpires to see ground balls down the line? Sure, it's maybe a little bit more difficult, but they figured it out in softball. I think that's what they need to do. Put a bag on the foul side of first base so that the runner has a spot to go to, because if you're running down the first baseline and you put your foot on the bag, you're technically in fair territory. And if the ball hits you in the back, you're out.
Tolo Paul's trying to call me out as a Rangers host. That sound you heard on the Sandler call, when a Rangers player hits a home run, that's what they do. It's not a whistle. Look, okay, Paul, I mean, I've only been here for 12 years playing Rangers calls every day. I haven't heard it before. So congrats on your foam finger.
Maybe open your ears, Sean.
Plus, the whistle was...
I haven't heard that.
The whistle was before the ball went out.
Was it?
Sandler was still in the middle of his call.
He was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so.
There you go, Paul. Suck on that for charity. All right. Things that I learned in bed yesterday. Next on The Fan.
All right, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
The birthday, I can't even see outside.
Yeah, it's we live in San Francisco right now, and we have for a couple of days. The fog was awful.
In what ways?
The fog.
People are getting
okay.
stabbed on the street.
Well, maybe they are.
I was gonna say I didn't step over any, human excrement out there.
Well, we couldn't see it because of the fog.
Yeah.
Maybe you did. You just didn't know it.
San Francisco humid?
It's foggy.
Yeah, but
I don't know about the humid. No, it's not humid. I don't think it's humid.
humidity is disgusting this morning.
Yeah.
Let's call Bonte Ellis. Ask him.
That's a San Francisco morning show. You talk like these guys are First Take. I don't think I don't know how many people know the reference.
I mean, I hate them like First Take. So.
I hate them way more than First Take.
Oh, I thought you meant I hate them way more than me. I was like, ooh, I don't know.
Happy birthday messages pouring in for Bobby Belt on social media as I put out the photo of him wearing the underwear at 105.3 SS Cortez. I'm honestly surprised Bobby doesn't wear conservative underwear. Totally expected tighty whities. Sounds about white.
Nope, I have those same ones on today.
Same
The
exact
black ones?
Mhm.
How do you know they're the same ones?
But I just have a bunch like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Happy birthday to the biggest Dak homer alive. Hope you get an ton of gifts. John Kincaid in Philadelphia, our nemesis at the Super Bowl Radio Row. Love the Eagles green choice. That was the green shirt. We can't say anything right now, trash talking John, because he's going through some stuff medically. But
yes, best of luck to John.
Yes.
He was very, very nice at Super Bowl.
Prime 34-year-old male physique. Hey, that was months ago. Jason Ryan, happy birthday to the best troll aside from Orlovsky in sports media. Happy birthday to the biggest Cowboys homer from another Bobby that's out there. I share a birthday with Roberto. So here are the messages that are coming in. Alex shares a birthday. Happy birthday, Alex.
That's very sweet. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
I love it. I love bringing attention to my birthday.
I want to get some balloons sent up here. Maybe Corey Majors will bring in some balloons.
I think this is
nice.
is honestly or Kroger, since they always love to send us everything.
Maybe you guys can take my gift for that too.
I think you got to end out smashing one of the cupcakes. You should be thrilled. I think I got that, honestly. I was thinking about this during the break. I think I got that from my dad. Like, my dad hated his birthday when I was growing up, and so I think I just probably internalized it because I don't have a great reason for it. I just don't like it.
I do. You were homeschooled. That's part of the process.
That literally has shopping.
It has everything to do with it.
Yeah, you didn't have like a party in school. You didn't have like.
I had parties growing up.
Kids.
I had friends. What do you guys think I lived on this like Amish like?
How could you have friends?
Yeah.
Because I grew
homeschool
up
kids
in a
don't have
neighborhood.
friends.
Online friends.
Huh?
Facebook friends. Online friends.
Yes, there was stuff like this.
Stuffed
My friend
animals.
was the radio. Dan Patrick and Tony Kornheiser came to my party every year.
You were literally radio.
Yes.
Maverick's looking for some
Shut
revenge.
up, Peyton.
That's who he was talking
My
to.
friends were the radio. This stuffed cockbird over here. The woodpecker. Oh, it's a woodpecker. It's a woodpecker.
Yeah, what did you just say?
Oh my gosh.
Bird. What is that?
Oh man, I need every other day off to come back with this type of level of comedy. So happy birthday to Bobby. So yesterday I just sat there and binge shows while laying in bed for a day, and I just wrote down a few things. You may not be interested whatsoever. I tried to be a little bit recent in terms of what had been coming out. So I'll just read my list. And if you don't ask me to expand upon any, we'll move on and get ready for headlines. Bill Walton, broke, suicidal, American Gladiator, orgies.
That's all I'll start
Wait,
with.
are these different things you watched, or are you describing what you found out in the Bill Walton documentary? That he
These
was
are all
broke,
different things I
suicidal,
watched.
had orgies.
These are all different things I
Well,
watched.
I want to start with orgies.
Okay. This is the American Gladiators documentary. I'm trying to decide now. I'm trying to be very aware of the age cutoff for our Tolos listening. We're supposed to be focusing on men and women, age 25 to 54, really 18 to 54. And I'm like, is American Gladiators something ancient? After my Reggie Miller reference the other day, people said I was ancient. That really scarred me. That really got in my head. But American Gladiators, this to me is legendary.
Yeah, you got to be over 40, I think. Really.
Over 40?
No, so maybe the specific version you guys are talking about, but it did make a comeback and have different versions
with Hulk
later on.
Hogan.
Yeah, because it started in like 83 or 4.
But this has everything in it. It's supposed to be a story about all these, roid ragers who it's like the Olympic Village. They're all just sleeping with each other and having crazy parties. But the story really kind of focuses, it ends up turning into how American Gladiators was stolen. It was co-creators, and the one guy cut the other guy out. Kind of like the McDonald's Michael Keaton movie. You should watch that. How Michael Keaton's character was this ruthless cutthroat dude who stole the McDonald's idea from the original creators and pushed them off a cliff. That's what American Gladiators ends up like, but you got these big prime in their prime shape people, just sleeping with each other all over the place.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're on the road with these. If you're a gladiator, you're there all the time.
Yeah.
They're in peak physical condition.
Yep.
That's what happens. It's like the Olympic Village. That's what happens. The Olympic Village.
Does that happen in the Olympic Village?
Oh my God! You got incredibly attractive women and incredibly attractive men in peak physical shape.
Yeah,
they do is
they hand out condoms.
They do. They 100,000 condoms at every Olympic Village. Just here you go.
Yeah.
Knock it out.
Idea. Learn something new every day.
You hadn't heard that about the Olympic
I've
Village?
never heard that, no.
Yeah, it's like rabbits.
Yeah. I heard the inspiring stories about this guy had to swim in
I
a
don't think
hotel
Jimmy
pool
Roberts
to
is
train.
going to Beijing
Yeah.
and talking about how they're
Jeremy
breaking beds.
Yeah, we don't hear the emotional piano and
Tom Rinaldi.
Yeah, the pole vaulter found the uneven bars.
And then you don't hear the beginning of some cut.
And then they're talking about the medical coverage, like the lack of doctors they have on the scene with these people. They're suffering real legit injuries. Like they weren't faking the violence on this show.
Oh, no.
And you go back and look at the violence and you're like, oh my gosh. There were some shots.
People broke bones on that show.
Yes.
Our assistant program
Well,
director.
basically the guy, he looks like what?
Tim Collins. He tried out for it.
And then
I
I
guess he
watched
broke his arm.
I watched the Bill Walton 30 for 30, and then I started trying to binge the Arnold Schwarzenegger Netflix. And I got through the first episode and a half. The first thing was a lot of naked men yesterday on my television while I was laying in bed.
Did you get
Say
to
that.
was it in the episode and a half? Did you get to the OJ note that's been talked about?
When OJ was supposed to play the Terminator?
Yes. Did you get to that part?
Yes.
So they said OJ was supposed to play Terminator, but they didn't believe
couldn't-
he'd be believable as a killer or something.
No, it was a killing machine.
Yeah.
They didn't think
Yeah.
OJ could be a killing machine. Arnold is very cool in this. The biggest takeaway so far, because the first part was about his bodybuilding, and I'm like, can we fast forward through this? Enough. Good Lord. But and the second part was Hollywood and acting. This guy's a winner. He is a machine in real life in terms of, all right, next thing, going to conquer it. I'm just going to go be the best at this. And the amount of learning and training sessions, whether it's riding a horse, working with a sword, dieting, how to be the best at weight training. I'm going to go and study with this dude.
Driving California into financial ruin.
Yeah, but he became governor.
He did.
I'm kidding.
He worked out 7 hours a day.
Yeah, but he at first he was winning all the competitions in Austria, and then he came over here.
Yeah.
And he wasn't winning. And they're like, you're fat. You're too fat.
Too fat.
And they're like, because he never focused on his diet.
Mm-hmm.
So then he went and researched. He wants to go, research it, become obsessive, master it, move on to the next thing.
He's amazing.
He really is.
Still hope for Luca.
Yeah, there is. There is.
Wrong country.
If I had Netflix still, I'd check this one out.
Yeah, that'll help for the show. So
Would I have Netflix? Yeah.
he was also a millionaire before acting. He mastered real estate. His buddy was like, this is the next big thing. So he's buying up offices everywhere and buildings. So he didn't have to take these BS movie roles. He could be choosy because he was a millionaire before acting. And
Wow.
and maybe the most famous movie line of all time was, "I'll come back." James Cameron was directing Terminator.
Uh-huh.
The line in it was, "I'll come back."
Oh, who wrote that? Terrible line. Terrible line.
It was written in there, and James is like, you know what? Say I'll be back. And Arnold was like, no, that sounds funny. And James Cameron, who can be a little testy if you heard some stories, he goes, yo, you read the lines, I write the lines. I write the effing lines around here. Say I'll be back. Says it. Iconic. There you go.
Wow.
Yep. So that's the line. That's the line behind I'll be back.
Would I'll come back have been iconic at all?
No,
I'll come back. No.
I don't think so. And then the Bill Walton 30 for 30, 4-part series, pretty fascinating. At the end, he was broke. He got fired from his commentator job because he was too broken down to make the games. So, like, we got to let you go. Ended up broke, and he thought about suicide. Seriously thought about suicide. And you can tell how sensitive Bill Walton is during that. I also totally forgot about his Blazers title. Totally forgot.
So Bob Ryan, who from an NBA standpoint,
kind of the original Joker, many people compare him to in terms of the way he played.
Oh, yeah. So Bob Ryan, who, when it comes to the NBA, like, I'm like, okay, I buy what you say in terms of historical context. He says Bill Walton is the greatest center he's ever seen. That regardless of how long he was healthy. Now, he missed 9.5 out of 14 seasons. 9.5.
Watching this, though, also changes your perspective because right now you think Bill Walton, bust, injury bust, broken. He left the Blazers, which he loved. Portland was made for him, being granola and hippie. He left because he thought the medical staff was incompetent. They were like, just keep playing. Bill Walton, unlike today's guys, Kawhi Leonard gets called out in this piece. He kept going back out to play. He kept trying to play.
Yeah.
This guy feels a tremendous amount of guilt, and they just weren't up to date medically.
No, I mean, it was a foot. It was a foot, right?
Yeah.
And every time he would play, it would heal, stress fracture. Heal, stress fracture. And
say that 3 times fast.
Stress fracture. So, but yeah, like they won it in 76 or 77. He was the MVP. And they were 52-10, and he gets hurt. And
next year they were even better. They were cruising.
Better. They were going to win the title again.
Yes,
and
with Jack Ramsey, you learn about Jack Ramsey as a coach who we grew up on.
And it's like his career. Like he was an amazing player that never realized it at the NBA because of his injuries, but he did realize it. He realized it like he was second best player in the league the day he came in, only behind Kareem probably.
And it talked about him versus John Wooden. Like, John Wooden's like, cut your hair. He had the Yankees policy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, your hair's too long. You're not practicing. Or stop speaking out against the war. Do it a different way.
Was he speaking then at that point?
Oh, yeah. The
stutter.
The speech impediment. The stutter. I didn't even know he had a major speech impediment.
Yeah, when they won the finals, they tried to get him to talk to the media, and he wouldn't.
Yeah. And then the Clippers play-by-play guy, for some reason, goes, you should go into broadcasting. He's like, I can't speak. I stutter, and bam, became very.
He is a great though color commentator, I think, of the rate, and he's a fantastic guest. When I did a couple of shows.
Oh, him doing a 2-hour show. You had him on?
Yeah, a couple times at the Final Four.
Well,
back when I was at ESPN, I'd go to the Final Four and do some shows out there, and had him on every year. He was super easy to get. Yeah, sure, I'll do it. He's there all day, but you literally get, I'm not joking, you get one question.
Yep.
You get the first question, and then he will talk, and then he'll morph into a story about this, and then I was like, oh, but I'll tell you about this thing, and they'll go right into that.
He's Sandler.
Damn. Rangers win. RJ is pumped up with the release of college schedules last night, and he's going to get you set for the next major. The U.S. Open starts this morning. Headlines on a Thursday.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's his first pitch, and Tavares rips one in the air to right field. Renfroe back of the track, turns, looks, out of here! Opposite field jack for Leody Tavares. His 6th home run of the year, and we are tied at 1.
Rangers stop the bleeding. Good morning, Metroplex. Time for headlines. It's not fist pump time, but Bobby Belt is doing it. He can do it today because it is his birthday.
No, it isn't.
So send him all the messages up here at the radio station. Live on the Fan Cam and Twitch. Did this feel, when did it start feeling like a little bit of desperation for the Rangers to get a win?
First pitch.
Monday.
Yeah, right. It's... You know, they've fallen on a little bit of hard times. But, man, if losing 5 of 6 is considered hard times, you're having a pretty good year. There are teams that are, 8 to 10 games over 500. Losing 5 of 6 is, it's going to happen to everybody. The Rays are going through a stretch. The A's, didn't the A's just win like 7 or 8 games in a row? Like
7, yeah.
It's going to happen. Like, you're going to have good stretches, bad teams, and good teams are going to have bad stretches. And the Rangers are a good team. They've shown that. You don't make it to June with one of the best records in the league and the best run differential without being a quality team. Did they overachieve? Yeah, sure. Of course they did. They're basically going to hit their win total by August. Mm-hmm. Of course they overachieved and are overachieving and will continue to overachieve. So this was the natural progression.
It happens. It's like we had referenced yesterday. The best team of the modern era that you can probably think of is the 98 Yankees. They lost something like 48 games was all, and they had 3 different losing streaks of at least 3 games. They started the season 1-4. They had a 4-game losing streak in there. So it's something that occurs over the natural course of a 162-game season. Their rotation's been very thin. But you needed to get back on track. You needed to win a game, and now you just look for the split today.
And this is where the bad luck comes in, because we talked about this last week with the Rays. When the Rays had their top dogs on the mound, we had Haney and Perez. But when we had Evaldi, they had their worst starter. Well, today, this is where the bad luck comes in. We get Evaldi, and the Angels throw Ohtani.
Yep.
You need to win your games when your ace is on the mound. And I know Evaldi wasn't designed to be the ace, but he has become that by necessity. and you don't want to have your top guy go up against their top guy. It's great for the fans. But when DeGrom's pitching, you don't want Scherzer on the other side. You don't want Garrett Cole on the other side. You don't want that. You want, they're 4. Easy win. Let's go home.
6:30 pregame tonight. 7 o'clock first pitch. G-Bag, by the way, is going to be out at the stadium 2 to 6:30 right here on your home of the Rangers for Ohtani versus Evaldi. Say what's up to RJ Choppy in the 300 sections tonight.
Right.
Here on DFW Sports Station. Denver Nuggets parade today, much to Joker's chagrin. He's miserable. He just doesn't get to fly back home to Serbia. And this freaking idiot on Philadelphia radio, WIP, crapped all over the Denver title because he's trying to kiss the ass of the Joel Embiid filthy fan base.
Yeah, he's also the guy that got handed probably the easiest path to a title we might ever see again in the NBA.
True.
And maybe ever when you consider the play-in tournament. So I think both things can be true. The Sixers could use this as motivation. I hope Joel uses it as motivation. And the Sixers probably should have beaten the Celtics in Game 6. That's true. But I don't think this means the Nuggets are way better. They're winners, and the Sixers are losers, and Jokic is way better than Embiid. I think that's an overreaction to them getting to play bad teams the entire path to their title.
3-name guy, that means he's a future serial killer.
Yeah.
Elliott Shore Parks. I think Broadus.
I like Elliott.
You do?
I do. This is a Philly take. I get it. I'm not going to listen to it, but
Because he did something about Mahomes a while back. He made a quarterback take.
He did.
He's the best.
The league is like going away from quarterbacks like Mahomes.
Oh, yeah.
He's
going away.
He's a good interview. He's a really nice guy. Like I do like Elliott, but
You're
I'm
a
just
nice
saying-
guy.
I'm
You're
just
still a
saying- I'm just
jackass.
saying that's true. I'm
He's
a nice
got
guy.
one T in
jackass.
Elliott. I don't care for it.
That I don't like that. But also this is a growing murmuring because yesterday you pulled that Chris Mannix clip where Chris Mannix was talking about Joker above Embiid. It's not like he's this big superstar above Embiid, and he's not had this historical run. He's not an all-time great yet. And so there is a little bit of discounting what Jokic has done already.
Like you can, and we talked about, you can discount, like you could say that.
So he's saying he's not that much, or like he's not better than Embiid, Mannix?
He's just not that much better. He said he doesn't think he's reached this ultra superstar level yet and that he's a Hall of Famer yet.
Well, like, look, is the goal to win titles, or is it the goal to win titles in a certain way?
All right.
Right? Like, are we, it's just, yes. Did the Nuggets go through 2 8s and a 4?
We all have from time to time.
Yeah. But like, did they go through like the toughest gauntlet in NBA history? No. And you can, but that doesn't mean the ring is meaningless. It's not a meaningless ring. The ring counts. Counts just the same.
And this Joker, cooling off period is just about him playing a few more years. That's all. There's a reason we tried to put him like in the Ewing Robinson category. I guess those guys would say he doesn't belong in that discussion. We kept him away from Hakeem. We kept him away from Shaq. But if he stays healthy for 3 more years, then okay, now those arguments are facts, in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, like it's you can't really argue that. It's did he win a title? Yes. Was he dominant? Yes. Was it historic in what he did numbers wise? Sure. Did he go up against Shaq and Olajuwon and Kareem in 3 straight series? No.
If you can't watch Jokic and tell that he's different and unique and special, then you're either a moron or you're a hater. And or you're a homer, like that guy on Philly radio, just trying to kiss up to Embiid and all the filthy fans. If you can't see it, then you're clueless.
Just like with Dak. Yep.
When's your birthday over? 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Choppy, get us set for the U.S. Open.
Oh, baby. It is at L.A. Country Club today, and that means it's going to be a little bit later on in the afternoon. Now, this is the great news for golf fans is that...
I was hoping we'd get to watch it live.
No, you'll get to watch it tonight because that thing is going to go... I think TV is going to go until about 10 o'clock at night.
Oh.
So it's going to be on from 6 to 10 tonight or 7 to 10 tonight. That's like the prime time. On the weekend, it's going to be noon to 10 o'clock every day. This is going to be the USG loves putting tournaments on the West Coast because it gives them prime time access We don't get our first tee time until 8:45 DFW time. So that's we're still a couple hours away from that. But, Koepka, Scheffler, those are among your favorites for the U.S. Open. It is the national championship.
And pairings?
Good pairings. Koepka is paired with, we've got Brooks paired with Matsuyama and Rory McIlroy. That's a great pairing.
Yeah.
That's really the best one. There's really not any others that are of note that I think are fantastic. I mean, if you want to go down the Morikawa, Scheffler, Max Homa, that's a good one. But the Koepka, Rory, and Matsuyama is fantastic.
What are you being sarcastic for?
I'm not. I'm saying those are good pairings. I can't agree.
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't agree.
It was sarcastic.
It took me a sec to realize we were talking about golf. I thought we were talking about the tennis U.S. Open. And then I realized, he's talking about golf.
See, now you think you got this ultimate green light.
I did not.
He's got the birthday green light, man.
I'm trying to develop some animosity from you so you'll stop shouting out my birthday.
Yes, happy birthday to Bobby, number 34. Okay, this Stephon Diggs situation. What a cluster yesterday in Buffalo. I get Sean McDermott earlier in the day goes, he's not here, and I'm really, really worried. Then he was there. Then Josh Allen is like, this isn't about a contract. This is about chemistry. This is about teamwork. I'm to blame a little bit. And then Sean McDermott at the end of the day says, no, this thing is resolved. And Bobby, they canceled the rest of the minicamp?
They canceled the rest of the minicamp. No minicamp practice today. Now,
is this as or more confusing than the Debo saga in San Francisco?
More confusing to me, I think.
Yeah.
Because the Debo stuff, like you could pin down exactly what was going on, and it was contract related and his usage and everything else. Here we have no idea. Like I was watching NFL Live yesterday on ESPN, and like for instance, Orlovsky's like, yeah, Josh Allen's really just got to own his part in this and blah blah. And I'm like, in what?
Yeah.
We don't know what's going on. And for McDermott to get up there the other day and say he's very concerned, and then in yesterday's press conference say, look, we all had a complete understanding. We needed some space. I told him he could leave. Well, then what were you concerned about? And is that why Diggs went on his Instagram later and said, keep lying, big dog? Like, I mean, there's something really broken right now in Buffalo, and nobody's got a good handle on it. Schefter had said something yesterday about targets or usage, but it almost sounded like Schefter was guessing. It doesn't seem like anybody's got a good handle on what's happening there, but it's
Diggs
very
was
odd.
Fifth in targets last year.
Yeah, and don't forget
154.
Right, and don't forget what happens in Buffalo around October 30th.
Yeah.
Snow.
It starts snowing.
Yeah.
Do you throw typically as much in the snow?
No.
Typically, no. I mean, so of course it's target. He's not. He's never gonna
Dude, I've had Stephon Diggs in fantasy for a couple years. He's
fine. He does fine.
Fills out the stat
He
sheet.
does fine. He might get more targets if he played in Miami, by default.
Would he? Tyreek Hill and Jalen
Well, no,
Waddle?
I'm just saying in the weather,
Right,
in the weather
yeah,
of
yeah,
Miami.
yeah.
Just take Buffalo and move them there. But I mean, like for a guy who plays in Buffalo, he's doing fine.
Remember, he blew up the situation in Minnesota too. He got himself out of there, but this doesn't appear to be really about the money. Very weird.
No, but that's the funny thing. It doesn't appear to be about the money. They keep saying non-football, but we have no idea what it is.
Choppy, some college football scheduling that you were excited about last night?
Oh, baby. They made a TV show out of this. The SEC revealed Oklahoma and Texas's first conference schedule. Now, they don't come into the conference this year. They released it for next year. And Oklahoma fans are not too pleased. Why? Because they only get 3 conference home games. Why?
Aww.
Because they play a neutral site game every year, and they are the designated home team this year. Georgia has the same thing happen every year when they play Florida. This year, Georgia loses a home game. They only have 3 home games this year. Oklahoma's home games this year: Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee. I'll be there. And then the Red River rivalry in the Cotton Bowl. Road games: Auburn, LSU, Ole Miss, Missouri. Texas this year, this one, they get at home Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi State. On the road, they get Arkansas. That's a good little rivalry renewal. Oklahoma.
You're saying a lot of tough words back to back this
thank
segment.
you. Appreciate it.
Well done.
Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl, Vanderbilt, and Texas A&M. They threw the Aggies a little bit of a bone. Oklahoma and Texas will combine to play every single current SEC opponent in year one.
So there it is. Headlines on a Thursday to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible.
And just really quickly, that's 2024. Because he said a couple times there this year. So that's not this year, it's for next year.
For next year. And then, so A&M gets the bone thrown to them from Texas. Interestingly enough, Georgia has still never played a game at Texas A&M. A&M's been in the conference for a decade.
What?
They've never gone.
Why?
The way the SEC schedule shakes out until this year now, until coming up, once every 12 years is when you play the West versus the East.
Headlines on a Thursday here on Sean RJ. We got the birthday boy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have another concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with. We're going to have life hacks, but we're going to debut a brand new daily segment on the Home of America's team. What do you got? 1 million or 2 million downloads?
1 million.
1 million downloads, so it's not as good as I thought. We're bringing Love of the Star to the morning show next.
But let's get you over to QC Connects. Let's get you.
of Roberto Belt, we decided to give him even more airtime. So we have to talk less here on your home of the Cowboys. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. We're going to hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway. Right now, we are commercial free up until 8 o'clock. Man, did Brian Broaddus almost snap on me the other day.
Really?
Yeah, he was serious. So I had missed 2 calls from Broaddus over like the past 3 days.
Uh-oh.
And I called him back the other day right after the show on my way home. That's the only time I like talking on the phone. When I have,
I saw that. You were on the phone as I was walking out. You were already on the phone leaving the garage. I was like, oh.
I've tried to get my calls out of the way. Sandler, Broaddus. Get the calls out. And I called Broaddus immediately. And, he picked up. Now, 2 previous times with Broaddus, it went left. We've had 2 blow-ups.
Wow, political, huh?
One over Bill Callahan. No.
Which side were you on?
One over Bill Callahan. And I'm always right down the middle, despite these 30-follower morons when it comes to certain issues, you lunatic losers. So Broaddus went off on me over a Bill Callahan thing when I first got to town. And then another time, I mean, you could tell this aggression in his voice. I called him. He's like, wait to call me back. Like, what, you like too cool now? You don't want to get up, you don't want to update with the station, and you just don't call me back? Like, yeah, RJ is the one to call back on your show if there's an emergency.
Man, there is...
he was going in. Serious.
There is a... When you call Broaddus, or have... there, you could tell within a half a second how the phone call is going to be, because if he says hello, you know it's okay. If he picks up the phone and goes right into content, he's upset.
No, he usually does that.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever heard him say hello.
Yeah, I haven't either. I don't think... when's the last time you and Bro talked on the phone?
It's like...
probably about 10, 12 years.
No, like... it could be like the phone rings and then it's... I think this quarterback's got a problem.
Yep.
Yeah. There's no way.
Hi, Brian.
He'll be like, how'd your meeting go? What was said in the meeting? What's the update? And we usually talk, once or twice a week, but I just got tied up with stuff. So I had my moment of decision. I was either going to apologize. We were going to have a blow up, or I was going to fight back. And I decided to fight back.
Oh, no.
And I said, now look, just stop with all this. I was like, stop with all this BS. I've been busy. I'm trying to deal with a house, a bunch of BS, a total nightmare. I sit there and talk to you and update you all the time. I was like, stop. And he goes, I was just joking. So that diffused him. But he was serious. He was dead serious. And he had a nastiness to his voice. He was coiling up like a snake, and he was getting ready to strike. And I was like, I had to diffuse it real quick. I was like, stop, cut it out. Don't bring that garbage in here.
Could have gone sideways though.
Oh yeah, if I was like, shut up, well, that I kind of did give that tone, but it's the way you say it. I could have been like, stop crying about it. Like, don't be ridiculous. I don't know. I said it like with the end of my sentences, like it went up. It was a crescendo, so I was like, stop. That's different from like.
So you only kind of half confronted. You still tried to diffuse.
Oh, I definitely did try to diffuse, but I diffused aggressively. Whereas in the past, when we had the second blow up, I was like, don't call me anymore. We're not talking for a while. And we did not.
Yikes.
But he took it as a personal affront. This man's phone, people think I'm on my phone. This man's call minutes has to be the highest at the station by far. How many phone calls do you think he makes a day or a week? He's working the phones.
A dozen a day.
You think so? You think it's that many?
Yes. And he'll get up and
it's not 5.
I think that's why he's also so quick to jump into it and so quick to get off the phone.
He's not quick to get off the phone.
Yes, he is.
Maybe with you.
Like, for instance, if you're maybe with me.
Okay.
Hold on. No, yeah, that's what it is. So if you're making a point, just start talking about Dak like you're on the phone with Brian.
Well, I think Dak is Brett Favre, and he
totally
really got that aggressiveness.
All right. Good to talk to you. Bye.
Yeah, his dismount is quick, but he's not trying to just have a 2-minute conversation.
No. But
his dismount.
He will abruptly end it. And
yes.
Like where you're like, oh, okay, I guess we're done. That took a turn pretty quick.
And I like my phone calls with Broaddus. We talk about everything, but I missed 2, and I tried to call back. It meant nothing. Ooh, he was surly. He was very surly. So the next time I have to pick it up, he shamed me.
You're going to have him as one of the, like, contacts that ring, you disregard all do not disturb, ring through.
I only have the ring through for the wife. That's it.
And now Broadus.
All right, so speaking of Broadus, we're like, what the heck? They have 1 million downloads. This love of the star. Well, we should steal some of that.
Mm-hmm.
We should get some of that love. We got one of the co-hosts on our show.
We do. We should get all the love.
Yeah, we should get all the love.
You got 2/3. You got the producer too.
That's right.
It's me.
It's me.
Have you hit up that
Pick
girl?
me, Peyton.
Have you hit up that girl from the podcast that you're creeping on?
No, I have not.
Did you forget her name?
No, it's
Isabella.
How's the last one? How's the Katy Trail Ice House date?
We're still talking.
Good.
We're still talking.
So it didn't wane. It was waning.
No, it wasn't ever waning. It was going downhill, but we're still talking. We're cool right now.
And have you set up a second date?
I have not, but maybe Saturday is the day.
If you don't,
today's Thursday.
Yeah, today's Thursday, man.
Right.
You in today's dating world, I mean, you've got to have weekend plans lined up. Some of these girls that are in high demand. I mean, you got to plan them the week before.
Yeah. The fact that you haven't set it up already, that's pretty telling to me.
Now it's chill, it's cool, it's laid back. But I think today you're cutting it close.
I don't want to sound desperate,
You don't sound.
I'm
it's
playing
Thursday.
my game. I'm playing my game.
You don't
I
sound
like
desperate.
it.
Yeah, you don't sound desperate on Thursday. On a Monday, you kind of do.
You're like the Joker. Wait it out. Let it come to you.
Yeah, right. On a third. But today, hey, Saturday, Friday, whatever.
My place.
No.
Okay.
Don't invite her
you
over.
sound
Yeah,
desperate.
We can't go.
Mom's cooking casserole.
Yeah, do not invite her to your place. Do not do that. So, because of the love of the star and its popularity blowing up all over the place, we said, Bobby, we need you to bring that to the morning show for a new daily series on the home of America's team.
It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's former Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broadus and Bobby Belt.
All right, we need to cut the first part out.
This is Love of the Star.
Peyton, I didn't want.
That's the intro, guy.
That's the Bonte Hill intro.
That's
I wanted the guitar one we do on the video, the one that's like 4 seconds long that I was jamming out to.
Well, when you say intro, I thought you meant one the whole shabam, but
Let me hear the other one when you get a chance to pull it up.
It's literally like 4 seconds long. Yeah, so this is something that we did last year on Love the Star, and something that we'll be doing here coming up now as we try to fill the 6-week period here where there's no new NFL news usually, unless you're in Buffalo. But otherwise, there's really nothing going on for about the 6-week period. So we always try to knock it out with roster inventory. So kind of taking a look at where things stand on the roster at certain position groups. And so we'll be doing this over the next couple days. By the way, it is not my birthday, but it is the birthday of one of our youngest Tolos. Shout out to 5-year-old Ensley. She is 5 today. She was listening in the car.
And Lewis Marks just said today's my 49th.
Oh,
there
look
you
at
go.
that. And shout out to Tolo Alex, who's 25. Look at that. Just aged into our demographic. Congratulations, Alex. So we've got the backfield today. So this is quarterbacks and running backs. And the quarterback group is one that I think is largely settled. In the past, we've asked the question, do they roll with 2 quarterbacks? Do they have 2 and keep one on the practice squad? How do they approach things? This year, I think it's almost certain, even with Will Grier losing his sponsor in the building and Doug Nussmeier. Doug Nussmeier was the big advocate for Will Grier here. I think that it's more likely than ever that Will Grier or some other third quarterback is kept on the roster because you have the new emergency third quarterback rule. So because of that, you don't have to consider him a game day active, but it's good insurance to have. I think every team is going to want to carry a third quarterback on their 53, even if they're not active on game day. But the grouping of Dak Prescott, Cooper Rush, Will Grier, this is probably the most settled the quarterback room as a whole has been in a long time, because there's no question. I don't think Rush is the 2. You've got Will Grier pretty much solidified on the roster. The only question it would be is, would you want to sub somebody
Why is
out?
Will Grier solidified?
In terms of, I think a third quarterback is solidified, and Will Grier's been in the building for 3 years now.
Okay.
So anybody that you're bringing in is likely going to have, is the talent disparity going to be so great between Will Grier and somebody on the street that they can make up for the time that he's already spent in the system? Here are the free agent quarterbacks out there right now that you can consider. Carson Wentz.
No.
Matt Ryan.
Carson Wentz working with John Gruden recently.
Oh, great.
Oh, wow. What are they
Somebody check
talking
their emails. Teddy Bridgewater. Nick Foles.
Teddy's out there?
He's out there. Chase Daniel, former South Lake Carroll product. So these are the type of guys that you're looking at. Jake Luton, EJ Perry. Those are the guys that would be out there that could potentially come in here and compete. But you're talking about an entire quarterback room that has basically been here for the entirety of McCarthy's time.
We'd all much rather have Teddy than Cooper Rush, right?
I'm not a Teddy Bridgewater fan.
As a starter, for sure, but like we're talking as a backup.
In terms of what you would have to...
I mean, Cooper Rush got an embarrassingly low salary.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
money-wise, you're right.
You've been correct about the money allocated at the position. Where I'm wrestling internally is how much credit do I give the Cowboys for Cooper Rush? I've been very critical of their approach with the backup quarterbacks. I feel like they've mailed it in. They haven't put enough importance. Choppy has said, no, this is the way you do it. In today's NFL, it's not worth a major investment. I've disagreed. Cooper Rush last year was obviously a resounding success.
Huge success.
And I'm like, did they luck into this or did they really know? Like, did they get away with with going cheap, or do I need to give them credit for recognition and development of Cooper Rush? That's my internal struggle. I'm willing to say I was wrong and give them credit, but I don't know. Why are you giving me that look?
Because, I mean, they have cut him twice, and when they were in need of an emergency quarterback situation in 2020, they brought in him and Garrett Gilbert, and Cooper Rush lost to Garrett Gilbert for that start that week against the Steelers. So I think they probably lucked into it the same way they've kind of lucked into some of their safeties, where they showed him the door a couple different times. I mean, Mike McCarthy, that was one of the first moves, I think, was cutting Cooper Rush early on when he got here. And then when they brought him back in the fall, he wouldn't start him over Garrett Gilbert.
You realize how it's funny with the quarterbacks. We have not even tried to get quarterbacks in 30 years, and they've lucked into Romo and Dak.
Yep.
They haven't even tried.
By the way, we never did the PFF quarterbacks. We've been doing all the other positions and below the belt.
Switching up positions for you.
Making Bobby so happy. Just to run through them real quick, since we're doing quarterbacks. Man, that was a massive eye roll by you.
It's my birthday, damn it.
Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3, Herbert 4, Rodgers 5.
No.
Lamar 6.
No.
Hurts 7.
No.
Lawrence 8. Cousins 9.
No.
Which maybe we need to take a Kirk Cousins lesson in Minnesota, as yesterday it seemed to come out that they're not extending him. They're letting him go into this year, after this year as a free agent. Dak Prescott 10 behind Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence, Lamar Jackson, and those are some of the names that jumped out. Right ahead of Tua, Stafford 12, Watson 13, Carr 14, Geno Smith 15, Jared Goff 16, Daniel Jones 17, Justin Fields 18, Russ at 20, Mac Jones at 21 as DeAndre Hopkins is apparently going to visit New England.
Man, they do not buy Justin Fields hype. Have him at 18th.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is, well, it's a little odd to have him 18th and Lamar 6th, or whatever they have Lamar at. So
now Lamar is Justin Fields? I mean, before you
he wishes he was Justin Fields.
Stafford's too high. We don't know about his arm.
I'll just stab you. He wishes he was Justin Fields.
I don't get it too. I think Kirk's too high. I think Hurts is too low. Personally, I think Herbert's too high.
What's offensive above Dak? Is Cousins above Dak offensive?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like Cousins above Dak. I would switch. I would put Goff there.
Above?
Based on last year, yes.
No, but yeah.
Probably
next
not.
3 years.
I would take Goff the next 3 years.
Ooh.
He's in a better offense, for one.
Rodgers above Dak is offensive.
Off last year, absolutely is. No doubt about it. Off the last 3 years, no, over the next 3 years, it's offensive because Dak will be better over the next 3 years than Rodgers will. Rodgers is, he's too old.
As we talk about that backup quarterback situation here in Dallas, specifically, though, with Cooper Rush, and you asking if they lucked into him, it is, I know we've had this in the prep for a couple days. Marty Morningwig over at the 33rd team did the top 10 backup quarterbacks in the NFL recently, the old Lions coach. And
this
he
is
had
usually
said,
a really ugly list.
He said that, which NFL team is the most prepared. Where do you think Cooper Rush fell on the list of the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL?
Oh, gosh.
Best backup quarterback, 6th.
7.
Third.
Ooh. Give us the list, top 10.
Number 1, Tyrod Taylor and the Giants. Number 2, Andy Dalton and the Panthers.
Ew.
Number 3, Cooper Rush. And then behind Cooper
What a
Rush.
hideous list.
Some names behind Cooper Rush, though. In fact, top 3 picks behind Cooper Rush. You've got Jacoby Brissett with the Commanders at number 4. Number 5, Gardner Minshew with the Colts. Number 6, Marcus Mariota with the Eagles. Number 7, Jameis Winston with the Saints.
Wow.
Number 8, Taylor Heineke with the Falcons. Number 9, Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley with the Ravens. And then number 10, Sam Darnold with the 49ers. Who would have thought a few years back when Darnold got picked that we'd be talking about Cooper Rush is 7 spots ahead of him on the backup quarterbacks list?
Wow.
So there's that list. I think quarterback's pretty much set. There's not really much to talk about. The only question would be if, because Doug Nussmeier's gone, they choose a different third quarterback. All right, so we're doing the roster inventory for the Cowboys. We're doing the backfield today. Just touched on the quarterbacks. Now we'll do the running backs really quickly. This is, when I was looking at this the other day, in my head I go, oh yeah, that if you just threw out names of the running backs, Tony Pollard, yeah, he's on the roster. Deuce Vaughn, yeah, I think he's on the roster. Like, if you throw out the names, I would just individually say they're on the roster. When I think about the group, though, it gets really tough. They're going to have tough cuts here. Even though the running back room feels a little thin and inexperienced right now, I think they're going to have tough cuts in terms of guys that they like. Because the running back room right now is Tony Pollard, Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, Rico Dowdle, Ronald Jones, and then the fullback / running back they signed as an undrafted free agent, Hunter Lipke, who they like. Lipke got, if they wanted a hybrid player, somebody who could do some fullback stuff, but also in some of these practices has been taking lead back carries, that kind of flexibility I think they would like. So I think Lipke's got a chance to stick on the roster. So at that point, you're looking at 3 other running backs. And so that would obviously be Pollard.
Yeah.
And then after that, you're looking at 2 of Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, Rico Dowdle, and Ronald Jones. Now, even if you don't like those guys, they do, and they have. They have stuck with Rico Dowdle. This is year 4 for him. He's hardly played, but they stick with him because they like him a lot. They like him a lot more than Malik Davis, I think.
If you got rid of Tony Pollard, that would be the most amazing running back room in the league. It'd be so efficient. You're paying those guys nothing, and they're going to get you 4.5 a carry.
If they block. If the Cowboys block.
They block.
But when you look at Malik Davis, Rico Dowdle.
With Tyler at tackle or at guard, yeah.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Stop it. Ronald Jones was a veteran that they brought in here. Didn't pay a lot, but I mean, they did pay Ronald Jones. They've brought him in. You generally don't see a lot of veteran cuts. Now, he could be one of these Jasper Brinkley, George Iloka type of cuts, I guess, at the end of training camp. He is an insurance policy. I think it's basically they head into camp and say, if Rico Dowdle or Malik Davis or Deuce Vaughn, one of these guys we're banking on that's young, is not the guy we thought, if we see evidence that they're not coming along the way we want, we have Ronald Jones here as insurance. If they all click, Ronald Jones is out. Like, I think that's how they're approaching this right now. But it also could be if there's any sort of, slow recovery with Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard could not play a game today, but Tony Pollard is running and cutting at full speed right now. And so he should be fine. But Malik Davis, a guy that I think they like. He's not great at anything, but he's just solid across the board. Very complete back. Deuce Vaughn, they had him rotating returns with Kevontae Turpin. I think if they could get Deuce Vaughn to be a legit return guy and cover what Turpin does, I think they'd let Turpin go in a heartbeat.
Ooh.
What?
I do.
Really?
If they could get that production from him, because
dude, that's disrespectful.
I didn't see there's nobody who dropped more balls during the offseason program than Kevontae Turpin.
Really?
He's not going to give you anything on offense.
He's a danger. They don't let him do anything. They didn't let him try anything last year.
They didn't work him into the game plan, but I mean, they've tried to do stuff with certain practices. If he's dropping balls in practice, they're not going to put him in there in games.
Yeah.
And when you look at the second,
I do feel like though he's a scary threat on teams.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, and especially the first half of last year. Second half of last year, it started becoming less efficient, and it's still tough. I know we all talked about it at the time. It's still tough to know why did you. Was it the San Francisco playoff game where it's like, why did you cut back the other way right into a defender where it looked like he had open field to score? And so it was just frustrating last year that I think they felt like.
Did he make the Pro Bowl?
I believe so.
Okay, I feel like you're nitpicking.
No, I'm telling you.
Oh,
okay, A lot of it was the first half of the season. The second half of the season, I think they felt like they were getting diminishing returns.
Okay,
and so,
next time say they, so we think we know there's credibility behind the statement versus you saying.
Oh, wow! On my birthday, Sean. On my birthday.
He's got jokes.
Oh gosh, yeah. He comes back from his fake illness when he wants a random vacation day, and all of a sudden he feels recharged.
All right, I'm getting on Uber Eats and DoorDash. You're gonna have a freaking party up here.
We've already got stuff in the works.
I just hit my tooth on the mic. That hurt. Deuce Vaughn, though, they've had Deuce Vaughn back there catching kicks. And so if they can get Deuce Vaughn if they feel like you can do something in the return game similar to Turpin, that would help them justify you're on the roster as a running back, as somebody who can catch passes out of the backfield, maybe line up in the slot, do different things. But also you're somebody who then we could decide our receiver room a little easier because that would then make Turpin a little more expendable. But in general, I think they're going to cut at least 2 guys that they like in the running back room because they have, I think, positive feelings towards just about everybody in this room right now, even if the fans feel like it's not a very strong position.
All right, there it is. The debut on the morning show of the Love of the Star.
That's it.
That's it?
That's what you wanted as the intro?
It's so much easier. That's what we walk into on the video.
The Hill intro was so much better.
Yeah, do Bonte, but you got to get rid of Broadus.
Oh,
you got to take Broadus out of it for the future. Next 5 or 6 days, as tomorrow will be the pass catchers. Every day, Expressway 720, commercial free here on DFW Sports Station, and this is the Expressway. You know you're getting hooked up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Force live. The star-studded celebration of hip-hop culture is headlined by LL Cool J and will feature live performances by The Roots, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Rakim, Big Boy, Juvenile, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and much more at Dickies Arena on August 24th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, the Tolos have been asking for it. Get this cowboy crap out of here. We don't care about this content. We want Thursday's staple, which is life hacks.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
All right.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. I was a little concerned.
Why?
I was concerned we weren't going to get these today with the old shutdowns from the Reddit folks, but it came back online. Unethical life hacks came back online in time for me to harvest a few of these. So here's the first one. And this could work with a new hire or somebody just leaving out the door. So like Joey. We could have done this with Joey a couple weeks ago. New person just hired at work or somebody on their way out. Now is the perfect time to submit anonymous complaints about management because everybody will just assume it's the bitter employee on the way out or the new employee who doesn't like his feelings here.
I mean, where do you submit those?
That's a good question. But why? How would the new?
I don't mean necessarily here, by the way. I'm talking about for the Tolos.
No, I'm talking about here.
How would the new employee know who to complain about?
The idea being that your first couple weeks here, you clearly are just like, it's the new guy. So this is actually the person on Reddit who did this said this is something that they did. Like they submitted a complaint and immediately management defaulted to it's got to be the new guy. And so he ended out not getting suspected of complaining.
Like, I don't even know if we have an HR department.
Yes, we do.
Oh, we do?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. We do.
Yeah, so we have an HR department. So you have someone get hired, you wait a month, and then you submit it. Or when someone's leaving,
right,
you go ahead and you submit these. Now, you do it anonymously?
Yeah, well, supposedly everything that goes to HR has to be anonymous by law.
Okay.
So, like, if you complain about the boss to HR, they're technically not supposed to tell the boss who did it.
I wonder how many HR people keep their mouths shut. That must mean they're like the most trustworthy people on the planet.
So my older sister is like the HR head of her company or whatever.
Wow.
I don't think it's a big deal.
I do.
This is the one you wrote in the email yesterday? The one that wants to fight?
Yeah, she's the one that always fights, yes.
Okay.
Now, like, she is
that
really
a good prerequisite for an HR person?
She is very confrontational.
Very confrontational.
She is a raging, you know what?
Woo!
Like, she will cold-blooded look at you and fire. She is the person that has no problem firing somebody.
Wow.
If she didn't like you, out the door. But she can absolutely keep a secret. She's like, I can't.
Okay.
I will get fired, and she knows she would never work again. She would never get another job.
Do you guys have toll tags?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think mine works. I pay for it.
Have you ever gotten one of the the zip cash invoices? What's the biggest one you've gotten?
A couple $100.
I think mine, the highest I got with fees was like $1,000.
Jeez.
How?
Because I didn't see the first couple ones. Which, by the way, somebody did text in a couple weeks ago, said if you get one of those and you just call and say, I'm not paying the late fees, they generally won't make you pay the late fees.
Oh.
If you just tell them you're not going to. I don't know if that's true, but that's what somebody said. But here's a better way. You don't even have to do it. You can get...
Then they report you right to collections?
You can get free tollway driving at night around here.
Okay.
Here's how you do it, apparently. The cameras are mostly in the infrared spectrum to be less disturbed by ambient light variations. So if you put a crap ton of strong infrared lights around your license plate, it's going to blind the camera at night, and it won't be able to see your license plate.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I saw...
This is a Night Rider. What do you mean put the infrared light near my license plate? Peyton, do you know what Night Rider is?
You got to give me context.
It's a TV show,
that's
Peyton.
completely the context. You either know it or don't. What was the car's name?
Lightning McQueen.
Dang. Close.
His name was Mr. Feeney.
Yes,
That's a fake name.
So, yeah, I saw this. I saw this as well. If you want to just skirt the toll tag, skateboard tape. Get skateboard tape.
Yeah.
And put it over your license plate, and the reflection will not allow the cameras to pick it up.
And what happens when a police officer sees?
They won't notice.
They won't.
So that somebody did say with the infrared lights, they were like, well, what happens when you get pulled over and asked why you have infrared lights? And you tell them, it looks cool. It's literally not illegal to have infrared lights on your license plate.
Okay.
So there you go. You can get it. Now, during the daytime, you still got to pay the tolls.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to do anything then. But at nighttime, you can get some free ones. All right.
Doesn't sound worth it.
If you order a lot of stuff on Amazon, go through all your orders from the last 30 days. Go through the return or replace item prompt. There's a good chance you'll find things that will be refunded without needing to return the item, specifically things under $15.
Say it again, slower.
Oh, wow.
Go to the replace thing.
If you go on Amazon, go to the orders from the last 30 days and go through return or replace item, and there's a good chance that you're going to find things on there that are refunded without needing to return the item, specifically if it's $15 or less.
Because I return.
All right, let me see. Samir's book.
Mine just came in like 2 days ago.
I'm still not understanding it.
Okay, so when you go, do you ever buy anything on Amazon?
Very rarely.
Okay.
My
Really?
wife.
Where do you buy your stuff?
My wife buys it.
Oh, okay. But so you as a family, you guys purchase on Amazon a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's
She does.
There's 3 packages a day.
So
all the time.
If you go into the return section,
Yes.
go, I want to return this item and start it, you can see what the things are. Like, hey,
Right.
you need to return that. In some instances, apparently, some of them don't require, depending on who the vendor is or whatever else, some of them don't require you to return the item.
To send it back.
So
you're gonna get
specifically,
the
it's 15 or
refund.
less, so you just get the refund and keep whatever it is.
Wow. I'm in on that one.
It's not on you can't do it, but if you order a bunch of stuff, you can go through and probably find a few of them.
That's good.
Similarly, would you like 10% off your next Home Depot purchase?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So
did you see the home? Who's the Home Depot girl? And then I saw Shaq at Home Depot on social media. But the Home Depot girl, maybe she's just this hot girl that people are loving, kind of like the criminal, the hot criminal.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
I mean, this girl is pretty gorgeous.
She's attractive, very attractive.
Yeah.
She's good looking as Pat Sajak's daughter.
It's different. They're both very attractive
because of their skin color, choppy.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a taste. Like some people like blondes, some people don't.
Yeah, the
like
Home
blondes.
Depot girl's black.
Is she black or she's definitely ethnic of some kind? I can't tell. I don't know. She could be Hispanic. She could be biracial. She could be a lot of things. Pat Sajak's daughter is.
I was trying to get RJ in trouble.
As white as it gets and blonde. So I don't prefer blondes. So I think this girl's more attractive than Pat Sajak's daughter.
Okay.
Some people prefer blondes, and they wouldn't say that.
So this one technically, I don't think get 10% off your next Home Depot purchase. This one isn't unethical. It's just the policy, and it's maybe a loophole that hadn't been considered. But in a world where everything is $9.99, $999, $14.99, whatever else, the Home Depot takes a different path, and their pricing is generally flat. So theirs would be $10, $1,000, $1,500. So the interesting thing is they have a price matching policy where if a physical store is accessible or delivers to you, they beat the price. They will beat the price of the other company and give you 10% off. So you just go find something that's a penny cheaper, somebody who's selling it for the same price at Home Depot, but by the $49.99, and then Home Depot matches the price and gives 10% off. So you just search the internet, find the one who has the 99 price, and then Home Depot gives it to you.
Do you know the Costco pricing?
No. Like
So
a life hack?
Yeah, so if Costco, if it ends in 99 cents, it's a full price staple item. If it ends in 00 or 88 cents, it's the stock of the item is low or someone has returned the item and the inventory is probably limited to what you see in front of you. If it ends in a 97 cents, it's probably an amazing discount, marked down as a manager special.
What?
Yeah. If it ends in 49, 89, or 79 cents, it's another good time to throw it in your cart. These prices indicate a special promotion offer straight from the product's manufacturer.
Why wouldn't they just say special price?
Because out there, they want you to know. It's part of it's like
at grocery stores you'll get it, but at Costco's no. You don't see special offer, yellow tag. You don't see it.
Now, like at Costco, you'll have so these shakes, these Fairlife shakes. They can't keep these on the shelves. They have limit 2. You can't buy more than 2 cases of these things at a time. I would never try to buy like 10 cases one time because Sarah and I drink one a day. Of course, the reason for this, my buddy drinks 5 a day, and he screws the entire market up. But yeah, so that's just Google Costco price tag meanings and tell you when to buy and what to buy.
There it is, a Bobby Belt Birthday Expressway. Commercial free right here with a giveaway on DFW Sports Station. We're going to go from life hacks to sports hacks. RJ has the way for you to win a championship in every single sport. And we got Zion and Bradley Beal rumors. Is there any way the Mavs could get involved if Kyrie leaves? Next on The Fan.
But let's get...
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Things have cleared up outside, and we're going to try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with a lot of NBA things going on. The draft is next week, and ESPN put out a rumor yesterday that the Pistons, who already pick at number 5, could be interested, and maybe the Mavericks are involved here, in getting Bogdanovich for the number 10 and Tim Hardaway Jr. I violently reject that idea. Bogdanovich is a nice player. Yes, he scored a career-high 21 points. He's 34 years old. I'd rather see the upside of what you get at pick number 10. They also, Jonathan Givony, who does a lot of good NBA draft work for them, we're trying to get him on the show. ESPN also said Scoot Henderson could still be in play at number 2 as they came out with their latest mock draft with Wembanyama going 1, of course, Brandon Miller 2 to Charlotte, Scoot 3 to Portland. Then you go on down to the Mavericks at number 10, Derek Lively the second, the center from Duke. Here's what they wrote. This Dallas pick is believed to be available in trade scenarios, creating a pivot point where a range of players and teams could pick instead of the Mavs. Lively appears to have helped himself quite a bit in the pre-draft process, having shown improvement over the course of the year at Duke. I'm sure Kevin Hagelin can give a tremendous scouting report, and now has recontextualized himself as the highest upside true center in a draft that's unusually thin at the position. His range is believed to begin with the Mavericks. He could provide a long-term answer at center. His responsibilities would be made easy playing alongside Luka. The Magic, Thunder, and Hawks also believed to have interest, picking at 11, 12, and 15, and it seems unlikely he falls too far out of the lottery, if at all.
I would be...
And then Dick is right behind at number 11.
Right behind.
I would be very surprised at Derek Lively.
Why?
Derek Lively can't score. He couldn't score with a fistful of 50s. He played in 2 games in the NCAA tournament. He scored 4 points in the first one and 0 in the second.
He averaged 5 points and 5 rebounds last season with 1 assist. 5-5-1. He could go 10.
He went
5-5-1
against Tennessee.
He's 7-1, 230.
Yeah, against Tennessee. He got into a bit of foul trouble. He played 36 of the 40 minutes. Did not score.
I don't think I've ever seen a career stat line for a top 10 pick like 5-5-1.
No, you haven't. You haven't. The guy did not attempt a shot in a round of 32 NCAA tournament game against Tennessee.
Let's see. He better have like 6 blocks a game.
He has like
2.4. 2.5.
Like
That's garbage.
Oh, so it's Hasheem Thabit. Great.
This is not a number 10 pick. He is. They love his upside. Apparently, the league does.
This Bobby should make you hesitate on not wanting to trade this bad boy. If this is what you could get at 10. Sorry, Choppy. Go ahead.
Grady Dick's right there. So if that would just be bad drafting from them.
Yeah, the Dick pick is the one.
Yes,
that's the one.
Make the Dick pick.
Yes, absolutely.
Peyton, if you get nothing else out of today, make the Dick pick.
Yeah, that's the one. The Dick pick's the one. Not Derek Lively. Again, what year is this?
Right.
Is there a shift? If there's a shift in the NBA and we're going back to Mutombo, then fine.
The Mavericks saw Game 5 of the NBA Finals, and it's like, oh, we're playing this basketball again. Okay.
I can't see. Again, there's obviously upside there. Duke is not recruiting somebody very, very highly to score 0 points a game.
The trade winds are now blowing out of D.C. as insiders, Woj saying the Wizards and Bradley Beal have a deal worked out. If they start to stink, he'll get traded to a contender.
Yeah.
And
love it.
You had Windhorst say people are going to be very surprised at the price and how potentially low it's going to be to get Bradley Beal because of the contract he just signed, 5 for $250 that runs through 2027. 4th highest paid player in the league last season, and Windhorst thinks that the compensation is going to be lower.
Like low, like Tim Hardaway in the 10?
No, not that low. Are you smoking again?
No, I'm not. I don't know what's going on, man. Like
That's a Marlboro Red cough.
We are talking like I've been like hacking up like yellow snot for a month.
And with each hack, you go, I think it's getting better.
Like it's coming up now. Like it's coming up, but like, I got this wheezy cough. I don't know where it's coming from. I feel no pain. I have I don't know what's going on. I went to the doctor. They're like, no, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, am I? Then what's this yellow crap coming out of my mouth every day? What is that? It's like a Boston cream pie flying out of my mouth every day.
I don't want to hear about cream pies flying out of your mouth. That's gross.
Okay. Then
Boston ones.
Now we're moving on to Zion, as some NBA insiders are saying that the league is keeping an eye. The Pelicans have not made Zion available yet, but this is Windhorst again saying league GM is going to start to monitor this. He's got the off the court stuff with his exes and pregnancy and all that drama, and that the Pelicans would rather trade they'd rather trade Zion than Brandon Ingram. Mark Stein reported that. So the Zion trade watch starting to become a thing.
Is he starting to become like Ben Simmons trade value? Not where Ben Simmons is currently, but like how they're reached a point where it's like you're no longer getting the return you would have thought you would have gotten for Ben Simmons. I don't think he's down that low yet,
right?
But does he get as much as the Pelicans got for Anthony Davis?
No.
And so you look at that and you go, okay, Zion has gone from his value has been so depleted just by the injuries and the conditioning and honestly what feels like some of the attitude and the makeup and
I'm starting
like that.
I'm starting to sports hate him. I really am.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
He comes across as a loser, a fat loser. Like, get your ass in shape. Stop wussing out. What he did in that playoff run, that playoff game, where he's like, I'm just not there. I'm not comfortable. I could play. I'm just not feeling it. Man, that was disgraceful. And they gave him
a lot of money.
They gave him that contract that he did not earn. They gave it to him because they're in a crappy market and they were just betting on potential, because then it's very hard for New Orleans to get a superstar. They've had Zion and Anthony Davis, and they paid him out of desperation. He hasn't earned any of that. And it's a shame. I love watching him on the floor because he's a different, unique, totally unique player. Man, this guy, I just don't trust him. I thought he came back in really good shape, and now I'm reading that other girl say you got soda cans everywhere, soda bottles, all up in the bathroom. All right, so that's where we stand on that. Today should be the Denver Nuggets parade, much to the misery of the Joker. Who had NBA ratings? Was it you?
Yep.
Bobby?
Yep. The NBA playoff ratings were up. Great news there. A lot of investment, but I think didn't we kind of feel like it would be the mirroring of the NCAA tournament where ratings were up early and then you got to the Final Four and it went down? Same sort of thing. NBA playoffs were up. 5.47 million viewers between ABC, ESPN, and TNT was the average for the playoffs. That's the most watched playoffs in 5 years. But the NBA Finals averaged 11.6 million viewers. That is down by about 1 million from the 6-game series between the Warriors and the Celtics last year. So Finals coverage was down.
I think we can. By the way, that's less than the World Series average this year. They averaged 12. I think we can.
I told you it'd be boring finals. My interest level is a 3.
It is safe to say that the reason that the first 2 rounds were up is simply the Knicks. They have so many fans.
And Lakers.
Right. Well, the Lakers are there every year, though. LeBron's there every year, right? LeBron, for the most part.
Yeah, for
right?
the most part.
For the most part.
But being up from last year.
Lakers, Warriors, that was a dream.
But the Knicks have 30 million fans.
Yep.
And they're never. They've been dying to watch basketball.
There's people that argue that's a basketball market, not a baseball town. It's a basketball town. There's people that argue that.
I don't think they're wrong.
I mean, you live there.
Yeah, I mean,
now
the difference is that the Yankees are always good, so they're always on the front page. The Knicks, like when the Knicks are good, that place is on fire, and maybe it's on fire because they're never good. They're just dying to pop. But they popped this year, and they have so many fans that's going to boost the national TV ratings just in one city.
All right, we go from life hacks to sports hacks. The different ways to win titles. With the Phil Jackson rule.
Yes, the Phil Jackson rule. Now, this is pretty cool. So Phil Jackson has what's called the 40-20 rule. All right, that's a formula. It's basically you've got to win your 40th game before you lose your 20th. Now, NBA history shows that you're not winning a title unless you do that. There have been teams that have pulled it off, but fell short. This year, the 3 teams that did it, Celtics, Bucks, Denver. Okay? History showed that the title was going to come from one of those 3 teams. If you go back in history, the only years that it did not happen were 2020, COVID year, shortened season, so they didn't have enough time. 2012, strike season, lockout season. 1999, strike season, lockout season. In 21, it did not happen. In 06, when the Heat won, it didn't happen.
21 was also a shortened season.
You're right, it was. In 04, when the Pistons won, they upset the Lakers. It didn't happen. That's the only time this century it has not happened. Every other year,
wow,
40th win before your 20th loss, that's where the champ has come from.
Wow.
And, you know, in the other sports, in college football, they've got the blue chip ratio. Okay? This is every team of the BCS era that has won the championship has had more than 50% of their roster made up of 4- and 5-star recruits.
More than 50% have 4- and 5-star recruits.
More than 50%
are 4 and 5.
Are 4- and 5-star recruits. So, like and by the way, they don't count transfers into that. So here's your list of this year. These are the teams that can win it. Bama, Ohio State, Georgia, A&M, Clemson, LSU, Texas, Oklahoma, Oregon, Notre Dame, Florida, Miami, Penn State, Michigan, USC, and Auburn. And then they're projecting next year that North Carolina, Florida State, and Tennessee will join that grouping with over 50%. Those are your teams that can win. Just those teams. In college basketball, they've got another one. Every champ since 03 has finished in the top 20 in offense and the top 20 in defense and the top 40 in offense, according to Ken Pom. That's it. Every champ since 03. I find that these kinds of things to be fascinating. Like, these are things that you could find.
Good ways to bet.
Yeah, like if you get to end of February in the NBA and all the 40-20 teams are done, you know, put your money there. Now, the problem is if you're 40-19, you're probably going to have, you know, short odds. You're probably going to be among the favorites.
There it is from the degenerate himself and the BetQL network, RJ Choppy. It's Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys, and the Rangers finally stop the bleeding, and we have a new king of beers. They've been displaced. Who is the new number 1 seed? Next on your home of Rangers baseball right here on the Fan. But look.
And by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Marcus swings, hits a high fly ball down the left field line. Hooking towards the pole. That ball is off the pole and out of here! Marcus Semien put his index finger over his lips as he rounded first base. I don't know to whom that was directed. And Texas has the lead on Marcus's 10th blast of the year.
Yeah, Marcus with the hush emoji. Looked like he was signaling out to the Rangers bullpen. That's what the TV broadcast was guessing. That was Sandman with the call. And Marcus Semien puts an end to that really bad streak that he's been on. After the 25-game hit streak, he was 3 for 28 and 0 for his last 15 before him and Corey Seager go back-to-back for the first time since July 9th of last year. How about Spores? You know, we were all trying to anoint Grant Anderson as the new hero. Spores has been the best out of the bullpen. 9 2/3 scoreless over his last 6 outings, 15 strikeouts. Rangers get a much-needed win, 3.5 game up on the armpit, and Eovaldi versus Ohtani tonight with RJ Chappie in the house.
Let's go, baby. That's a pitching matchup. That's one you want to see. It's been one of the best pitching matchups of the year so far. This is going to be fantastic. Cannot wait tonight.
Actually, the worst type of game to go to in person, the pitching matchup.
Yeah, it might be.
You can't see the strike zone.
No, you can't. You can't see the strike zone.
Especially from your seats.
I know. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you can't see the strike zone, but it's okay. The energy. And they talked about the broadcast on it. They expect a sellout tonight. It has to be. You know, where I'm sitting. Barely see this. Can't even see the field.
Where are you positioned at least? Are you positioned to where you can... Are you behind the catcher?
Or? No idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no idea where we are.
Tell the peeps where you at.
I'll find out 3 hours before the game. I have no idea where the seats are.
He's going to be waiting like Peyton with the Slater tickets up until the start of the game.
Yeah, right?
What are you going to eat?
We're going to eat before. We eat before the game. I don't know what we're going to eat. What?
And after.
I don't know what we're going to eat, though, before the game. We'll probably eat salmon. At the game, get a couple of drinky drinks.
Salmon? You
So
know,
it's a
getting the
weeknight.
feel for the ballpark and a hot dog, or go to Texas Live at least.
Yeah, you're not on the baby Gronk diet. What are you doing?
We're not on the baby Gronk diet. No, we just when we go to Stars game, we'll go eat before. But we just wanted to get wanted to eat and then get down to the game.
$25,000 and $26,000. $25,000 and 26,000 people has been the attendance so far. So 26 in Arlington for the Angels.
Yeah, and I mean, this one will definitely be bigger just because you get to see the freak show of Ohtani's pitching tonight and what comes with that and how special that is. You really need a split tonight, and they've put so much on Eovaldi this year, and they're going to need it again tonight because the 2-2 split would be really good to get out of this one. But
boy, what a backdoor split this would be!
Yes,
holy cow.
It was. I mean, this is something that you're better than the Angels, even with all the issues, even with the thin pitching. I feel like you're better than the Angels, and this is something where you should have won this series. So right now, I think it's critical. Come out of this. Don't drop 3 out of 4. Don't lose. Consecutive series. Right the ship. Get things heading in the right direction. You're going to need Eovaldi. You're probably going to need Corey Seager to continue to hit 720 or whatever he's hitting in the last month.
You are better than the Angels, but they got us in one spot. That relief pitcher they have, wearing the Jordan 1s, the red Jordan 1s.
Troy Percival?
No, Herget. Hergé. Dude, that guy's got style, man. That is awesome.
Who's the person wearing their grandmother's tooth?
Oswaldo Cabrera. He's a Yankee player, and he put Oswaldo Cabrera put his grandma's tooth on a necklace for good luck. He hasn't had the greatest season or whatever. But he put the grandma's tooth on there. You won't see that every day, but his mom told him to wear it. It's his grandma Anna's tooth. What body part of a family member would you wear?
I do have my mom's ring on a necklace. Her wedding ring.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't worn it. It's been in a drawer for forever, but
body part.
It's got to be like a toe. Something you don't see every day.
why does it gotta be a toe?
Well, because a finger you see every day, an ear would just be weird, nose.
What toe, though? Would you go with the Sergeant Hulka or would you go with the
big toe?
The Bunny Lebowski?
No, the big toe.
I think an ear.
Your mom or your dad's or your grandparents.
Ooh.
Like
Dad's feet's dirty.
The three hairs sticking off your dad's big toe. The hair. The
So
hair
it'd be your mom's toe?
No, give me grandma's toe.
Would it be painted?
No.
You want me to no nail polish?
No nail polish. Straight toe.
What age?
Trim the toenails though.
What age do women stop getting their nails painted? The 75-year-olds get their nails painted?
Oh man, I don't think my grandma ever did that I knew of.
All right, we have, so that's tonight, the big matchup, 6:30 pregame. G-Bag, by the way, 2 o'clock to 6:30 out in Arlington doing the show live. And then Evaldi versus Shohei. We have a new king of beers, RJ Choppy.
Yeah, we do. Bud Light has lost their title as America's #1 selling beer. Now, they have been the #1 selling beer for multiple decades. And they've done it really without any marketing campaigns at all. The only thing they've done, they've basically spent all their marketing just in the Super Bowl, and that's it for a long time now. And then, of course, a couple of months back, they had the controversy over the bottle, that one bottle they gave to Dylan Mulvaney on 1 year of womanhood. And since that moment, they have been in a free fall, basically losing 25% of their value every week, to the point where Modelo is now the #1 selling beer, Especial, which surprised me because I didn't even think Modelo was the #1 Mexican selling beer. I would assume it was Corona.
I like Modelo.
I do too. I like Corona better, though.
If I don't have a lime for both, I prefer Modelo. I got to have a lime with the Corona.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm the opposite. It's
a little stank. I'll drink it. A little bit stanky. You know, my question is, well, I have a lot of questions after this whole debacle.
Mm-hmm.
Did Bud Light drinkers make Bud Light #1 out of because of the marketing or what they thought Bud Light stood for versus the taste? Because if they're willing to give up their #1 taste, that makes less sense to me than giving up the ideology or the image, I should say, of what they thought Bud Light represented.
Brad, it's a good question.
You know what I mean?
I'm sure it's different. Like, I used to drink Bud Light in college. And then my roommate told me...
Bud Light 10 ounces, Eastern Shore, Cambridge, Maryland.
He said, I can't drink Bud Light. It tastes like green tomatoes. So the moment he said that, the very next sip I took, all I smelled was a tomato. And I'm like, well, crap, man. I can't drink this now. You ruined it for me. So I went to Coors Light. But, I mean, maybe some thought it was taste. Some thought it was price. Some, like look at the can. So who knows, right?
It should be taste. I think.
You would think
taste and price. Price and taste.
Yeah, I mean,
But now I'm wondering, maybe it wasn't necessarily the taste. It was just the image. And now that the image has changed in many people's minds, they're like, it doesn't matter what I'm drinking. It's not the taste. It's just the idea.
I don't think it's that. I think it's we are just so ideological these days that they are willing to give up what their favorite beer is. A lot of people are just willing to give it up because, well, you don't match my values. So
Right.
I think that's something that exists. Like, for instance, we talked about the other day, the whole Chick-fil-A boycott, right? That was the people who were boycotting Chick-fil-A a decade ago. A number of them loved Chick-fil-A and just said, well, I'm not doing this anymore. So I think it is just this day and age, people are so ideological and so hardline about those things that they'll give up things they really love for that.
I also think and part of it is, Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch, Middle America, the Clydesdales. It's just they wanted a lighter beer than straight Budweiser. And they just gravitated that. They drank Budweiser before they went over to that. I'll tell you that it's weird. It's I think what's obvious here is that Chick-fil-A had enough people on both sides of the aisle that enjoyed Chick-fil-A to survive. It's evident Bud Light drinkers skewed one way. And that's it. That is purely evident here. Target has had issues. I think enough people shop at Target who believe in both ideologies, they'll be okay. They'll rebound. Bud Light, it's apparent that
this is Mark Cuban saying this is good. There's nothing. This isn't a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem for Bud Light because it appears Bud Light really only catered to one ideology in terms of their drinkers, whereas I think a lot of the other companies have a mix. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense because there's no other reason to explain this, that it hasn't rebounded at all. Now, some of the other Budweiser products have, like regular Bud or Mick Ultra, they rebounded. Ironically, Modelo is owned by the same company.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about people on, do they have enough to bounce back? I think that's
so
just
they're
probably
really losing if it's going to within the same company.
No, they're not. They're not losing. There's a reason why Modelo upped marketing as soon as this happened. Modelo upped it. Same company. They're like, all right, well, we're going to lose here. We're going to gain here.
Right.
Think about though, like just in general, who are like regular out and about beer consumers and like making these purchases. It's going to be at like the country bars or like sporting events and stuff. And I think that probably along ideological lines just naturally tilts a certain way. So I don't know that that's Bud Light specific. I think any beer company having something like this happen probably tilts a certain way because I think large consumers of beer in America probably tilt a certain way.
Yeah, Bud Light, I mean, they catered their old school commercials. Catered to
real men of genius.
What
South.
What amazes me, because I mean, look, let's just be honest. This is about hating trans people. What amazes me is like all these people who have all these problems. Did your kid never, or is your child never going to go through like an identity crisis or get picked on? Like that's what blows my mind. What are you going to do when your kid like comes to you with a major question or is getting bullied or picked on the way that like this bullying is taking place? That's what I try to think of now that I have a kid. Like, okay, your perspective changes. And I'm like, how would I feel if he comes home crying, one day, or, has an identity, crisis breakdown? And how do all these boycotters like deal with that? Is your house just perfect? Like, how are you going to deal with it when it hits your own house? Because it is going to hit your own house. Kids are going to get bullied. Kids are going to get picked on. And the answer right now through 25% is toughen up, or, I don't want to hear about it. My gosh, that's my take. You don't have to comment.
I would never.
Like it's just mean. It's like cruel and mean and hateful. And it's not really affecting. Look, you and I have the same philosophy. If it's not affecting my day-to-day life, if you're not affecting me, I don't care.
I don't care about it.
I don't care, but there's so much anger and hate. And it's going to eventually strike your house. And, I believe in karma.
I care about my own personal life. Like, I don't want to, I'm not, if I enjoyed, even if I didn't agree with their I don't want to even say marketing campaign because it wasn't really a marketing campaign they had with Dylan Mulvaney. Even if I didn't agree with it, I wouldn't stop drinking because of it if I enjoyed the beer.
Right.
That to me, and maybe I just don't have conviction, but to me, like my taste buds will rule overall.
Right. Same with me. Same exact thing. Like you can disagree with Brittany Griner and stuff, and she should have paid her punishment, and it was an uneven trade. Calling Brittany Griner a man, like that's cruel. Like, I don't have any respect for you. Like, you want to sit there like Michelle Obama, here's proof Michelle Obama's a man. Like, that's not cool. That's not right. That's not left. That's not right. It's just not right, period. It's like, it makes you sound like a piece of crap, really. It's just like, have a certain level of like manners and respect. But people like to talk on social media and Twitter with your 20 followers. All right, the Mike McCarthy whisperer has spoken. What can we learn about the Cowboys from the Mike McCarthy insider? That's next in Below the Belt. But let me get you set up with my computer. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. What did Mike McCarthy have to say about the Dallas Cowboys on Wednesday? Luckily, Tom Pelissero had the script in hand and delivered it on Rich Eisen's show. Tom Pelissero, the Mike McCarthy insider, NFL Network teammate, by the way.
God, you said that with a
lot
of love.
I'm acknowledging a fact.
So this is the way it looks from the outside. You can correct me.
Uh-huh.
Tom Pelissero is the one who did that big analytical sit-down piece with McCarthy in Wisconsin. That was a humongously successful PR campaign. McCarthy has now blended the old school with the new school. He's analytics, and that was a great impact for him towards the positive.
Yeah, great propaganda campaign.
So the great propaganda campaign. So then it makes me think McCarthy is going to owe Pelissero all the stories moving forward. Pelissero's like, we're going to do this NFL Network feature on you.
Yeah.
And this is going to be great for you. And then in exchange, McCarthy hooks him up with the info. And by the way,
throw that.
We shouldn't be killing Pelissero because if you get that type of hookup, any of us would kill to have that relationship.
And to be
McCarthy and Brian Windhorst had it with LeBron, and Jay Glazer has it with everyone. So, I mean, it's good. It's great for Pelissero that he is. I think it's important for the Totals to know, though, because a lot of people, you're not going to know the hell Tom Pelissero is. When you hear his name or see him on the NFL Network, I think, outside perspective, I think that's McCarthy's guy. So if he's saying it, I'm taking it a lot more serious because he did that piece. They did that piece for Mike.
Mike covered the Packers for a Milwaukee paper while Mike was there. Tom covered the Packers for a Milwaukee paper while Mike was there for several years. Stayed in the division covering the Vikings, so still had interaction, things like that. This is not anything where it's like, this has been said or that I know this for a fact. But guys, when Pelissero's on the TV talking about, talking to sources over there, they were smashing watermelons in the team meeting yesterday. I mean, you can put two and two together. So whenever you hear Tom Pelissero talk about the Cowboys, it is important to sit up and listen because he's going to have pretty strong information about what he's saying and what he's speaking on. So yesterday, this was Tom Pelissero, the first cut here, Peyton. Tom Pelissero just giving a glowing review of Dallas's roster makeup for the 2023 season.
Mike wants balance, but he wants to build through the draft. For them to execute two significant trades in one offseason and not give up that much, I think was really important for them. To bring in Stephon Gilmore, who's still playing at a high level, he wanted to get to a place that he had an opportunity to win, burnish his legacy, show that he can still perform at a high level. The Colts are going to be in transition. Chris Ballard was willing to work with Gilmore. Trades him to Dallas for, I believe it was a fifth-round comp pick. You now have him opposite Trayvon Diggs. You get Brandon Cooks also on the cheap, who you now are able to plug into a really talented wide receiver core where you hope Michael Gallup is a year better. Now that he's a year further removed from the ACL. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is a really good young player. He'd be the talked-about guy in that draft class if Justin Jefferson weren't also in that draft class. And they've got, talent in the backfield. Zeke's gone. It's going to be more Tony Pollard. They like the young kid that they drafted out of Kansas. Deuce Vaughn. One of the great stories of that draft. And with Dak, you're hoping that, he avoids some of the injury hiccups that they had last year through the course of camp. And then obviously he gets hurt right at the start of the season and misses time. They won a bunch of games with Cooper Rush last year. Mike McCarthy should have been a Coach of the Year candidate last year instead of having to hear the annual calls for they should fire him and go after Sean Payton and the other nonsense.
So when you hear that, again, when Tom speaks, think McCarthy. So McCarthy, it sounds like, wants to make sure that they're working Dak properly throughout training camp. Don't want to run into the injury bug. Expecting Michael Gallup to bounce back. Mentioned Deuce Vaughn. Did not mention the other guys behind him. Rico Dowdle, Malik Davis. Deuce Vaughn is somebody who's clearly in play for them in the running back room, but this is going to be a largely focused Tony Pollard room. These are all things that would have been intimated, I would guess. So Stephon Gilmore, as this is a huge acquisition. They probably think really well of Stephon Gilmore, even though they only had to give up a fifth-round pick. That's clearly somebody that they still think is playing at a very elite level. And so positive stuff there from Tom Pelissero. The next clip here. How's this Cowboys offense going to look now that Mike McCarthy's calling the plays?
Mike, as a play caller, is one of the best in the NFL. He's got the track record to show that. Regardless of who the quarterbacks have been, you look at the productivity, you look at the games that they've won, you look at the number of different pieces that came through Green Bay over the years. Mike knows how to call a game. And he's still been doing it. Mike would still show up at the stadium way early. He doesn't wasn't doing the full thing with his play sheet and whatnot, but he was still going through and doing it like he was a play caller, thinking through different things. He'd show up at the stadium 6 hours before kickoff because he wanted to go through it. Now he's back into actually doing this and having this be his offense, the way he wants it to run. They're not flipping the terminology because they want to keep things simplistic for Dak. But I have every reason to believe that this is going to be a really good Dallas Cowboys team.
So that's interesting. Want to keep it simplistic for Dak or want the transition to be easy? Like the language is interesting to me. And it could have just been the way he was describing it or whatever else that he just kind of flippantly used the word. But does that sound like the focus is let's make things as easy as possible on him. Let's make it simple. We don't want him getting too much terminology to have to work through.
Well, isn't a lot of the terminology going to be the same?
That's what it sounds like. But it sounds like is the thrust of that, the idea of that, he doesn't need to be overwhelmed.
What else would it be? What else would you want? You don't want him to be overwhelmed.
But I'm saying that you don't necessarily make those famously, the language was incredibly complex and
I don't understand what you're saying.
Wide. Here's what I'm saying. The breadth of the language that was used in Peyton Manning's offense or Tom Brady's offense, or even in the past, Dak's offense. Jason Garrett used to have incredibly complex calls. There's a famous clip of Dak going on the Dan Patrick show after like his second year where he calls out a play call, like one of their calls in the offense, and he talks for like 20 seconds just spitting the play out. God. And so my question was the idea of simplicity. Let's keep it simplistic for Dak. Does that mean they feel like Dak had too much, or does that mean they just think it's easier to streamline it? That's what I'm asking.
And my answer is I don't know. What's the third clip? I have no idea.
The third clip, this running back room, which is, you just heard Tom Pelissero. They have the best roster in the NFL. It's 22 Pro Bowlers on both sides of the ball. So why would you even need Dalvin Cook? The question came up, would Dalvin Cook be in consideration for the Dallas Cowboys?
The issue with Dalvin, it's going to be the money. The Cowboys have a lot of resources out there. They've got young guys they want to take care of. I don't see that being a fit. I think it makes perfect logical sense, but they drafted Deuce Vaughn for a reason. They do like Pollard. They are optimistic in terms of his recovery. I think that there's a much higher percentage chance, and I'm not saying this because anyone has told me this, but I would say, logically speaking, there's a much higher percentage chance they're signing one of the other running backs that are out there. Dalvin's simply going to be the most expensive. He's going to have the most competition for his services. There's other guys like Leonard Fournette, who we had on the show yesterday, Kareem Hunt. There's other guys who are sitting out on the market right now that I think probably have a better chance to end up being the fit for Dallas just because the price point's going to be different.
And I will say, I used to work for a radio host back when I first got in to the industry, and she used to always say, when she'd go on the air, she'd make points. She'd go, now look, I'm not saying blah, 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 blah.
Was it the girl from WFAN you played yesterday?
No, it was not. But she was like, no, I'm not saying blah, 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 blah. And what that was code for was, I just said this exact thing as my belief in the commercial break to you in the other studio. And so it was exactly what she was saying. She just was giving cover or whatever. Same thing. Look, now nobody's told me. Not for everybody, but for a lot of people, now nobody's told me is, I was told this, but I got to say nobody's told me this because it can get me in trouble.
So Fournette, Kareem Hunt.
Dalvin being too much.
Yeah.
Which Dalvin said yesterday or 2 days ago.
Which Dalvin should be more than those other guys. A lot more.
Dalvin wants to make sure that he's getting paid a certain value. Chop and I discussed this yesterday. And I know we've touched on it a little bit in the last couple weeks. The PA is clearly getting in the ears of players and agents saying this position is in real jeopardy of just having no real financial considerations into the future. And this needs to be cleaned up. You guys need to fight for your position and make sure your agents are fighting for your position.
Najee Harris out of Pittsburgh said, what's happening to Dalvin Cook? It's kind of eye-opening.
To see people like that get released, it's especially in my position, it's like, damn, what did they do? Is it because of their age or anything? Like Dalvin Cook coming off of multiple 1,000-yard seasons. Like what? I don't know. Is it money from the team? They got to pay somebody? I don't know. But, it's eye-opening for sure.
And this is Jonathan Taylor. Yesterday, talking with media in Indianapolis. He said that the developments with Dalvin Cook getting released, Saquon Barkley's contract negotiations, everything else, that it's given him reason for pause as he's going into his contract negotiations. He said you definitely have to pay attention just so you know, okay, what type of space are you entering into? And you just hope from the track record here in Indianapolis that things are being evaluated the right way. So the PA, I think the NFL Players Association this is the fifth or sixth running back we've heard make a comment like this almost on their own in the last 2 weeks.
What do fathers like baby Gronk tell their kid about playing running back?
I mean, they should.
You should tell them to play running back?
No, tell them not to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, tell them not to play.
What are the baby Gronk dads out there gonna tell their kids who think that they can go and play pro? When on the youth level, running back is the most important position.
I mean, he didn't name him Baby Zeke. So
yeah, it's true. Baby Gronk. Yeah, it is. At the youth level, it is a super important position.
Yeah.
But as you get older, it's not. I think eventually the NFL is going to have to, in the CBA, change the running back contracts. We talked about making 2-year deals.
I wouldn't be surprised if the PA fought for that. If the PA fought for some sort of exception and go, you are completely devaluing these guys who honestly are probably at the most long-term risk for head injuries and other things because of the way they play the position.
Look, we always shout out the 6 a.m. club. We got the Expressway giveaway, but it's time for the 8 o'clock Tolos to get hooked up. Here's a little random surprise for you right now on Sean and RJ.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Force live, the star-studded celebration. Hip-hop culture is headlined by LL Cool J and will feature live performances by The Roots, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Raw, Kim, Big Boy, Juvenile, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and much more at Dickies Arena on August 24th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Why is one of the major teams in DFW connected to all the big names this offseason? That's next. Final hour. Sean and RJ after this.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. Everybody give Roberto Belt a big, fat, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes.
Not my birthday.
To you.
You know what's funny?
Happy birthday.
Yes.
What's funny
To
is
you.
Corey
what's funny
Majors coming through.
It says baby.
Corey,
Thank you, Corey.
Get his microphone on. Let's figure out where this came from with the baby balloons from Corey Majors from the KMC Masterpiece.
Yeah, so I'm a one-store guy, so I was stopped at the store and they didn't have any birthday balloons, but they had this It's a Girl, baby girl balloon, and I knew it was Bobby's birthday. I wanted to celebrate him.
Oh, you're rubbing it in
Oh,
Bobby's
I thought
face.
you were. This was like a.
His wife didn't tell you that she was pregnant?
I thought my
Oh my
wife.
gosh, no, I didn't know.
No, I thought you allowed my. No, I thought this was. I didn't know. I thought this was my wife working in conjunction with you to announce I was getting the fourth child.
Oh
my gosh, are you serious?
Oh, wait, that doesn't say happy birthday. It says baby girl.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
So this is just twisting the knife then, because I want another baby and I don't have one.
You want the baby, not her. You want the other child.
Right. Right. She
Corey,
doesn't
that's
want another
awesome.
baby.
Well done.
Because her whole thought is like, I don't want to reset the clock. We're 11 years from the youngest being out.
And the reason we're doing this is because Bobby's wife hit me up last night.
Yeah,
Did she really? Did she seriously?
If you honestly if I find out you take this out on her one bit, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Did she seriously let you know?
You don't have it on Facebook? I got it from Facebook. Your notification.
Okay, it's on Facebook.
Happy
but did she
birthday
let you
tomorrow.
know?
I said, this is really Bobby's birthday, right? And she told me how miserable he is celebrating it. So, Corey,
Awesome.
you delivered right there
Dude,
with the birthday balloons.
When I worked it on the border, we used to make people get on the chair and shake the salt and pepper shakers with the sombrero.
Should we do that on these tables?
Yeah.
What, get on the table?
Yeah. Will these tables hold us?
Yeah.
No.
Should we get up and do it?
You shouldn't.
Should we stand up on it and have Corey lead us?
And
No.
sing. I'll sing the song. I got
Let's
a good
do it.
birthday
All right,
song
you
here.
you tell us what to do.
All right, y'all just.
Bye, guys.
What I want
RJ
y'all
and I'll
to do,
get up to celebrate
Bobby,
it.
come back. You
Ryan,
gotta come back. Everybody's
standing.
celebrating you right now, Bobby.
Literally standing.
Hey, listen to me real quick. Lucy, every time it's her birthday, she's like, they're all here to celebrate me. Do it for Lucy, Bobby. I
Okay.
know you love her. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. All y'all got to do is just kind of just shake your hands up and down like this, and I'll sing the song. Today is Bobby's birthday, and we are here to say happy, happy birthday the Odyssey way. Hey!
You can't fist bump up here.
Oh, yeah, you'll
right.
break the ceilings, guys.
Well done.
Y'all
Corey
have fun.
Majors from the KMC Masterpiece.
I will do anything to avoid a birthday song in public.
I think I got vertigo.
I'll do anything to avoid a birthday song in public. I saw the greatest troll job on Instagram last night. You know how I've not wanted to go to Disney? I now want to go because I saw the best bit. Kristen would hate this. This guy who he's married to he's got his wife or whatever, but he was in front of people at Disney the entire trip. He'd just get down on a knee and start proposing to her because she hates making a scene. So she'd start running off because people would stop at Disney and start trying to applaud and did it like a dozen times. So now I want to go to Disney just to do that.
So there's Bobby hating the birthday attention. So, of course, hit him up at Bobby Belt TX and all of the different social media platforms.
Good stuff.
Hit him up like
Happy
Tupac.
birthday, man.
Yeah, but your wife texted me. She goes, hey, I don't know if you saw it. It's Bobby's birthday. And since he tortures me on a weekly basis.
She did not say this to you.
He
There's
tortures
no way.
me on a weekly basis. I'm giving you the heads up. And I was like, so do you want me to acknowledge it or not?
Hold on. I'm going to call.
So is it standard that you eat cereal on your birthday?
Here,
Usually June 16th, about 12:30 in the morning.
12:30?
Yeah.
Oh, 12:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So leave her alone. Yeah, we had a conversation. You're lucky cakes and stuff weren't delivered up here. I decided not to go all in.
I want cake delivered tonight.
Plus,
you know what I mean?
You are, yeah. Okay, happy birthday. Enough. All right, so Vegas has sent me all the updates with the NBA draft next week. It's silly season, right?
Yeah, it is.
And the Dallas Mavericks are sitting here, top 5, top 6, with all these different big names. Of course, yesterday there was an ESPN insider suggestion that maybe they work out a deal with the Pistons for Bogdanovich and the number 10. It would be the number 10 and Tim Hardaway Jr. for Bogdanovich out of Detroit. And we're like, no, absolutely not, even though Bobby and RJ think it's a deal they could see Mark Cuban doing, giving up 10. Now, if you told me it's Bogdanovich or this Lively kid out of Duke we just went down, I don't know. I mean, 5-5 is what he averaged. Kevin Hagelin would have to talk me into the Duke draft pick.
He's going to have to do a lot of convincing. That guy was a spare. I saw him play. I mean, I saw him first inning against Tennessee. He was awful in that game.
All right, so LeBron's next team, if not the Lakers, Vegas still has the Mavericks as the favorite. 3-1. The Warriors are second at 4-1, then Phoenix.
Damn right.
Damian Lillard's next team, if not Portland, the Miami Heat at 2-1. He loves Bam Adebayo. Then Brooklyn, New York, the Knicks, and the Celtics. James Harden's next team, it's virtually a toss-up between Houston and Philadelphia, with Phoenix in third. Kyrie's next team, if not the Mavericks, Lakers 2-1, then Miami, Atlanta, Clippers, Suns. That's the top 5 for Kyrie, if not here. Lakers, Heat, Hawks, Clippers, Suns.
No Rockets? Mark Stein couldn't move the needle on that one?
The Rockets are not even up here on the board. Nope. So, Mark Stein, Trae Young's next team, if not the Hawks. Don't forget about the Trae Young trade rumors late last season. The Lakers are up here. And then Chicago and Miami. Chris Paul's next team. Spurs are the favorite.
Oh, throwing lobs to Wemby.
Oh, yeah.
Spurs at 2-1. Then the Lakers, Celtics, Clippers, Mavericks are 7-1. Draymond's next team, if not the Warriors, Utah, then Sacramento, the Clippers, the Suns, Mavericks, Pistons.
Okay.
Fred VanVleet, if not Toronto, Phoenix, Chicago, Philly, Houston, Orlando, San Antonio, Miami, Portland, Dallas, all the way down there.
So basically every team.
Yeah.
They named like half the league.
And then the Mavs are third in the Chris Middleton sweepstakes, if not Milwaukee. Vucevic is listed on here. Brooke Lopez, Al Horford, D'Angelo Russell.
Shanghai Knights for D'Angelo Russell.
Dylan Brooks. Shanghai Knights, you sent him to out of the NBA.
Yeah.
The Mavs are 6-1 fourth for D'Angelo Russell. Dylan Brooks tied for third, RJ.
No, thank you.
Miami, Phoenix, Mavericks with Utah.
I'm a competitor. I compete.
If Dylan Brooks,
man, does he disappear off the face of the earth?
Thank God. If he plays for this team, I will not watch a single game.
You know that
I will. If he's injured, I'll play. I'm sorry, I'll watch. If he's sitting out, I'll watch. Other than that, I am committing to the bit. I will not watch. I can't stand that fool.
Do you, Sean? Do you have the full list of teams for D'Angelo Russell?
Yes.
Because I think I saw something yesterday that said the 7th team was a Chinese basketball team.
No, the 7th team on here is the Spurs.
Okay, somebody had odds yesterday, and
this
it was
is Bet Online. Maybe it's BetQL.
It was 25-1 or something like that. Which that used to be. Players have said before that used to be Dirk Nowitzki's go-to like gutting trash talk line. If he worked you, he'd say, "You better learn Mandarin." And he'd walk back down the court.
Gather the foreigners.
And then the Mavericks are the favorite for DeAndre Ayton if he's not in Phoenix. So the Mavericks are on the top of a lot of these lists.
Yeah, they are.
Favorites to win the championship with Denver's parade today.
Nuggets.
It is at 4-1. Who's second, Ralph?
Second's going to be Milwaukee.
Boston.
It is Boston, then Milwaukee. Then
Phoenix.
Phoenix is tied.
Philadelphia.
Phoenix is tied, but not with Philadelphia.
Dallas.
The Mavericks are tied for fourth.
Look at me.
Someone explain.
You
You remember last week we said Mavericks were fourth.
They assume
You have a
they're
good
getting
memory.
I do.
Somebody. They assume they're getting somebody else.
I don't get it.
Who?
Denver, Boston, Milwaukee, Dallas tied with Phoenix over the Warriors. Lakers and Sixers are 14-1. By the way, the Mavs odds to win it all 9-1. Then you got Lakers, Sixers tied. Then the Clippers, Grizzlies, Pelicans, Heat 22-1.
The only thing I can think of is that they are banking that eventually a player like of Lucas caliber is going to have a Jokic year.
Like who? Well,
A player like Luka is going to have a Jokic year.
I mean, he basically does already.
Right, but with
how much? I mean, his numbers can't get that much better.
Right, but he's actually going to make players around him better for once.
Okay.
This is the Luka slander in this city, specifically from RJ Choppy, has got to slow
What's
down.
gotten more out of control, the Josh Allen or Luka slander?
Luka. The way we talk about Luka like he's not one of the 3 best players in the NBA is hilarious.
Oh, look, I mean, I think both both the Josh Allen and Lucas Slanders hit a peak where it's now there's a lot of value there. Like we are people, and we all do it, but people are massively overrating Buffalo's loss to Cincinnati. They are taking that one game to knock the Bills down, not one tier, but 2 or 3 tiers.
What's wrong?
I texted Kristen.
I told you if you give her a
I
hard
just said,
time over
I just
it-
said, did you text Sean? And she said, haha, of course I did. And then she put in quotes the line I always throw to her when I talk about her on the air. She said, it's good content.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Got him.
Here you go. Here, I'll throw you my phone.
No
This is
thanks. I don't need to
this
see
is our
it.
text exchange.
Got him.
No thanks.
If I'm gonna ask her later on tonight, and if you give her a hard time, I'm gonna make your life miserable on here tomorrow. Miserable.
Okay.
All right. Stanley Cup odds to win.
Boston.
It is.
Boston.
It is Boston. Pepe, you can chime in as well. Who's second?
Edmonton.
Colorado.
Vegas.
Thank you, Peyton.
Yes.
The champs. Vegas 9-1. Then
Colorado.
Edmonton.
it is Colorado and Edmonton tied.
Okay.
Okay,
Very good.
they're tied with Toronto at 10-1. Then Carolina 11-1. Then the Rangers 12-1. Where are the Stars? Panthers and Devils are 14-1. And finally, the Stars are tied with Tampa Bay at 16-1 to win the Cup next year.
Okay.
Go Stars, baby.
It's not much of a change
So
from
10th.
last week.
You're in the Final Four, and you have the 10th best odds.
Yeah, not much of a change from last year. Colorado obviously got upset in the first round. They've got they would have the best player on the ice without question. They're a really good team, even though they don't have Landeskog next year with the injury. Although I think they're talking about maybe he can return late, but they're not going to have him for 80% of the season at least.
I've got the Adderall refill coming.
All right,
So
there you go.
this weekend
That's your birthday gift?
begins my exploration into the great game of hockey.
Oh, next weekend?
I'm going to start. No, this weekend.
Oh, this
I'm going
weekend.
to start my study.
All right, to end this before RJ previews the U.S. Open, you want Dwayne Wade on the Mavs winning the title, or I'm going to kill Jerry West with him looking out for Kobe Bryant? Would you rather hear Dwayne Wade suffer a little bit?
Dwayne Wade.
It might actually make him a little bit more likable. This is Club Shay Shay. Dwayne Wade was asked by Shannon Sharp, how the hell did y'all lose to the Mavs in 2011?
What happened in the Mavs series? Y'all better.
We got all coached by Rick Carlisle and his staff, and we got all played by Dirk and Jason Terry and J Kid, but that little JJ Barrera. Nobody give him credit. JJ Barrera was the one who changed the. We didn't have no answer for him. Dirk, you know what you gonna do. Let's just make his shots tough, make it hard on him. He try to make him not shoot 50%, make him have an off night, but he's still gonna get 20. Jason Terry going right, you can't stop him. Right? We knew all these things. But no one planned for little JJ to come off the bench and do what he did.
Right.
And I look at it and I say not from an MVP as an award, but from an MVP as a player who really helped push that series over, I give it to JJ because we didn't have no answer for him.
Wow.
That's easier to say than just like Dirk was better than we were. Or like their team was better than we were. It's easier to just go,
Well, he was giving the other guy props.
The guy who shot 38% in the series, who averaged 8 points.
JJ averaged 8?
He averaged 8 points. He shot 38%. He was 33% from 3.
He had moments where he was huge in the game.
When?
He was like huge.
Every big standout moment you think of in that series, it was Dirk, it was Deshaun Stevenson, it was Jason Terry. Nothing was Barea.
Rick Carlisle was crowned as a coaching genius for making the Barea change. I remember that. Now, this was 12 years ago. I'm going to have to go look up his game logs.
The last two
You don't
games-
have to put up monster stat lines that have a huge impact. You know that.
The last 2 games were solid for him, but game 5 was Jason Terry. Game 6 sort of was Jason Terry too. But the first 4 games of that series, 2 points on 1 of 8 shooting, 5 points on 2 of 7 shooting, 6 points on 2 of 8 shooting, 8 points of 3 of 9 shooting. You're going to give the whole reason this series lost is because for the first 4 games, the guy shot 20% or whatever.
Man, you managed to take a very
compliment, a very nice compliment from a guy who doesn't give them.
And you managed to turn that into hatred, into despising D. Wade. That was a very nice clip of him complimenting the Maverick.
50-50 Wade.
Man, 50-50?
Yeah, well, 50-50 Wade.
What's that mean?
Oh, yeah, because
him and Gabrielle Union, they're 50-50.
And people were getting upset about that.
I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know why they were getting upset about it. Like run your finances in your family the way you want to run your finances.
Yeah. she's a superstar too.
Yeah, she can afford it. Like
Yeah.
if
it's not like he's taking out of her $20,000 a year income.
Right. If he wants to buy a $2 million house, and he's like, I'll pay for it, and she's like, well, hang on, why don't we buy a $4 million house and I'll split it with you? Okay.
Yeah, that's the dream.
Absolutely. Like, what's the problem here?
What?
Nothing.
Like, it's a problem when you keep receipts.
We're late on the segment.
If you keep tabs. If you keep tabs in a relationship, that's a problem. If you keep receipts.
Yeah.
If you just say, I'll take this one. Oh, I'll take this one. It's great.
Coming up next. What's next? What's next on the run sheet here?
Where's this going?
We did this segment at 8:20 yesterday, and people got worked up. So
who cares?
I don't
care. I don't care. If you haven't learned that by not working with me, I don't give a crap.
Oh, I know.
I don't care. I know Twitch is melting down over Brittany Griner take. I don't care. I haven't cared in 12 years. I'm not going to care. I'm going to say what I want. I got one person to answer to, my mother. My mother goes, you know what? You're a good person. You're a good son. I raised you the right way. That's what I care about. I don't care if I get in trouble.
So you're saying you say what you want.
Spits and suds.
You tease the next segment.
Coming up next, the GOATs at every
Nope,
position.
we're doing a U.S.
I'm following your rundown.
I said earlier this segment.
Coming up next, tennis. The U.S. Open is this week.
It's the golf one, you numbnuts. Go to break.
But every day it seems like we are getting hailed.
Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's Seager, and he swings first pitch. That ball's blasted. Nothing Renfroe can do. That ball's gone. The dynamic duo up the middle for the Rangers strikes here in the 7th. Seager with a solo home run, and just like that, the Rangers lead 4-1.
Only the second time that they've gone back-to-back as Rangers. First time was July 9th last year. My whole show, my entertainment's worth of this show is just watching Bobby checking his phone and his notifications for his birthday today. It's brought me such joy to torture him, especially with my latest post, courtesy of Corey Majors. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 on your home of Rangers baseball.
Kristen says I'm awful, not only just for this, but specifically she thinks it's awful that I've made a point to talk about how much I don't want to celebrate my birthday to where the girls have an awareness of it. She's like, you should let the girls celebrate it however they want to without you saying anything.
Yeah, I think so too. Sounds about white. Oh, why was that yesterday when this Mavs Cuban rumor was out there for Bogdanovich? People were tweeting me, Toes or tweeting me back. Sounds about white. It was this whole,
what else can you do?
That whole theory of Cuban just trading for white guys. Sounds about white.
Kyrie surrounded by a bunch of white dudes.
877-881-1053, chuckwreck.com, text line hit us up. So the Rangers get a much needed win, 6-3 right here on the Fan. And tonight, Choppy will be there for Shohei versus Eovaldi. And I got a little college baseball love if you're interested.
Oh, man, I am. Vols are in it this weekend, baby.
Now, I don't know who's play. I think these are fresh and recent. I don't know. I think any of these teams have been eliminated, but the favorite to win it all.
Let's go with LSU.
No. Tied for second.
Stanford.
No. Wake.
Wake. Florida and LSU are tied for second. Then Virginia 6-1. The Horned Frogs, 7-1. RJ's Vols, 8-1. Then Stanford and Oral.
Okay.
And who?
Oral.
Robert.
Now, LSU, you know what? You're right, because LSU's not favored to win it all, but they are favored to win the Jello Shot Challenge for sure.
We'll wait for that tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll save that for Friday.
Definitely favored for that one.
That's an amazing, amazing story with the Jello shots. Absolutely cleaning up. But we have day one of the
I didn't say anything. I'm just sitting here listening to you talk.
Bobby, half of this job is reading body language.
Yeah.
And when you're giving me this stupid look, it looks like you're about to say
That's
something.
just my
so then
face,
as a
dude.
host, I should be going to you if you have something to say.
I'm listening.
So stop pump faking me with getting ready to say stuff.
I'm listening to you set up the segment. You're a good host. I was just listening.
Right. Yeah, sure. All right, U.S. Open, day one.
Day one of the U.S. Open. We got 4 players top the leaderboard at 1 under par. Through 2 is the Omar Morales, Michael Kim, Ryan Gerard, Scott Stallings. You've heard of one of those guys, Scott Stallings. Maybe you even haven't heard of him. But other than that,
wait, they started?
They just started.
It looks like we have a delivery person here for Bobby, possibly.
They literally just started.
Oh,
so,
wow. Reggie, bring it in. What's going on? Well, look at this. We're getting random delivery people up here. He's so miserable. He's so miserable.
What do we got here?
Reggie came with a heads up. That looks like
a cake.
A ton of carry out.
That looks like a cake.
Let's see, Roberto.
I got cake.
Who was that? Isaac Alicon?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
This is an Italian cream cake.
Oh, very good.
Nice.
So you can actually have cream, whatever coming out of your mouth like you were talking about
That'll
earlier.
be the job replacement cake for Corey.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have this one doesn't have a label. It's
a German chocolate
something.
cake.
Wow. Who sent this?
I don't know.
Did you leave a note?
Something on the fan text. Hold on.
Is that what store is that bag?
Tom Thumb.
Okay.
And then this is just cupcakes.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look
Thank
at
you.
that. Most
That
importantly,
is-
let's get the note. Let's
Let me
find
see
out
here.
who it's from.
It's from the 817, so thank you, 817.
Hey, we need a name.
He doesn't have a name on here.
He said I sent it?
DoorDash should be
Yeah.
arriving soon. You deserve it.
Very
Very
says
nice.
Dasher is on the 11th, and they were. So
Wow.
thank you, 817. You can text in your name.
Text in your name so we can give you some proper shout outs. And take that home to your girls since you've ruined all their holidays.
You do.
Let them have some
I don't
cake.
ruin
You do.
any
You
holidays.
ruin everything.
I've never ruined a
You don't
single
even want them
holiday.
to wish you a happy birthday. You know how miserable that is?
I let them wish me a happy birthday. I just don't want to celebrate my birthday. They want to go out and celebrate.
3 cakes? What a
2
Tolo.
cakes and a bunch of cupcakes.
What a Tolo.
Thank you.
And a
817.
baby girl on top of it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Chop. Did you say they started the U.S. Open?
Yeah, they did. So
I thought you said it was going to be like 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, yeah, it'll be late. It's going to go late.
But they started.
It's the biggest field in the sport.
Oh.
I mean, there's 156 golfers in this thing.
Is this
or more.
course treacherous?
It's
like every
gimmicky.
U.S. Open?
They really made this gimmicky. This is one of those courses you might actually watch and absolutely hate it. Now, it's LA Country Club. It's very old. It's very traditional. They've got so many weird rules for their members, apparently. But there's a shot where a guy just literally dropped a golf ball in the middle of the fairway on one of these holes, and it, because of the curve and the undulation of the fairway, it rolled into the rough. It's just gimmicky. A shot in the middle of the fairway should be rewarded. So you might hate it, you might love it. The U.S. Open wants this thing. By Sunday, it's going to be really, really hard and firm. But the USGA wants this thing. They want the winner to be at even par, -1. And they would love it if everybody else is over par.
Odds to win?
Scheffler 1.
Yep.
Rahm 2.
7-20. I'm running out of things to throw at your face. I only have these 2 little things left.
Hey, those are my girls.
Pete Sampras is not playing in this tournament.
Don Julio Sampras.
Who else did you say?
John Rahm 2.
Yes.
Koepka 3.
Yeah, you read these. Good job.
Rory 4.
Yes, you read it. I got it. Good job.
Okay,
VJ Singh.
VJ Singh.
Scheffler, Rahm, Koepka, Rory.
Mark-Elise Stevenson.
Are your U.S.
Mark-Elise Stevenson.
Open odds. Okay, since you want to be a little prankster here and mail it in last 30 minutes.
I'm not mailing anything
Yeah,
in.
I'm going to make you, this is how I get back at you.
Okay.
Now you have to set up the Peyton Hillis stuff, which is very serious.
Yeah, this is very serious.
And we'll
I don't
get
know
you
why
to
you would do
stop
this.
joking around.
So the Peyton Hillis, this was back a couple months ago. I'm sure you guys remember Peyton Hillis. Peyton, do you have that drop by chance? The Peyton Hillis drop?
Ooh, I can find it.
So Sean famously called Peyton the first time he was running the board. Called it. We got Peyton Hillis on the board.
Did I?
Yeah, we've got a drop of it.
But was it like on purpose?
No, you accidentally called him Peyton Hillis. So Jared called him Preston Russell. You called him Peyton Hillis.
Is Peyton the Peyton Hillis of producers?
I mean,
well, come on, Wheezy, let us hear Wheezy.
There we go.
Is he the Peyton Hillis of producers?
I mean, Peyton Hillis has contributed to society by rescuing children, so I don't think that. So Peyton Hillis famously,
well, he's contributing by not having children.
He famously rescued his niece and his son in the ocean. They were drowning a couple months back. Rescued them, but in the process had taken on a lot of water, and he ended up in the ICU. He was in a coma for 10 days. And he finally gave an interview. He's somewhat recovered now. He's physically recovered. He's still kind of recuperating mentally. But he gave a sit-down interview to Good Morning America this week, talking about everything that had happened, and it's some gut-wrenching stuff. This is the first clip here. This is Peyton Hillis just kind of recounting the moment where he went in to save his son and his niece.
I think the scariest point to me was when I'm swimming to my son and I have to pass by him because my niece is in more danger.
You had to make a decision.
Yes, but I knew that I had to pass him up to get to Camille first because, if I didn't, there's no way she would have made it. And so swam past my son and I got to Camille and she starts freaking out, we're gonna die. I go, honey, you're not gonna die. That's not gonna happen. The gentleman came and gave us a boogie board, and I put Camille and my sister on the boogie board and pushed them away. And I knew that I had to come back for my son. By the time I got to him, he was pretty much limp. He didn't have any more strength in him to swim. And I'm sitting there holding him, and we're in, 7.5 foot of water. And you're thinking, that's not bad. But when you're holding a 130-pound kid, and then the waves come and about 10, 12 foot tall, and you're just sitting there, you can't swim. And you're holding him, you're seeing his eyes roll back in the back of his head, and you're just thinking, Lord, please, I really don't care about my life. I don't. But if we can get him out of here, then that's the only thing I'm gonna care about.
That's gut-wrenching, especially the idea of
reading that he swam past his boy because the niece was in more trouble. Wow.
It's a lot. And then
That's
picking your
chilling.
son up and having to get back to the water and talking about, seeing his eyes rolling back. And he ended up, like we said, Peyton Hillis ended up in a coma. There was actually some video. It was like body cam footage of the police officers getting on the scene. And you see that he's like, they're trying to work on Peyton Hillis and get him conscious again. And that he's like taking these shallow breaths. And it's some pretty intense stuff. But he ended up in a coma for 10 days, which he told Good Morning America he was pretty much aware of everything the entire time he was in the coma.
Really?
I remember I could hear everything perfectly clear, but they didn't know that I could. I don't know, it was like day 9 or 10 into it, and I overhear them saying, if you don't wake up here soon, I don't know what's going to happen. And so, I'm freaking out, as I'm under, but I can't move.
And what did the doctors tell you happened to you physically?
Well, they said that I wouldn't probably reach full recovery for a year. I don't think my lungs will ever get back to where they needed to be.
Where are you in your recovery overall?
Physically, it's coming along okay. Mentally, things in my head or stuff like that, it's coming along a lot slower.
And I know your partner, Angela, and countless others, they call you a hero. Do you consider yourself a hero?
Not a hero. I think that's a very loose term that a lot of people like to apply to things that happen.
So what do you call yourself?
I call myself a dad.
So, pretty tough stuff. He can say he's not, but I think he absolutely is a hero.
Of course.
That's
For
incredible
sure.
stuff.
Although one time I'd love to hear someone go, yeah, I do consider myself a hero. I am a hero.
Damn right I
You
am.
never hear anyone say it. Yeah, I am a hero. Screw Spider-Man. We got Peyton Hillis.
There he is.
And I kind of just looked at you and I was like, oh, no, I'm already.
Are
just
you a hero?
nobody. I am a hero.
See, Peyton would tell you he's a hero.
Did you correct me that day?
No, I did not. I think Kevin Gray was in for RJ and he did. He said, what did you just say? He said, what? I called him by his name. And then I got
We got Peyton Hillis. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Who knows what the hell else is going to happen today? Find out after this.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece, Kevin Gray, tweeting Corey, Bobby. I said that incorrectly. Kevin Gray texting Bobby, congrats with the baby girl balloon that you brought in.
Nice.
For him.
He thought I was
Very
having
nice.
a baby. Yeah.
So this is a bit. This is a bit for me, by the way, that I've always done. My dad had 1.5 foot of his intestines removed shortly after I graduated high school. This was after his heart attack too.
Ulcerative colitis.
Diverticulitis. It was diverticulitis.
Oh, like Brock Lesnar.
And so it was like a seed got stuck in his intestines, and so they had to go in and all that stuff, and the go lightly stuff.
Started growing.
And so
I would pull up that intestine photo.
No, I don't want to see intestine photos.
That was an artery.
So I walk in like I'm going to see him at the hospital for the first time, and I grabbed it's a boy balloon, and I was just like, and so he laughed, and so that's just been my balloon bit ever since. So I brought that, not knowing, not even thinking about the fact that he.
What was that?
Intestines.
Oh, gross.
Oh, man.
Is there a seed in it?
Mike, you're the one with the weak stomach.
I know, that's why I didn't look.
Oh, I thought you were asking about it like you wanted to see it. Nope. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
I'm really concerned about Corey now.
Does he have a weak stomach like that?
I didn't think so, but
I mean, it was pretty gross, though. You want to see it?
no. But last time Bobby tricked me and he goes, "Hey, I need to show you this video," and I thought it was like something different.
Did you see this?
And it was the exact thing that I was trying not to see. So
That's
good
why
job.
it's been so enjoyable today to make him miserable on his birthday. He hates the attention, and now we have Tolos sending cakes up here.
Were you partying yesterday? Where were you at?
I was in bed.
Oh, you didn't feel good?
No, I have I watched a lot of guys yesterday on TV in bed, shirtless guys, unfortunately. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Netflix.
That's
how horrible was that?
It's so boring.
American Gladiator.
So awesome. Y'all get to eat it.
30 for 30. Bill Walton, 30 for 30. I got notes on all of them. It's what I learned in bed. 6:40 this morning.
I thought you meant the documentary about Arnold Schwarzenegger. I haven't seen FUBAR. The documentary is super boring.
It is super boring. Yeah. The first part, like the
Oh my
weightlifting
God,
part.
who cares?
Born by Arnold.
Who cares?
I was telling him, can we fast forward through this? Like,
And
he's
I
in
did.
a
And I
freaking
did.
Bikini bottom the whole time. Like,
What, does that bother? Was he packing?
I just don't understand the structure of this. It's 3 parts. The entire first part is about weightlifting.
Sure, as it should be. That's what he's most known for.
No, what? Are you insane? Arnold Schwarzenegger is best known as a bodybuilder and not as being an actor.
That's what he is.
That I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Actor.
It's not even close.
You're right. It's not, but you're on the wrong side
I know
of the
him
fence.
as a governor.
Okay, and that's part 3.
And not like an
And
NBA governor.
So that's the weird part to me is that they're going to take what he's actually most famous for or people give a crap about, part 2, and it's one part, like the politics and the weightlifting. What are we doing?
yes. The first part was extremely boring.
He did nothing to advance acting. He did everything to advance health and fitness. He is the most influential health and fitness person in the history of the world.
That's true.
And more people do health and fitness than they do watch movies at this point.
Bobby Polk
Nobody
question.
watches movies anymore. Look at Sean Stock.
Who's more influential, Arnold or Larry North?
Huh?
Larry North or Arnold? Who's
Larry
more influential?
North is a pimple
Whoa.
on Arnold's butt. And I used to go to his gyms.
Because of the steroids.
And you're saying only people who
That'd be on his
advance
back, though, but good
things
reference.
are
Mike,
famous?
Mike, what's
Is
wrong?
that
He's influential. He
What's
advances
wrong?
things.
I'm just scared of what's about to happen.
With
That guy over there.
Kevin?
fine.
Over what?
I'm fine. That's
Over
just a
Arnold?
crazy
When
opinion.
Kevin says I'm fine, you
He
just
hates Arnold?
be
Yeah,
concerned.
no, Kevin. I mean, you raised him to like a level 11.
I know.
It's
I'm trying to get
9:40.
12
I'm
here.
fine.
But these go to
9:47, and you just raised him to level 11 before our show started.
It's been too long since RJ and I argued.
Okay, all right, so training or acting? Schwarzenegger's
Which is he known for?
known more for what? And we'll see.
This is bananas. If it was 1974, you might
Oh, no,
have an
see, now
argument.
you're changing. Now you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm
He's not an
moving the
actor
goalpost.
without being a bodybuilder.
I didn't say that.
Well, there
So
you go.
you think Ronald Reagan is best known for being an actor?
Versus
He
a
couldn't.
media
He wouldn't have
person?
been going on to be president if he wasn't an actor.
I think he
so
could have
your
been president.
contention,
I think he could have been
your contention is Ronald Reagan is known best for acting, and Arnold Schwarzenegger is known best for fitness. That's
Fonzo
what
goes
you're
to
saying.
Bitburg.
You know,
What
you
am I
backed me
saying?
into a
You
corner
shouldn't have
here.
made that last point.
You've backed me into a corner.
shouldn't have made the
That's
last
fair.
point.
What am I
You've
saying?
backed me into a corner.
Weightlifting or
Do I have
acting?
to? What do we have? You're smart enough.
But what did you
Figure it
say?
out.
Bodybuilding. Bodybuilding.
Is he known
Bodybuilding,
more
okay.
for bodybuilding?
Thank
So it was
you.
84 when he became an international
I'm gonna calm
superstar. Was with Terminator. Like that was when he became
calm
an
down.
international
And
superstar.
the original line was written in by James Cameron. I'll come back.
and he changed it
James Cameron changed it
to I'll be back.
I'll be back.
There you go.
All
And
right.
that's
So I got to.
That's why he gets the big bucks.
I got American Gladiators 30 for 30. I
got
got
it.
Bill Walton
Yep.
30 for 30.
Is
What?
he known more for acting or his biceps?
biceps.
And
well,
what's
it's
that?
the same
That's a different
thing.
question. It's a little different because he was known as a muscular actor.
There you go.
Bodybuilding.
Bodybuilder.
I'm putting
Bodybuilding or acting.
No one takes him seriously as the Terminator if he doesn't have 40-inch arms.
And don't worry, Mike, I'm not going to tag you in the poll. So
Corey,
you can,
what's
you can
up?
cut away
What do
from
you
this.
think?
I think Kevin's wrong, and it's just funny to watch him
Why do
flounder
you like
this.
Why do you like poking Kevin right now?
Right now.
Because I've worked with him long enough to know.
I love how
this is a great setup for the show.
I love how you're acting afraid of Kevin at his peak when I think we're all afraid of you at your peak. We'd all be afraid the most of you. But
I don't think we've even seen peak Kevin today. Like this is
That's true.
What topic
happened
would
earlier?
push Kevin
No,
over
no,
the
no.
edge
Just
right
not
now?
in general. Don't.
Corey, I should probably
Did
say
you
this.
see, Kevin, did you see the Bud Light news?
What if we just disagree the whole show with Kevin? No matter what he says, we say he's wrong the whole time.
I think that sounds fun to
the
me.
fan text is agreeing with. Well, Choppa, you've never read the fan text disagreeing with you. You pick the ones. You conveniently pick all the ones that agree with you, and you always say they're agreeing with me. Here it is.
I think the problem is
For some reason, they all begin with 469.
I don't know how long
337.
337.
I don't know how long he was famous as a bodybuilder. 15 years, 10 years.
Yep.
But he now is famous as an actor for 40, 50 years almost. You know, like so. That's the one thing is because a lot of the people that knew him as a bodybuilder are dead because of the steroids.
He is the Terminator. Like that's who I think people think of when they think of Arnold, and that's acting.
Like you go around and ask people, though, they were not going to go, "Oh, Mr. Olympia."
Right now, it's 60% to 40% bodybuilding.
Oh,
so.
no.
It's early.
It is early in the returns.
All right,
we haven't gotten to 2 a.m. yet. We don't know what's going to happen.
There's still time for hanging chads to be counted.
Illegitimate.
Kevin saying right now,
Illegitimate.
this is Hillary versus Trump.
Nope. I want no part of that conversation.
If RJ does the impression, he'll get in trouble.
Oh no, is that not allowed anymore?
I don't know.
I gotta do both of them. I gotta do.
You got to equal out
I gotta
like
equal out.
advertising.
Oh, great.
What are we doing here? When I was a boy in Scranton, Pennsylvania, my father had a lawnmower. We had a front yard. Back when people had front yards. And you remember that, folks? And we heard the ice cream man down the street. It was fantastic.
And other Mr. President, what do you think of these poll results right now?
I think they're very bad. They're very bad polls. I don't believe a word of them. Russia's involved. They're involved.
Russia's involved in the fan poll.
I think it's Austria. But
Austria's involved.
They're so.
Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mike, get us back on track.
Oh dear.
Did the Bogdanovich story come out during y'all's show yesterday? The number 10 for Hardaway and Bogdanovich, according to Jonathan Gavani.
Yeah.
And
throw
can you
up.
please sell us on this Duke player at 10, averaging 5, 5, and 1, according to ESPN's mock?
I cannot
5,
because
5, and 1.
I've watched Derek Lively. He's
awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
No.
He couldn't score on Harry Hines.
Fair enough.
Fistful of fifth.
Fair enough.
He couldn't score with Arnold's body.
I agree with you there. And,
Without the steroids.
And the thing that I keep hearing, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is at the combine, apparently he was shooting a bunch of threes, and everyone's like, oh, wow, neat. I watched him play a lot at Duke. He is a phenomenal interior defender. His offensive game in college was almost non-existent. Now, he did get better throughout the year, but that is a lot of projection because of what people thought about him coming out of high school. That feels high to me.
I've watched him on YouTube, and I've watched some AAU stuff because they said, hey, he could make threes. Before he went to Duke, the year before he went to Duke, he's obviously on the AAU circuit as a top 10 player in the country. But they'd say, here's some of his makes. So you can see that he can make the college three-point shot. But they're like, here's also his misses in these same AAU games. And like he's hitting the side of the backboard. He's airballing. They're like, so even though he did make them, that kind of was like, he shows the ability to make an outside shot, but it's not like when he misses, he's just hitting rim, backboard to rim, and then it goes out. It's like, no, he just missed by feet on that. The same corner shot that he just made, he then shoots it 2 minutes later and hits the side of the backboard, or he airballs his next wing three-pointer, and you're just like, it's confusing because there's zero consistency in his shot, except at Duke, he never made one.
Yeah. You'd be drafting him strictly for defense, particularly interior defense, which I realize is a need
He
of
could be
this
Gobert.
team.
Yeah, he could be Gobert.
But offensively, it ain't there. Like I heard you going through the stats, and the weird thing is I know other people will be like, oh, it improved so much over the season, but it improved to the point where it was like 8 points a game, so it didn't go up to
20,
18 or
Yeah. His last 2 games at Duke, he combined for 4 points.
Literally, too, the other thing, too, which is scary about him, where I would not want him at 10. I would want him at 20. If you traded back to, let's say, the 20th pick, I'd be like, I think this is a good potential guy. But if he doesn't catch it and dunk it immediately, he also can't really make the basket either. So if there's traffic around the rim, so let's just say you catch it and, I'm just using, for example, DeAndre Ayton. You catch it and you come down on your feet. Now Lively has to go back up and either try to dunk through him or put it off the glass somehow. He showed a lack of ability to do that against college guys. So when he goes against NBA guys and he doesn't immediately dunk it off of the pass, he might as well have to just kick it back out and you have to start over the offense.
Early Twitter results to end the show. 56% saying Arnold is known for acting over bodybuilding.
That's on Twitter?
That's on Twitter.
The fan text is dominating saying bodybuilding, by the way. They are.
It's amazing how the different feedback is
well, I mean,
it's different. Is that what you're gonna say?
I'm trying to think of another word.
Chop gerrymandered the fan text. That's what's happening.
Bobby blocked half of them. So
I just blocked one number 400 times.
Don't fist bump, Mike. No fist
It's
bump.
fist bump hour.
You also put which is Arnold known for. Could that be a little too?
He's known because he's known.
Yeah,
for
they
golf.
think I'm talking about Arnold Palmer.
Just
Sean.
Arnold. Just Arnold. You should have.
Do you think he's known more for golf or the drink?
The drink at this point.
But that can't be right, Chop, because without golf, couldn't have the drink.
He wasn't even listening to what you said.
Good point. He's not known for the Arnold Palmer drink. It's not even his. It's not like they created that long after
he's trolling
his demise.
Yeah. We're back tomorrow morning.
He's known for his army.
Enjoy the game tonight. Say what's up to Choppy. Up in the 300s for show. Turn on your mic.
Your mic's
turn
not
on his mic.
I'll be 300 or 100s on row 10 tonight.
How do you like that?
Your face, Chop. Say hi to me. I'll wave.
I'll be the 300s.
I'll be like, what's up?
300s.
Man, enjoy those
Did you
seats.
pay for your seats?
Yeah.
See, there you go.
KFC is up next on the Fan.
I win. The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to talk about the Rangers in this opening segment. However, Mike, I want to see if there's some sort of consensus here. Which area, city or otherwise, has the worst highway circumstances? Because I know Arlington has run afoul of Mike Bassick again and again.
I'm going to tell you something, but I'm not going to tell you.
What?
Huh?
Dana Larson has shown me a way to get out of Arlington without dealing with all of the traffic.
But you're not going to tell me.
Nope.
Is it the Uber helicopter?
Not sharing with any.
I won't share with anybody else if you just tell me for tonight.
I can't trust a single
You can
human
trust
being.
me, Mike. Come
It
on.
is the most amazing thing. I look at all of those suckers trying to get back to Dallas and Plano and all of those places as they're wasting their lives away, sitting in a car forever because the city of Arlington. Every time I drive by there, when I'm driving there today, I'm excited to go to the Ranger game. I can't wait for the Ranger game tonight. Ohtani versus Evaldi. Awesome.
Amazing.
Last night, super fun. A lot of people are coming to the game, and a lot of people are getting in traffic to come to the game and leave the game. And I think to myself, as I'm leaving the game, did the city of Arlington go, you know what we need to do? We need to have a 20-year plan to possibly fix I-30 around all of this that we've gotten. Now, they already had the Rangers forever, right?
Yeah.
Arlington Stadium, ballpark in Arlington, and the new stadium. But when they started the construction, nobody knew that 10 years from now that the Rangers would need a new ballpark or anything like that. But they had the works of AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play in all these huge events. National championship games, unbelievable concerts with 100,000 people going to it. All of these things. And Arlington in 2010 said, hey, let's reconstruct the highway around here, but never reconstruct it. Let's never improve it. In fact, let's tear everything down, make it as bad as possible for the whole Metroplex and the whole world when they come here for a Super Bowl, for an NBA All-Star game, for playoff baseball games, for a national championship college football game. Let's make it the worst place possible to try to get to. And I get why they started the construction, but was it a 20-year plan? Did we not know this? I don't live in Arlington. Arlington residents, did you guys know when they started taking 30 down and redoing it, that they said, I know it's 2010, but we'll probably be done in 2030 if we're lucky.
Well, and one of the issues that makes this even worse from like, if you just want to look at it from a sports perspective, is at least like if you talk downtown, let's just say downtown Dallas, you have like the dart rail or other options to drop you off in front of the building or get you close from a mass transit perspective. And that's the one thing that's always kind of bugged me about the placement of all of these stadiums and now Texas Live and everything is not a viable, big mass transit system to get you there.
It would have been awesome if they had installed the helicopters like they told me they would, Kevin. We were out there with the mayor, and he was like, yeah, we're working on this with Uber shuttles that fly. And I was like, awesome. This is great. It feels like it's been that way since I was a child. It feels like every time I drive out to the reason we didn't go to Wet and Wild Arlington, even though it had cooler rides sometimes, was because of traffic, because of the construction as a kid. And that might have been in like Grand Prairie even, at the time. My buddy right now is driving to Minnesota. He's driving from here, from Grapevine, driving to Minnesota. He said 30 all the way up has construction. All the way to Minnesota. And I was like, he's like, every kind of, as we get to bigger cities, it's construction outside of every single one. He said, I'm lucky I started driving in the afternoon so that I would drive overnight and avoid a lot of cars out on there. So 30 always stinks. It's just in other states now.
From the 810, I'm an Uber driver, and I definitely got emails about that helicopter thing. From the 214, anything on 635. From the 469, I drive all over the Metroplex, and Sherman by far has the worst conditions. And then this one speaks to me a lot because it's not too far from where I live. The worst traffic is getting in and out of Rockwall. F Lake Ray Hubbard.
Oh, that is
if you're going to go across that
real
bridge,
bottleneck.
It is, and it's a gamble because sometimes you can just cruise on through, but there are a lot of times a day where good luck.
The thing that is weird to me is Arlington, and I understand this, they take a lot of pride in that they have stolen the Dallas Cowboys away, that they have Texas Live now right around. And look, I honestly, I'm going to be honest here. I would have thought when AT&T Stadium was built, at least over this last decade, that area would have become a lot nicer. And Corey, you talked about the Star in Frisco, I know was a blank slate. That was just dead. That was where the Coyotes lived, pretty much. And so you could build all brand new things around there. I would have just thought over this 12, 13-year period as AT&T Stadium has been there with the Rangers being there, that it would have built up a little bit more. They still have an old Walmart right next to the stadium. But at the same time,
love that Walmart.
I just don't understand why Arlington has not said over the last decade, this highway here to our thing that makes the most money in our city is really important. We should put way more resources or try our best to get this done as soon as possible.
And to go along with that, I realize everyone harps on the weather about why you're not going to get another Super Bowl. I will just tell you this. If you're looking for a tryout, it's upon you in 3 years. Like when the World Cup is here, I mean, I realize it's all throughout North America, but again,
well, that little tryout event called the World Cup, huh?
Yeah, I you know what I'm saying.
It's going to be embarrassing.
And that's the thing, because I think you're going to get one of the semifinals here. Now, I know people are still holding out hope for the final, maybe, but like, if you want another Super Bowl, and the reason why I say it like that is because I feel Jerry has as much pull as anybody around that area. And so he might be stoked about the World Cup, but he would be over the moon about getting another Super Bowl.
Sure. I don't think it was ever about weather. I think it's just the spread out nature of the Metroplex. It's not a centralized location.
And if you have, okay, so like, let's take that because the weather gets held against them, obviously. It's not centralized. That's going to be held against them. There's nothing you can do to change that. But if you throw, hey, there's still all this construction that makes traffic a nightmare. I mean, I'm sure a lot of cities are like that. I just think that that's another thing that the Super Bowl committee looks at, and maybe they're not inclined to ever come back here anyway. But if you like were awesome with the World Cup and everyone's like, wow, what a great experience.
Like if you're like, it's somewhat efficient to get in and out of Arlington.
Sure.
We get there's going to be traffic. When there's 30,000 people at a Ranger game or 90,000 people at a Cowboy game or a concert or whatever, I understand that there's going to be traffic. But when you just kill the area for over a decade. And what I mean by that is the highway system. I don't get, like, I feel like Arlington's leaving a lot on the table by procrastinating being nice about that highway system.
And you know what? Right on cue from we have a lot of Tolos sitting in
35, Kevin, is what 30. I meant, not 30.
From the 469, literally sitting behind an accident on 30 in Rockwall right now. From the 903, sitting on Ray Hubbard, Lake Ray Hubbard right now. We're going 3 miles an hour. And that's the thing is you have nowhere to divert to, because unless, you're willing to take some sort of drastic action with your aqua car, you have nowhere to divert to.
How often do you think, just in general on our show, like, people are listening just stuck in traffic?
A
All
lot.
the time.
A lot.
All the time. Yes. I mean, and think about this, Reggie. How often do we look at 75 and just see wreck or traffic or whatever? Like, today's nice. Today I actually got here in a super fast amount of time, but usually 75's packed too. 75, there are sections, right? Richardson, that's the worst area of 75 until you get past the Mixmaster. Then once you get past the Mixmaster all the way to Mockingbird, miserable.
Between Spring Valley and I want to say, or maybe even Beltline and Bush on 75, it's like people don't understand basic exit structure.
Yeah.
They're like, hold on, I'm in the far right lane and I need to get off at Campbell in about a mile. Should I slow down to 5 miles an hour right now?
Absolutely should.
You're like, no, you shouldn't. You could just keep driving. You're already in the proper lane. You're okay. You're going to be okay. Now, we're going to talk about the Rangers winning, and we'll have plenty of time to get to that throughout the show. But I wanted to talk about a quick bit of business with the Rangers as well, because you know what today is, right?
Today is June 15th.
That's
it's
correct.
Bobby's birthday.
Right.
It's also known as the day that Bobby it looks like he's having a baby. Another child.
Because of you.
Also, it's the day that Corey goes. It's Ohtani Day. Corey's going to Ohtani Day.
It is Ohtani Day. It's also Diamond Sports Group Payment Day.
Yes!
So Diamond Sports Group missing payments day.
Today's the day.
I do not believe that is going to be the case
You
anymore.
think they scrounging it up?
Yes. So it goes like this. I've been reading a couple different places, and I know Evan Grant touched on this as well, and I want to make sure to give him credit.
Thank
because
you.
you should give people credit.
That's right.
But I was also reading about this in the Sports Business Journal is sources have said that the Reds and Twins are still the most likely to get dropped. Like they did with the Padres. They were like, well, this just isn't feasible for us. We're just going to drop you. And that was part of the litigation, everything like that. The Rangers apparently are now in good, or Diamond Sports Group is now in good standing with the Rangers, which means they made their back payment. Because remember, they only made 75% of the payment from 2 months ago. So apparently they've evened it up and they got back on payment schedule, and they either made the payment last night or they are going to make their scheduled payment today. So it looks like the course is going to stay the same when it goes to Diamond Sports Group, or probably more specifically for these parts, Bally's and the Texas Rangers, which, Mike, we were talking about this before the show. I'm guessing maybe the Rangers aren't super thrilled about that, which sounds odd.
I don't know, but you assume this. TV money keeps going up. It's not going down. So if they were to get out of this long-term contract, they would lose money immediately, but they would gain so much more money over the next 5 to 10 years, because the new contract they would either do on their own, where they would own their own rights, and there wouldn't be a middleman, or if they signed a new contract with another station, it would be way more money. And so I'm sure the Rangers are like, dang it. I don't know, though. I have no clue, how the Rangers feel about this situation. I do think this, but I don't know this. I think Bally's in their markets, this market is the biggest market they have. They don't have New York. They don't have LA. They don't have Philadelphia. They don't have Boston. So as far as I know, when it comes to at least baseball and basketball, this is their biggest market. I don't think they have a bigger market than Dallas.
So their interest here, Diamond Sports Group's interest, is to keep paying a bill to a company for a product that they are supposed to air to everybody, or as many people as they can.
Right.
yet still keep it as limited as possible and exclusive.
Their business model perplexes me to no end. While they haven't been able to come to agreement,
Just to keep in touch with this region.
Well,
okay.
and for people who are hoping that now, like, that they're going to keep this, at least it appears that they'll restart negotiations with different cable systems. I would bet not, since remember, the Texas Rangers are the team that filed a motion back in March to terminate their contract. And Diamond Sports Group counter argument was, this isn't worth what we're paying, and so we want it to be less. So if you think Diamond Sports Group is going to go back to the table with, I don't know, Dish and AT&T, well, I guess they are on DirecTV, Comcast, all these other places, and be like, hey, now we're willing to cut you a deal. I just don't know if I think that is viable.
More than anything, I think they just want to keep the connection so that whenever it's up, or they can have the relationship so that they can eventually buy the Game Boy part, the streaming part that they can push the most.
Are you talking about the Tetris movie?
The Tetris movie,
okay.
yeah. Like there's a very small thing that they want, and they can't get it because MLB's like, no, that's very valuable in the future. As soon as we get better at it, we're not good enough at it yet to know what we like. Apple TV, very good at delivering that product to their users right now.
I have to admit, I am not optimistic that the people currently running Diamond Sports Group are going to figure out how to correctly monetize whatever they think is the most valuable in the future of media rights. But for now, if you have Bally's, if you hate Bally's, it looks like the payment is going to be made and everything is going to continue. Because remember how quickly that happened in the Padres situation is Bally's or Diamond Sports Group dropped them. They were on MLB.com within 2 days. And they're like, hey, you can have a 2-week free trial and everything. It appears that will not be the case. And the Rangers will be staying with Bally's, not by their own shoes.
So this isn't a bi-monthly thing where we're going to freak out every other month and be like, ooh, there's a chance. So if you want to watch your Rangers, buy the Bally Sports app so you can see Mike.
See, here's the thing, though. I would think that if they make this payment, that means they're in it. But I don't know that. You might be right. We might be back here in August, and they're like, well, they changed their mind. The 2 months have been rough with the Fed and everything, and they decided they're done. So I don't know. But for now, it will stay the same. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the fascinatingly simple key to winning an NBA championship. And would this superstar fit in with Dallas? Got it. Next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Wall floats it right wing Beal. 2 seconds. Beal beyond the arcs for three. It's there! It's there! It is there! 0.3 of a second left. Beal the three. Spurs the inbound. Wall intercepts at midcourt. The buzzer goes off, and the Wizards escape with a 102-99 win.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk a little Bradley Beal here. I know we talked about that some yesterday, but also the simple and then potentially sad way that teams win NBA championships. So on the simple front, I saw this from Ryan Bernardoni. 85% of NBA champions since 1960 have a player that either previously won an MVP or won the MVP that season.
Okay.
And so
that shows you have to have like a superstar premium player on your team.
Yes.
Okay.
And but not only a premium player,
like a top 3 player.
Yeah,
right?
and one that's already won. And so basically that kind of like leads you to believe that, I'm not saying that the Mavericks would win the title next year, but that the Mavericks would need Luka to also be the MVP to fit the bulk of this, because the outliers 2004 and 2019, like since 2000.
So Pistons and
Raptors.
Okay.
And that's it. Every other season, you have a player who either previously had won the MVP or won the MVP that season as the driving force behind your team.
I don't know where you're going completely with this, but the Mavericks do have the hardest piece to get.
Yes.
They have, now I get that Luka still needs to accomplish the MVP, but when you get arguably a top 5 player in the game, you have a chance. If you don't, it's very tough to actually win a championship. So they have the toughest thing to get, but you have to do a lot better in building around him. So they're lucky enough that they do have the piece that 90% of NBA teams don't have.
And I do think you're right about that. I also just thought it was a wild stat to know it's not just enough to have an elite player. You have to have somebody who is recognized as the best. Now, here's the sad part of the equation. Well, there's two things. First of all, did you see what Jokic said about his finals MVP? I might have to change my mind. I told you I thought he was slow playing it to the media, and he really did care. I might have to retract that statement because he
stole it.
He was talking about his finals MVP, and he goes, I really don't know. I left it in the equipment manager's room, and it's not there anymore. So I don't know. Hopefully it'll arrive at my house. And so
I think somebody just is nice enough to give it back to you.
Yeah.
Like, packed it up, put it in one of the duffel bags, the Denver duffel bag.
Yeah.
Like when you lose your wallet and somebody mails it to your house.
Yes. And they're like, hey, there was cash in there. But you're like, you know what? At least I got my wallet back.
I was thinking about this when I saw that story, because didn't Tom Brady really want one of his Super Bowl jerseys when they came back and somebody stole it?
They did. There's
like
really
out of
good,
his bag.
Little documentary about that.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure somebody stole this. This was not one of Denver's equipment managers or trainers going, hey, he left this out. Let's just make sure to put it in a safe place. And after the parade's over and everything, we'll make sure that he has it. I think somebody saw that whoever it was, I obviously don't know, who had access into that area and took it, and now they have it. The tough thing is, like that documentary, and I remember watching that a little bit, the tough thing is selling it.
Yeah.
Because it's worth probably $500,000.
Yeah.
But you have to somehow, on some sort of black market, sell it to somebody who would buy it and then never display it, never let anybody know they have it.
Yeah, and Kevin, those 80-year-old ladies that got the trophy.
No, it wasn't Jane Fonda and Sally
Yeah,
Field.
they went
and that
from
crew.
Miami. They traveled to Denver.
No, I watched that documentary. It's just this guy.
The documentary about the 80-year-old ladies?
No, not about the 80-year-old ladies. About the person who stole Brady's jersey. It was just this guy, and he was like, "Oh yeah, sorry about that." It was. You should really watch it. I think NFL Films put it out. It's like 45 minutes. It's actually pretty fascinating. But then the other sad part about this is another year where the NBA champion wasn't fronted by one of their own top 5 picks. And so some research has stated we're trying to figure out.
Nobody knows how to draft.
Well, or eventually they do know how to draft, but they don't know how to build around that draft pick, which I think is the nervous part when it comes to Luka, is only 6 top 5 picks have won a title without having to leave their drafting team since 1990.
Having to leave?
Yeah, well,
that's interesting. That's interesting because doesn't it makes it sound like those guys are just like, man, I can't be here. Why? Well, they haven't quite figured it out yet. Well, can you wait? Nope, I got to go now.
And 2 primary examples I think of are Shaq and LeBron, because Shaq's like, well, I have to leave because they don't know how to run business and finances. And LeBron was like, well, I have to leave because this organization is terrible around me. And the reason why that's concerning is you see there are players that go on to win those titles, just not in the place they were drafted, to your point about having the elite piece.
Yeah, I didn't know that stat until you brought it up right before we went on the air. And all I could think of since 1990 was Wade in 2006 and Duncan in his dynasty.
Yeah.
But you're saying that possibly Hakeem and Jordan qualify.
Because they won their titles after 1990, and then maybe Isaiah Thomas because he won in 90.
Yeah. Which that was what we grew up in, the era I grew up in, and that's why it's so tough to take a little bit of LeBron James. Hey, I totally get what he did and the benefits of why he left and why he's in LA now, but at the same time, I just grew up where Larry represented Boston, Magic represented the Lakers, Isaiah represented the Pistons, Hakeem represented the Rockets. Like that was just the way it is. Mavericks. Yeah, Ro Blackman. Let's go. Yeah.
I love Ro Blackman.
Yeah.
That dude, every time he comes on our show, he delivers.
But that was just when it all changed approximately. I don't know, it changed a little bit before that, but when it really changed was with LeBron. That just changed the way that somebody who's now 45 years old had to change the way that they saw NBA basketball players, that they do not represent teams.
And somebody brought this up, and there's a couple of concerning parts with this. When the 817, Miami made a hell of a run without an elite player. I would try building a team with a bunch of Jimmy Butlers rather than trying to build around one Luka. So
a bunch of Jimmy Butlers hard to find.
And I would argue that somehow, some way, he kind of sandbags it for most of the season. Then Jimmy Butler turns on elite mode in the playoffs. But even if you don't believe that, you just think he's really good, is you look at Bam next to him, Tyler Hero, even obviously you've seen Caleb Martin come up in the world. And that's the concern, is build with a bunch of Jimmy Butlers. That does not seem to be the way that the Mavericks think teams are built.
How much is Jimmy Butler making again?
I mean, he makes a crap ton of money.
He's
that's difficult.
He got a max contract.
Yeah, so you can't have 5 max contracts. If you're going to have a bunch of Jimmy Butlers.
They've the new CBA makes it almost, not perfect, but almost where you can only have 2 max contracts.
And even the Mavericks are still, it feels like, this is just my perception, is, I'm not saying they're going to get Bradley Beal, but they were like, hey, how can we make Beal work and still keep Kyrie? Or, hey, how could we get DeAndre Ayton, who makes all of the money, and still keep Kyrie? It still feels like we are building in terms of, All right, we got Kyrie to pair with Luka. Now, what third star can we get? Because they tried this with KP when they were looking for those two and another third star. It still feels like the Mavericks are building off the star system, and that's why that stat is so alarming to me, is because, like, you can have a star. You can draft him. He might not win with you.
So, to your point of all this, I've been thinking so much about the Mavericks and reading so much. The last 2 nights, Mark Cuban and Kyrie Irving have been in my dreams.
Oh, man.
It's not good. Do you think you need to take a break?
Mark Cuban saw me, said hello to me in a very disingenuous way.
Oh, my gosh.
And then walked right by me to really show me up. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense, the way I talk about you. And then Kyrie, I want to say I was in some sort of dream where we were kind of sitting near each other, but he was leaving to go to another team. I can't remember in my dream what team he was leaving to go to.
Yeah.
But that was kind of the 2 dreams I've had in the most recent nights that I can remember, is Mark Cuban being in one of my dreams and Kyrie Irving being one of my dreams. And then the thing about,
I think that means you need to take a break, Mike.
I know.
Or maybe you're in love with them.
Oh,
this stat that you're kind of bringing up and the way the Mavericks build is, I do think this, as much as at times people are like, hey, you're way too hard on Luka. And I get it. I can get from a person's perspective where I'm way too hard on Luka. I do love him. I think he's great. I think he needs to tweak some things in his game, or, you could look at him as major changes in his game. But if he leaves, and I do think he will, I'm not saying he's leaving this year or next year, but I do think it will play out you're pretty much giving the stat. It plays out for guys like Luka where they win a championship on another team. I think it will destroy me as a Mavs fan. I think it will destroy me and I'll be done. I don't think I'll ever come back. Like that will be the death blow, because I do care about them more than other teams, because I guess I think about them so much that they can get into my dreams. Is that I'm just like, if it happens, if Luka leaves 2-3 years from now to go to another team because this did not build around him close to the way that we were hoping, I think that will totally destroy me and I'll be done.
Now,
then I don't have confidence in Mark Cuban.
I totally understand that. To go along with that, we have to do the perfunctory mention of Bradley Beal. Is Reggie brought this to my attention yesterday about the trade kicker?
Yes.
So Bradley Beal is under contract. First of all, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I know he's going to move, but I just don't envision him coming here. The remainder of his contract is 4 years, $207 million. He also has a 15%, just think about that for a second. He has a 15% trade kicker, which, assuming that goes for the remainder of the deal and not just year one, that would put his contract at 4 years, $238 million, or $59.5 million a year. His final year would be 2026-27, in which he has a player option that he damn sure will pick up, because then it would be worth $65 million for that season.
Nice. Good for him.
Good
man.
for him, for sure.
That's awesome for
Isn't
him.
that amazing? And he's not a top 15 player in this league. I don't know if he's a top 20 player in this league. I think once you get past 15, he gets into the conversation, but I'm not sure with his injury history, lack of, when I say leadership, leading a team to at least the playoffs. And that's the thing that was so disappointing this year, is like, how can you not make the playoffs with Luka? You can usually have crap around a great player and still be one of the top 16 teams in the league. And so Bradley Beal, would I like him on the Mavs? I would, as long as Kyrie's not here. Kyrie, Beal, and Luka make no sense at all.
Yeah.
But if you were to say we're using Kyrie to get these pieces, we're bringing in Beal to be the second guy with Luka, I totally get that. I hope that Beal stays healthy. I hope that he shows more of a trait of winning basketball than just, I put up good numbers and I'm fun to watch basketball. But I just don't know. I mean, we're getting so close to the draft. We're getting so close to trade season. We're getting so close to free agency. And I just have this like yucky feeling about how it's all going to end for the Mavs.
Yeah, no, I understand that. My confidence level in their ability to build a team is not super high, because I think the issues of this team are far more in terms of, we like to talk about depth, but usually the depth we talk about is like, hey, our 6 through 10 guys are unbeatable. And you're like, hey, but what about 3 through 5? What can we do there is where I would love for their focus to be.
The year that they won the championship, they kept talking about the Dampier chip and everything. Like they had assets that they could go pursue things. And I don't know that Mark Cuban knows any other way than to have some chips at the table, and he doesn't have any right now.
Well, Corey, good news from the 806. Don't worry, guys. Cuban has read the new CBA front and back and will run circles around this league.
No, he read it the last time, Kevin.
What do you mean? He did great.
I really think he just said I paid somebody to read it.
He did the best job.
He didn't know. He had no clue.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Great win for the Rangers, but at what cost? Next.
Coming up in the next G.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those who haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
I don't know how engaged you were in last night's game, but that was a little bit of an emotional roller coaster of a game.
I told you in the pre-show when Will Smith, who's been excellent, comes out and gives up 2 runs, I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
I know it's still only 6-3 then, but I thought, please no.
But that's Shohei Ohtani, though, at that point. Like, I didn't blame him for that at all.
But I don't.
It's amazing when you're there live watching him hit the ball that far. You're like, oh my God.
And you guys are right, but I don't separate that at the moment and be like, he's a great player. I'm like, please no. You know, just about like the bullpen struggles in general.
So here's my emotions through the game is to start the game, Andrew Heaney's struggling to throw the ball where he wants. Reed Detmers is pretty stinking awesome. And so you're just going through, come on, get through this. We are not going to get 5 innings out of you, are we? Like you're just looking at the pitch count go up and up. After 3 innings, he's at 70 pitches, and you're just like, I don't think he's going to get 6 more outs. Because he just didn't have enough pitches. The way that he was inefficient, you're just going, oh no, this is going to be a battle of bullpens. What did I say? If you get into a battle of the bullpens, the Angels have the better bullpen. You're going to lose these games if it's a battle of the pens. Your starting pitcher needs to win the matchup, and then you hold on to the lead. And I'm like, gosh, no. Leote hits the big home run. I'll get to him later, either in Nuggets or later in the show. So you tie it up at 1. Andrew Heaney can't get out of the 4th inning, but then there's an emotional high because young Grant Anderson comes into the game and gets out of the bases loaded situation in the 4th inning. So you're pumping your fist. You're like, yes. Good. And then the Rangers in the 5th and 6th innings get runners on base. I believe the bases loaded and 2nd and 3rd with less than 2 outs, and you can't score. And I'm thinking, son of a gun, why can't we get hits anymore in these situations? One, we're starting to, this is team-wise, not every individual, but team-wise, we're starting to expand our zone way too much. We're swinging at pitches out of the strike zone with less than 2 strikes, which then causes us to get behind in the count. Pitcher's advantage. He knows that we're a little bit too aggressive, and he can then be a little bit more aggressive outside of the zone, knowing that the Rangers will expand their zone. So one of the reasons the Rangers were struggling in the middle of the game yesterday to knock in a guy, Robbie Grossman came up with 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. And I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks on everybody who came up, but it was just frustrating. I think Ezekiel Duran came up too with a runner on 3rd base and less than 2 outs, and he struck out too.
Yeah.
And you're just like, son of a gun. So then there's the emotional low. There's the emotions of, oh no, Reed Detmers is pitching better than our starting pitcher. That's not supposed to happen. Then Grant Anderson gives you an emotional high. Then the offense gives you emotional lows by not being able to get runners in on 3rd base with less than 2 outs.
I honestly thought our opening segment was going to be more surrounded. Where have you gone offense? You know, and like, I'm not saying one game changes the struggles of 2 games before, but I was very nervous that this is going to be another game where you scored 1 run.
But Grant Anderson was awesome.
Yep.
He comes in and he was just great. And then Spores comes in and he was great. And then obviously as he's in the game, then you get the big back-to-back home runs. Simeon with the 2-run homer, which I'm going to be honest, I didn't even turn to watch the ball. I'm watching on the television up in left field where we do pre and post game, and he hit the ball, and I was like, that's foul. Simeon thought it was foul. He's watching, but he's like, I probably hooked it foul. I'm not going to keep this one fair. And then the last second, he's like, oh my God, it's going to stay fair, and it hits the foul pole, and then he runs around the bases. And then immediately the next pitch, you just get kind of the Corey Seager experience. If you try to throw a get-me-over breaking ball, you will be backing up bases or watching him jog around the bases. Like he is not going to let you just throw a get-me-over breaking ball.
I like the Corey Seager experience. That's nice.
He likes to hit first pitch home runs too.
If you throw a strike, he's swinging.
Yeah.
He's not up there to wait. The other day in a game, Simeon swung at the first pitch. A lot of times if the leadoff batter swings at the first pitch and makes an out, you have to take the next pitch. As the second batter, you're like, I'm not going to swing at the next pitch and give them a 2-pitch, 2-out scenario.
Yeah.
And Seager's like, I don't care. He threw a strike. I'm swinging. He got out too. And I'm like, oh crap, man. There's 2 pitches and 2 outs. And then Nate Lowe took up the next pitch, like pretty much like right down the middle, fastball down the middle for strike 1, knowing like I can't have a 3. You just don't allow a guy to have a 3-pitch inning, especially a starting pitcher, because that just sets the tone that they can stay in there for a long time. And you do want to get usually to middle reliever. So anyways, a lot of emotions there. And when Semien hit the home run, I was just fired up. I think the crowd was fired up because there was a little bit of like, man, if you're kind of a Rangers fan and you've been watching the last 5-6 days of Rangers baseball, there's been so many lost opportunities, and you felt like there were lost opportunities in this game. So getting that huge home run and then another home run by your 2 best players just felt great. And then Will Smith comes in and closes out the game in the 9th inning. I get he didn't get the save. It was 6-1. They were warming up Barlow.
Yeah.
That's a whole discussion too, but the Rangers used their 3 best relievers to win that game.
And I know we want to focus on the relievers here, but I did want to throw a shout out to Semien because we talked about his struggles over the 2 games before. Since you mentioned him, I saw the stat from Jared, and I like the way he put this. List of MLB players with 10 or more home runs, 20 or more doubles, 50 or more RBIs. Okay, Marcus Semien, searching for more. Nope, that's it.
Wow.
Marcus Semien.
I thought maybe it would be Ronald Acuna Jr.
Nope,
but, yeah.
that's it.
Okay.
That's incredible.
So
give him now.
Here's the interesting thing about tonight, because Corey, you're going to the game tonight.
I'm going.
There's going to be 40,000 people there. It's pretty much a sellout.
On a Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday night sellout.
Spreader event.
I believe Friday might be a sellout too. I'm not sure, but I know that this Blue Jay series, a lot of people have bought tickets to this Blue Jay series, and for some reason I might have heard Dave Raymond last night on the telecast talk about a possible sellout for Friday night and also possible sellout for tonight too. So Ranger fans, I do believe, are buying up tickets and are very excited to see this team play. We talked about Bally's, how that can be challenging for the fans to watch them play on television, but I think the people that are going out to the game are just seeing a really great show.
And in terms of tonight, not to discount everything you said spot on about this team in general, but tonight, you have
the best pitching matchup that you can get out of this duo.
1,000,000%, because you talked about, and Reggie brought up, it's like, hey, Shohei hit it. What can you do? But he is also an excellent pitcher, but he's going up against, in this moment, a pitcher that is better. Nathan Eovaldi right now, in his last 10 starts, so I guess not right now, is 8-0 with a 1.65 ERA. In his last 10 starts, 8-0 with a 1.65.
And it's very important that he goes deep into the game. And here is why. So last night, Boch, in his post-game interview, they were asking questions, and he was like, look, there's going to be guys that need a couple nights off now. And because of the appearance by Heaney, which was only 3 1/3, you use Anderson for 2+ innings, and you use Spores for 2 innings. If I have it right, 2 1/3 and 2 innings. So they combined to throw 4 1/3 innings in their situation here. And they're down tonight. They cannot pitch no matter what. They will not pitch. If you get to inning 18, they're not pitching. It will be Sam Huff pitching or whatever. It will not be
because you brought him back.
These 2 guys. So they both pitched. You threw Will Smith 2 innings, day off inning. They probably don't want to pitch him. I'm not going to say they won't pitch him. Like in a big situation, 3-2, 9th inning, I can see where Will Smith closes, and then they give him for sure 2 days off. They're like, Friday and Saturday you have off. The next game you could pitch is Sunday. But Eovaldi's night is so important tonight. If you're going to win, I don't think you can have another game with what you have left in your pen. Let's just say he goes 5 innings. He gives up 1 run. The score is 2-1 Rangers after 5. You don't really, you don't have the hosses to put up 4 zeros. You now have to go back to, I'm not saying you're going to Leclerc, but you have to start going to John King, Brock Burke. I'm trying to name guys in my head, to be like, this gets a little bit dicey. Barlow, who's back on the team, like that doesn't feel like a 12 outs without giving up a run situation. So Eovaldi's been pitching great, but I think there's a little bit of, like, from my standpoint, pressure of, man, you need to get us 21 outs, if not 27.
Okay, that was going to be my question, if 7 is the threshold, but sure, 7. Complete game would be great.
7.
And the tough thing is when going against Ohtani, it's tough to go, hey, I think we can score 5 or 6. Now, the Rangers have hit Ohtani pretty good when they faced him. So it has not been total domination from Ohtani versus the Rangers in his career. But man, this one is going to be really fun. But Eovaldi really needs to have a great game because you don't really have the arms that you would like to have to try to pick up zeros in the last 3 or 4 innings of this game. And I'll move it to another point just to tease.
We will.
Leody Taveras is unbelievable right now. And so I want to talk a little bit about kind of unsung hero of this season.
We're the KNC masterpiece
or
right
not
here.
singing hero.
Yeah, right here.
Right.
Oh my God.
Unsung.
Oh my gosh.
Not singing.
Non-sing.
Non-singing.
Non-singing.
Non-sunging.
Fan.
Neither singing.
Coming up next.
Non-musical.
Oh my God.
That's
You
different.
too, Reggie.
That's different than singing.
Coming up next, a topic I think you guys are all going to care about. Should this practice be allowed in baseball or maybe any professional sport? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're in exercise. 877-881-1053. Can you guess what Mike said while our intro was playing? Go ahead and throw out some guesses.
There's no way.
Also,
I didn't hear it.
Probably not. You can feel free to text in as well. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. What do you think Mike said, like literally while the intro music was going? That he
Should we give people hints?
Because
they're not going to get it still.
But I want to see first.
Okay, fantastic.
First, I just want to see what comes of this, and then we'll go from there. All right. Want to give a shout out to Joe Pompliano for putting this thread together, because I thought it was amazingly fascinating. And Mike, I think you are going to be caught up in this. And Corey, I know you already are.
Yep.
Ellie De La Cruz. You're familiar?
6'5", infielder, but playing third base.
Fastest man alive.
Oh my God.
Yes. And he'll be glad to tell you that, which I appreciate.
He said, I'm the fastest man alive.
Is in his career, he has the potential to make lots and lots of money. Fair to say?
Yes.
Well, a company called Big League Advantage
I know this
is
story. This is a good story.
is going to get a lot of that money, or potentially a lot of that money. So here's how it works, and I know that you guys are familiar with it, but I'm going to break it down because
for sure,
and see how everyone feels. So there's a company called Big League Advantage. It was founded in 2016 by former minor league baseball player Michael Schwimmer, who also played Ross on the show Friends.
Yes.
Different
No,
Schwimmer.
that was David Schwimmer.
Yeah.
The firm has 40 employees.
It's a weird last name.
And they use proprietary predictive analytic models to find inefficiencies in the market. And you might be like, what the hell does that mean? So they look at prospecting, because that is a huge part of baseball. And they'll use analytics to be like, hey, this player is undervalued, this player is undervalued, this player is undervalued.
They have a specific formula, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do. And proprietary means, well, you don't get to know what it is. I don't get to know what it is.
You know what it is?
I do not.
Okay.
One of the people that they invested in is Fernando Tatis. They found him as junior.
Yeah, that'd have been a bad idea in 2018.
Joe Buck found the senior.
That is for damn sure. Look it up, kids. In 2017, in 2017,
you good? You okay?
It's a hard rumor.
The look on Mike Bassing's face for that is amazing. In 2017, Big League Advantage fronted Fernando Tatis Jr. a bunch of money with the idea that he would reportedly pay back 8% of his future earnings in exchange for, I don't know what it was, but it was in the millions for a seven figures.
Around 8%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
$27 million in earnings?
No. You're skipping
Sorry.
So I don't know what the amount was that he got. It could have been 1 million. It could have been 3 million, but he got in the seven figures for 8% of his future earnings. Now, keep in mind, he signed the $340 million deal with the Padres later on. And Fernando Tatis said he used the money on personal trainer, better food, better apartment, because the idea is you can use this money however you want. You can use it strictly
your money, right?
Yeah, for training purposes, to get you better prepared for Major League Baseball.
Exotic dancers.
I mean, you could,
all right,
or to take care of your family, and
James
everywhere
Harden.
and everywhere in between. So now, because of that, he will, over the span of his career, assuming he never gets another contract, pay back BLA $27.2 million. Now, keep this in mind.
So hold on. If he gets another contract, he owes him more money?
It is
for his baseball career.
It is for the entirety of your baseball career. Now, I did learn while going through this entire thread, the deal only covers salary during players' careers. So anything you make after you retire or endorsements or anything like that, that's not part of the deal. So it is strictly your contracts you get while you're in baseball. And we're starting with baseball, but this is already trickling over into other sports, as you can imagine. Now, here's the fascinating thing about Tatis is BLA spent $26 million in its first fund for 77 different players. If none of those players ever made a dime in Major League Baseball, they're still going to come out ahead.
And I mean, isn't that the whole reason you do this?
For sure.
Help me out here. Explain.
He owes them $27 million.
Oh, okay, I got you. They're going to come out ahead because Tatis over this period will be able to pay that off. I got you.
But they're likely making a lot more money because they didn't release the names, but BLA had 7 players in last year's MLB All-Star game alone. So they probably
has to be all players that hadn't made the majors till like 2018, right?
And I think you're probably onto something here. And this is why I wanted to bring it up, because I wanted to get y'all's take on, do you think this is okay? Because I see where both sides are coming from, but some people have argued that this is predatory. In fact, Francisco Mejia, he sued the firm in 2018, though he eventually retracted that lawsuit, claiming they took advantage of his financial illiteracy and desperation. I'm not...
Are most of the people there trying to get Latin players?
That is a big part of this business.
Jazz Chisholm's one of their clients.
Okay, and so I do not want to pretend as if that is the only market they tread in.
Okay.
But baseball and prospecting can be wild. Not to say it doesn't exist in the NBA and other sports to a lesser extent, but because of the international market and the way the draft works with that in mind, baseball prospecting can get wild. They do kind of focus a lot on that. And BLA has said it's not predatory because they require independent lawyers to review each agreement, and a lot of the players never pay them any money.
I think that it's okay with what they're doing. I've heard the other side. I understand the other side, but it's impossible right now. I'm not trying to pick on this guy. If you would have invested 3 years ago in Cole Winn and you would have said, I'll tell you what, Cole, we're going to give you $1 million right now, but we want you to pay 7 to 8% of your salary through Major League Baseball. You have to pay us. Well, that would sound like, oh, that's predatory. Look, he's about to take off, first round pick, this and that. It looks like Cole Winn's never going to pitch in the major leagues, just to be honest. I hope he does. I hope he turns it around. But last night was another tough game. So you'd probably be out $1 million. That was the risk that you took, is that Cole Winn got $1 million for never playing Major League Baseball. I know he got more millions of dollars being a first round pick, but like you would have taken that risk.
But for the player, if he never makes it, he
just got more money.
Yeah.
I do think that over time, it is great for this company because if you hit on like one guy, but it sounds like if you hit on, let's just say 10% of the people you hit on,
you're probably going to make a lot.
You're going to make a lot of money. But there are these guys there. That means 90% of minor league baseball players that sign these deals are going to get money that I want to say didn't earn, but they signed that contract and they knew that there was a risk that they could be taking $1 million to give back $20 million over a 10-year period. But there's going to be guys that never play in the major leagues that get money.
And I want to point out, I definitely see that side.
Yeah.
Another part of it that got brought up is, let's say you're not a bonus baby.
Right.
But you still have some potential.
Right.
Is the average minor leaguer is still making less than $30,000.
Right.
And
that's after like a landmark labor agreement with the minor leaguers. I think that's the issue that comes to my mind is the environment that fosters the ability for these, I guess, venture capitalists to come in and take advantage of the poor situations. It's the poor situations. I was just talking about it with Carter. It's like, how insane is it that we're expecting talent to develop and build this game, and we're like, hey, you got peanut butter sandwiches and eight-hour bus rides. Good luck.
We talked with somebody with the Rangers, and we were there in spring training when they got a contract extension. Was it Trevino? And he was like, you don't understand how much this I can send so much of this money back to my family. Like, not that
Robinson Chirinos.
Thank you very much.
Venezuela, and you're trying to bring your family over, too.
Exactly. And so he was like, this changes everything. And he didn't mean for himself.
Yeah.
He wasn't like, I'm so excited I was going to give $10 million. He was like, I can use this to send back to my family, or we can get some of the family members over here. And I see people suggesting like, oh, Major League Baseball can just pay their minor leaguers more. It was so hard to get it to this point to begin with. That's great. And I don't anticipate Major League Baseball being like, you know what, you're right.
That's a little bit of a fake number, the 30,000.
You think that's too high?
Well, it's a real number, but once I made the major leagues, and you get sent back down to the minors. Let's just take Owen White, for example. Now, I don't know everything, but Owen White, all of a sudden, his salary now goes to $100,000. Before that happened, before he got called up to the major leagues, he was making like $2,000 a month. He was on a $10,000 salary this year for the whole year. Yikes. But once you make the major leagues and get sent back down, it changes everything. Now, he was also on the 40-man, so it probably would have been more than $2,000. But if everybody can understand where I'm coming from, if you don't make the majors or get put on the 40-man roster, which 26 of them are in the major leagues, you are making $10,000 or less per minor league season. It's the guys that make the majors or make the 40-man bring that number way up to $30K.
And so I see why people take the money. Because I know you can reflect on like Fernando Tatis and be like, oh, that was bad. But like Fernando
What's weird
Tatis
with him is his
Jr.
dad made it. His dad made millions. Like his dad must have screwed up his money.
That is a little odd. But let's just say his dad hadn't have played in Major League Baseball and he's like, do you know what this $1 million could do for me to pursue my goal, but also, and probably far more importantly, can do for my family, whether it's to set them up if they want to stay where they are, whether it's to, you know, allow them to move for people who have family that are not in the United States, if you want to get them to the United States. Like, I see any number of reasons that you would sign that deal, especially if you're like, I think I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And you're like, but I can't wait for the money. It's just, it sucks that, I don't know. This is where I'm conflicted, Mike.
Let me help you out here with another topic with this. You know, obviously we've talked to my agent, Jonathan Maurer, who has major league clients and minor league clients, and he's really hoping that his minor league clients make it. But you know what? The majority of his clients don't make it. And he's shelled out thousands of dollars for bats, batting gloves, all these things, right? And he never sees a dime from those guys. I'm just wondering, you have to be a bigger agent, but why wouldn't agents take this model with some of their minor league guys and go, here's the deal. I understand you're struggling. I have the capital. Instead of you turning to this company, why don't you turn to me? I will give you right now $250,000, but you're signing somewhat a lifetime contract that you can't leave to go to Scott Boras. You have to be my client. You have to now sign a 15-year contract with me because I'm giving you $250,000. And instead of it being, usually agents are at 4%. I heard Broad is talking about this. It's different with different sports, but in baseball, it's 4%. I believe Boras is 5%. But you could maybe go through an agent rather than this firm, but now you're stuck with that agent forever.
You brought up Boras, and it's kind of interesting because I don't know if this is self-interest or this is how he really feels. Scott Boras is one of the people who said that BLA intentionally targets players from Latin America who don't get large signing bonuses. Right. BLA's response is they'd sign more than 100+ American players, but now it's trickling over into other sports. For example, BLA signed a deal with Nolan Smith. So obviously we're talking about a football player. They have also started,
edge rusher out of Georgia, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Number 30 pick. And they've also ventured into boxing. I don't want to point it out that BLA is like the only organization that does this, because whether it's basketball, boxing, or whatever, there are other firms that do this. I just think BLA was closer to the beginning of it. So for Nolan Smith, he got an upfront cash payment via NIL, because that's how it's going to start to go, because that's obviously right now tracked even less, in exchange for 1 social media post per month, 2 player appearances, and 2 contact shoots, plus obviously between 1 and 10% of his future earnings. Based off of his rookie deal alone, that's between $120,000 and $1.2 million.
Real quick, what I like about this more though, Mike, is it's not, hey, pay us $5,000 to be in a showcase and maybe you're going to get buried in the back of the line the entire time while you're trying to be seen by people. This is, we think you're really good at something and we're going to give you money to be better at it.
Now, the one thing that's tough about you have to get into other markets is this. They have to go after Latin Americans. To your point, guess what? Middle to upper class play baseball. You can't play baseball in the United States of America unless you're middle or upper class. You can't. So we all are middle class to
You're
upper
saying
class.
like in terms of getting
The parents.
noticed by...
No,
okay.
the parents. The parents have to be middle to upper class. I'm paying for 2 kids to play baseball. I'm paying about $6,000 a year for them to play baseball. You can't, if you're lower class, you can't afford to pay $6,000 a year for your 2 boys to play baseball. You just can't. So if one of these companies came to my son and said, hey, kid, I will give you $250,000 for 5% of your major league earnings, and it looks like he's on track to be a major leaguer. You don't need to do that. I can help you out. What do you need? You're saying you need more money for food? I will make sure that you have good food. You want to make sure you're going to TMI in Arlington to make sure that you get proper training from professionals? I'll make sure you have that. You have to go after Latin Americans because Americans that are lower class, I hate saying this. I don't want it to be this way.
Lower income, maybe.
Sorry, lower income. I'm sorry I said it that way. Is lower income is they're not playing baseball. They're playing basketball and they're playing football. If you're looking at team sports. And so when you look at that, they have to start looking, if they're going after Americans, they can't go after baseball players that are Americans because for the most part, those people that are playing baseball are already middle upper class. How do I go after them if their parents are making 6 and 7 figures?
It's a fascinating topic. And I know we didn't solve anything. And like I said, even I am conflicted about this. I don't like the idea of predatorily going after families in need, but I don't know if every player views it that way. They might be like, hey, it sucks that I have to pay this money going forward, but I can't tell you how important that influx of cash at the beginning when I didn't have it was for my family. I don't know. I would love to try to speak with some of these players, and maybe that's something we could try to seek out to get more information.
Get Jazz on.
I mean, sure. Jazz Chisholm or Fernando Tatis Jr. would be fantastic.
Nolan Smith.
The Transformer.
No, not Jazz the Transformer. Now, a bunch of
Will
people,
Smith's best friend?
A bunch of people, not DJ Jazzy Jeff, guess what Mike said right before the break. Deal with it. Let's go fart heads from the 817. Do fish get thirsty from the 214? Mike said he's ready to get home to Shaq and Charles. A lot of votes for some semblance of why doesn't Cuban realize he's an idiot? That's what a lot of people guess. Mike, will you tell everyone what you said while our intro music was coming in?
This is going to make all the sense in the world. I forgot what I said. What was I talking about?
I believe what you said is, I think I could have been really good at gymnastics.
Oh, because I'm so flexible in the way that I
you were
tell.
talking about the horseshoes.
I was talking about
that
horses.
Also happened, but
and how I flexed on. He talked about hobby horses, and I said, well, they don't cost as much because they're a lot smaller because of them being hobbits. And then you didn't laugh at all, and I thought you didn't hear me. Like, no, I heard you, but you didn't think it was entertaining at all. And I said, look how flexible I am. I should have been a gymnast.
Yes,
because
like half a second before the mic goes on.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. It's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. Or maybe they might be discussing a trade that you do or do not potentially agree with. I'm going to start this off in the basketball space, and perhaps we'll choose to stay in the basketball space. Mike, I'm going to read this to you verbatim at the beginning of the email. I got an email from Adam Silver this morning, the commissioner of the NBA.
Oh, you got that email too?
Dude, I thought he was just personally emailing me to say thank you so much for putting the Mavericks on blast on trying to be a better organization.
No,
I didn't get in that.
It was actually the opposite, because he says, "Dear Kevin," which again, enjoy the personal touch. I hope you enjoy this NBA season. One of the most competitive and unpredictable seasons in the history of our league. Do you think Adam Silver is an idiot for having his name attached to a form email that called this one of the most competitive NBA seasons in history?
Was it not a competitive NBA season?
I mean, half the time, sure.
Isn't that kind of what they're going for?
Guys play about 60% of the games and try 50% of those 60% of games. So that means you're getting full effort from the best players in the league for at least 25 games a year. It's an amazing product.
He's keeping this league together, Kevin.
Yesterday, Marcus Simeon fouled the ball off his foot, and I thought if that was a basketball player, we'd be here for 30 minutes waiting for him to get off the ground.
Although, can't we look at this as like, isn't this the fifth different champion in as many years? Like, I think that the NBA has gotten to this point where they've embraced the parity of it, and like how many different teams, not only in the 5 different years, but also like that hadn't won championships before, or just were out of the norm of what we considered championship contenders. Maybe it's from that perspective.
Interesting. That is one way to view it. If he could just get people to try on a more regular basis, I'd be pretty stoked about that as well. Do you think...
How's he going to do that?
He should be able to listen
at this point, but getting them to try...
Did you get it?
I did.
I don't know, man. I don't know if he can get them to try at this point. That's kind of where I...
Well, he obviously put in the
What's the
65
motivation?
games or
Yeah.
you don't get any awards, which means that if you weren't to make an NBA team, look at Bradley Beal's contract. His contract would be about $10 million less per year if he wouldn't have made an all-NBA team right before that contract. So there's a little bit of incentive there. That's why Ja Morant is now going to have a max that is about, 10% less or 15% less than what he could have got if he would have not flashed guns.
And Michael Porter Jr.'s contract is like fully guaranteed at $40 million for winning and in getting past the conference finals and for winning a championship. I saw that this morning.
What?
Yeah, I saw something this morning along.
In his contract there was a clause.
Yeah, there was a clause that said if he won, it would be guaranteed at $40 million.
But okay.
But that's how you keep a championship team together, Kevin, is by paying them all the money.
Yikes. They're definitely going to regret
I think they should, they should let everybody go and go after Dwight Howard.
Okay.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Arnold is known more for being an actor rather than a bodybuilder.
Okay.
From
By
the 972.
Way, the Twitter poll supports me, actor.
Well, but that's Twitter. Not all old people are on Twitter. But I agree with Kevin, but I also agree with Choppy. And I said this earlier.
What?
The back in the day when we learned of Arnold Schwarzenegger, when we were kids, we kind of knew him for a couple of movies, right? But he was known for being a bodybuilder then.
I absolutely disagree with that.
He came to prominence behind being a bodybuilder.
But that's before I was alive. So I don't know him as that, to Corey's point.
84 was the year he became an international superstar. And I was 3 at the time. And so That's what it said on the internet. I Googled it. It said Terminator made him an international superstar.
Because I would argue probably the Conan the Barbarian movies, or at least
I could see
one
that.
of them, made him a really big deal as well. Do you think this would be an idiot move, or do you love it? Is Jake Fisher, at Jake L. Fisher on Twitter, says the Mavericks are discussing trading down in the draft to pick up a veteran player in the process. It would look like this. Mavs and Hawks have discussed a deal. It would be Davis Bertans in pick number 10 for John Collins in pick number 15. Although, like, that's a rumor. I'm not saying that's imminently going to happen. Would you think that's an idiot move, or do you like it?
I like it. I'll tell you the one I hate. I hate Tim Hardaway Jr. and the 10th pick for Bogdanovich in Detroit. I get that he's a better player, but he's 32 years old. I'm like, wait, we're trading the 10th overall pick for him? Like, no.
Yeah.
There has to be better out there. Like, he does not put you over the top or put you back in conference finals type of discussion. That doesn't make any sense. This, you're dropping 5 spots to get a much better player.
You're
like
getting
it.
a new Christian Wood?
That's my issue. Jason Kidd could not figure out Christian Wood. The players on the team didn't really care to play with Christian Wood. I think him and Tim Hardaway Jr. had the biggest trouble playing together on the basketball team at the same time.
Okay.
I think other people had issues too, but I like him. I think John Collins has a lot of ability. He's not going to live up to maybe the ability we thought 2 or 3 years ago when they made the conference finals and he and Trae Young led them to that spot. He's been a disappointment from that aspect. But I think if you had a good coaching staff, you could have a solid player in John Collins. He's going to be somewhat inconsistent. His whole career has been inconsistent. But a dude on certain nights who's going to get you 25 points and 15 rebounds and 3 block shots on his really great nights. Other nights he's going to get you 9 points and 4 rebounds, and you're like, what the hell happened to John Collins tonight?
Yeah, but Bertans is a nobody. Going to get you 4 points on a night and get blown by 7 or 8 times on defense.
Good point.
And you're just dropping 5 spots too. And I'll tell you, pick 10 and pick 15. Looking at this draft, who knows who falls? But right now, there's not a huge difference. And if the Mavericks do like Derek Lively at 5 points and 5 rebounds a game at Duke because he's 7'1" and the only other center in this draft besides Wemby, I think dropping from 10 to 15, I think he'll still be there at 15. So if that's the guy that you're targeting in the draft, I have no clue if that's who they're targeting. I think if you drop to 15, you still get Derek Lively at 15.
Okay.
Is MLB still idiots for not changing the baseline rule at this point? Like, how many times this year?
Person got plunked.
Well, you know what? If the Rangers tie for the division this year, or they lose the division by 1 game, that stinks because that was a winning play right there. That wins the game for Washington. Instead, Houston wins the game. I don't know what they're supposed to do. Because you can make it kind of a block charge situation where you're like, we're just going to leave it up to the umpire.
Mm-hmm.
But the umpire screwed it up yesterday. He was running inside the baseline, or even on the baseline, you're out. So I don't get how that was such a bad call by the umpires. Dave Martinez is going to get fined a lot of money for his press conference.
Dude, he went in with that press conference.
I don't know if you saw or not.
I did not.
He printed out a picture of the Houston Astros running inside the baseline. So at the press conference, he's showing the picture.
Did he have it like on a big poster board like they tried to do in Congress and stuff?
But he was furious.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is he was managing, they were showing it this morning on MLB Network, he was managing the Nationals when they won the championship. And one of the big plays, and luckily it didn't cost them the championship, is Trey Turner on the Nationals is running just barely inside the line. He gets the first base, and they say, nope, he's out. He was running inside the line. So these same 2 teams have the same exact thing happen, except this time Houston does it, and they say, nope, it's okay to run inside the line on this one. We've decided it's okay. And he's like, what's the deal, man? Like, it has to change. You can't just say, well, this one we decided you can run inside the baseline, and this one you can't.
Let's go to cut number 9. Is Damian Woody's son an idiot because he walked up during a commercial break on First Take and he did this?
Hi. Wait, live?
I think he's scared.
Is this is this thing? Am I on TV right now? Nice, if I am. My name. Wait.
Yep,
My
get ready.
name is Damian Woody. The second. Oh. My bad.
That's him realizing that, yes, that actually was capable of being
Where was his
broadcast.
dad?
His dad, because they were in a commercial break, but they
Probably
still
went to the restroom or something.
Yeah, and they still run like live stuff of commercial breaks.
Well,
and
no,
everything.
that's not even it. Like they just recorded it, right? Like,
And then they
Mike,
played
you
it back
understand
for
this?
everybody?
All the cameras are
Yeah.
on, the microphones are on. You know, you're just in commercial, and so they were recording. Question, gentlemen,
Do you remember those good old days?
was he on substances?
Oh, he's high as hell. He's high as hell. I'm not making that like as a legal accusation. That's just what it sounded like to me.
Do you remember when we just got out of bed,
rolled over and hit go?
Yeah.
You miss it?
What? Yeah.
No, Kevin doesn't remember because he
I
was
know.
like, I gotta be a guy.
I'm a hero. I don't believe in COVID.
Look at
it's
this.
fake.
Look at this. I'm driving to work every day.
I didn't know what you meant by just go. You meant be on the
Like
show.
Damian
from your
Woody, the reason
bedroom.
that happened is because he was doing the show from his house.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Am I on TV right now?
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will these off-season moves look really bad in 3 years? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
thefan.com.
Jones is open. Jackpot, baby. Vegas touchdown. This time, no doubt. Put it in the W column, baby. This one's over. And baby.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan, there we go, is we will talk about that specific player as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep. Biscuit.
Ooh. And we start. Will these NFL offseason moves look worse, or which will look the worst in 3 years? I have, let's say, 3 candidates for you. First, Derek Carr gets signed to a 4-year, $150 million deal. Do you think in 3 years that will look like a poor move?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think anytime you guys aren't very nice to Andy Dalton's career, right?
That's true.
I mean, doesn't he fit in the category of like, yeah, he's good enough to maybe make the playoffs, and that's about it. I think we're always disappointed with quarterbacks who are, they kind of make the playoffs, kind of just miss the playoffs, and they're paid at a rate that you're just like, what's the point? Just try a young guy. See if you get lucky and they're better.
Yeah, it's and there's such a lack of talent at the position too. I know that it feels like we have a lot of talent in it right now, but man, they're probably half the teams have a crappy quarterback. I almost said something else. Half the teams probably have a crappy quarterback, and they're overpaying them just because of the way the market is, and it's dumb. And that would be a poor decision.
Okay, now I'm really interested if y'all will say the same thing about the next one. The Baltimore Ravens signed Lamar Jackson to a 5-year, $260 million deal. In 3 years, will you be looking at that being like,
Yep.
They're miserable at adding the right talent around him. Like even the Odell thing, I have no clue how that's going to work. I just don't.
Didn't Lamar already call Odell a legend?
Yeah. Usually aren't you a legend whenever it's like you're about done? So maybe that, but yeah, if they can't acquire, if that handcuffs them, hamstrings, if it strings their hands up to where they can't continue to invest in their defense appropriately and give him some sort of tools, then yes, it will be. Otherwise, it sounds like they have been coming up with a plan. That's what it took. Why it took so long for them to get the deal negotiated. They were like, "How are we going to plan this so that we can actually have a good team as well at the same time?"
Got another quarterback one for you. This one's quite a bit different, though. In 3 years, will the Carolina Panthers regret trading up for Bryce Young? So they sent the number 9 pick. They swapped 9 for 1 and also gave up a 2025 first-round pick, 2 second-round picks, and DJ Moore.
No.
Okay.
Because you'll give anything for your quarterback?
I think you take major risks to find the next star. The problem that I think these 2 questions you're asking are 3 questions, because you've brought in 3 quarterbacks now, is when you look at the guy and you're like, man, he's had time, like it's not really progressing in the way that we'd hope, and then you just throw S tons of money at that person. Like, what's the point now? Do you really think that Derek Carr is going to turn into Aaron Rodgers at this point? Like, it's probably not going to happen. Lamar Jackson's a little bit in a tough case. I just think that conference is so tough that they're just going to look at it and go, gosh, we could never beat Joe Burrow. We could never beat Patrick Mahomes. We could never beat Josh Allen. And is that his fault? Not necessarily, but it will be put on the quarterback's shoulders.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that ascribe to that idea of go find your star quarterback and everything. I agree with it because the history right now shows that that's how you win Super Bowls.
Sure.
Also you got to build a team. Joe Burrow's a star quarterback, has a really good team around him. That's how he got to a Super Bowl. So like I'm of the thing of like, I'm going to keep piecing this thing together. I want all the picks and all the things, but DJ Moore and Justin Fields going to be kind of fun to watch is what I'm looking forward to at this point. So
I think the Bears will be better than the Panthers
I do.
this year.
I do. I still think they're a work in progress.
Sure.
And somebody's going to text in and be like, what has Justin Fields shown you? I go back to this every time. In college, I liked everything that I saw. I knew his rookie season that he was going to be dealing with a bunch of garbage. Like it's very simple to see what he was. He had a coaching change, finally got the reins, and it was a bunch of nothing around him.
And then one more draft question for you: will Detroit regret using the number 12 pick on Jahmyr Gibbs? Because that was a giant overdraft.
They've made a bunch of unique moves that somehow will end up working out okay. So I don't know, man.
It's your team. Defend them.
I'm not. It's not my team. It's more Choppy's team probably than it is. Yeah, Choppy loves the Lions. I'm excited to watch them and everything, but
I'll say no. The regret will be if they give him a dime past his rookie contract.
Yeah, Mike's right about that.
He can
that's
even
where
pick
it
up his
is.
fifth-year option, but once you do another contract, 99% of teams regret giving a second contract to their running
They
backs.
could have used the asset to probably beef up their defense, which Aaron Glenn's defense was pretty bad last year. But they chose it that way. Mike's right about that though. The second contract is where you have the problem with the running back.
Now, the Bills canceled minicamp practice today because everything is so great. So here's how it went. Yesterday, Stephon Diggs was in minicamp practice.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Remember, Tuesday he wasn't there unless he was there, which is what his agent said because he was in the same city.
Yeah.
And remember, their head coach said it is troubling that he was not there. But then he said yesterday it was a misunderstanding and there was never a problem. And I was like, you're the one who said it was a problem.
You know what it might be? Stephon Diggs is so uncoverable. They ain't even know he was there.
No way you can find him. It's like defending.
And Josh
a
Allen
spy.
said he hasn't been looking for him.
Maybe he just didn't want to be on the field when DeMar Hamlin was practicing for the first few times out there, and he was like, "I don't want to. I don't want to." I mean, that's the conversation up there right now for sure. Is hey, how is this guy going to handle practice and get hit for the first time?
Yeah,
that's a huge factor. He's out there running around. This Diggs thing it's an interesting thing to me, but they covered it up real quick, didn't they?
Yeah.
I
It
did
was
see
so good they didn't even need to practice.
somebody did text in yesterday, and I was like, ooh, what if that is it? And it was, hey, maybe he's caught up in this gambling situation, and maybe they're trying to like square this all away. And I was like, oh, that's a wild, reckless accusation, but also topical.
And if they drop the hammer on him, man, then I feel people.
That's the player, right?
Dude.
Like, that's the one where you're like, okay, you got to Pete Rose it.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying, again, as you pointed out, reckless speculation. But if it was somebody of that high level profile and they're like, you're out of football for good, that would be so shocking. And if I was the player, I'd be like, don't talk to me about. I don't want to hear.
Don't
"Hey,
even
you're-"
throw dice in
Yeah,
here.
Yeah. Hey, you're favored by. Nope. No, la, 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 la. Don't want to hear it. And so you're out on all of that.
Not even a gentleman's bet.
Now, I know the pairing of the mega powers that you've finally been waiting for is here. Are you excited by the fact that Carson Wentz has been throwing and studying film with John Gruden?
I had interest in this story. I did have
Corey,
interest in
to
this.
you, man.
Yeah, because my question then is like, how do you know when you're done? And Mike has he's given us his thoughts on that, and we see athletes all the time try and keep trying and like this dude is just it's never worked out for him. He had one season and he wins. His team wins
And
the
luckily,
Super
he got
Bowl.
a good contract off of it,
Yes,
right?
lots of money.
By the
But
way,
dude,
Corey, I don't think he knows because he said he's open to starter or backup roles.
of course he's open to or backup roles. There aren't any starter roles for him.
Starter or backup.
Usually, people though that go this bad usually get on meth or like they're scissor upping it. Like, I mean, it's amazing how
scissor upping.
I think so. That's how you say it.
Okay, you're talking about the. Okay, gotcha. Not what Kevin's.
Yeah, Jamarcus Russell. Yeah, like he
going.
scissor
You're
upped
doing great.
it, and it ruined his career. But he was always bad, right? He could just throw from his knees. So there was a team that's like, man, we're gonna have all these plays where we throw from our knees.
Didn't his college team win something that made him like part of this? I'm sorry. Hold on, I gotta go back.
But for him to be so good his second year and then to never even be close to good ever again, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, hey, Dak Prescott, great his rookie year, struggled a little bit his second year, and then kind of, found it, right? He's maybe never lived up to your expectations, but he's been really good. But what if Dak Prescott would have just been pathetic the rest of his career? Like, that doesn't make sense. How was he that good and then just was that bad forever and ever?
Some people think he's that, Mike. Jamarcus Russell won a national championship in 2003.
I didn't say he was always going to be terrible.
For drinking scissor up?
No,
they
that's
have a
not
championship
why he
for
won
that?
it. He won it with that LSU team.
It's like the Nathan's hot dog contest. What day is this?
What did they not see?
And what year?
In 2003.
If it's
the BCS national championship.
If it's 2003, then I bet
wasn't he like 06?
Probably didn't have a lot to do with that.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because the next 3 years he passed for 1,000, 2,000, and then 3,000 yards. His senior year, he threw for 28 touchdowns and 8 picks.
He has a huge arm. Couple last things for you. Colts safety Daniel Scott tore his ACL on the final play of OTAs.
No! No! I mean, oh, well, it's the Colts, but even still,
it just sucks for that guy. And then Malik Collins, former Cowboys draft pick, signed a 2-year, $23 million extension with the Texans. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is this the unsung hero of the Rangers so far this season? If you want to venture your guess, 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this the unsung hero of the Rangers so far this season? Now, this actually came up in the context of fantasy baseball, but it actually translates very relevantly to regular baseball. Who do you have in mind, Mike?
So this is Leody Taveras. So about 3 weeks ago, he was still a free agent in fantasy baseball. And I pick him up, and he's been great. I've put him in my starting lineup, and he's racking up points yesterday. Home run, stolen base. Like every day he's doing something positive from a fantasy baseball perspective. And I don't want to get this too much fantasy baseball perspective, but the people that I play with, most of the people are not in Texas. Okay. And so one of the guys in Cincinnati texts me, and he says, hey, man, I kind of need an outfielder like Leody Taveras, and he's offering me JD Martinez. I know this gets very fantasy baseball, but I'm wondering to myself now, this is as a Ranger fan more than a fantasy baseball player is. Do I believe this is Leody Taveras? Do I believe he is a 300 hitter? He's going to steal another 20 bags this year. He's going to, let's just say, we talked to Bruce Bochy. He's like, hey, there's more power in Leody. He's getting on base. He's getting base hits. I think he's going to even hit more home runs. Well, if that's the case, I shouldn't touch trading him because he is a super valuable fantasy baseball player. And then I'd go to Chris Young, and not that Chris Young is thinking about trading Leody at all, but we've been talking a lot about Evan Carter the first month and a half of this baseball season. He's slowed down. He's been on the injured list since June 1st, so he hasn't played.
And before that, he was struggling.
He was struggling in the month of May. Like, do we start looking at Leody more as he's the center fielder? When Evan Carter makes it up, he's the left fielder because Leody is a great defensive center fielder. He can't dive head first. It's weird. He just can't do it. He refuses to do it, can't do it. He only slides for a ball feet first. He doesn't slide head first when he's making a play. Still a great defensive
Is
center
that
fielder.
problematic at all? Like, no.
I do find, yes, there's certain balls that he can't catch because he can't dive head first. That being said, he's so fast. He gets good reads, good hands, right?
What?
There's a lot of positive things when it comes to Leody Taveras. That's just one of those things that defensively he can't do. But I'm just thinking, guys, do you guys think this is Leody? He's 24 years old. Do you think, I know he's batting ninth, but do you guys think that he is a 300 hitter? He is a guy that's going to steal 25 bags. He is a guy who's going to hit maybe 10 to 15 home runs, and power is going to maybe improve as he even keeps maturing. Like, that is an unbelievably great player for you.
I do. And I think obviously for me, Mike, I've been a fan of his since the beginning. And I was like, just watch the way he fields ball. And you're like, yeah, but he can't hit. And that was kind of
That's true.
Once he, like, the thing that's getting him up here is the fact that he can run around and catch a ball. And he has a really good arm. He has a really good tool on the arm. The problem was, can he hit consistently? Last year, he had a fantastic stretch and then faded at the end of the year. The back half of the season. And for most rookies, I do wonder how Josh Young's going to be doing in the back half of this season.
Yeah.
Some guys, it may never phase them. They're built and ready for Major League Baseball as soon as they hit the ground running. I think two things. One, the Rangers are miserable at development. Not just at pitching in the minor leagues, but just at development overall. Most of these guys are lucky they made it out alive. That's kind of the way I feel about our developmental system. And I'm not gonna like shy away from that at all. I've felt this way for a very long time. They still haven't fixed it. All right. Now, maybe that's another project for Chris Young at some point in the future. But when I hear Bochy talk about him, Mike, to that stuff that you're talking about, when we're saying, hey, we saw one little adjustment, and now he's swinging the bat almost as good as we've ever seen him swing. And the adjustment, Mike, Kevin, is his bat's a little more up and his knees are bent. And if that's what it was, that's a different thing for him, and he's doing this is great. Fantasy baseball rankings has him as the 17th center fielder.
Center fielder or outfielder?
Outfielder. My apologies.
Because that's a big difference, right? Because 17, that would mean a below average center fielder if there's 30 starters. So this is important, is that they have him ranked in baseball as the 7th. He had to miss early on. Remember, he got off to a slow start because he got hurt in spring training. We had a great interview with him in spring training. Like, he's our guy. Like, he's a Tolo. He loves us. And it was really fun getting to interview him in spring training. And unfortunately, after that interview, he went down with an injury and had to miss, I don't know, the first 3 weeks of the season.
And I remember at that time, it felt like a bigger deal just because of the timing of it all. It's like, this was his shot. He was going to get his whole season and hopefully take it over. And then when he was immediately out, you're like, crap.
Yeah. And since that kind of slow start, he has been unbelievably great. Without Leote last night, you might not win that game.
Yeah.
He was a very important part of winning that game last night. And now, if you're looking at him, we'll see if the thing is, last year he had a tough, I don't have his numbers pulled up like for month to month, but I feel like August and September, he really slowed down because we were having kind of a conversation on, hey, could Leote maybe be your leadoff hitter and Simeon bat second and Seager bat third?
Sound pretty stoked about that.
Yeah. And so, but the way you're hitting now, you don't want to mess with it. In fact, it's unbelievable that most nights Ezekiel Duran and Leote are giving Marcus Simeon huge RBI opportunities because they are getting on base so much.
How'd you like seeing Duran at first? I know it was kind of like a, hey, we're giving Lowe the night off, but is this another possibility to showcase him? I'm like, dude, this dude can play everywhere.
I wonder that.
That was my first thought.
Because I don't think so.
Okay.
Because I don't think anybody would ever see Ezekiel Duran as a first baseman.
Right.
But I think Bochy sees him as he can play short, he can play third, he can play second, he can play left field, he can play first base. Like, I can use this guy. If we're healthy, I can use this guy in so many different ways to give guys nights off, to have him in the lineup on an everyday basis. I think those guys are so valuable that, yeah, I get it. The other day he took him out of left field and put in Jankowski because he's like, hey, I think we're going to win this game, but I need my best defense now that we have the lead. It kind of backfired a little bit. You gave up the lead. You went 12 innings, and Duran was out of your lineup. Those are risks you take when you take out a better hitter for a better defensive player.
Leote Taveras last year.
Splits. Like month
290
to month.
in June.
Great.
341 in July.
Awesome.
247 in August. 192 in September, October.
So that helps me out, because I get it, right? I'm following the Rangers because I have a job to follow them. And most people drop off because they weren't good, and you go to Cowboy season, you go to NFL season, you go to college football season. So that shows there was a drop off. This is why, in my mind, I know then it goes back to me. I'm not trying not to make this about me, is do I see a drop off coming with Leote Taveras? If I do, I'm stupid not to make this trade and to go, all right, let me move on. I picked him up for nothing, and I'm getting like a good player that everybody wanted to start the Major League Baseball season.
Does that depend on the drop off then? Like, what if I tell you the drop off is 10%? Then and then you're like, I mean, technically that's a drop off, but he's having such an incredible season that you're like, we're still good.
I'm still good with that. It's the one that I'm worried about is kind of August. What if he starts just being an August player?
Okay, the
because September was too much,
guy,
right?
Yeah, 247.
Because I think we'd be okay with that, right?
But yes,
but not okay fantasy.
But I'm also looking at what happened last year. And that was your coach, your manager got fired.
True. Yeah.
Your GM gets fired. And I wonder at the end of the season, your president.
He just retired.
He just, you know what? He was ready to go, is what I've been told. But think about that. All that happens, and how much is he carrying at the end of that season? Not playing for anything other than maybe, I don't know, hopefully they keep me around next year. I think this year, with a manager like Bochy running into the late part of the season with something to play for, Mike, I think that he's going to be even better. I like better than 192. Maybe he's more 250.
Yeah.
But I think he's more than 192 at the end of the year.
I'm leaning towards keeping him because I think that he has turned a corner. And to your point, Corey, you brought up, they changed his approach at the plate.
Mm-hmm.
They changed his mechanical swing. They changed a lot, and it is working now. Yes, there'll be bad weeks. There'll be a bad month. Now, you hope that a bad month isn't 196 or whatever. You hope a kind of a drop-off of a month is more like 235. Yeah. It happens, right? I still love Evan Carter. If somebody's like, oh, do you not believe in Evan Carter anymore from that 2 sentences. No, I believe Evan Carter is still going to be a future all-star in Major League Baseball. What I'm wondering, though, is Leote's progression this year means you have a center fielder in center field and you have a center fielder in left field in your future. That Evan Carter moves to left field as an everyday player for the Texas Rangers starting in 2024 for the next 5 years, because that's still a wide open spot. We see every night it's somewhat a different guy in left field, and Evan Carter, I believe, is the solution to that problem in the future. But now Leote is somewhat establishing himself. He's an everyday player, and he's an everyday center fielder.
And if you're getting, what we're trying to figure out is, like, a lot of times outfield, you're trying to get corner outfielders power numbers.
Yeah.
Well, if you're getting that from Simeon and Seager and Young establishing himself the way he is, you already have Adolis. I'm more comfortable with 2 Leotes in the outfield because I don't think Evan Carter is going to be a power hitter. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I just think he's more of, I'm putting the ball in play. I'm fast.
I think he's going to, beginning, because he's only 20.
Yeah.
I do think he's a 30 home run guy.
Okay.
Pudge couldn't hit a ball out of the park to save his life.
That's a good team.
In fact, Juan Gonzalez couldn't hit a ball out of the field to save his life. If you go look at his rookie cards, he's a little skinny dude.
Wiry.
He's 165 pounds.
Skinny in those.
And then you're like, no. And then now look, there could have been help. There could have been extras. But then all of a sudden he does get to 220 pounds of. I do think Evan Carter is going to pack on a little bit more weight, which is going to pack on a little bit more power. This and that. I want to add one more thing to our Ranger talk besides Leote. If you guys are following the Rangers, Corey Seager looks a lot better defensively this year than last year. And he's dealing with a hamstring situation. He hurt his hamstring. He's not running as fast as he can around the bases, and I'm glad he's not. I don't need the hamstring to pop. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So I bet that he's kind of like, hey, I'm going to give good effort, but also I got to watch how hard I push this hamstring coming off of a hamstring injury during the season. But the way he's moving at shortstop, and I'm wondering this, guys, I'm throwing it out. Last year was the first time he was ever on a bad baseball team. He had made the playoffs every year of his life.
So you think it was a mental issue?
I'm wondering if engagement was lacking at times because I'm on such a bad team. We lose. How much effort do I give in these situations? And now I'm watching him play defense at short, and I'm like, this is a much better defensive shortstop than last year. That's my opinion watching him play short this year.
That's an interesting question, and I guess it's working out super well for us right now because the Rangers are really good. But that makes me nervous for future seasons, right, where perhaps this team slides back a little bit or whatever. Will his interest level slide back?
Hold on, you think that with Boch as the manager of this club, they're ever going to slide back, Kevin? This dude wins championships every other year, kind of like the Spurs.
I mean, that is true.
They can't win back-to-back ones, but every other year.
That's fine. I accept. You can win one championship. You can win a championship every other year. Whatever leads to the Rangers winning a championship, I accept.
Like that time that you said that you would suck Rafael Palmeiro's Congress-pointing finger to get a World Series championship.
For the record, I still would do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I know it's been a while.
Well, I mean, if that's what
Mike,
if the baseball gods walked in and said, "Kevin, we need you to do this," and Rafael Palmeiro goes, "Bam!" just like that with the finger. You telling Kevin not to suck it?
What does it guarantee?
World Series championship.
Yeah, you can.
But you wouldn't do that?
You wouldn't do it? No, you know what? I think we can win it anyways.
But what if you didn't do it? You'd never win.
You can't guarantee that.
I know I can't. This is why I love Mike's the Twitch so much, and the YouTube is the look on Mike's face.
I'll strongly consider it.
All that being said, I am interested to know why Seager's playing better defense. If it's just the work put in, if it's Bochy, just having him around makes him feel a little more committed to the whole process of it all, or whatever. Or maybe even him and Simeon got on a similar page. But either way, I think Tavares' future is bright, and I think that Seager is he's turning into everything we thought we would pay for.
Yes,
I am interested to see how his career goes with injuries, but everything we expected, we're getting it right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which sports rivalry are you absolutely sick of? 877-881-1053. Any sports, any teams, maybe even individual players. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
All right, let's talk about men.
The Fan.
You got this, buddy. Nope, he
Fancy
doesn't.
masterpiece back
Things
here
went awry, okay?
on
I just want you to understand.
105.3 The Fan, where things went awry. My question for y'all right here, we could also get into peanut butter talk at some point if you want,
Rye bread.
What?
is which sports rivalry are you absolutely sick of? Do you think if I call for audio, it will work now, Reggie, or no?
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll try it. Let's try it.
Because my vote is overwhelmingly this one.
Which one?
The one I told you, cut 6. All right.
Yastrzemski will not get its home run. A 3-run home run for Bucky Dent. The Yankees now lead it by a score of 3-2. Bucky Dent has just hit his 5th home run of the year into the screen.
Former Ranger Bucky Dent.
Yeah. Well, it's not just about him. I am sick of Yankees Red Sox. They were playing this past weekend. They play again this weekend. Yes. And of course, ESPN ran a sycophantic video package about it's the most amazing thing in sport, blah, 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 blah.
Well, they're right in the middle of it. They're in Connecticut.
I get it. And that's why they do it so much. And that's why I'm tired of it. So if there's a sports rivalry that I'm absolutely sick of, it's Yankees Red Sox. I'm done with it.
Denver and Miami. Their rivalry.
The Nuggets and the Heat?
That one's definitely driving me nuts now. After seeing Mike Malone wearing
Is that a rivalry?
You see Malone wearing his T-shirt at the parade that says "Put that in your pipe and smoke it," and he's got his the championship O'Brien trophy, and he's got a nice full beer for the parade.
Can't burn these Nuggets.
Yeah, Jokic is out there, and he's just like, "Why are we here? I'm ready to go home.
I
don't even have a
obligated
trophy.
to be here. Somebody
I lost
stole
the trophy.
my trophy.
I don't even care about it.
I have things to do." Go ahead.
This is the early vote from the 817 Red Sox Yankees when they suck. From another 817, I can do without Yankees Red Sox. From the 469, the Yankees and the Red Sox is so over, it's lame. When was the
last time that one was reasonably important?
2004. I'm sure it was at a point before that.
Because basically what baseball did, I understand what you did there, but basically what baseball said was, man, we have interest here, or ESPN or whoever. They were like, we got to force it. We got to force this thing. So was that just their MO? Was this the only good baseball?
Well, they were, for the 90s and early 2000s, they were the best two teams in the American League. And then they changed the format to make sure that they could somewhat meet in the ALCS.
Yeah.
So then it just became like, well, I mean, these are the best two teams in the American League. They're the most two popular teams. Let's really pump this MFer up.
Yeah.
And to your point, I don't know exactly when it changed. You know when it weirdly changed is when the Red Sox became better than the Yankees. They kept pumping it up, but I think it lost a little bit of interest because it was always like, yeah, the Yankees always win, the Red Sox always lose. And then the storyline changed, and it was kind of like, well, this isn't that great anymore. Like, the little brother's beating the big brother way too many times.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I'm guessing that's probably not the direction that you would go.
No, I think it's overhyped in baseball.
Okay.
But which direction would I go? I don't think people are going to like this.
Oh, no.
I'm not like the biggest like UT versus OU deal. And I get it. It happens, you know, right
You're
down
about
the street.
to be. You're about to be, Mike, with your daughter going to UT and you having to go to all these UT games.
I still don't think I'm going to. I don't think she's going to go to the games.
Y'all have to. What? Like, it's the college experience, Mike. Why even have a kid in college if you're not going to go to the games?
I think there's so many people that go to UT that don't care about sports.
I can see that. Or they're
Name one. Oh, my daughter. Yeah.
I don't know, Mike. I think whenever Texas OU rolls around, you're gonna catch a bug, and you're gonna be like, you know what? I kind of want to be part of this whole thing. I get it. It's a hot take but I'm with you. It hasn't been a good game lately.
To me, the much bigger rival, which kind of stinks that it doesn't happen, is Texas and A&M. Now, it's about to happen again.
Oh, Mike. Starting in 2024, it is official. Texas A&M is back on, and this is a no-brainer. They've kept Texas OU. They're going to have a rotating schedule with no more divisions in the SEC. But there are games like Texas and OU, if they just didn't do it.
I'll tell you
what are we doing?
I think the Lakers-Celtics thing died, and that was the rivalry in basketball. I don't think there is rivalry in basketball anymore. I think there's important players playing against each other, but I don't think there's
LeBron against the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't think there's such thing as team rivalries anymore in the NBA.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we haven't had like
Spurs Mavs.
We really looked forward to Spurs Mavs for a long time because you had
Mavs don't have a
talent.
rival.
You had talent on the Spurs, and right now the Spurs don't have the talent. Next year, Wemby, but that's not going to be a rivalry. That's not the reality of a rivalry with a new guy. Like he's going to show up. How many times they go back and forth? How many times they get into fights? Kind of, it gets chippy. That's where the real rivalries are.
Man, that is an interesting perspective. Is sure the sports, but what other side thing do you have that
billows
really
over?
Makes this?
Yeah, I think the real rivalries billow over beyond whatever the score is. It's like, did I get one on you too? Did I get my pound of flesh along the process? Because Toronto and the Rangers were a rivalry. That was a real thing for a short period of time. That was a rivalry because of what had been accomplished. The two were successful and they got there.
From the 817, OU and OSU, I'm done with the hype. Well, good news for you is it seems like there's a pretty good chance that game's going away.
Yeah.
Unless they announce they're going to keep it going, which I
Can they play a friendly?
I don't think it would be called that.
College friendly?
Hey, depending on how big the college football playoff gets, maybe you can have friendlies. You're going to have the most ridiculous games if it gets up to like 32 or 64 because Alabama's like, yeah, it's fine. I'll play whoever. It doesn't matter.
So you say the rivalry game could go away.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that if they land in a playoff game against each other, which that's still a reality.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. If that was to happen, that they would, both sides of that in the state of Oklahoma would ignite that fire very quickly. And whoever's in charge of the production for that's all they're going to be selling is Bedlam.
From the 682, Lakers, Celtics, Bears, Packers, which has actually gotten a lot of votes because from the 469, the Packers always win and the Bears are so sad to watch, which is boring. I've seen boring come up multiple times. And then from another 682, Baltimore and the Steelers. That's one that I think is uber boring because they're like, oh, these teams hate each other so much. Who do you think's going to win 13-10? And so I get that they're trying to hype it up. I don't always feel like that game is the most meaningful and it's not usually terribly exciting.
What about Live versus PGA? How's that? How are you feeling about that?
I actually really was interested in that. What was the?
Did that really drew your? You weren't watching golf, but you were keeping track of the storylines.
Was it the Open that was before the Masters? Whatever the major was before the Masters. I'm gonna say the Open.
Okay.
Which is just the British Open, but they're like, we're too fancy.
Oh yeah. Because the U.S. Open is right now.
Yeah,
right?
I think two of the top three golfers were live golfers, and I was like, "Oh my god, what if one of them wins?" And then then in the Masters, they were all over the top of that leaderboard. That I thought that was really intriguing, just because I wanted to see how the PGA was going to handle it, and they handled it by folding like a cheap suit. And they're like, "No, we're not doing that. Don't worry." But I was in on that actually.
What about Conor McGregor versus anybody? Are you done with that now?
Conor McGregor versus abiding by the law. Did you just see there's another thing that came out that somebody down in Miami is accusing him of sexual assault?
Oh my gosh.
And again, accusation does not mean guilt. There have just been so many other things with him, whether it's punching that old man in the face or a variety of other things we probably don't have time to go over. Dude, come on.
Yeah. If you're gonna take that out on somebody, let it be a punching bag instead of another human.
And you know what? It might just suck for him is somebody's always trying to take advantage of him. I don't want to rule out that possibility. I would have a bodyguard with me or a person with me at all times. It's not even like a bodyguard. They're just like my all-time witness. So you never find yourself in a situation with that where they're like, well, let's talk to Ralph.
Yeah.
He was there too. He's always there.
But what about whenever you go to the bedroom, Kevin, and
Well,
is he going to be in the room with you?
That does create some
Are
complications.
you going to have Ralph? Did you say Ralph?
Yeah.
You're
sure.
taking Chop with you.
Well, if it was Chop, then no complications. He'd be fine with just sitting in that seat, rocking
Wreck-It
back and
Ralph.
forth. Yes. Yes. And I've also seen a lot of votes the sports rivalry you're sick of for Duke and North Carolina. Now,
Well, that doesn't exist anymore, does it?
okay, it's interesting that you
Coach
say
K's-
man,
Coach
them
K's
people,
gone.
them people in North Carolina. I mean, also,
And Duke could never win.
yeah. I mean, also you got Roy Williams is gone. Now that's rivalry remains when it comes to North Carolina. Like it matters in that state. I think that the ways in which it matters outside of that state are waning.
Yeah. I mean, except actually, I guess I don't really agree with that because the TV ratings are still incredible for it. And so maybe people do care because they deal with it twice a year and then nobody else cares about college basketball. And so you never have to pay attention to it.
Yeah, I think that's why I think some of this is just college basketball, especially regular season, has just gotten so light.
Sure. And somebody did bring up an interesting point about Duke, North Carolina. Is they're like, it doesn't interest them as much because of all the one and dones. Like I remember there was a time that I thought Eric Montrose was going to systematically kill every Duke player after they were dropping elbows and stuff like that.
Then he came to the Mavs and turned the team around with Cherokee Parks.
No, he didn't. They didn't do anything here. And so there was a time,
Chris Anstey,
when it felt like there really was player against player friction versus just, I don't like North Carolina because they're North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of this because football's parity, NFL's parity has really created you're just hoping that you get the good team on the schedule. You know, those two good teams on a schedule somewhere. And because, every year it's everybody against the Chiefs right now. Right? Isn't that kind of the feeling is everybody's just trying to catch the Chiefs. Everybody was trying to catch Tom Brady for a long time. So I don't think that the real rivalries exist in the NFL at this point. I mean, like, I'm not sick of any of the Cowboys rivalries. They have some decent rivalries.
Is it the Eagles one that you care about the most?
Right now, because they're good. But when we talk about all-time hated teams, I'm like, I don't know.
They're not even close.
Yeah.
From the 214, I hate listening people bicker about MJ and LeBron. So they're like, that's
Thank
an
you.
individual debate.
Wow.
They're just done with it. And
I'm done with it, too.
Do you ever have a conversation with somebody who's on the other side and they're like, you know what? You're right. You convinced me. When it comes to MJ and LeBron, it could be about a whole lot of things. But does like a LeBron person ever go up to an MJ person, lay out their case, and the MJ person's like, you're right. Michael Jordan's now second, and
Now,
vice versa. I feel like
I'm changing my mind,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go erase all the tweets I had put out there before.
Yeah.
And I'm replacing them with these tweets.
Can I throw in one more rivalry that I think is overrated?
Koepka versus Deschamps.
No, and I saved it for now because people hate it when I say it, and I just wanted to throw it in as a bomb as we get out. Army-Navy, the game stinks. I don't care about the pomp and circumstance.
Oh my gosh. So I wish you hadn't have said that since we're going to try to go to that game this year as part of the show.
I mean, I'm not going to go, so.
But somebody pointed out they didn't like that rivalry because they go, but really, aren't they on the same side? Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, so what you're basically saying, like, we should be more tired of America-Russia, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Or is it Russia-Ukraine right now? America versus China?
Yeah, we're kind of hands off with the Russia
Are you saying just get it
aren't we?
over with?
No, I'm not saying that. But
How do you just finish that one up?
I don't want to answer that. But if you're watching the Army-Navy game, I get it. But like, if something bigger broke out, they'd all be on the same team, right?
So you're saying like if Bane walked into the stadium and was like, guys, guess what?
Yeah.
That all those guys would be like, hey, we're not rivalrying anymore.
Exactly.
Now we're together.
Exactly. It's not Army, you have to take out Bane.
Yeah.
And Navy, you have to go get the Joker. Like, I feel like you would combine forces in that. But
yeah, but they all rip each other pretty good, man. I got friends that are in all sorts of the forces, and they have a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for me.
My brother-in-law is in the Navy. If you go to their house on Army-Navy Day, not only is that like, you better not joke about that, but also the kids, and his kids are all 6 and under. They're all decked out in Navy gear, and there is no time for joking and shenanigans.
They put their house on a boat.
No, not
for the
like
day.
Not like that.
That'd be awesome.
That
They're
would
just
be
like,
kinda
hey,
cool.
by the way, and they pull a crank, and then all of a sudden there's a moat.
But I mean, sure, I 100% want to see that. But to your point, Reggie, I do agree that the level of football is not necessarily captivating.
That's right. I mean, you understand the premise. There's a lot of people getting up in their feelings on there. Like, I understand you played for Army. Fantastic. Thanks for your service, all of these things. The quality of the football game isn't good. And that's what I'm here for. I'm not tuning in for the other parts of it.
Are you trying to say you don't enjoy watching 7 passes total in a game?
No, not often, no.
Okay.
They pass it 12 times.
Yeah, maybe for the season. From the 817, Luka versus the refs. That is another rivalry I'm tired of. You lost, Luka. Time to fall in line. Like, I hate
Give it up.
to put it that
Give it up,
simply,
bro.
But yeah, it's the same thing. Any NBA player, how often do you convince that ref to be like, you know what? Not a foul.
I will say, watching these NBA finals, I get at times players complained. But watching Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, let's say those are the 2 best players on the Heat. I think that's pretty common to say. And watching Jamal Murray and watching Jokic. They weren't faking things for 17 minutes, and they just played. Like, hey, I get at times they complain, and that wasn't, one time. But it just felt like, in a weird way, watching some of the NBA finals that I watched, it was amazing watching the 4 best players on the court just play basketball for the most part. I get it. I get that they exaggerated fouls and, that one time where the wiener touched Jimmy Butler's foot and it knocked him down and he couldn't get up for a few seconds. I mean, that was weird.
What a power move. What a power move to be able to say, I fouled somebody so hard that they fell down with my ding dong.
Now,
I said that wrong. I fouled somebody with my ding dong so hard that they fell down. Right? That's what I meant to say.
They're like, I don't know if my foot's going to work anymore after that wiener touched it.
Hey,
Kevin, can I suggest something?
As long as it's not about that.
In the next, can we do another version of this tomorrow maybe, or even next week? What's the next rivalry you're looking forward to the most? The one
you have to project.
Yeah,
it?
project one that you're like, man, this could actually be. Now, obviously, with the NBA season, NBA free agency is going to happen here soon, so we're going to have some of those guys could team up, but I think that could be a fun segment.
I think I do have my answer.
All right.
I wanted to throw this out there from a statewide perspective. Is the UIL is going to study a proposal asking for live TV broadcasts of Friday Night Football. Now, if you're not familiar with how this works, it has been like this forever. You've not been allowed to broadcast Friday Night Football live. Now, if it's a Saturday game, Thursday game, or you air it on tape delay, that's been a practice for a while. And I know Bally's in 2021 was allowed to broadcast one Friday night game as part of the deal they made. You're allowed to stream it over webcasts, and obviously you can do broadcasts and everything like that, but they have not to this point allowed full-fledged broadcasting of Friday Night Football games because there's a lot of concern it will take away from the atmosphere and from people actually going to the game.
I just want Grandma to be able to see it. She's up north,
Kevin.
Well,
they are now
can't travel.
Taking a look at that is Jason Walsh, an executive producer with Bally. So they asked the UIL to change its rules so they could broadcast live on a weekly basis. And now they are currently studying this, so it could happen.
By the way, you brought up Conor McGregor's name.
Yeah.
I am reading this from TMZ Sports.
Yep.
Twitter. Conor McGregor accused of raping woman at NBA Finals game. He denies the allegations, but game 4.
Yeah, no, that's what we mentioned is that accusation is going up against him. And that's why and it's a bad look too, because the skit with even the Heat mascot went awry and had to go to the hospital. And I don't know the particulars of this situation, but that is one of the reasons that we brought that up. And the details sound bad. Again, accusation until proven. There has just been so many things with this dude. That's why I actively root against Conor McGregor now, regardless of who he's fighting, because he's trash. Right now, it's time for Mike likes it.
You know what's funny?
Likes it. Is it going to be baseball?
It's baseball and basketball. Let's see how much I can get to basketball. The basketball can hold off till tomorrow because the Rangers are taking on Shohei Ohtani tonight on the mound, and he has been destroying the baseball in this series. It is amazing to watch. You don't want it to happen, but when it happens, you're like, wow, I was here for those home runs. I know the one that went wall scraper to left field. Yeah, screw you, Shohei, hitting that home run. That really hurt the Rangers, and it wasn't even that fun because it barely got over the fence. But the other ones that he's been hitting to around center field, a little bit to left center field, have been amazing in person because those balls are just crushed 450 plus feet. Now, I want to talk about Ohtani on the mound tonight. I find some of these numbers interesting. These are from your Baseball Savant website, and I think they're fun to watch. It is his repertoire of stuff. He's only throwing his four-seam fastball 27% of the time.
Wow.
Batting average against his fastball, four-seam fastball. Would you like to take a guess? He's only throwing it 27% of the time.
I don't know.
He threw it 27.3% of the time last year.
Wow. So
staying pretty much exactly the same. Last year, batting average against that pitch, 283. This year, throwing it approximately the same amount of time. Batting average against, 117. You would think he would throw it a little bit more, that he is having that much success with that pitch. If you look at his home runs this year, only one home run on his four-seam fastball. Last year, even though the batting average against was way higher, only 3 home runs hit off his fastball. So his fastball doesn't lead to even a lot of home runs when it was getting hit harder last year or hit for a better batting average. He has 28 strikeouts on that pitch.
Okay.
This year. Last year, he only had 36 strikeouts on that pitch for the whole season.
Wow.
So I find it interesting. His four-seam fastball has become a lot better this year, throwing at 97.1 miles an hour. Last year, 97.3. So, I mean, everything, he's throwing it about the same amount of time, but having a lot more success with his fastball. The interesting pitch from last year to this year, his split finger, I guess you can call it a split finger fastball, but, his split finger off-speed pitch is 89 miles an hour. Last year, 89.3 miles an hour. So, I mean, it's the same speed. The stuff there is the same. But he's only throwing his split finger 7.3% of the time this year and has struck out 9 guys with that pitch. If I'm looking at this right. Yeah, 9 guys with that pitch. He throws a lot of pitches. So usually you look at a guy, he's a 3-pitch mix, but he has sweeper, four-seam fastball, cutter, sinker, split finger, and rarely throws, but he does throw a curveball every once in a while. But his curveball's at 2.4% usage rate this year. Last year, his curveball percentage was at 8.5%. So for some reason, that has really dropped off. But the split finger, last year he threw it at 11.9%. This year it's dropped to 7.3%. Last year he had 66 strikeouts on that pitch at a 126 batting average against. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Holy
if you just
smokes.
look at his strikeouts last year by pitch, his slider / sweeper, they call it a sweeper. It's a slide. It's just a bigger slider, kind of. He struck out last year 82 guys with that pitch, 36 times with his four-seam fastball, 66 times with his split finger. So I expect him a lot of times with 2 strikes to throw his split finger fastball and get a strikeout. He usually waited last year to use it when he got 2 strikes, and he's like, here it comes. You're not going to hit it, and you're going to strike out a lot against it. But he would wait to use it until he got to 2 strikes. This year, he's only using that pitch 7.3% of the time, and he's only struck out 9 guys. And it's a 192 batting average against, which is still really good. Not as good, but still really good.
Still pretty amazing.
It's just interesting to me tonight when you're watching Shohei pitch against the Rangers. He's not throwing his split finger as much. He's not getting as many strikeouts with it.
I wanted to...
Do you find that interesting at all?
No, I do.
I'm hoping that the audience find this interesting just because you are facing one of the best in the game, and his repertoire has changed a little bit this year.
No, it can be a little number heavy, but I do think it's very interesting. I just wanted to ask you real quick, do you think this would be a big win for the Rangers in terms of you split a series that there was concerns with the way the pitching was lined up, you could get swept?
Yeah. I mean, halfway through that game last night, didn't it look like the Rangers were going to find a way to lose that game, and they were going to be down in the series by 3, and then you're just looking not to get swept, and Ohtani's on the mound. Yeah, I think this would be huge. That pretty much Bochy said last night that Anderson is out tonight. He cannot pitch.
Okay.
Spores is out tonight. He cannot pitch.
Were you afraid about Friday too?
Yeah, and then you're looking at Will Smith as you really don't want to use him tonight. So you're just looking at a very depleted bullpen versus Shohei Ohtani. So, I mean, very important that you kind of have a nice lead, because when you do bring in guys like Brock Burke and Barlow and King, like those are guys that I'm looking at tonight. I don't think you're going to use Leclerc in a winning situation. I think you'd have to be up by 5 or more to put Leclerc in the game.
And I just wanted to throw this out, is ESPN released their power rankings this morning too, and I think this is cool.
Okay.
Rangers are also still second. So, like, despite their roughest stretch of the season, they have remained second in every power rank.
Very cool. Very good. I'm happy with that. I'm proud of the Rangers for getting so much respect in mid-June from Major League Baseball. So anyways, tonight, when you're watching the Ranger game, look for him to use, and I say him, look for Ohtani to use more of his slider as his strikeout pitch. As his strikeouts this year, 51 by his sweeper, which is just, you can call it a slider, 28 by his four-seam fastball, 4 by his cutter, 4 by his sinker, which is just a 2-seam fastball if you're wondering, and then 9 by his split finger, where last year it was 82 by his sweeper slider, 36 by his fastball, and 66 by his split finger. So in a weird way, now it could change all. It's still early in the year, but he's not using his split finger as his out pitch as much as he's using his slider.
Can I just ask you a question about that then? Because somebody texted this in, and this is amazing. With 806, Ohtani batting versus Ohtani hitting, who wins?
I put a lot of thought into this. Actually, I'm over here drawing a diagram because I was trying to figure this all out. My feeling is that Ohtani, the hitter, is going to win. And I don't know what you decide as a win here. I think he walks. Because I think what happens is he's up there at the plate knowing what pitches he wants to throw in these instances. Now, of course, the pitcher knows, hey, I know where his holes are. I know what he doesn't what he doesn't like to swing at, what he'll swing at. But the batter can be more patient in his pitch selection throughout this process. And he knows, man, I only have a couple places I can throw the ball where he can't hit them and hit them very far. So I think it ends up being a walk in this instance, and that's a win for the hitter, Ohtani.
Okay.
I would lean towards Ohtani, the pitcher, but
the pitcher has to execute
the pitcher.
pitch,
Obviously, you look at
opinion.
Ohtani, like you're batting whatever 280. You're still you're in a major advantage, and Ohtani's awesome at both aspects. So like right now, he's a runaway candidate for the MVP of the American League, especially how well their team is playing, and in a weird way, how ineffective Mike Trout has been. Mike Trout's not a bad player. He's still an OPS of over 800, but that's not close to his standards.
He's been solid.
Ohtani has really been leading this team, and then Anthony Rendon is just doing a great job of stealing money, but he is actually playing. So, but I mean, you look at avoiding a crater. The Rangers luckily avoided, and they offered him less money than the Nationals offered him, so they had really no chance of ever getting him. Let's go to real quick. I have 2 minutes here to go over a few NBA rumors. That kind of include the Mavs, but not really. The Knicks are looking into trading for Bradley Beal,
which makes sense. We've talked about they have assets and they want another star.
The Miami Heat are considered the favorites to land Bradley Beal.
Interesting, because I've heard that they were maybe thinking about cutting payroll, but I guess this could still be a roundabout way. I wonder what that trade would look like.
I'm assuming it would have to be like Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson being the guys.
Do they throw Martin in there now?
I don't know. It's a good question, but I mean, just to kind of give you an idea on a little bit of that. How about this? The Celtics are moving forward or plan to move forward with Tatum and Jaylen Brown as they're still two centerpieces. They are not really looking right now at all to move Jaylen Brown. According to rumors, you never know. I mean, it's rumors, but Tatum and Brown will be the things that they build around this offseason in Boston. They are not really looking to move Jaylen Brown, according to reports.
I'm a little surprised just because, not that they're not trading him, I just would have thought they would have had more suitors or
Yeah.
kind of listened to offers a little bit more. Maybe they did low key and we just didn't hear about it.
I don't know how much interest the Mavs have in this at all. The Bulls are quietly gauging trade interest in Zach LaVine. So I don't know where that would be for the Mavericks. I don't know, honestly, if Kyrie has any interest of going to the Chicago Bulls, but I think that would be kind of the way that it would transpire, is that Kyrie somehow would choose the Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls would want to go down that route, and Zach LaVine would be the major piece coming back to the Mavericks. But all I'm throwing out there as the rumor is Zach LaVine. The Bulls are seeing what they can get for Zach LaVine.
It's probably about time. The Bulls have to do something. They have a lot of talent on that team. It doesn't work together at all.
And my last little rumor here, which I don't see the Mavs in this at all, but the Pacers are interested in Grant Williams and have also looked to try to get OG Anunoby from the Toronto Raptors. Those are a couple names that we've heard linked a little bit to the Mavericks. I don't see the Mavericks in any rumors right now with Grant Williams and Anunoby, besides fans saying they would like those guys. But here it is that people that are trying to get as much information as possible, as we are just a week away from the Mavericks picking 10th, which I assume they're going to be picking 10th. It might be traded on that night.
We can dive back into that at 122.
But those are a little bit of your rumors.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
For the guy that is helped defeat the Cowboys 2 playoff times in a row, we hear about his offense and how it works next on The Fan.
The Rangers wrap up their
Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, G-Bag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field today, and we just got the word they will have Mike Maddox on the show before the game. So go check him out. Go say hi to the G-Bag folks. Or obviously listen, but if you get the chance to go out to what should be an incredible Rangers game, G-Bag will be there getting you set for that pitch and showdown. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, do you have the updated information on the trade alert regarding the Dallas Stars? Have you seen this?
Oh, no.
There is a trade alert. Mike, you got it?
Connor McDavid?
It's not Connor McDavid.
Connor McDavid.
The Oilers traded Wayne Gretzky. They can trade Connor McDavid.
Yeah, the Oilers can do some stupid stuff. They trade with the Colorado Avalanche. They trade Frederick Olofsson,
Patrick Waugh,
for future considerations.
Patrick Waugh.
Not he's no, it's a different Roy now. But yeah, for future considerations.
Okay.
How does that affect everything?
I'll tell you what,
I don't
man.
know what the future considerations are yet.
I've been working with Brian Ray this week, who does Stars Live, and I have learned a lot about hockey, and I'm more engaged and interested after this run. And then now I have a friend who knows a lot more about hockey. I know I have friends too that know, obviously, Gavin Spittle knows a ton about hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, Slim Scotty got so furious at my lack of hockey knowledge, he quit
He went
and
to
moved.
Chippewa Falls.
But
He's still here.
I'm pretty excited about what the Stars could be laying down on the cold ice.
All right, I'm very excited for Mike's excitement. That's what That's where the future is.
Because there is
right
hot
there.
ice, and I don't think they skate
Dry.
on hot
I think
ice.
dry ice is what you're talking about.
There's hot ice,
Yeah.
there's dry ice, and there's cold
What is
ice.
hot ice?
Hold on,
Are
what
you
is hot
talking about
ice?
Icy hot?
What's hot ice? Because dry ice I know about. I've never heard of hot ice.
I think, icy hot. Hot ice.
Make hot ice with baking soda and vinegar.
what
There's
are you-
hot ice.
Oh
Kevin,
my
this is a
God.
hot
What?
ice. Let's make this experiment on Monday. I'll bring the stuff in for this experiment.
We'll make hot ice.
We can make hot ice, and you can
Okay.
see what it's all about, Kevin.
Because until you make it, I don't believe it.
All right.
Obviously, there's one team in the league called the Flames.
All right, so
Where do they play?
Calgary.
Yep.
where's that?
No, he said it.
No.
Calgary.
There you go. He added an extra L in there though. All right. I heard
Kind
this.
of like the Mavs this year. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God,
That's a
dude!
mile
Come
away.
on!
he walked 3 miles to get to that disc.
I believe that in every scenario, he'll walk all the way out of his way to kick the Mavs or Mark Cuban.
I saw this yesterday. This is from The Ringer. It's the Slow News Day podcast. And let's start with the first one. Chip Carey asks.
Oh my
That's
God!
not
Nope,
yours
this is
at
a
all.
different one. This is
Gary
different.
Carey's son.
Oh.
No. He's George Kittle is asked the secret to Kyle Shanahan's explosive plays.
We played Seattle in the playoffs this year, and Kyle has this thing where, like, if he wants to set up like a play action or a bootleg type of pass, he'll just call a play, a run play that he knows is not going to work. I can't remember what game this was. I want to say it might have been like the Vikings one year, Seattle this year. But like, we're running a run play multiple times, and it's averaging like 2 yards a carry, 2 yards a carry, 2 yards a carry. And then we threw a play action behind it, and Debo goes for 75 yards against Seattle. And the whole thing is set up because it's the exact same motion, it's the exact same alignment, it looks the exact same. And all of a sudden, Debo's running the shallow. I'm faking like on the defensive end. Linebacker thinks it's power. He steps up 4 yards, and Debo's uncovered in the flat running for a touchdown. So it's just stuff like that that's really fun because, I mean, Kyle Shanahan, he's like, hey, if I can get my skill players the ball with field, like with space in front of them, whether it's Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, we're all running for days. And that's what's really fun because we have such a great yak team. And that's one thing that we always talk about. So he can scheme us up open, and it's really fun to be a part of that offense.
Now, I'm not coming on here talking about, Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan is football Jesus, and he knows more than everybody. This dude is a smart coach, smart offensive play caller. And one of the things he looks for is, when is my opportunity to strike big on a big play?
Okay.
Kevin, the Cowboys, Jason Garrett, for that matter, in Tony Romo's era, they did say big plays were one of the top 3 things they were trying to get. They're trying to win the plus minus and turnovers, but big plays were a massive factor in their offensive success. Limit them and make them happen. And yards after catch, the two of the best teams at it right now are Shanahan's offense and Andy Reid's offense. Sure. Your tight end in Travis Kelce is one of the best yak guys that you can find out there. And so when I was listening to that, I thought this was really interesting. And look, man, this is very similar to what McVay was doing. We're going to line up in single back and same formation, maybe the entire damn game. And we can set up so many different things based off of the fact that you think we're running this play. And he even, Kittle pointed this out. We run this 3 times in a row for 2 yards, and that's it.
Yeah.
Now the defense sells out for it, and they become aggressive because they know what the play is going to be. That's when we strike on them. And so this is a difference between kind of maybe not even philosophy, but I always felt like Kellen Moore was kind of, maybe he was waiting for some moment to happen, but he was kind of waiting for it in a game. These offensive coordinators all do this. They are all waiting for that one moment to strike. Now, the question is, that 2-run play, is that a wasted play? And Kittle was asked if Shanahan wastes plays like that. Let's go to the second cut there.
No, because there's a clip. Who was it? It was when he was offensive coordinator for the Falcons. I think they're playing the Vikings. And the year that they're playing the Vikings, and he showed me, I've seen this clip like 50 times over the course of my career. And they have these linebackers that I think it might have been Chad Greenway. I can't remember, but their front seven was so good. And they ran the same outside zone play 3 times in a row. And the first 2, and they ran it 3 or 4 times in the first 30 plays. And then the 35th play, they ran it. And right before the 30 play, they ran a pass play action off of it. And the linebackers, they covered it, right? Mm-hmm. And so they come back to the play again, but it's a run play. And the linebacker thinks it's a pass. And so he's late to the run. And it ends up being an 80-yard run. And after that, he showed us the game. And then everybody was discombobulated because it changes up the whole structure of the defense, because now they're like, oh, we have to overplay that. And now that's when all the passes get actually open. And so he calls it unlocking the defense, which I'm a huge fan of, because you can see that when the defense does, they have to change up and they can't just continue with their game plan. And then once you do that, and then now they're guessing about what we're doing, that's when Kyle just kind of, eats people's lunch, because that's what he's really good at, is those game plans.
Now, I would say for the most part, last year with the Cowboys-Niners playoff game, you saw a pretty disciplined defense from the Cowboys. Their offense wasn't producing the way it needed. They didn't get the points from their offense. Their defense was pretty good, and it wasn't until what seemed like an illegal man downfield with George Kittle gets that pass over Neville Gallimore. That's even the most ridiculous part is they never really unlocked the Cowboys defense. Dan Quinn had his guys disciplined throughout that game for the most part the entire time. But this is the chess match that offensive coordinators, they got to figure out where's the place I can expose them. And if I can't expose them the entire game on this, I got to find a moment. I got to set up a few moments where I can get points. And I need to add up to 27 points. And I'm probably going to get a win here if my defense holds true, because my defense typically does. But that's kind of the chess match back and forth each week, is finding those moments. He just said within the first 30 plays, they ran that play 3 times. We talk about the first 15 and how that's scripted. And I start even thinking even more developing on this idea of, man, how many times do you run something just to set up a score play later that is going to work because you've created that space? And like you said, I know that if I get space for CeeDee Lamb, if I get space for Tony Pollard, they're going to get big plays. If I'm getting space for Ezekiel Elliott, I'm getting 2 yards. But that's what he's saying with Kittle, with Debo, with all those guys. They can get those big plays. You just got to give them the opportunity, because NFL players are too fast for that. The college game is, look, man, we're going to try to light the scoreboard up all game long. That's the college game. And I know people love it. It's not Mahomes can make it happen sometimes. But there are even games where Mahomes still has to play a tight game. And it's just not as available and easy to do in the NFL. But if you can create those moments, I think this is a really good example of the chess game offensive coordinators do play. All right, so that was just some sports I wanted to get into. And do you think that Dan Quinn will ever figure out the chess match between him and Shanahan? We'll see.
Whoa.
The next story. I had not heard this, Kevin. And I'm not a criminal reporter either. So I do want to make this pretty clear. Have you heard of the Utah woman Corey Richins?
I don't think so.
She's accused of killing her husband by poisoning him with a spiked drink.
Oh, dear.
Then she wrote a children's book about grief. And allegedly, she searched for lethal doses of fentanyl, life insurance payouts, and lie detector tests on her iPhone, according to the court filing. I'm going to skip forward just a little bit here because my understanding is the court documents don't specify that she's alleged to have made any searches or anything, but they found an iPhone in her dresser drawer on her side of the bed during the second search of her home the day she was arrested. All right. And these were the searches. I want you to just imagine these are the searches she put in her iPhone. Quote, if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on this death certificate as?
Oh my gosh.
Next one. What is a lethal dose of fentanyl? I mean, we've all had that happen where we accidentally put periods in between words instead of spaces. Can cops force you to do a lie detector test?
Oh my gosh.
Death certificate says pending. Will life insurance still pay? Luxury prisons for the rich in America.
What?
How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. FBI analysis of electronics in an investigation.
I mean, who amongst us? Like, honestly, if you searched your search history, if we cobbled together like the most incriminating seeming things, like we could probably like pin some stuff on you, right?
No, I agree with that. But like,
these are pretty specific, Reggie.
Yeah, and especially how to delete history off your iPhone right after all of the murder questions. That's not good.
So did she leave any evidence?
I think it's just this is the evidence, and they're like, "Hey, this is a phone that we found on." I don't even know if it's her phone. To be quite honest, yeah, like they just found this phone in the dresser next to her bed, and this is the alleged internet searches. So these are alleged internet searches from her in the court filing, just to confirm that.
If you're the prosecuting attorney, would you just make a big blow up of all those searches on her phone and just put it up on the easel for your closing argument and not say anything? Just be like, "Hey, I just want you guys to read all this again."
Yeah. I mean, basically in that mindset, it's you have her up there and go, if I poison him, will I still get paid?
Yeah, and how do I go to the luxury prison in case it goes bad on me? That's the part that, like, here's the thing. I know it's all terrible. That part feels insulting, too.
She really wanted to kill her husband.
Yes. For sure.
Because she is like, even if I get caught, right?
Yeah.
She even went through that. She didn't just go through, I need this money, I want this money. She's like, even if I get caught, I would rather get caught after killing him than to not kill him.
They say statistically that you have a 49% chance of getting away with murder in America.
What?
Yeah, but not whenever you're like trying to pull that kind of thing off. But yeah, 49% chance.
Is this a dumb question? Why do you not just get a divorce? Is it because then you don't get the life insurance?
Well, because you're a statistic, Kevin.
Okay.
You're a statistic no matter what.
You're always
even if you stay married, you're a statistic.
Oh my gosh. Chris Arnold just texted me.
Oh God. Just because I'm worried that he's going to be like, all right, I knew a friend. What did he say?
Chris Arnold said, I've been following her story.
Okay.
And he said her husband had even told his friends he thinks his wife's trying to poison him. And so like even crazier. So I guess my question about this story.
If you think that about Adrian, wouldn't you stop living at that home?
Yes.
Like if you think like my wife is possibly trying to poison me or kill me in a certain way,
I would be trying to catch her. I would be trying to figure, like, I would be trying, and you know what? He may have been trying to
like,
catch
oh,
her.
I caught you, but you drank the drink. You're dead.
Right.
I knew you were going to do this to me.
I would probably just, because I can't go on an accusation that's just kind of a gut instinct. I have to find some valid facts. before that.
But why?
And I'm probably not accepting a drink from her.
But why, Corey? In this scenario, she could still kill you. In the scenario where you just leave, I would say the odds are
now I have to deal with
lesser.
now I have to deal with a divorce attorney.
But you're alive.
What about the kids?
Well, you're gonna get the kids because she's trying to.
But
kill
somebody's
you.
got to be there to protect them.
Do you think? Okay.
What?
You know? Think about that.
No.
If she's crazy, enough to want to kill me, then she's crazy enough to want to kill my kids.
Are you sure that you just didn't do something wrong?
I don't do anything wrong.
Aren't they like y'all's kids, not your kids?
Well, I mean, they're my kids if she's trying to kill me.
Fair
Mike,
point. Agreed.
She doesn't. If she's trying to attempt murder, she doesn't need kids.
See, but you didn't say you were getting all the evidence just to make sure you get the kids. You're saying you're getting all the evidence to catch her.
To live.
If you were like, so I can present it, so I definitely get the kids, I might have been on your side.
Okay, yeah.
The way you presented it, I don't know.
Yeah, so and I guess, do y'all now want to go look through your significant other's search history? Does this make you want to look at their search history or no?
No.
A little bit, because let me just tell you something.
Mike's like, I don't want to know if she might be trying. It's fine.
I just want to know about the murder part. I don't want to know any of the other stuff. But I do know that Jess has said to me in the past, she goes, you know what's crazy too is like nobody would believe that I killed somebody. Which is probably true.
Yeah, that is
and
true.
A little terrifying.
If you killed somebody, we'd be like, oh,
I feel like Jess has a darker side than she
rage.
presents.
She has expressed it as mom rage or customer service rage because she got in this incident, Corey, where they I can't remember what company it was. I know she'll get mad at me for not remembering, but they totally screwed us up and screwed us over. And the lady on the customer service line was like, you can go ahead and hang up. And she goes, no, that's okay. I can wait. And she goes, because if you hang up, then I get the customer service survey, right? And she goes, yeah. And she goes, but you can hang up too. And she goes, nope. I'm at home with my baby. I got plenty of time.
Wow.
And then eventually she was transferred all this stuff. It was impressive.
Evidently, by the way.
Most impressive.
She tried to poison him before.
Dark side.
And failed. 2 weeks later, that's when she succeeds by giving him a Moscow Mule. So I guess what we're learning here.
Those are good too.
Make your own drinks.
You can't turn
they
them
are
down.
really good. You got to make
You
your own.
can't turn
though.
them down if you think they might
And
have
she's
poison
bringing
in
you
them.
one. You
They
just
do.
say
It's
nah.
alcohol, and you didn't know any better.
Say I'm good.
All alcoholic drinks have a little bit of poison in them.
I'm good. I'll make my own drink. Is what you got to say.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA draft is in 1 week. Will the Mavs actually use the pick? And if so, on who? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
And late shot clock, turnover. Lively's going to throw this thing down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could that particular individual be the next Dallas Maverick? So, twofold question for you. The NBA draft is in 1 week. The Dallas Mavericks have pick number 10 for now. So it could be a twofold question. Do you still believe the Mavericks will not make the pick? But if they did, who might they be looking at? A week out from the draft, where do you guys stand about do they make this pick or do they trade it?
It'll be one of those things where the Mavericks make the pick. Dallas Mavericks select. He has to take pictures in a Dallas Maverick hat. No, I don't think they do.
Okay.
I think they do.
Oh.
And they take Grady Dick.
Yeah, that name is
or Jordan Hawkins.
Very popular. I could see that happening. All right.
I think they make the pick because I don't think anybody really nothing really transpires with a trade. And I don't think that at this point, I think that Nico was kind of desperate to make a move, make something happen. And that's why they traded for Kyrie. I think he was like, I'm desperate to just make something happen. And they did. And I don't think anything's going to actually come together.
If you find out or you end up keeping Kyrie, does that change your opinion at all? Because now you're like, we got our superstars, we can build around them. Or do you think they'll be like, we got 2 superstars, let's go get more stuff?
The way I would do it, if I have 2 superstars that are, one's a small guy and then the other one is also like a point guard and everything, I got to get it bigger somehow. So whether it's through the draft, if it's like a Derek Lively, I don't know if that's kind of something that you'd be okay with or whatever. I need to get size on the court somehow.
I have that question for you, Kevin. Okay. You're a Duke fan.
True.
You watched them the most.
True.
Would you be disappointed if the 10th pick was Derek Lively, or would you say, I can see whatever?
I think I would be disappointed.
Because there's something that you want a lot more than that?
I mean, look.
A player in this draft that you covet a lot more.
Yeah.
That would be available.
I guess I'm a little bit curious still about, and I didn't watch all the combine or anything like that. I'm a little bit curious about Taylor Hendricks.
Okay.
Still out
of Central Florida.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Cam Whitmore's probably slipped away from you. Not that he was ever going to be there at 10, but I think you're seeing more and more people kind of have him more in that maybe like 5 to 7 range. It's tough because this is a lot based on potential, and I know people will argue, well, I mean, the NBA draft has been projecting like that for a really long time. I saw Derek Lively get better during the year. I definitely did. However, better is still is his offensive game Willie Cauley-Stein? You know what I'm saying? Is that the level of better that we got to? Because when people talk about his improvements, he got to the point where he's averaging about 8 points a game. And his offense is exceedingly limited, at least based on gameplay that I saw. I know people are saying in workouts and everything, he started firing up 3-pointers and making them. And I appreciate
so did Mo Bamba.
Yeah, I just never saw that at the college level. I will tell you this. He fits one need the Mavericks desperately have, is he is a tremendous interior defender.
Okay.
Tremendous.
And he's what, 7
But I would
foot?
say watching him, he's 7'1". I would say watching him, Kevin, he's an off the ball shot blocker.
I could see that.
He doesn't seem to guard the guy on the ball well to me. So he's a good weak side help defender that blocks shots.
Okay, I think.
Is that useful in today's NBA?
He's athletic enough. I would say this is where he's intriguing. They're going to bring him up in a pick and roll situation. That's what they do with all bigs. They bring him up and they say, guess what? You get to guard a guard now because nobody fights over picks for the most part. So he's athletic enough. You could see him do that.
And he has great anticipation, to your point about shifting off the weak side and stuff.
Right. I'm scared to death of him that 2 years from now he's going to be playing in Europe. Now, I think there's a lot of potential there because he's a 7'1" athletic guy.
Yeah.
And
but
19.
there's an ability there is the ability to really start understanding the game and get better offensively and get a little bit more physical. That, wow, what a pick. There's also in him, I think, the biggest risk of 2 years from now, he's not even in the NBA.
He's not a good free throw shooter, just as an aside to that. But I want to give you an example.
It's okay.
Of,
we got plenty of good free throw shooters on this Mavs team.
is people will look at the game against North Carolina, right? He had, I want to say, like 4 points, but he had 8 blocks and 14 rebounds. And that's what people look at as like his breakout game. And I think it's just kind of like we talked about with, like, if I can use another sport, for example, Josh Young. What was going to get Josh Young to the bigs was his hit tool. And now clearly we've seen defensively, like, he's fine for now, which is probably better than I thought. Is the best you're probably hoping for early in his career is fine offensively. And I'm saying that's the best because it's the defense tool that will get him there. I think I might be higher on his ability to guard one-on-one as opposed to, you know, the way you described it, down low, but to be determined. I think that's too high.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that because if the Mavs were to make a trade to go down to 15 to pick up a John Collins, because that's the rumor, I'd say, hey, I can live with that at 15. I'm just like at 10. There's too many wings that just look like they're going to make it in the NBA, whether they become stars and average 18 points and 5 assists. I don't know, but I just think there's too many. I know Cason Wallace from Richardson is going to be able to play, to my opinion, I believe he's going to be able to play in the league for 10 years. I believe Anthony Black from Duncanville is going to be able to play in the league for 10 years. I'd rather at 10 go with, I know that those guys are going to probably be as good or better than Josh Green. And probably I'd say they're better versions of what you're hoping Josh Green will end up being. So I can improve Josh Green immediately with the 10th pick, if we're sticking with the pick. Derek Lively, I'm not sure he's better than, and this is coming from me, I'm not sure he's better than Dwight Powell next year.
I would argue that he is, just because he has the potential for elite defense. Like, that's just my personal opinion. Now, like I said, I've told you all the offensive baggage that he comes along with. So, and I might argue that Lively has a higher upside than either one of the guys that you mentioned. However, he is a high ceiling, low floor prospect. To Mike's point, I don't think he's necessarily a guy who you're going to be like, yeah, no, he's fine. Whereas maybe some of the other players, you're like, oh, yeah, he's solid. And that's about all he'll ever be. I understand the concern about the washout rate with Lively.
I guess.
Then again, I guess Bamba keeps getting chances.
A lot of this does kind of like, your biggest weakness is rebounding defense, interior.
Sure.
Does that solve anything on the perimeter for you? Defensively as well? I mean, because you're going to be limited a little bit there if you have Kyrie and Luka.
I would not be inclined to think you would see Derek Lively out. I mean, he is athletic, but I don't know how often you see him chasing out on the perimeter.
And I don't know what kid wants right now. And this is my reason being, like, the formula of, Luka's drive and kick is going to get guys open and he's going to be able to make his threes and everything. And we just got to, bear down on defense, work to get to the Western Conference Finals for whatever it was.
I know this sounds weird and it sounds like a shot at Jason Kidd. I'm not trying to take a shot at Jason Kidd. You know what I think he wants? I think he doesn't want to coach. I think he wants guys that are so smart as him at basketball, that he can just watch a basketball game. I think what he's telling you is, this is how I want to coach. I just want to watch basketball. I want Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Ron Harper. Like, no, well, too bad you're not going to get that. You're not going to get veteran guys that know how to win championships and won. You're actually going to have to coach your ass off with the talent that is probably going to be given to you. And I think he's like, no, I don't want to. I want Jason Kidd. I want Dirk Nowitzki. I want Tyson Chandler. Well, we can't do that. It's impossible to get guys that have played that long in the NBA, have played that many playoff games, and understand the game that well. You're going to have to coach some stupid people. Can you coach stupid people? Guess what? Stupid people are on every NBA basketball team. And the good coaches are able to get the stupid players to be pretty okay at basketball.
I feel like if I really had a good understanding of what he like, what his ideal NBA team looks like, then I can find pieces to squeeze in there and have that.
Well, this could potentially be.
But all I'm doing right now is what I want. And
Exactly.
I want dinosaur basketball. And everybody's like, it doesn't work anymore. I'm like, but Jokic can kind of play a form of it.
Well, this might be encouraging for you, whether it is Wallace, Black, Hendricks. You have differing levels of defensive ability for all of them, but I do all think they all possess the ability to be quality defenders, which clearly is another thing that you feel like maybe we lack in this draft. I know somebody texted in and said, if you don't, from the 2-4, if the Mavs don't draft Taylor Hendricks, they will regret it. Now, I will certainly admit I didn't watch anywhere near as much UCF basketball this year, but if you're looking for more of the stats, like Derek Lively, there's a lot of projection there because of high school and because of what everybody thinks about his athleticism. You can look at Hendricks and say, well, what did he do in college? 2 blocks a game, 7 rebounds, 15 points. So you can at least point to the stat line and say, I saw him produce in college, which is not really the case with Lively, even though I thought he got better during the season. And then I know a lot of people keep bringing up the most popular pick linked to the Mavericks right now is probably Grady Dick. And now that's somebody
because we can't get Thompson. I
probably not, although him more than Amen, I'm curious where they go. I've seen a lot of people who think Amen Thompson is going to go number 4, whereas his twin, he seems to have a little bit more shift in the draft. But Grady Dick, if you're looking for something positive there, the most 3-pointers in Kansas history by a freshman. So that is an offensive component he can bring to the game. And I know a lot of people will make jokes because he is white. And clearly the Mavericks love to bring in the white player.
And what other reasons will they make jokes?
Well, because I guess because of his last name.
What's his last name?
That's a good point. His name is Grady Dick.
And so you think people will make fun of his last name?
I do probably.
They won't call him Grady Richard.
People will make jokes about that, but I'm curious. I think to Mike's point, it's probably still likely they trade the pick, but that's why I was really intrigued by the deal that you brought up where they just slid down to 15, because I kind of wonder if somebody like Lively is still at 15 and you make an upgrade on the other side in terms of getting rid of Bertans and giving Collins a shot. I don't know if they'll be happy with Collins. Like, they weren't happy with Christian Wood.
Like I said, you have to coach him.
Yeah.
And this staff does not like coaching. So it's a weird thing. They just want all really smart, great basketball players that they're just like, you know what you're doing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will go live to Globe Live Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, tell me all the time about the
thefan.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's talk with those fellas as they're live out at Globe Life Field from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, DMM Leasing is always awesome, but also, how is you today?
You're outstanding, Higgy. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I hear rumblings that Mike Maddox is going to be on the show.
Yeah, that is correct. At some point between 3:45 and 4:30, we'll talk to him about his greatness and how he's helped make this Rangers pitching staff so good this year.
Very cool, very cool.
Ask him if he'd like Ohtani to be on the staff at some point this season.
Would you like Ohtani? Got it.
Appreciate that.
I like that he wrote it down, too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Would that be tampering?
Not for us. Not for us as journalists or broadcasters.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to screw him over.
We are the official station though of the Texas
good point.
Rangers.
That's a good
Yeah,
point. We get
might
paid
be a
by it.
problem.
Very good point.
Might be a problem.
Now, we talked about this a little earlier, and I'm curious, is there a sports rivalry, whether it's individual, team-based, whatever, that you're sick of, and you're like, please stop talking about this, or it's not relevant anymore, or however you would define it?
Yankees, Red Sox.
That was mine too, Broadus.
Yeah. Why do I have to see them on Sunday Night Baseball every week? And they're both, 27 games out of, division lead. Come on. Stop it. Well, we saw the one Mets-Yankees, last night, too, was another one. Just kind of against anything Yankees, whatever. Cardinals-Cubs, kind of old.
That is old. Yeah, I don't like
rolling?
it. They make too big of a deal out of it on SportsCenter. That's really what's going to get you aggravated is you're tuned in to watch some sports you care about, and they're beating you down with the NL Central.
Yeah.
What about Packers-Bears?
Yeah, we got some juicy audio on that yesterday by one of the Bears.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think the same, man. That's just, it hasn't been much of a rivalry. It's been very one-sided, and it's Green Bay, and every year they put that as a primetime game, and it's never that good.
I thought it was cool that Rodgers was doing the whole "I own you" thing, and now Chicago gets to try to finally get their revenge. And can they do it, or will Green Bay continue to own them?
Did you appreciate that reporter had to use a curse word in his follow-up question?
I did, and I thought it was good on the reporter to do so. Just get the technicalities out of the way.
It's good journalism.
Now, I want to get to the topic that I know Corey cares the most about today.
I actually have a more important topic that I need to ask
you
about.
Told me to.
No, that's fine. That's
It's
fine.
a topic off.
This is
What whiskey pairs with a steak?
Oh, that's a good. Hey, I got a couple of options
National
for you here,
Megalodon
Broadus.
Apparently Blanton's number one.
It is fantastic. All right, so but my question here is: this morning, Mike told me because I'm going to the game.
Is
tonight.
Mike there, by the way?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he with
here.
us?
He's hanging
Okay.
out.
Hello.
I'm going.
Hi, Mike.
I'm
Hey.
packing up his gear. I'm going to the game tonight. I'm going to be out there. Maybe I'll stop by and say hello to you fellas if y'all are still around.
You damn well better.
I don't know.
I
don't know when I'm going to get there. But Mike will not tell me his super secret way to evacuate the stadium. There's a way for me to leave and not have to hit traffic on my way home. And he also said, "Don't come by and say hi to me tonight." So, what do y'all think is going on here?
Yeah, we'll figure out the way to get out of this place. But the thing to do with Mike when he's on set is just yell loudly.
Okay.
That's
Mike, what we do. That's what we
every
do.
time we walk by Mike, he's kind of getting himself prepped. He's looking at his notes. Bouchel looks really put off, by the way, when we do that.
Yeah, he's like, who are these?
I think he's
hooligans?
jealous.
I think he's really
Because
jealous.
if I recognize you guys, it encourages other people to scream.
No.
I do look up and I smile at the guys.
Yeah.
But I don't want to
Yeah.
encourage that because guess what? After like a 2.5 hour baseball game and people have had 6 beers, they do love screaming at us while we actually are talking about the game.
Mike, try and do again a post-game or a pre-game show in the Miller Light Club when people literally walk up and they try and put your headset on.
Yeah.
For
Cowboy games.
Cowboy, yeah. They've had a lot more beers than that, and now they're going to try and tell you what happened in the game that day.
You want to see Brian uncomfortable? Just come by the Miller Lite Plaza before a Cowboy game. with all the people. I mean, Brian's a celebrity, and he's just like, yeah, we're doing a segment right now. I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking at anything but you to avoid eye contact.
He's a professional. That's impressive. All right,
he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Man,
Kevin, I know.
do kind of like that.
I just wanted to kind of get to. Do you think he should help me though with this super secret like escape route to miss all the traffic? He's saying I'm never going to tell.
Look,
Dana Larson told him.
Dana was brave enough to tell one other person, and I was stupid enough to say on the air that I know a secret passageway to get out of Arlington, as they have totally destroyed that city for a decade with that highway.
See,
Mike, you go away from this. You go away from the ballpark, right? Isn't it go away and then pick up on the back road, try and get to 30?
Broadus? You need to shut your mouth.
Is that division?
Yeah. See, this is the thing is, yeah. You don't go back towards the ballpark. You go away from the ballpark, and then there's a cut across.
You flank it.
There's a cut across.
Flank 30.
Yeah. This is where Gavin and I saw the poor gentleman laid out on a motorcycle.
That was horrible.
I'm so glad I did
not
see that.
See, that's a bad route. Don't go that way.
Oh my gosh, I saw that.
Looked like somebody came off that off ramp and did not stop as he was going through, and his bike was not in good shape. And I just hope he's doing all right. If anybody knows how, got an update about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah,
it was scary.
See, that's way more realistic than in my head. Mike had some like secret underground tunnel with fancy art in it and nice music and stuff.
Amphibious vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just pulls up and there's this little stop where he gets some Hurtado barbecue on the way through.
And then like a part of a wall
It's like the
lifts up.
Flintstones. It's like the Flintstones. They put the rib on the side of the car.
If I leave tonight and there's a line of 7,000 cars where I'm going to be so mad because I just don't get how Arlington is on a 20-year, like, I don't know when it'll ever be done. They started that damn construction during the Super Bowl of the Packers and the Steelers here, and it's gotten worse. It hasn't even gotten better.
Yep. Go away from the city, Mike. You know what you're doing.
Now,
Go
Corey,
away from
did
the
you
ballpark.
want or need to celebrate National Megalodon Day?
Oh, I forgot about
Because
National Megalodon.
This is something you sent me like a week ago. I'm not even totally sure I know what a megalodon is.
Giant shark.
Shark.
It is. It's a big old shark.
Oh, is that the Meg? Is that what the movie, the documentary, The Meg?
Exactly.
That was
exactly what the
education.
Meg's from. They're making the Meg too.
They think
I was
there was
scared you
some
put a G on the end of
submarine
that.
that saw it or something like that in the 40s or something. I don't know.
Wow,
Like they got a picture of the fin going by.
Dunno.
Broadus is a big aquatics guy.
I am. I'm scared of the sea, by the way.
Yeah, we know.
Hold on. You like to fish, but you're afraid of the
I am absolutely.
He
yeah.
might have to
But
take his shirt off.
he refuses to fish with his feet on land. He has to be
In a boat.
He has to be in a boat some way somehow. But he's also frightened of the sea.
I'll tell you
It's
what.
a complicated man.
What about gator-infested waters? You all right with that?
No, man, no. I've never been on an airboat. Even being down in Louisiana all those times, I never got a chance to be on an airboat.
Missing out, man.
To
Those are
ride through
fun.
one of those, do that whole thing. Those
do you
shows
got-
scare you, man.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? And remind everyone where they can find you.
Yeah, we're at the ballpark here, center field upstairs, and coming up at 2:20, Tony Gwynn Jr., an Odyssey insider for baseball, is going to join us. We'll talk to him about these Rangers. And then at some point between 3:45 and 4:30, Mike Maddox is going to join us. We'll talk to him about pitching.
And escape routes,
Any
too. We're gonna
questions,
talk
Mike?
about escape routes.
What's
as
the
well.
escape route? Ask Maddox that.
No, don't. Pretend we never talked about it. I need all those Nimrods getting in that stupid line for 45 minutes to try to get back to Dallas because Arlington has effed everybody over by never completing construction.
It's a can-do city, Mike. Arlington is a can-do city. Let's not forget that, okay?
I do love Arlington, man.
Mhm.
And, it's great that some of us have the local knowledge to work our way around these parts.
If
You
there's one more person on that road, Mike is going to call you, Ron. It's 100%. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at the ballpark right now. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we'll have Derek Holland with us all show long. So tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Kevin, tell Mike to give me the answer to the quiz.
I mean, I feel like you just heard the answer.
Fix the roads, Arlington!
Coming up on The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the ballpark here in Arlington, and we want to invite you to come enjoy some Rangers baseball tonight. If you can't make it, listen to it on the radio. Pregame's coming up at 6:30 as they look to earn a split against the Halos. General at your service, Addies. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You do have Lucius Alexander back at the Pimp Cup there at Master Control 75 in Fitzhugh. On a very warm and humid North Texas afternoon, Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk at the broadcast position here on the perch above center field at the Globe, if you know the area. And you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And a fine afternoon to all of you gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Wonderful. It's always a blast being out here at the park ahead of an epic pitching matchup with Evaldi and Shohei Ohtani, and the Rangers trying to even this baby out after they finally got a win last night.
Yeah.
So sweet to get that victory last night.
Back-to-back jacks.
Seaman and Seager, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you draw it up in the seventh inning and a couple more in the eighth, and you get the win 6-3. Evan Grant's game story is about him asking Bochy if the pitching staff is in a delicate situation right now. And he says, I don't know that I'd say delicate. We've had to patch things up a little bit. As good as our starters were going, they were going to have their moments where it didn't go as well. We will power through this. What's your confidence level right now? Are you crotch first about the Rangers powering through this pitching? Is it a dilemma? Is it a delicate situation? I know it's not a greatness right now.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like we were overachieving and waiting for DeGrom, and now maybe reality's hitting you in the face at the same time DeGrom is, gone for 15 months.
I don't know that I'd say it's crotch first, but I'm confident as long as John Gray still starts on Sunday against Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Like as long and there's an article out today from Evan Grant. The team's expecting him to make that start. So you'll have the first two games of the series. You'll get Martin Perez, you'll get Dane Dunning, and then hopefully John Gray's there. As long as you have Evaldi and Gray continue to pitch well, Martin has been a little Jekyll and Hyde. We talked earlier in the week about how good he's been at home. Andrew Heaney, he's a guy that at one point had 9 straight Ks in a game, but then also he's basically a 4th or 5th starter. I still look to them to maybe make a move, but I feel confident, just not crotch first confident right now.
Yeah, I totally get that. And we just saw Dunning have one of his tougher outings. So, how does he respond from that? If you see a nice response, I think that makes you feel pretty dang good because he's obviously, with the way Martin's playing right now, it feels like Dunning's having to be your, perform like your third best pitcher. So as long as he bounces back, and like you said, John Gray bounces back with the next start and actually performs, then I think you're in a decent place. And you still, I'm so confident in Chris Young at the deadline that it's going to get turned around.
I know Broaddus is confident in crotch first because before this show even started today, he looked into the webcam and said, "Damn, I'm a handsome son of a gun today."
I actually said son of a bee is what I said. I didn't son of a gun. And I kind of feel that way about, the Ranger bullpen the other night had a little bit of some difficulty. But overall, if you look at kind of how they're trying to put some things together, with Grant Anderson, him coming in and getting some stuff.
Huge last night.
It seems like that Will Smith has come in and kind of taken over that closer role.
Spores is a setup guy.
Spores is a setup guy. He got out of a big jam last night. So yeah, I'm kind of feeling like though if you look at some of the things that I was really concerned about was that relief pitching. Maybe they figured that a little bit. The starting pitching, I think, is what it is right now. These guys have done a great job early in the season. The reason why you're so many games over 500 right now is because you've had starters that have gone deep into games, and you've got the hitters have done a great job of scoring runs. We've seen some games here of late where they haven't scored a lot of runs.
Yeah,
hasn't been timely hitting. So I think the skipper's right about the kind of the ebbs and flow that you're going to get during a season. I think CY even tells us that as time too. So not crotch first, not concerned, but kind of riding a little bit of that boat on the ocean right now and hope we're staying off the rocks.
And I think a guy like Cody Bradford has come up and given you some solid spot starts. Now, Boch even said he would have loved him to go deeper into the game, but he couldn't because he was only on 3 days rest. And then Owen White comes in, and it's his debut. It didn't go the way that he wanted, but they combined to only allow 4 runs, with the way this team has performed offensively, that was enough to give you a chance to win the game. Unfortunately, the bats didn't do their part. So, I'm not quite as concerned about the starting pitching, but I definitely will be if something happens to a John Gray and all of a sudden you're looking at him missing considerable time.
Yeah, the blister situation there, that is a very interesting situation. And you're right, hitting well with runners in scoring position, it's a terrific deodorant for whatever problems you can have.
Exactly. See, when they're able to pile on those runs, when early in the year we were starting to see they would have 5, 6, 7 run innings, and you're just like, wow, this is it. And everybody was saying, hey, this is not sustainable. And baseball people were right about that. But there was some, the other night though, in game 1 of this series, they had a chance to win this thing in extras. And maybe the Rangers of April would have won this game in extras because they would have got that hit that would have made a difference there. So, like I said, let's just
ride. Just found a glove.
Yeah, just ride on the boat right now and just try and get through all the issues that you're having.
Well, if you do, need some chicken soup for your Ranger soul other than last night's win, ESPN Power Rankings fresh this morning. I was curious after a tougher week where they would be sitting here at 42-25. They're number 2 still. With ESPN saying it wasn't the best week for the Rangers, yet they maintained a healthy lead over second-place Houston thanks to a deep offense led by Corey Seager. Shortstop 8 of 19 over a 5-game stretch, hitting over 400 over the last 13 games. 5-hit effort Saturday against the Rays. It's part of Texas' lone win over Tampa in a 3-game showdown with the only team higher in our rankings. Do the Rangers have enough on the mound? They even asking this. Everybody's asking this now. This is the topic, okay? Mm-hmm. I appreciate the copium. When we're going through a tough time, hey, it's going to be fine. It's baseball. So you always have that out of saying, oh, it's a sample size. But, well, I don't know. You look at the names, and Eovaldi's overachieving in a very significant way. He hadn't thrown up anything even close to this in 5 years. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited about first place, but I don't want the Rangers to be complacent. I just want them to feel the pressure. We got to go find arms. Maybe it's not a $30 million arm, but I think we need more. I think we need more. That's where I'm at.
Well, I think you're 100% right about that, especially when you consider the length of the season and what the aspirations are, which is certainly, hopefully at least winning a playoff series would be epic. Yeah. And if you're going to do that, you're going to need some more. And so the question is, how beaten up do you get between now and the deadline? I'm pretty confident they're making moves at the deadline.
For sure.
I don't think they're gonna mess around there. But how can Eovaldi keep this hot streak going until then? Can he carry this thing? And then can you get some eruption from the bats? But there's going to be some real tough nights. Yeah. There's going to be some tough nights between now and deadline.
Yeah, Nathan now becomes your ace. You need for him to go out tonight and take care of Ohtani in this matchup and even this thing up, get Toronto in and kind of regroup from there. But as long as he's pitching that way, as long as he's pitching like your ace, and we all know Chris Young well enough here. I mean, we've had enough time of interviewing him and stuff. What he's done to go out and get Bochy, what he's gone out and done and spent money for the players. He's not going to let this thing just sail by itself.
Amen
he's
to
going
that.
to go out. He's going to go out and get something. And I guarantee you, if anybody wants to feel sorry about losing DeGrom, he's not going to allow that in the organization.
No.
He's not. Everybody's going, DeGrom and this, DeGrom that. Nah. He's like, no, we can't. We've got to move on. We've got to keep eyes forward. And I think that's the great thing about having him as your GM.
It's a good point. You can come on out here and even buy Brian brought us a beer. Doors are going to open at 5 o'clock. Mm-hmm. We're rocking here all the way until 6:30. And you're right. I think that's the number one thing. The competitiveness of not only Chris Young, but the commitment that the ownership has shown over the last 2 years. They're not going to stop now. There's no reason to.
And you brought the point up the other day, Gavin. What, Ray Davis, 80 years old?
Yeah, 81.
81. Yeah, you get to a point in time of this ownership where you're not guaranteed tomorrow. I'm not trying to sound morbid or anything. I'm trying to tell you that you got to want to find a way to get back into that championship realm.
The old Tigers owner did it. He just said to hell with it, and got him close. 469. I don't know if it's been said already, but ever since the Jacob deGrom news, we seem a bit deflated. That might just be a coincidence. I alluded to it a little bit last night. It could be a thing where you're like, we're battling until we get Jake back, and then it's like, hey, Jake's not coming back, and reality could hit you in the face a little bit, but I don't know. That's speculation.
What happened to us, though, is, every time that we talked on our Mondays with CY, it was a positivity about bullpen sessions. We never felt like that Jacob deGrom was not going to come back.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing about it is, if there wasn't such positivity about his return, if it was like, hey, we're still dealing with a lot of things here, it's not good. It's, we're struggling with this, we're struggling with that. Then the realization comes in of like, we're about to lose this guy. Something bad is not. This is bad. Something is not right. But everything was bullpen session good. Bullpen session. Through another bullpen session here in Pittsburgh. Through another bullpen session here.
Yeah, and the players are thinking, hey, we almost got him. We almost got him. And
Yeah.
then the reality hits that he ain't coming back.
Right.
And I don't know. I think they have tremendous leadership. They're professionals.
Yeah.
They're grown men. But confidence is fragile.
Well, again, I'm sounding morbid in a way, but if you know that death is on the horizon, if you know that, if you're dealing with something,
See death around the corner.
Yeah, if you know it, it's when death happens suddenly that you're like, whoa, you're taken back. But if you kind of have an idea that this is going to inevitably happen, and we never felt that with deGrom. And I'm sorry,
It's very sudden.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to sit there and
Till
say
his elbow
death
passed
is.
away.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about
No,
sports.
it's-
I'm talking about
I get
sports
you.
death. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about
Right,
death.
right.
Again, I'm not trying to make light of something. I'm just saying when you know that something is about to come to the end, you prepare yourself a little better for that.
Yeah.
You prepare yourself
Emotionally, right?
Emotionally,
Yeah.
and I don't think we had a chance to emotionally prepare ourselves. It turned into deGrom's out, and then it turned into, damn it, why'd the Rangers go get this guy? It turned into almost like anger. Like, here we go again. We should have known better. That kind of stuff.
It would be like going to get Zion right now.
Yeah.
It's just not a good idea.
Yeah, no, he's just not going to be able to stay healthy. They just haven't been getting completely blown out in any game to where that makes me feel like that's actually the thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they
if
should.
Evaldi starts to go south, and then now you're going to be in a situation where you're
and they
gonna-
need him to
yeah.
go deep tonight because your bullpen arms are limited. You just had Grant Anderson go 2 innings. Will Smith's probably not available, so you're looking at John King, Joe Barlow, etc. That are going to have to come in. So you need Evaldi to go 7 or 8 innings. But they were competitive in the Rays series. They won one of those games. They battled back against McClanahan in the final game of that series as well and made it competitive. And then they should be up 2-1 in this series right now. They should have won the first game.
They should have, absolutely.
points.
Yep.
TCU Oral Roberts tomorrow. You
How about
pretty into
that?
this?
Oh, absolutely, because the LSU Tigers are in it. Yeah. College World Series. But, TCU, really nice story what's going on in Fort Worth with their program. Oral Roberts kind of one of those that, have had great baseball throughout, better known for basketball, to be honest with you, with their school. But
Now, if LSU doesn't win, will you be pulling for TCU, or did Gary Patterson ruin that opportunity?
Oh, no, I have me, Gavin, I have a hard time pulling for other colleges.
Yeah.
I really do.
Oh, that's right. He's like an
But it's
anti.
local.
Yeah.
I'm not pulling for Florida, right?
Tolos will be
SEC.
happy. Our
No, no.
TCU Tolos would be happy.
Hey, you know
you
what?
don't want that?
No, and I'll be very happy for you. I'll be happy. I'll be disappointed my team didn't make it, but I can't take any joy of you going on. That ain't happening.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you at least
Cold
pulling,
man.
Are you at least pulling for TCU to win the Jello Shot contest?
No, because LSU's competing in that.
Yeah, I think LSU's gonna crush that.
We are going to annihilate. Who holds?
Are
the
you
rest
more
of- it
confident?
starts today.
Who
It's
holds?
starting
Are
today.
you more confident in your LSU Tigers at the bar or your LSU Tigers on the diamond?
Oh, win or
Good
lose,
question.
we booze.
Yeah, it's at
Yeah,
that bar.
we got epic fans. when it comes.
Answer the question, though.
Oh, I'm confident. I'm absolutely. We've got really one pitcher. We got one of the best pitchers.
Yeah, but he's
in
like
baseball.
3-1. He'll go like 147 pitches
Yeah.
into
No,
however
that's
many
what I'm saying.
extras.
No,
He's still
we-
throwing mad
Hey,
heat.
I'm just telling
Paul
you.
Skeens is
two
a
of the
real
best
guy.
players in the country. The 2 top picks likely in Major League Baseball's draft are going to be LSU Tigers.
And he's more confident in his fans at the bar.
well, there's time. But
And
like,
honestly, I think speaks
it
more to the
takes
dominance of the
pitching.
fans.
It
It's-
takes pitching to win that
I
damn thing.
would be more confident the fans at the bar.
Yeah.
LSU is a legendary.
When's their
drinking
first
school.
game?
They play Saturday against Tennessee. And
Right
Tennessee's got their ace throwing that same night. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Mavs and Hawks have discussed the idea of swapping Bertans in 15 for Collins in 10. Or I guess it'd be the other way around.
Who threw this rumor out there?
Bertans. This is Jake Fisher.
Huh.
Oh, I'd be.
Bleacher Report?
This would be incredible.
That's a no-brainer, isn't
Wouldn't
it?
this be a dream?
Wait, who? Collins? I'm sorry. What,
John Collins,
yeah, Collins
in
in
15.
We always talk about
John
Collins
in
here.
15.
Yeah.
And you're giving up Bertans in 10? Yeah, sign me up for that any day of the week. And again, that's a big guy that has trouble.
He's got to be
trouble
better
staying
than
healthy.
that stiff you guys want from Memphis. It causes problems for everybody.
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, you guys been on that train.
You need
I
some
can't
defensive
stand
help,
you for
don't you?
that. I will never. I'm not the Dylan Brooks advocate.
I think you are. I think I was running that
You
take. out
were.
there.
Okay.
Gavin,
Here we go.
Eric, you were all about Dylan Brooks until the Lakers.
That's how I
series.
remember it anyway.
I actually have a Guangdong Dylan Brooks Tigers jersey on the way from Amazon.
I think that's a collectible right there.
I got
Let's
a
get him to
Guangdong
sign
Tiger,
it, baby.
Yeah. I'm hoping D'Angelo Russell. I would like to have two of them.
Dawson
up
goes,
in the man cave.
Chief, what do you think about this Dylan Brooks? Oh, I'm all for
Love
it.
this guy.
I mean,
All NBA defender, baby. Let's go.
Level-headed
start
guy.
breaking him down like I'm over there giving it the
all the intangibles.
Yeah, all the intangibles. Now you guys are walking this thing back so
dude,
fast.
Dylan
You might
Brooks.
want a Ricky Fowler trucker hat after this weekend.
Wow.
He's at 6 under through 14 and
Go get
dominating
him, Ricky.
the U.S. Open there. He leads Xander by 1. Looks like
means he's doomed.
your guy Scheffler is a 2 under. He is 4 off the pace through 13, and DeChambeau is 1 under through 14, so he's in the hunt. USA Mexico tonight, the CONCACAF Nations League semifinal. Does this hit your radar at all? It's a 9 o'clock start, maybe after the Rangers.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And I need to know where are we playing this match. If we can find that out, I guess I could have looked that up.
You could have looked it up. You do this all the damn time.
I'm paying attention
tell
to
us
the
this?
show.
Tell
and
us that.
You guys are all looking at your computers right now.
Yeah,
every
because
single
we
one.
can
is.
multitask.
I'm the
Vegas.
handsome guy here on the
Obviously.
Zoom. On the
Obviously.
Zoom,
The new haircut.
yeah, with the haircut.
Gosh, he gets a haircut. Look at him.
Slimming features now.
That's
He
right.
wants to be pampered.
I
There's
might
no
I
question.
might go to Baby Dolls next week. You never know.
Okay,
Hey,
that's
Jim,
drag
fun.
something out of
You
Baby
never
Dolls.
know.
Promise me you'll
Hey.
wear that vest.
It's
Allegiant
kinda cold in
Stadium
here, man.
Vegas.
It is. It feels good.
It's in Vegas, Brian. I don't know if you listened to that, but it's in
Won't stop
Vegas.
talking long enough.
That's a
Listen
good
to
point.
anything. Well, we got to go, though. Tony Gwynn Jr. joins us next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
You know it's coming. The heat, the humidity, the high energy bills from forcing your AC into overdrive. If you want to beat the heat, call Window Nation today. Yeah, Window Nation. Replacing your
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we are joined now by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman, covering all things Major League Baseball. Do we need to get to a number to Lucius Wolchuk? Okay. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. And there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel, the consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. Big show planned today out here at the Globe. We'll be here all the way until 6:30 when Rangers pregame takes over. Coming up at some point between 3:45 and 4:30 is one of the most important coaches in DFW sports history. We're talking about Rangers pitching coach Mike Maddox, a man who has been a steadying hand for the pitching staff of this organization on two different occasions during surges to glory in this organization's history. The World Series teams, there was Mike Maddox working the pitchers for Warsh, our beloved Ron Washington,
Yes.
and part of one of the great coaching staffs in team history. And now he's back, and we love that he is back, and it's a big reason there's so many guys having a tremendous time throwing the baseball here for this team. And we are joined now by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., and a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm well. How about you guys?
Oh, we are outstanding. How do you like the Rangers currently? I saw the recent power ratings. We were just talking about that. Had them second in all of baseball. Do you think they're that good, Tony?
Yes, I do think they're that good. And, you got a skipper like Bruce Bochy at the helm. You got the type of talent they have offensively. I mean, Simeon's swinging the bat extremely well. Corey Seager, after missing some time, seemed to hit the ground running. There's a lot of things to like about this ball club, and they're playing at a high level right now.
What impact, in your opinion, does a guy like Bruce Bochy have on the team? I know he's talked a lot about his days with your dad there in San Diego, told some good stories. I don't know if you have any that come to mind when Bruce Bochy's name comes up.
I have one in particular, but I'll answer the first part of the question. I think that ultimately what he brings to the table is credibility. All of those guys in that locker room watched him manage those Giants ball clubs. And I don't know a guy who has ever disliked playing for Bruce. So he just has an ability to get guys to follow, and he really develops leaders in that process. I think in terms of the story, I remember one time, 98 season, the Padres went to the World Series. They really struggled in the month of September. It cost them a chance to win 100 games. They played so poorly. And, I was around pretty frequently as a 16-year-old down there. So after a game, I moseyed on down there. It was after a tough loss. And Bruce is not one to really, yell, raise his voice. But I remember walking into the clubhouse and it just being, you could hear a pin drop in there. And he walked in. I remember my dad kind of looking at me like, hey, make sure you sit down, don't say nothing. And he proceeded to just lay into that ball club. And it was a veteran team. And it was the first time I had ever seen him upset. Of course, they would end up finishing September well and then would go on to play in the World Series that year. It was that message that those guys credited at the end of the season that really, lit the fire under them.
Tony, do the Rangers, with the way they're currently constructed with their pitching staff, have enough pitching? They're dealing with injuries now and various things happen. When you evaluate this staff, do they have enough pitching to carry this thing through?
I think that's the one spot where they are not as deep. I'll use that. I mean, obviously, when you lose an arm like DeGrom, you're missing a substantial piece of your rotation, and so I think they'll be in the market for pitching. The tough part, I think, in this year's trade deadline is that there's going to be far more buyers than there are sellers. They're going to be there, at least at this point. It seems like there are a lot of teams that are going to be in it, in the mix. But I think more importantly, this is probably one of the weaker trade deadline, rosters that we've seen in a little bit of time because everybody's either been traded or is already signed up, for some substantial years. So that's going to be it's going to be tough to get pitching in this market, but I do think the Rangers will be in that market for it.
How possible is it that a great offense could power you through a postseason? Is that doable?
Of course it's doable, but we do see great offenses start to get stymied come playoff time. I mean, you're facing better pitching more frequently, and in the game of baseball, good pitching usually wins out against good offense, and so of course it can be done, but more often than not, we see the pitching kind of settle in, and the offense kind of fall by the wayside a little bit, and that's why it does pay to have those type of that type of offensive firepower on your roster come playoff time, because it just takes one. It takes one big swing that can change the momentum of a game, despite how good the pitching can be. So it can happen, but I tend to put the emphasis on the pitching side of it more so than the offense.
And Tony, and you're talking about the pitching and what availability. Are teams going to have to just wildly overpay to get whatever pitching is available?
It seems like it. I mean, right now, I would say the biggest name that potentially could be out there is Marcus Stroman. He's thrown the ball extremely well for the Cubs. It doesn't seem like at this point they have come to – both sides are interested in an extension at this time. At this point, it could change. But that's exactly usually how it works, right? If there isn't a lot of guys out there, the price tag goes through the roof. And I would imagine for a team like the Cubs, that's exactly what they want. They want the market to be bare so they can run the price tag up and, get better faster. And so I think that's kind of where the market's going to set this year.
The way you were just laughing and talking there, it's just so interesting to hear your voice and so cool to have you on. Do people tell you they hear your dad when you're talking?
Every day. It is the gift he left behind, and it seems to be a gift that people enjoy. So I embrace it. I really don't have any choice but to embrace it. I can't change my voice at this point.
Well, my favorite thing throughout March Madness and the Final Four with your San Diego Aztecs was doing a little reading up on them and discovering that you, Tony Gwynn Jr., are the all-time assist leader for their basketball team. And that was my favorite stat of the day throughout the month of March.
Now, I got to tell you that's not me. I wish I was the all-time assist leader. That is actually my pops, who is the all-time assist leader for the Aztecs. It's still a record he holds to this day. It's amazing. It's almost been 40 years, but and nobody's broken it yet. So a lot of people don't know he was a pretty good hooper for sure.
Yeah, including myself, as Walchuk is laughing at me as I thought that was you, and it's actually your dad. So joke's on me, Tony. Joke's on me.
Easily confused there, Tony. We love you, buddy. We really appreciate you.
Take care, Tony. Thanks for sharing with us. Enjoy the season.
No problem. You guys have a good day.
See ya. There he is, Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman, covering all things MLB. We just had a classic moment.
I'm going to get I think that'll be back-to-back audio weeks of me receiving Biggest L of the Week.
When you were
after
asking
the Dave Raymond, and then
you seemed so confident. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe it was Tony Gwynn Jr.
I don't know that anybody corrected me whenever I was doing that throughout the month of March. I thought that was incredible.
As much as I'd like to let this moment linger, we are late for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
That's hysterical, bro.
That was amazing.
That was hysterical. Yeah, I felt a little uncomfortable for you, my guy. Real talk. Hey, he does sound like his dad.
He does.
Made me feel depressed because I sound like my mom. Oh. Yeah, like I used to answer the phone back in the day, pick up the phone and hello, and people just start talking to me like I'm my mother. Girl, let me tell you something, Wanda. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh yeah, let me get her. Oh, this you? Yeah, so it's like a little woman apparently.
Yeah, right around 12 or 13 or something.
You know what it was. It went all the way to 16.
To
okay. It went for a while. Let's see. Okay, our winner is the front man for Red Scare. It's a band, a heavy metal band, a hardcore metal band. He talks about his very first job before he intros his song.
When I was 15 years old, I started my first job. Like many of you probably did too. Except mine was a little more up.
Oh,
Yeah. I worked at something called a horse insemination plant.
Woo! You ever heard of it?
Every day, I would get up in the morning and I'd go to this barn and I'd have to walk down a line with a horse on either side of me.
Side by side.
These horses would follow me,
bro,
and I had to grasp in each hand a throbbing horse and rub it until completion.
It's a 2-for-1 special.
Jar. This mother who owned this place was selling this for $1 million a
The
gallon,
feedback is so epic here.
and I was getting paid $4 a hour.
Oh, the fans get ready now. You
There
hear
are
'em.
3 mother people in this world.
Who is it?
3. There's the man who owns the horse and gets the money. There's the man who has the money and gets the horse. And there's us, me, you. We off the horses and we get nothing.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Man, I hope these guys blow up.
Did these guys have T-shirts? Do we have like red skirts?
Oh my God, bro! I don't know if you've ever seen a horse when he's ready to do what he's got to do.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
I don't know if you can handle 2 of them, dog. I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe you.
On the other side of me.
He is bragging right
He's got
now.
back pains or something holding all that strength. All right, let's go to my man
big
Joker.
hands,
My man Joker, Nuggets parade in Denver. He didn't want to be there. You know, we seen that at the finals. My man said the job is over. I'm ready to go home. But the Nuggets tapped him on the shoulder. Was like, no, you got one more thing to do.
Thank you, though. You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I f***ing want to stay on parade. This is
You're not going home.
I have a theory, and you know, I think the red nose tells all here. He just wants to go have a cold beer as soon as the game's over.
Yeah.
And on the parade, the cold beer is flowing. He's happy there. You know?
It's his happy place.
He is. I need 3 beers to relax, guy.
Yeah.
And he's out there on the court. He's just trying to get through it to get to the cold beer.
I get that.
It's that hops, man. Oh, G Back in the Day is brought to you by William Campbell over there at Travelmation.
Yes, sir.
Click on Travelmation and get out of this place. Yeah. We got a pastor right here. Yesterday was a church day. Pastor catches someone sleeping. I'm talking about an aggressive pastor. He probably was a football coach at one point in time. He caught someone sleeping. Then he calls out another person for not showing up in church all the time.
Be surprised, son. Don't go to sleep while I'm talking. Hey! Don't you lay your head back. I'm important. I'm somebody. Now you might do your English teacher that way, but I'm not teaching English. I'm teaching eternal life here. I love you. You know I love you. Have I convinced you I love you? Yeah. You better nod your head. Yes. All right. Come on. Put it up there.
For what?
You stay awake and you listen to me. You say, well, he may never come back. Well, he ain't here now. And where have you been, Mr. Underwood?
Oh.
And I noticed on the calendar I'm supposed to marry y'all. What makes you think I'd marry you? You're one of the sorriest church members I have. You're not worth 15 cents. And you want me to marry you to her? And you want to marry him? And he don't even know where he belongs? And you don't even know where you belong? Now, let me tell y'all, everybody here, how much I love these kids. Do you know I love you, sir? Stand up, big boy.
Tough love.
Do you know I love you?
Big boy.
All right.
Go
All
on,
right.
damn
Give me a little love.
I want to shake your hand.
Yeah.
Shake your hand.
Pathetic loser.
I'm the real deal.
I'm a real deal.
All right. I know you are too, but you ain't been here.
Straight out of Righteous Gemstones. Wow. My gosh.
Yeah, didn't the new season just start?
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of new seasons, Black Mirror is today, baby. Season 6.
Okay.
In the mix.
Big night for video.
Yeah.
You want to vote now? What do you say?
Let's do that because we're up against it.
Pastor caught somebody sleeping. Jokic wants to stay on parade. or is it the Red Scare front man? You know, at first I was wondering how this beat Errol Spence talking about he smokes bud, but it is good. It is good.
It's so good.
Hopefully Errol and Bud have another press conference coming soon. I'm going to go with Jokic right here, though, gentlemen. How about you, Chief? What do you say?
We Jamaican, man. We smoke bud.
Yeah, I'm going for Errol again. What the hell happened?
Going for the Joker.
It's 2 for the jokester. Lucius, what do you say?
The Red Scare guy. But we smoke bud.
It's 2-1. Wolchuk.
We Jamaican, man. We smoke bud.
I'm really voting for Eric, but I got to go with Red Scare.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Yeah, let's Red Scare this thing.
A great comeback for the Horseman. The Red Scare. Go like his Facebook page for crying out loud. They got 270 likes.
I'm looking up T-shirts. I'm going to see if I can buy us all a T-shirt.
Nice.
I hope it's got a big old horse on it.
I mean, their act's been played out for about 25 years with the front man on stage being all angsty and whatever, but I love it. I think it's time for a comeback. Krusty's Corner's coming up
Denny's?
Where are we going with Krusty's next?
Yes, Pete Prisco from CBS put out his top 100. How many Cowboys are on that list? We'll talk about those guys next.
I do got to tell you about
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Muffins okay? You guys are eating those muffins.
Dude, these muffins are pretty good, man. I'm getting the nod head yes from Ramon. Looks like Dawson is
solid.
Going with the pretty solid there, which I think is good.
Did you make these?
I did not personally make them.
Ones?
My wife made them out of like a couple of ingredients. It's supposed to be like it's banana, chocolate chips, a couple other things.
Yeah.
It's allegedly a healthy way to eat a muffin, but it's pretty good.
I like it.
As long as you just do like double the amount of chocolate chips, it's probably necessary.
Makes sense.
You just got to over chocolate chip it.
Look good.
Man, if you can give me something that's healthy that sort of moonlights as a sweet, I'm all over it.
Me too, man. I love it.
But I've kind of noticed about you, Dawson. But sugar's just part of what you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just like you'll stand at the convenience machine and like you know exactly what you want to.
Kit Kats and Twix.
Kit Kats, exactly. It's like it's not even a question. He's just like
he grew
wallet, hit the thing, boom, Kit Kat's coming down.
He grew
Twix
up eating his mom's famous sugar sweet cream or whatever pie, sweet
the
sugar
Hoosier
cream pie or whatever.
The Hoosier pie.
Yeah, the cream pie was delicious.
My dear God, that thing's incredible. So I mean, what do you expect?
That's why I had to go to the heart doctor.
It was all because of that
so good.
Sugar pie?
Yeah, it was so good. Yeah, that's what it did. All right. Our buddy Pete Prisco put out his top 100 football players. Pete's one of these guys. Pete welcomes when you don't like his list. He's one of those guys. Like, why do you have that guy ranked there? He's
clickbait Prisco.
Well,
right?
he's a like come after me kind of guy. He's
a man. He's 40 kind of deal.
Yeah, he's exactly.
Well, he leads the senior media tour when it comes to biceps.
So he's a shorter guy.
Yeah,
he's a shorter guy. He's built like a fire hydrant.
Well,
he really is. He's just with arms.
He's short and he's a fire
Danny
hydrant.
DeVito division.
Will Brinson was giving him
Danny DeVito
the work.
division. Very good. Yeah, exactly.
Will Brinson was giving him the word.
Yeah, at the media party, he was like, "Man, Pete Prisco, dude." That guy, questionable what he's putting out.
Yeah,
that's jealousy.
They're buddies, though, right?
Oh yeah,
it was all in jest, 100%. But
that's the crew that liked Bobby, right? That crew, Will Brinson.
Well, it took
and all
about
those
30 minutes, and then he realized who Bobby was. Oh my God, you're Bobby Belt? Oh, you're the best Cowboys follow there is.
Oh, you can know that in about 2 or 3 minutes of the game. You're like, it's Bobby Belt.
Well, it for us, yes.
Why not? Stay away here. Kind of a thing.
Oh no.
But hey, all right, Prisco's top 100. Mm-hmm. Okay, and let me just do the top 10 for you, and then we'll run through the Dallas Cowboy type ones. How about that? At number 1 would be Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Josh Allen. Pete loves Josh Allen. He loved Josh Allen when he was coming out.
Big Allen guy.
He will remind everybody that he loved Josh Allen coming out. Joe Burrow, number 3. So we were kind of thinking about maybe Joe Burrow above Josh Allen now, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a deal?
100%.
But
I think that's a bad take by Pete at this point.
Okay, so 3 in, we're already having bad takes, right?
Two in. I mean, he put Josh Allen at 2.
Yeah, okay.
I'd have flipped those 2.
I think I would have flipped those 2
He got started late this year.
Yeah. Nick Bosa, number 4, defensive end, edge, 49ers. Myles Garrett, number 5, edge, Cleveland Browns.
Is that all we have as far as quarterbacks that you're for sure you'd start taking than other positions? Just 2 or 3 guys?
I think with Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers now kind of regressing.
Yeah, it's funny where he's got those guys. I mean, he doesn't even have Russell Wilson on this list.
Right. He shouldn't be probably after last
year.
But
he's got Aaron Rodgers in the 20s.
I mean, everybody from like quarterback 3 to 14 is kind of interchangeable. I might as well go get me an awesome pass rusher.
Yeah.
But if there was an all-time draft, we're not really doing pass rushers before we get to like.
No, you would have Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert. Those guys would all go in the top 5.
100%. Kirk Cousins. I think you take Kirk Cousins before you took Nick Bosa. If you're picking 16th,
and you're okay. Yeah, man.
I mean, yes, you don't have a chance without a quarterback.
Man, I tell you what, you guys are picking all these quarterbacks. I got to find a way to stop you from throwing the ball. When we start to get down past like 8 or so, I might be starting to take Nick Bosa and guys like that.
But the quarterback you end up with, we don't got to worry about rushing him.
Right, like
He's
if you
gonna be
wait to
such a
the
bum.
if you wait to the second round, you're probably taking Desmond Ritter.
You're going to end up with the 40th best quarterback in the NFL.
Or you might be taking.
Yeah, but
one
I'm
of these
worried about you
rookies.
guys throwing the ball, man. My team's got to stop you guys. You're taking all these quarterbacks.
I think those rookies would still probably go in the first round. You don't think all 30? Like one of those teams are going to take C.J. Stroud. They're going to take one of the top.
Bryce Young.
Is our guy down at Jacksonville made the biggest jump in everybody's eyes?
Yeah, from
nationally,
the quarterback
from the previous year to this year. Yeah,
like
Trevor Lawrence.
he's got the chance to probably be in the top 3 conversation if he continues to perform the way he did in the second half of last season.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he really does. And I think there's going to be a fun conversation to be had of which the young quarterback that's going to make the leap this year.
Yeah.
Because there usually is every year one of those young guys that kind of takes a giant step forward.
And I think it's going to be Justin Fields.
I know you do. You're betting on them Bears.
Betting on Justin Fields. Travis Kelce at 6, Justin Jefferson, the receiver, at 7. Oh. Here's your first Cowboy, Micah Parsons at 8.
Oh, man, give me Micah over Myles Garrett.
And then Aaron Donald at 9, and Trent Williams, the tackle from the 49ers, at 10. Okay, now let's work it through where the Cowboys fall on Pete Prisco's list. I mentioned Micah Parsons at 8, and the quote by Pete is he essentially morphed in more from an off-ball linebacker to an elite edge rusher, registering 13.5 sacks last season. That takes a ton of talent. Number 8 for Micah Parsons. Number 25, Zach Martin. He remains one of the game's best inside players, but his run blocking tailed off a bit last year. He didn't allow a sack in 2022. Do you think his run blocking tailed off because he was playing next to Tyron Smith? Maybe that affected him a little bit?
I think absolutely.
Yeah, I would say if you're asking me, hey, what happened with Zach Martin? Maybe he's slowing down a little bit, but I think the guy next to him is what helps him, secure that run block and stuff. So hurry back, Terrence Steele, please. Number 48 on this list, CeeDee Lamb is number 48. Lamb broke out in a big way in 2022 with 107 catches and 9 touchdown receptions. Well, that number needs to be a lot more, right? This year, 9. Got to have more than 9. Right?
9 touchdowns?
Yeah, got to have more than 9.
I mean, you'd love to have double-digit touchdowns when you're a bona fide number 1 top dog stud like he is, and
especially with Michael
be.
Gallup having not been very good last year. Looking back on it, you would have thought he would have had some more.
But you've seen there's been big wide receiving years that didn't result in a ton of touchdowns.
Julio Jones is the prime example.
Jones. I think even I heard KNC talking about this. Maybe it was yesterday or something. Of Calvin Johnson, one of his giant years in terms of yards and receptions, didn't necessarily result in a bunch of touchdowns for that particular
Probably
year.
Taking him away from him.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me right now CeeDee Lamb's going to give us 9 touchdowns, take it or leave it. I'd go ahead and take that.
Take it. All right. At number 70, it's by the way 48's a good spot for him as in that list. You kind of feel
top 50 player.
Top 50 AJ Brown's right ahead of him at 47. I think that's probably fine.
Fair with that. Okay. Stephon Gilmore at number 75. He played 1 season with the Colts in 2022. Did a nice job in coverage for their defense. He might not be the same player he was earlier in his career, but Dallas traded for him for a reason. He's still quite good. And that ends the list of Dallas Cowboys. Honorable mention.
I need this to be true so bad. I think it could go either way with Zach Martin and Stephon Gilmore. And if it's that good, then I think the Cowboys are in great shape.
Honorable mention, Dak Prescott makes that list.
So he has Fields in the top 100, and he doesn't have Dak.
Yeah, he does not.
That's
and the
pretty hilarious.
And he's got Diggs at corner in his honorable mention list as well, and he has Tony Pollard in his honorable mention. By the way, just for an understanding here, Pete's got 8 Philadelphia Eagles in his top 100.
Wow.
Does he have both Eagles corners in there?
He doesn't have Bradbury. That would be an
he
honorable
should
mention.
have Bradbury.
Yeah.
Bradbury was better than Slay.
Yeah,
last
I would
year.
probably put Diggs ahead of Slay, to be honest. And he's got Cooks at 94, or Dalvin Cook at 94.
Right.
I'd put Tony Pollard over Dalvin Cook.
100%.
There you go.
For sure.
Wow,
they're
dude,
sleeping
Pete
on
Prisco.
TP.
Yep. Thank you,
All right.
gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Globe in the perch above center field, and we'd love to have you come by when the doors open, maybe on your way to your seats or to grab something delicious to eat before the game. We'll be here all the way until 6:30. Woolchuck has the NFL news of the day coming up next, and where are we headed with that, Wooly Bully?
We got a Baldy's breakdown with Micah Parsons. Who the hell is Carson Wentz working with? And some DeAndre Hopkins updates next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We are live at the Globe, and it is time now for the NFL news of the day. No, Brian? You're saying no?
No, I'm still handsome. I just want to let everybody know.
You are.
I'm
You
looking
still
good.
are.
Looking good on the camera, so take it away, Wooly Bully.
You can check out the very handsome Brian Broaddus at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And here he is, Wolchuk.
Couldn't tell. Could you guys tell, was that a hiccup or a burp situation?
Might have been both. Was it both?
My man was drinking some.
I think it was a hiccup.
Some
Hiccup?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I
what a
feel
beast.
for you, man. I feel for you.
NFL has one team that has said thanks but no thanks to Hard Knocks as they went back to the Lions. They said, look, last year was fun, huh, man, Campbell?
It's got to be the Jets. What are we doing here?
Why are these teams getting a choice? No team ever wants to do it. I would say
the
one
Lions,
out of every 5
Lions
teams
have already
get
a choice because of the rules.
Because of the rules.
So, but the thing is, a lot of these teams don't want to do it. The Jets are one that they don't fall under the guidelines, so they might end up being forced to do it.
Right, I was going to say.
But they haven't been asked. It's the media that says, like, hey, what do you think about doing Hard Knocks? And they've been outspoken about not wanting to do it. So Hard Knocks hears that, and obviously I don't think HBO just wants to force a team to do it. They'd like cooperation.
But ultimately, there's going to be a Hard Knocks, and some team's going to have to do it.
Some team's going to have to just do it, and I think I don't know. Part of me thinks it's going to end up being Washington, but the Detroit News said that the NFL has had such a tough time finding a team that the league actually wants to do Hard Knocks and that wants to do it, that they said, hey, Detroit, do you guys want to come back for 2023? But the Lions said no, which leaves the league right back at square one with those 4 eligible teams we've talked about, which of course are the Jets, the Bears, the Saints, and the Commandos. But
I don't blame Detroit. I don't blame any team for not wanting to be the team that's saying, oh, yeah, we want it. You know, you want to have the vibe of, oh, geez, we got stuck with this thing. Even if behind the scenes you're kind of going, hey, this is good for us, good for the organization, maybe whatever. But if you're a coach, if you're a front, like, you can't be championing, yeah, we want cameras here. The whole sport's about no distractions, all the yada, yada, yada.
Well, the Cowboys have built a living off of doing that, right?
Yeah.
Well, then the Cowboys would be the first in line, you know, if they actually want to do it.
The Cowboys probably would. If the NFL went back to the Cowboys and said, hey, do you want to do Hard Knocks, you think the Cowboys say yes?
Oh, absolutely.
Jerry would always say yes, but Mike could fight him on it.
Mike McCarthy would.
But Mike has been through this, right? Wasn't his first year Hard Knocks?
Yeah. But because, again, the Cowboys fell under that situation of one of the handful of teams every offseason that, based on their guidelines, don't have a choice.
They don't have to.
They don't have a choice of if Hard Knocks wants to, if the league wants
I'll tell you
whatever.
It's time to change the whole deal. You know, don't set up at somebody's training camp the whole time. Just stop by multiple spots for 2 days, 1 day. That way, I can tell you, listen, half the league's doing it. Next year, the other half's going to do it. We're just rotating it. You're only going to be inconvenienced for 48 hours. We'll just come talk to you about your most interesting stuff you got on, get some behind-the-scenes footage, and be done.
Yeah.
Every team gets a chance to be exposed. But people are learning that this freaking sucks to have Hard Knocks at your spot, and nobody wants to do it anymore because it's a beating.
One of the worst experiences I've ever had.
Yeah.
Because
Nobody
what
wants to do it.
happens, nobody's honest. Like they're filming in meetings. You can't get people to even be honest about, like, you're trying to evaluate your team, and like these coaches are like actors.
Yeah, because you're thinking
they're
about
like
it.
they want to be like, they're trying to think about their next job. Oh, he looks like he's in tune to what's going on.
Yeah.
This guy looks like he knows what he's talking about.
No doubt.
So nobody's honest about the situation, and it makes it tough to kind of work and build your team that way.
So we got the latest on DeAndre Hopkins. The Patriots have hosted him, and they're optimistic that they can sign DeAndre Hopkins, according to The Athletic and CBS Sports insider Jonathan Jones. And a big reason why they're interested is Juju Smith-Schuster had offseason knee surgery, and he's day-to-day. They're not sure if he's going to be ready in time for camp. They need some more insurance and help at the wide receiver position, so they're very hopeful they'll be able to sign DeAndre Hopkins. But then Sports Illustrated reported this morning that, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, that he just got official word that DeAndre Hopkins, who's in New England, is meeting with Bill Belichick, and the Patriots remain interested. But they've made it clear with Hopkins' representatives at the very beginning that when he became available, that they'd like him to sign so that he can be at camp. Now, DeAndre Hopkins is saying, I might wait until training camp to sign. He might just hold out until August and then go ahead and pick his team.
He didn't want to practice.
Exactly.
Remember, this is what the Gang of Seven talks about with Hopkins is he's still this nice player, but his availability or desire to practice is zero.
It's so weird because from a media perspective, you didn't really know that. And when you watched him that one time, it might have been Hard Knocks with the Texans, and he has that one practice with Washington. The Texans were taking on Washington, and he goes back and forth with D'Angelo Hall. He just gave off the vibe like he was a high level, like Dez was, right? He's trying to raise the level of everybody when it comes to practicing, but no, it seems like as the longer his career's gone on, he's a guy that's like, I'm not really trying to do this Monday through Saturday. I'm trying to show up on Sunday.
Well, New England's not the place to go. New England's a place where your starting job is on the line every time you step onto a practice field. And I don't know if it's the end of Hopkins or the end of Belichick, but I would not be super excited for that marriage if I'm in that organization and hoping for success, because I just think it's a horrible fit. He needs a Pete Carroll type of coach. He needs a be great on Sundays, and we have different personalities, but he's not a, hey, we're here to lock in on the Patriot way type of guy, Wolchuk.
Well, speaking of the Patriots, we had Zappe time last year with Bailey Zappe taking over for Mac Jones. The Mac Jones comes back. So was there a quarterback competition? According to Boston, there never appeared to be a true quarterback competition this spring. Jones took the majority of the quarterback reps in every drill. He was constantly ahead of backup Bailey Zappe. Jones also earned more reps and clearly looked like the best quarterback on the field this spring. Maybe that's because they actually have a competent offensive coordinator, but it doesn't appear that there is a quarterback battle there in New England, and there might not be one in Washington either. Now, Ron Rivera said, hey, Jacoby Brissett's going to get an opportunity. Well, Jahan Dodson, the second-year wide receiver, was on the Jim Rome show, and he's rocking with his guy, Sam Howell. He said, I think we got our quarterback situation settled. I think Sam Howell's going to be our guy. I have complete faith in him. He makes throws look super effortless on the field. He's been a great leader. He's learning how to lead an NFL offense, so I'm super excited for him. I can't wait to make plays for him. Oh, Brian's got a twinkle in his eye hearing that.
I tell you what, man, the quarterback whisperer is back.
You're on a roll, dude.
I'm on a roll right now, man.
Purdy,
Howell. Sound like
Josh Allen.
Yeah, it sounds like to me, I'm trying to forget the 6 others before all these guys.
We're not going to talk about Paxton Lynch today, Broadus. It's not about him.
No, it's not about that
You were
at
a Connor
all.
Cook guy, too, weren't you?
No.
We don't need to harp on that one.
No, that was I really wasn't. But I'll tell you what, man. Howell to me, that was one of those ones when you're watching him play. I felt like that North Carolina, they blamed him for a lot of their problem. I mean, they were like kind of a 500 team. They were supposed to be a team in the top 15, and it just didn't materialize like it be. But I'll tell you what, the guy's capable. He really, really is a capable quarterback. And we'll see. He might – see, this is what happened. He might play well enough to where it keeps them like at 10, 11, 12, so they're not good enough to get into that mix where you need to go get one of those top
draft order.
Yeah, that top 6, 7 quarterback. That you need to be up in that top 6 to get one of these guys. He might be good enough where he keeps you like at 12, 13, somewhere right around there. Kind of keeps you where you can't get to where you need to be.
Well, we got some Micah audio coming up here in just a second, but how about Carson Wentz?
Or he's going to win the Super Bowl. I don't know which one.
Carson Wentz is spending time in Tampa, working with former NFL head coach John Gruden.
Yeah.
I reached out to John.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. He hadn't answered me back. We'll see.
He's going to say, hey, don't talk about me?
Yeah, I told him we're doing a story about him working, and he probably read that and went, okay.
Oh, crap.
Eye
roll.
Don't talk to me about this.
ESPN's just going ahead and outing him on all this stuff, but Wentz has reportedly been throwing and studying film with Gruden as he waits for his next NFL opportunity.
Oh, it's the Gruden QB camp 2.0.
Yeah.
Like they did. I like the idea of this being Gruden's new gig. Actually,
this is his
him
comeback
just kind
attempt.
of he is the quarterback rehabilitation coach
Yes.
to get you from being washed back to being good again. And maybe he can film it and throw it on YouTube or something. Sponsor it by Hooters. And he gets to broadcast and coach. He gets to do his 2 favorite things.
Just take it in person, not by email correspondence.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Probably shouldn't do the email.
That's why
That's a pro tip.
I text him. I don't email him.
It's probably smart. You don't want to get lumped into that.
No.
All right, Micah sat down with
could
our
you see
guy.
me getting lumped into that? That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
Well,
Get
like the
lumped?
commissioner.
No, it wouldn't be funny. It
Well,
really
no,
wouldn't be.
lumped into talking to Gruden, not lumped into like the crap.
all of
that
a sudden
said.
he was sending you some bad emails, and now you're caught.
Like,
No,
hey, John,
no,
stop.
we're looking
all
out
right?
for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Baldy.
No, you're not.
He's the Grand Wizard.
And Micah Parsons on NFL Total Access. They're watching film together.
Lucius.
This was something that I didn't actually realize with Micah, but there's one thing on the stat sheet that he's yet to ever accomplish. Baldy asked him about it, and you think we can see this year?
You asked me maybe a month or before the draft, you said, how do I get better? Well, I know in all the stats that I read about you, there's no interceptions, Mike. Like, you need an interception, and a pick six. Like, that would look good. You'd sleep a lot better at night once you get that interception, I believe.
I will get an interception. I'm going to get two of them, Baldy. One is going to be for me. My first one, my second one is going to get to you, Baldy. I'm going to sign up just because you told me I was going to do that.
I'm going to have a trophy. I'm going to have a trophy room with that interception ball in it, okay? Just from the Hungry Line.
All right, that's the deal.
All right.
Yeah, he just needs to go talk to Tank, figure out how to get that done. Tank's well, he had that big play on the fumble recovery too. Didn't he score on that one?
He did against Chicago.
Yeah,
that was amazing. But he does need to go ahead and get himself a pick, man. He needs one. I didn't realize he had. Like, if you had said, "Hey, has Micah Parsons ever had an NFL interception?" Initially, I would have just said yes. Of course, I'm sure he's had one.
Yeah, because he plays all the positions,
but he's never had one.
He's everywhere all at once, just like
Roy
that
Kent.
movie. Yeah,
I bet
he's here. He's there. He's every effing where.
Yeah,
Micah Parsons. Micah
I knew you were
Parsons.
going to somewhere like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's keep Micah going. He's breaking down some of his plays with Baldy. One is against the Eagles when it's one of those.
Did Roy Kent play again in season 3?
No,
he
just coaches.
But he was still here and there in every blue.
That song seemed fresh in their minds.
Yeah, it's just how much
for
we
it being
love
a
the
season
show.
2 thing.
I know, but still,
Okay.
Roy gets his love. All right, so Micah continues the conversation with Baldy. There's two plays he breaks down. One's against the Eagles. Another one's the playoff play against the 49ers.
Is it the one where he got froze?
It is.
Okay.
Let's hear what Micah had to say.
All right, here we go, bro. Let's go. Eagles right here. Read option. All right, Miles Sanders, Jalen Hurts. What do you see here, and what's your mindset on this play?
So really, if I'm reading, it's hard because in these read options, you gotta read all three people. So if the tight end was gonna block me, he would have cut me already. But I'm trying to stay at the level of the tight end, so that way I can kind of force it back in or spill it based off of what he's doing. So the tight end really gives the tell. But once I'm egging it, I see Jalen pull. It's just all motor and effort from there and speed.
Well, what I see at the end of this play, though, Mike, is I see the wrestling background right here. Yeah, you can flatten and you can run with the best of them. But I love the way you took Jalen down. Like, you took him down to the mat. This is a good 2-point takedown in wrestling right here. Like, he ain't getting out of that hold right there.
2 feet drag, 2 drag. They call it 2 right now.
2 feet drag. All right, let's go to the next play here because this is playoff football, okay? I see this play. I see your feet go from a run stance to a pass rush stance. But I think you see Debo in the backfield. You sniffed this play out, lickety-split. So they want to throw this little hitch out on the outside to Debo, but you take it away. What did you see? What made you jump that play so quickly?
So all throughout film, they said if Debo is in the backfield, 90% chance of run. So right now I'm getting prepared for run. But as soon as I see Debo jet out and I see everyone, Trent, if he wants to get his hands on me, he's going to get his hands on me. So I'm feeling Trent and I see Debo, I instantly take Debo away because I know it's something towards him. You know what I'm saying? The best player on the defense or best player on offense just not going to block each other, touch each other. So instantly I'm like, something's up. And I just followed Debo and it was like, we just made the play.
I love that. I love the instincts there and him just the awareness of like they're not going to have Debo Samuel come over and block me. Something is designed to go his way, and then he peels off and he just sticks with him there because he knows the play's probably designed to feature Debo in that moment. It just goes to show, some of the inside when it comes to not only the technique and work ethic that Mike is putting in, but the film study as well. The whole Baldy breakdown stuff's amazing, and he's smitten with Micah.
Yeah, he is, and hopefully Micah can add a bunch more stuff to that game. Just like that, the mental stuff. That's what's going to separate you and allow you to stay young. You're going to start slowing down, I think, by 28, and you're going to be well past your prime at 32 at a position like that. Some of the guys who are constantly studying and figuring out ways to find edges, and not just relying on their instinctual ones, those are the ones that can almost stay in their prime for quite a bit longer, and hopefully Micah is that guy. Okay, do you want to play a game? We have the top college football teams from every decade and factoids that go along with it. That's going to kick off a college football super segment next in the G-Bag Nation.
It is a Texas Thursday, and we got all the Texas liquors at the Eagles Nest. They also got the beers as well, liquors and beers on special.
Ale is 4.5% ABV. Must be 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more.
Welcome back, Nation. We are live at the Globe here in Burlington, one of our favorite spots in all of DFW right here. The perch above center field, just 100 yards from Hurtado Barbecue setup along the left field out home run area. Okay, you got Wolchuk, you got Chiafalo. I'm Gavin Dawson. Broadus has gone AWOL.
Yep, he's FaceTiming someone. People want to see how good he looks.
If he's FaceTiming, that's a lady.
Seems like he had a very urgent phone call. Yeah, you're not going to FaceTime with anybody but like your mom, a prospective date, maybe a kid.
Yeah.
But his kid's like 20. He doesn't want to FaceTime with dad.
Are you kidding
at this
me?
point.
No,
he's going to
absolutely
send
not.
you like a 4-word text.
Oh, here he comes. Now
He's coming back. It appears he's showing whoever he's FaceTiming with us.
Like, hey, babe, I'll
This
see
has
you
got to be
later.
important stuff. We are going to play a game, and I believe Broadus is an important contestant in this game because it's the top college football teams from every decade with factoids. It's going to kick off a college football super segment. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Brian?
Yes,
what
sir.
was that all about?
Well, how much did I miss here? I was
just about 30
like
seconds.
about 10 minutes.
Did I really?
We were talking about who you were FaceTiming with, though.
Oh, a friend of mine out in California.
She sounds hot.
She's dealing with this thing.
He had to prove it.
He got it.
He had to prove it. He was at work this time. Last time he lied, I was working.
Yeah.
Well,
I was scouting.
I'll tell you what, the thing about it was, like, I felt terrible because, like, I'm trying to get up and move, and, like, I rip half the equipment off the table with my size 14 shoe. You
The
know?
great Ted Nichols Payne would have thrown you over the outfield wall for that.
There's no question. Like, the headset's on the ground, the box is on the ground.
He's got to resolder stuff now.
The tape is down. I mean, I ripped the tape off the table. I mean, I'm sorry about that, guys. You think I have a job here with you guys. I'm Dr. Phil. I've become Dr. Phil is what I become late in my life.
You've only been broadcasting for 15 years, Brian. We'll be patient.
No, it's like I said. It's
still early.
Yeah.
You know,
There's
still early.
always why am I the solver of problems? I'm the solver of problems.
Oh, you're
That's
solving
what
this lady's problems.
Oh, I'm always solving problems.
That sounds like a friend zone situation.
It's okay. Yeah, why
That's
not?
what you want.
Yeah. You know what?
He's just trying to see her once a summer. When
Less
he goes
problems.
Hey, you
less
know where we're not
problems.
having friend zone situations? Baby dolls, I'll see you there next Wednesday,
I tell you what, those ladies do know their football.
They are very friendly, too.
Yeah, they're very friendly.
We're ranking the best college football teams of every decade. This is Bill Connolly, ESPN staff writer. He says the premise of this, he was kind of wondering if you look back through the different decades, is this trend of power consolidation something new, or has it been, running throughout? But he really did an interesting job finding different historical facts about different programs, and it's interesting to look back. So let's go to the 1920s. Which program in the 1920s was the most successful program, gentlemen?
Alabama?
No.
Notre Dame. It's always Notre Dame, right?
It's going to be Army would be in the 40s. I think
Navy.
Would this be Minnesota?
No, it's Oklahoma.
No.
No, this
Minnesota,
is
Michigan.
Minnesota and Oklahoma not even in the top 10.
Yale.
Notre
Yale.
Dame, number 2.
Ooh.
Bama, number 3.
Yale.
Now, keep in mind, at the very beginning, this was more of a Midwest and West Coast game in
Nebraska.
the 20s.
USC, Notre Dame.
USC, he got it.
USC. Guns.
Brian is on the board first. He is. Can somebody keep score? Brian is leading 1-0 in this competition.
Yeah,
Now,
keep scoring me ripping the equipment off
you
the
will
table.
find Bama at 3 and Texas at 4, Vanderbilt at 5, and then you get Dartmouth.
Anchor
and
down.
How about
Army
Vanderbilt
at 10.
at 5?
Anchor down.
That's
Vanderbilt.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
The commies.
it is remarkable.
Commodores.
Texas was off and running, and their winning percentage was 84.4 in the good old 1920s. Okay, now we go to the 1930s, gentlemen. Which program was the most winningest in the 1930s?
Notre Dame.
They were not in the top 10.
I'm sticking
Michigan.
I'm sticking with Alabama.
Michigan.
Alabama is number 1
Oh,
with a 96 percentile, just dominating. Minnesota, that was a big decade for them.
That's
at
where
8.
Bronco Nagurski was playing at that time, I believe.
You know the cool thing, TCU was fourth best
hell
winning
yeah.
percentage of the 1930s.
Sammy Baugh playing quarterback there for sure. Or
Slinging.
Davey O'Brien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Highland Park Zone.
Davey O'Brien, I think, was a little later.
They were sitting there rivaling the Longhorns for the first premier program in the state.
Wow.
TCU. There's a history of it.
That's awesome.
As you'd probably expect, most offenses were built around relentless run games in the 1930s. But liberalized passing rules allowed some coaches to experiment, and TCU's Dutch Meyer was on the forefront. In flipping 38, Davey O'Brien throws for 1,509 yards.
Heisman winner.
TCU scored at least 20 in 9 of 11 games during an unbeaten campaign there. That was historic there in Fort Worth, 1938.
Fight him on the ice.
We go, there's nothing else interesting from the 30s. That is right. We go to the 1940s.
Army.
Most winningest program.
Army.
Not Army.
Notre Dame.
Not Notre Dame.
Oklahoma.
Not Oklahoma, not even in the top 10.
Michigan.
Michigan, there they are, the Wolverines, 95.8%. They had 5 top 5s and 1 national championship during that run. Notre Dame just had the 5 top 5s. Texas in at number 3. They had 5 top 5s and 2 number 1s there in the 1940s. The Longhorns were doing some pretty good stuff. Let me see what I have of note for you, though, of the 40s. Obviously, all bets were off in the war years, when team quality was determined primarily by who had good freshman classes, as upperclassmen were often off to war. And who had strong connections to the military, like Notre Dame, which became a Navy training center. Tulsa outscored opponents by an average of 37-5 in 1942 and 43 and appeared in back-to-back Sugar Bowls, which probably says a lot.
Shout out to Tulsa, huh?
Yeah.
Who
knew they played football?
Yeah, let me
I don't know.
Let me get the number on Tulsa. They had a hell of a decade.
Dude, they had a great decade almost 100 years ago. Have we gone back to the 19
Army?
We're in the 40s
Army
now?
had like Blanchard and Davis in the 40s. How did they not have a good football team?
I wonder, is Army up here in any of these?
Yeah, they've been top 5 a couple of times already.
Okay.
YouTube does not exactly overflow with footage of the 40s Tulsa football program, and that's a shame because Tulsa averaged 234 passing yards per game in 1942 and 426 total yards, and we would have loved to see how that came together. Homer Norton's defense-dominant Texas A&M was a bit overshadowed by Neyland's Tennessee defense, but the Aggies went 20-1 from 39 to 40.
They won their only national championship in, 39?
Was that the real one?
They allowed just 4.6 points per game.
Yeah.
Dear God.
That's amazing.
Not even a touchdown per game there in 1940. Okay, here we are. We're making our way to the 50s.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
This has got to be the Sooners, right?
This guy, Oklahoma's on an incredible run. Yeah.
96.7%, 8 top 5s, 2 number 1s. Of course, the big winning streak.
47 games.
The Longhorns were living like it was the 21st century already. They were not in the top 10 of that decade. Michigan State made an appearance, Ole Miss, Tennessee. No Texas schools there. 1950s, it was a tough time for
the old Southwest Conference.
State.
Yeah.
But Oklahoma did become the center of the college football universe. Bud Wilkinson Sooners famously won 47 straight games from 53 to 57, recorded top 5 finishes every year from 51 to 58. They combined strong defense with the most dominant version of the split T offense on record. It would not be the last time the Sooners won a ton of games with the perfect version of a new offense. Texas Tech also earned admission to the Southwest Conference in the mid-50s, thanks in part to the way they raised their profile in the early part of the decade. The 53 team, led by All-American Bobby Cavazos, averaged 39 points per game en route to an 11-1 season and a Gator Bowl dub. Man, that was
Bobby Cavazos. That's the first time I've ever heard his
Bobby
name.
Cavazos.
Must have come forward and got playbook. Must have come forward in time and got playbooks from Mike Leach.
I don't know who Bobby Cavazos is either.
Putting up 39 points
Sounds
per
like
game.
a great drink.
Yeah, it does.
Have some Bobby Cavazos.
On the rocks.
Okay.
Bobby Cavazos on the rocks.
We go to the 1960s, gentlemen.
This would be Texas would be in there.
Texas, Nebraska, maybe.
The
Arkansas.
The Longhorns won 92.7% of their game, had 5 top
Alabama,
5s, and they were tied for the second best program in the nation with Arkansas, Texas and Arkansas, but it was Bama. Whoa! With 6 top 5s and 3 number 1s, and they won 94.4% of their games.
That's Bear Bryant. They never lost.
They had
that probably carried over to the next decade, too.
Yeah, it did.
Established a tradition of dominance by then. Ole Miss was still hanging on there 4th. Michigan
Johnny
State
Vaughn.
5, Ohio State
Johnny
6.
Vaughn, yeah.
Your LSU Tigers in the 1960s,
Go
Brian.
Tigers.
7th most
Paul
winningest.
Dietzel at the helm at that time, yeah. Billy Cannon, 58. Yep.
Yeah, it was a very interesting time in the world of college football, the 1970s, 1960s. Now we go to the 1970s.
Still Alabama.
And they increased it to 98.2%.
They were even better.
9 top 5s.
Okay, where's Ohio State here? Because we're starting to get Woody Hayes, I think, in this thing.
They had emerged and won 96% of their games in that decade, good for 5th overall.
Yep.
Texas 6th.
Bo Schembechler in there somewhere at Michigan.
Michigan's number 3. They're 97.6. That'd have been
How
good
about
enough to win a lot
John
of
McKay
decades.
at USC?
USC number 7.
Wow, you could nail that whole top.
How about Nebraska?
Nebraska's the next decade for sure.
Yeah.
The 80s.
Nebraska was number 2 with 98%.
Yeah, Nebraska with the exactly.
With the black shirts.
I think that was a little later.
Was that later with their defense?
I think so.
I feel like that was the 80s. No,
Bob Devaney was the coach in the 60s, 70s, and then we got Dr. Tom in there.
9 schools ran the sport. The top 9 teams above combined to scoop up 9 of the decade's national titles, along with 64 of the decade's 100 top 10 finishes. It was
80s?
a decade ruled by elites. The 70s.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
1980s. Let's welcome Miami to the party.
Yeah, dude.
Miami gets in there for sure. The Huskers have
Playmaker.
To be, the
That was a
Huskers are still
playmaker.
number 1 though, right?
You got it, Wolchuk. 97.3% of their games they won. Miami comes in number 2, barely ahead of OU.
Let's welcome Florida State to the
Florida
party.
State in the 90s, yes, with Bobby Bowden.
Bobby Bowden.
Florida State's in that thing in the 80s, though. Number 7 with 89% of their games ending in victory. We then move on to the 1990s where they took over under Bobby Bowden. 97% of the games, dubs. 3 number 1s, 8 top 5s.
Miami. Florida also in the top 10 there or no?
This would be
the Gators.
This would be Steve Spurrier as we're about to sneeze. Split.
Yes. Ball coach, man.
Yes, 3rd most winningest. In the 2000s.
The 2000s.
This one's going to be tough.
With 95.7.
Well, USC.
Yeah, USC for sure.
LSU.
USC was
Oklahoma.
great in 5 of the years.
Florida. I think it might be Florida with the Tebow run and
Florida's 3rd. Texas is number 1.
Yeah, Texas.
OU number 2.
Texas got
the
a national
glory years.
title.
Yeah.
Ohio
Mac
State number
Brownish?
7.
Florida got a couple, I think, right?
And the
Yeah, but
flipping
that might have been only 2 good
2010s
years.
back to Bama, 98%. Ohio State, LSU, Oklahoma, and Texas is nowhere to be found there. Texas A&M did come
Did
in
Oklahoma
eighth.
State get in there?
In the 2010s.
OSU had some good teams.
Yeah, Oklahoma State was number 9. They almost were in the national
Fiesta
titles
Bowl.
a couple of years
yeah,
ago.
they played in that Fiesta Bowl, and there was another big bowl game that they played in as well.
But you do not have the Longhorns over the last decade and a half now, and I don't know. It's so crazy. I just don't think there's any excuse for not having a better run of dominance in any of these decades.
No, there's not, because, I mean, Texas was mentioned basically in every single decade you mentioned, and then they just fell off so big in the 2010s.
It's just so weird. Okay, sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Yes, sir. Sports names throughout time. We got a lot of things to get to here, but sports names throughout time that connote food thanks to this Major League power hitter. 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that, I want to talk Frankels with you, though, because these guys are amazing. When you get hurt, not your fault. Then who knows when it can happen? Life's unpredictable. All the way till 6:30. It's starting to rock a little bit in here. They got the songs are playing. The players are out here on the field. Mike Maddox is going to join us at any time. Mike Maddox is going to join us, the Rangers pitching coach. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver a sports hodgepodge.
Are you kidding me? How exciting is this? We're on Mike Maddox watch right now for the next, maybe another 30 minutes before he hops on, hangs out with the G-Bag Nation. It is Cowboys night at the ballpark as well. I just saw a lineup card that had Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia in a Dallas Cowboy uniform. It was like a nice little Photoshop thing they did because it's Dallas Cowboys night here at the ballpark.
I think Micah threw out the first pitch last year. I wonder who's doing it this year.
Ooh, I don't remember Micah doing it. Was it respectable? Did Micah throw a respectable first pitch here?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
It was better than he had done the Hershey Park one in Pennsylvania, where he's from, Hershey, Pennsylvania, before, which was terrible. Bounced back and did it much better.
Okay, very good. Now, I do want to play a little game here. We could play for the rest of the show if it goes that long. But sports throughout, or names throughout time in sports that most connote food. 877-881-1053, because Jake Berger, which is what I'm going all in on for the White Sox, he's got 15 home runs right now in 174 plate appearances, okay, which means it's basically an Aaron Judge 2022 clip that he's pacing right now. 11.6 plate appearances is all it takes for him on average to hit a bombski. So this dude Jake Berger he's a full-on power hitter. And he's really the only positive when it comes to those Chicago White Sox. So I saw that, and I just wanted to respect Jake Berger and food around the world and athletes.
What a great
throughout
name,
time.
dude!
I know, dude. Are
what
you kidding
a great
me?
Name.
Just hot off the grill, Jake Berger is mashing right now,
and he's a good player too. So that's fun. Not to be confused with Mark Hamburger, the former Rangers pitcher, of course.
Oh,
yes.
There was a Chris Hamburger that was a linebacker for the old Commanders.
Okay, so
I think that adds.
Hamburger might top the Burger.
I think Hamburger tops Burger. It's a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more clear.
Well, it's a great name. I named one of my pugs Burger.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Actually, it is. I'd never considered it as somebody's name, but until today, right now. But it's a damn good dog name.
No, I like calling him Bird.
Name?
Yeah, we call him Bird.
Bird.
Can we go Joey
Bird
Chestnut? Chestnuts?
Yes, absolutely. I would sing. I would hit the ding button for that. That's on the board somewhere.
Okay.
That's on the board somewhere. Absolutely. And Lucius, please chime in if you have any names throughout time in sports that most connote food. We got
Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers. That is really impressive.
We get some
Walchuck.
peppers, huh?
I like that. I like that quite a bit. Okay, and in the meantime, I wanted to also ask you guys a question. Do you guys know who the inventor of the touchdown spiked football is?
Gronk.
Oh, wait,
Obviously.
Wait a minute. This is
who invented the touchdown spike?
Elmo Wright.
Wrong. It's not Elmo Wright, even though, gosh, that's a really good name.
Who the hell is Elmo Wright?
Elmo Wright played with the Kansas City Chiefs way back. He was like the first guy to do.
Oh, how could I not know this? Of course.
Elmo Wright.
Elmo wrong.
They made a Tickle Me Elmo after him.
Elmo Wright. I was thinking Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Dupree.
Bud.
Marcus.
Billy Joe Dupree.
The first NFL player, I saw this headline today, and I was like, what?
Michael Irvin.
First NFL player to spike a football is dead at 82.
Oh, gosh.
Passed away today.
Wait a minute. Give me the team.
New York Giants wide receiver.
Okay, this is going to be somebody that I don't know.
Wow. Not many of those football players
Something named
walk
Homer.
around that you don't know.
Wait, if he's
Homer Johnson.
No. It's going to be an obscure guy.
It's Homer Jones.
Homer Jones.
Chuck was reading my computer.
Homer Jones.
Walter just read his name wrong.
Homer, yeah.
So shout out to Homer Jones. Just wanted to pay our respects today. He's obviously a legend.
Now that is an old name.
But I guess he was battling lung cancer. So that's a shame. But he was the first, he's credited at least with being the first player in NFL history to spike the football after a touchdown.
What year?
The only wholesome touchdown celebration in my book.
That's right, 1965. Otherwise, just give that thing back to the ref, right?
That's
there,
right.
Dawson?
Shake his hand, maybe.
Now, I would like to shake this next guy's hand. This dude looks like he has a chance to become one of the more special all-time athletes. He's a 5-star tight end.
Baby Gronk talk
at USC.
It's back. Saw James Slater had a thread about him.
Yeah.
Did they slide into Jane's DMs too?
Of course. Baby Gronk's dad has slid into every
Gosh.
sports media member's DMs that's at least on a national scale.
Yeah, I didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I'm a little offended that he didn't slide into my DM.
I mean, should we be upset about
check
this?
Your,
Are we not big enough for him?
You can check your message requests because if you don't follow him, you don't see it. A lot of people just discovered that they've had one sitting in their inbox because they didn't check it because it's not somebody they follow. So you have to go a couple extra steps to see it.
Nope, I'm still not seeing anything.
USC football has one of the best athletes in the country. His name is Deuce Robinson. I thought we had the most impressive Deuce in the country.
We still do.
Deuce Robinson, he's an impressive dude. Number 1 ranked tight end, class of 2023. And he had, obviously, offers from everybody. 6'6", 225, runs like a horse. His agility splits, everything. It's dude, this guy is quick and fast enough to be a wide receiver, but he's 6'6", and he's 225 pounds. He's also a dominant baseball player, and he is getting ready to be drafted. And his plan, at the moment, he's going to be a pretty high pick, too, as well, next month. The plan, because of new NCAA eligibility rules, is to try and play both sports at the same time. Be a professional baseball player and be quote-unquote amateur, even though he's probably cashing out huge in NIL from USC football, but also play football. So I don't know how that necessarily works.
What ends up happening here is the coaches fight with each other. So Lane Kiffin's going to have an issue with the baseball coach. And
no, but this guy's
going to be off the pros.
This guy's playing in minor leagues. This guy's playing football for college, but he's about to be drafted, and he's going to play for whatever minor league team, that whoever picks him. And so his plan is basically to play football for Lincoln Riley and USC from August to January, and then go be in the outfield for a professional baseball organization from February through July.
It's doable. I think you obviously got to get your sleep. You got to get lots of lean protein, probably some vitamins, some creatine, stuff like that. But I think this kid can hack it. Hell, Bo did it. Dion did it. I'm surprised more kids don't. I don't have to choose one sport. If I'm this good, I can do two.
I say he's out of both in 5 years.
Wow. Okay, I like that, Wolchuk. There you go. Put it all out there.
Wolchuk choosing violence already.
Yeah, that's good.
He usually waits till the 5 o'clock hour
You
before he starts
got
throwing
to pick, and you got to pick, dude. Come on.
Damn. He's not going to be. It's position.
You're talking about some of the greatest athletes of all time.
He's
I'm
not going to get either one of them.
This dude's going to flop in both, Wolchuk said.
He's spleet.
That's a good take.
He's going to be like Chad Henson.
Just because you can't be good at any
Drew
sports,
Henson, Chad Hutchinson, both of them.
Doesn't mean a guy can't be good at two, Wolchuk.
I don't look. To me, it's which one's he really better at?
It sounds like he's a Hall of Famer in both, Wolchuk.
I think he's believed.
You ever hear of Danny Ainge?
Yeah.
He's a hell of a football player and a baseball
Well, I'll
player.
tell you what he's really good at.
All-American.
Being an executive in the NBA.
Yeah.
Not playing either.
I mean, geez, we just had a legend, Tony Gwynn Jr. He was a dominant basketball player in college and then ended up being one of the greatest Major League Baseball players ever. Tomato, Wolchuk. O.J. Mayo, Darvin Ham, and Darryl Strawberry, by the way. Three good food
Darryl
names.
Strawberry and O.J. Mayo.
Darryl Strawberry, O.J. Mayo. I think that's a double counter for the first and last name. Darvin Ham. Darvin Ham. Wolchuk's got an alarm clock going. What's going on here?
I've got to go ahead and hit that Southwest. I got to check in my flight.
Check in on your flight.
They call him Darv sauce.
Yeah, Darv sauce. That's good. What were you going to say over there? You want to make fun of me for something?
No,
right?
when you were delivering that,
thank you.
That bit of information about him.
Yeah,
That's
when I still had confidence.
Yeah, when did you feel like that it was just?
I served it with all my power.
Like you
and
hit
I felt
the
great
wall
about
as
it.
hard as you could.
Yeah. His return serve is what caught me by surprise.
Yeah. Did he chip it on you, or did he just blow it past you?
No, he blew it right past me. Absolutely crushed me. I was not expecting.
Still not as
all.
bad as R.J. Choppy with Jim Kelly.
Oh,
why do you still live in Buffalo?
And he said,
because my son is buried there.
Yeah. Eric, where would you?
Awkward.
Yeah, Eric, where would you? Eric's had a bad one too.
I've had some bad ones.
Where would you rank that as far as your bad one Hall of Famer?
Oh, that's nowhere near it because I asked our wounded warrior at one point about sitting to pee and how he would probably not find that to be manly, and then he reminded me that he has
Gosh,
friends.
dang it! I got B45.
Brothers.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Is it?
As long as you're not C on Southwest, you're fine.
He wasn't very paying attention, not attention to detail.
What are you talking about? I set my alarm a minute early. I've been refreshing.
Phone should have been out and ready as soon as that thing hit.
Was out and ready. Did you not see me over here?
It was in your pocket.
At 3:54, it was in my pocket. At 3:55, it was in my hand. Refreshing.
Yeah.
You were on it.
Dang
The other people are just on it
You
too.
got
Yeah.
what you deserve.
They probably
there.
paid for that early bird check-in crap.
That's not a bad idea.
9-4-0. You don't get a lot of points, but you are on the board with Ben Roethlisberger.
so
I just want to
upset.
make that clear. And Tim Salmon right now. I think Tim Salmon.
Ooh.
Maybe they pronounced it Salmon.
No,
Lean protein.
It is salmon.
Yeah, Tim Salmon's a pretty good one as well. Shout out to the 469 for that one. And the 419 as well, who mentioned Tim Salmon. So those are some of the leaders.
I got ahead of the
moment.
other people in my group, so F them.
I still think O.J. Mayo and Darryl Strawberry in your hamburger reference over there.
Mark
Dawson was
Hamburger,
pretty
yeah.
Mark Hamburger.
He was pretty awesome.
Delicious.
Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Mike
Trout. Okay.
Oh, Mike. Okay, so are we going Trouts or Salmons?
Is it?
Well, I think
Salmon's way better.
Salmon's
Yeah.
Versatile?
connotes
Wait a
food
minute.
more.
Is it basketball? Was there Shake? There a guy named Shake Milton?
Shake Middleton.
Well, that would be
I
Shake?
could.
Would that be shake like
is that a
shake or
food
like
is that
a shake
drink?
like a
It's a
drink?
dessert. I don't know,
it's a
but then
smoke.
if that's the case, then Frosty Rucker's going to count. as
Frosty
food.
Rucker
It's a
has to
Frosty
count.
Rucker
Yes.
definitely counts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
What are
keep
you
this
doing
thing
over
going
there?
as long as you guys can.
Give me a Gerard Mayo.
Have the
Yeah,
stand.
keep them coming.
Gerard Cherry.
We have 2.5 hours of broadcast remaining right here on a thirsty Thursday at the ballpark. The origination of the "See Me, Bear Me" quote comes from a trip out to the ballpark. What's your favorite thing about the yard? You can text in about that as well. It's time to go around the Mavs. Would you want the Mavs to trade for this guy if the market comes to them? And there's a new Rumorooski as well we can reset for you here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is a Thursday.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have a round of Mavs rumors here for you. There's a number of players who are available, including a new one in MFFL discussion circles. We're going to get to that here in just a second. Live from the Globe in Arlington, Rangers baseball pregame coming up at 6:30 as they try to earn a split with the Angels. Ohtani's going to be on the hill.
Yep.
And Mike Maddox is going to join us here before too long. I'd say some point in the next 30 minutes we're going to open up a baseball conversation with the Rangers pitching coach, and I know you're excited about that.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, dude. Are you kidding me? This is sweet. He's going to be, headset on in the dugout, just answering all the pitching questions. And this has to be the leader of the coaches you'd most like to talk to right now. I'd like to talk to their hitting coach as well. But with this pitching situation, where it stands, Eovaldi versus Ohtani tonight, yeah, I need to hear from Mike Maddox.
You know, Bruce Bochy is one of the most celebrated coaches of any kind in any sport here in North Texas. But Mike Maddox is a freaking legend, and he is a man that is revered. And for him to agree to join us here in the next, couple of segments is it's epic in my book. Okay, would you want?
That was more of a cough, wasn't it? Was that a cough?
Yeah,
he got caught in between.
It seems like he's gotten caught up in the air twice.
He's got sneezing, coughing. Yeah. He's got a lot going on today.
Must be the allergies again.
Appreciate you fighting through adversity with us today. Here.
Oh, that's guaranteed. Okay, would you want to trade if dominoes start falling in a Zion direction at 877-881-1053? The reason I bring this up, yesterday a lot of the chatter was about Zion and the Trailblazers for the 3rd overall pick. People are talking like that's too much to give up for Zion.
It is.
If the 3rd pick is too much, does the 10th pick get you in a conversation? Could we be 2 weeks away from going into the draft and saying, listen, they can't get anything better than like the 10th pick in Josh Green for Zion? And if that was the case, would that risk be worth it to you? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. He is a Wembanyama-like talent. You know, over the last 8 years or so, guys coming into the league, I think Zion would be number 2, only a little bit behind Wembanyama. He's so physical. I think the greatest athletic freak to ever play on the perimeter. No disrespect to LeBron, but Zion's stronger. Well,
and he dominates on the interior.
Yeah.
I mean, what he does to opposing big men and defenses when he gets that big body, that explosive body in the paint, that's why his efficiency numbers are so freaking through the roof, because he's just dunking on everybody's head.
Yeah.
And so I remember it was Popovich a couple of years ago that was like, man, he's like Shaq, but he's also got these point guard sort of abilities, and it has nothing to do with the player Zion, because he is worth every penny and more. He, from a talent alone, if you could just on any one night tell me who's the best player on the planet, it could be Zion Williamson. This dude has been everything we hoped he would be, I think, and more on the court. The problem is you can't get him there, and I don't think you ever will.
114 games played in 4 seasons so far, Brian.
Sound like the NBA's version of Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
Except he can't get on the mound. At least
DeGrom's at least one Cy Young.
Yeah, he's put great full
I'm just
seasons
saying,
together
though. I'm just saying the best player that you have the biggest question marks about his health.
Sure,
yeah.
but this
unfortunately for Zion, he's young.
The thing with DeGrom, I get it. I understand why people, but you're talking about one of the best players,
right?
And now the biggest questions are about his availability.
Yeah, that's the issue with Zion.
Nobody had questions about. If DeGrom was healthy, I don't know. Texas would have really had to overpay to go get a guy like that, right? The only reason teams stayed away from DeGrom was because of the questions. The same thing's going to happen to Zion, right?
Yeah, except nobody is silly enough like the Rangers were to give Zion at this point the big compensation for him.
Yeah, I just think with Zion it's just way worse. At least DeGrom had proven, hey, I can last a season and I can come back from Tommy
everybody's
John
out.
And put up Cy Youngs.
Everybody's out even for the 10th pick. You get potentially the MVP.
I think there's...
He hasn't played more than 61 games, and that was one time. Otherwise, he played 24, 29, and then missed an entire season. I just don't think – I mean, the average is you're not going to get him for more than maybe 30 games at best.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to look at the contract. I mean,
it just seems like that's not a risk worth taking.
You have him under contract on average making about $40 million a year until 2028.
And we're already talking about all the bigs that we would want. They all come with injury risk, but their injury risk is still, hey, they might play 60 to 70 games. You know, maybe they're missing 20 a year. Zion, it's more than half the season. I mean, I just don't think that it makes any sense.
Zion's Jamarcus Russell says the 4.69.
No.
Russell couldn't play.
Yeah.
Zion's
actually
superstar
really good.
waiting to happen. Zion likes cheeseburgers too much. Hard pass. Trade Luka. Zion has missed more games than he played, hasn't he? Yes, by far. I think he's maybe played in 30% of the possible games. Y'all talking about AD got paid, KP got paid. Yeah, guys got paid, and Zion got paid as well.
Zion's been paid.
Yeah, Zion's already making money.
If he was low paid over the next 3-4 years, I think teams would be willing to, but it's like he could totally take up all of your salary cap space and give you nothing. But he could also take up your salary cap space, and along with Luka or Damian Lillard or whoever wants to trade for him, you could go on a magical carpet ride and win a championship all of a sudden.
I don't even know if you didn't play him a single second in the regular season and you just started playing him for a playoff run, if he could last a full playoff run to a title.
Exactly.
And it's just the sad, unfortunate deal about Zion. He's too explosive and too heavy for his own body.
Yeah.
Like it's science doesn't allow for him to stay healthy.
I'm with you. Now, we might not do it, but I could see Mark Cuban maybe being intrigued by the idea of it. He loves the shiny toys, and he might think, hey, our training
That's a pricey
staff,
one, though.
We can go ahead and make something happen here.
Okay, 682, you make the trade. They probably are going to pick Grady Dick anyway.
Dick to Dallas is a real thing. That absolutely could happen. But he's. I think the Mavericks aren't going to be making a pick that night anyways. I think they're going to be trading it one way or another.
Says, remember, Steph and Embiid both didn't play much at the beginning either. It seems way different, though. But you're right. You know, Steph and Embiid were players who could have had their careers totally derailed by injury. That's where Zion is. When it's a struggle in the first 4 years, it's not a good omen for the next 5, but sometimes guys come out of it. And if you could get him for just the 10th pick, I think it is an interesting discussion. I wouldn't do it. I wish one of you would be willing to do it. It'd make for a more passionate conversation.
Do you feel like, though, that, like, all right, let's go back to the Mavericks and the history of maybe going after the injured guy. And the one that comes to mind for me is Chandler Parsons.
Sure.
Did Dallas get what they wanted out of the Chandler Parsons thing, or was that?
Absolutely not. It was a disaster.
No, both times they've done it, they've been burned. Parsons and KP. Neither have worked out.
Yeah, it's usually a terrible idea.
I went.
Yeah.
I totally did the whole thing with KP. You're right about that.
So I don't know who's going to want him. I think for the Pelicans, what they're probably going to find out is nobody is saying, yes, I will give you a good pick plus take Zion's injury risk at $40 million. You did that contract. You make the most of it. Maybe a tanking team, like if they're like, well, we're not winning at all over the next 3 years, so I guess we'll have Zion. He can sit on our bench, and if he gets healthy right as our draft picks are emerging, maybe that can work out. But it's a very unique situation of a franchise that would, I think, benefit from trading for Zion right now. How about we go to the next one? John Collins from Atlanta, similar profile to Christian Wood. Big guy, can score, can rebound, not known for his defense, and Atlanta finally got sick of him. But John Collins for a pick swap plus Bertans. So you would get the 15th pick in Collins. They would get the 10th pick and Bertans. And that's from your guy Jake Fisher at Bleacher Report. Fairly credible voice. He's always out there. It's not like he's a Woj or a Shams or anything like that, but it's not a horrible source. And if that's being sniffed around about, I would not be surprised. I'm hoping for better right now.
Sure,
that's where I'm at. If we get to draft night, you don't have something better, I'd do this one, but I don't think it's like a cure-all or anything.
Yeah, and he's a guy, like, I think his game is comparable to Christian Wood. the difference would be, they were talking about Christian Wood and all the mental mistakes he would make. Does John Collins do the same thing? He hasn't proven to be as good on the defensive side of the floor, but maybe with guys like Sean Sweeney, they can get him mentally up to speed to where maybe Atlanta hasn't tapped into that. He's also a guy, and again, I stress this, with any big you're going to trade for, there will be games missed and there will be an injury factor. John Collins is no different, but he did play 71 games last year, and I think he could be dominant in the pick and roll game with Luka.
Yeah, he brings an athletic presence, but he's kind of feels like he's gotten worse. Since he's signed the contract and stuff, it doesn't seem like he's a player that is getting better. I'm trying to see, you got Davis Bertans under contract for this upcoming season and one after that, right?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes, it's 2 more years.
Yeah, 2 more years.
That's what's really attractive, and I get it. You're taking on Collins, who's also under contract and getting paid, but to move down 5 spots so you keep a pick that maybe you could still trade, but you're getting rid of a guy who does nothing for you and his contract, and you're acquiring a big that you desperately need.
Yeah, he can do things for you. Like John Collins is a viable player. Bertans is not. You lose 5 spots in the draft. I'm probably looking to take that 15th pick and trade back a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe pick up some future ones and, give myself the ammunition to make more trades. But the draft now just 2 weeks away.
This is interesting. 682 asked about Nikola Vucevic from the Bulls. Is he not a free agent?
I think he is.
I think that's a guy that they could sign if they wanted to. They wouldn't have to trade for him, 682.
But that's a player.
Unless it's a restricted.
It's a player that's going to command a lot of money.
Yes.
In Vucevic.
They would have to clear space.
The Mavericks look at the Nuggets and say, what can we do to, mimic them? Just get another guy named Nikola.
Yep. Just keep adding the Euros, man.
Vucevic is stupid good, though. Not as good as the Joker, but close. Okay, speaking of the Joker and the Nuggets, 3 things Luka and the Mavs can learn from the champions. This is the Dallas Morning News, Callie Kaplan. Number 1, Luka's conditioning. Yeah, similar body type with the Joker and Luka. I think it's something that is more of a mental adjustment than a physical adjustment for Luka. Basketball players can be doughy. Their cardio, their heart and lungs are going to stay in good shape. Their legs are going to stay in good shape. You just can't be looking for a way out. You can't be looking to argue with the refs or stay on the offensive end laying around for too long. This is more competitive than I think it is physical for Luka Doncic, and he's got to be so competitive that he figures out how to let that stuff go and get back on defense.
But credit to Jokic, though, and I think it was during the COVID stuff where, he dialed in his body. He's not going to be a ripped up like Rambo kind of dude. He's never going to look like a LeBron kind of guy, but he has dialed in his body. You look at pictures of 4 years ago Joker. That's not a guy who's winning back-to-back MVPs and NBA Finals. So there is an element to that.
It's worth noting that he's 5-6 years older than Luka, and hopefully Luka goes through that transition himself. Like, I can't keep riding this roller coaster of letting myself get in horrible shape. Build through the draft is thing number 2 that you can learn, and I do feel like the Mavs are doing a pretty good job of that now.
Well, really, it's just get lucky and draft the best player in basketball with the 42nd pick when the Taco Bell commercial's on. You got lucky as hell.
Yeah,
Denver.
no, they did, 100%. What about a different move with the Hawks? And this would be for Clint Capella. So you would go 10 in Bertans, you'd move back to 15, you'd also get 46 in Clint Capella, who is a much better defensive big.
Yeah,
I would rather do that.
Like rebounder guy too. I would think
like that, and honestly, right now, assuming you're still keeping Kyrie, offense isn't your issue. You're looking for defense and rebounding.
Yeah, you're rim protecting the hell out of some people with Clint Capella.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's got the perimeter defense to stay out of trouble and pick and roll and everything like that, but he is a better big, and everybody needs a real old school big still. Okay, and then the third one is the non-superstars, all these different guys that built out the rotation. And I do think that is the more likely way to make a winner, since teams have become so good at pick and roll and bringing out defenders that are weak. If you go with 3 superstars and a bunch of bums, the opposition contenders are going to destroy your bums these days. That's funny. But they are going to make those
destroy the bums.
The bum destroyers.
They'll tear you up. Okay. We got to go, though, Nation, live at the Globe here. It's the G-Back Nation of the ballpark. And when we return, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
I was inspired by the morning show's Ask Reddit a few days ago. I got the top 10 things you loved as a kid but hate as an adult. That's next on The Fan.
Okay, can we talk about my... Ag Nation, hope you're having a good day. You know what time it is. It's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here he is. Also brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art. Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Shout out to Soda, I love you, and thank you very much, General. Now, we're about to slide into the top 10. Do have a quick carryover on our NBA discussion. Brian, I know you've got some supporters and help around the NBA when it comes to insiders. You're an NBA insider as well on John Collins. What'd you hear?
Yeah, I remembered that I asked about John Collins during the season, and a couple of guys, and I save all those texts, whether it's baseball, basketball, and I'm like, here I'm trying to go through. I was paying attention, but I was like, I got to find this text. I remember. And my guy in the league told me, he says, listen, John Collins is a really good player. Low basketball IQ is something that he said. So that kind of goes to the point you're talking about with Wood. That's something that they kind of dealt with. You guys mentioned this. There were plenty of times where you talk to people and they're like, hey, Wood looked good today. Well, he missed 5 pick-and-roll defenses there. He missed this. He missed that. But the thing with Collins, like I said, would the low basketball IQ, and this goes up to what Bassick was talking about. If you remember, Bassick earlier today was talking about, does kid want to coach stupid players?
Yes.
He wants these ready-made guys. He doesn't want stupid players. But you got to coach stupid players because the league is full of stupid players.
Yeah,
so
I mean
makes
that
you
stand out as a coach, right? If you're able to get the most out of guys like that.
So would a John Collins deal make sense for the Mavs if they feel like that his basketball IQ is not up to snuff?
Not everybody has to be super smart. A scoring big that's going to catch alley-oops or catch and shoot.
They think he's a good player.
Yeah, and I do think something else is going on with Christian Wood, whether it's attention span or focus. Like, there's a difference between not having a high basketball IQ and not being able to remain focused and on task, whether that's in a classroom or in a court in a competitive situation. I can get the ball and not be sure what to do with it, but I can be trying my hardest.
And
with Christian Wood, there was a lack of IQ and a lack of effort so often.
And awareness, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just seemed like he never had that feel for, okay, somebody's cutting back door.
There's not going to be a situation as bad as Christian Wood in the entire league. You could create cut-ups of his gaffes and him not paying attention, and go. It would be hours long.
I kind of felt like that every night that I watched the game, I was kind of like, oh, Christian Wood did this, Christian Wood did that. And then when you talk to people in the league or the Mavs or whatever, they're like, no, man, he missed this, he missed that, missed this, missed that. And that just shows you, like, well, stick to football there, dummy.
I mean, he's supposed to be a rim protector, and you're giving up layup lines in 2/3 of your games.
Yeah.
He was just not rotating.
Yeah. We're getting you set for the Rangers and the Angels tonight. Ohtani on the bump. He's 5-2 on the season. Nathan Eovaldi looking to tie Shane McClanahan for the most wins in the American League.
10,
with 10,
right? Yeah.
With 10, if he can get that tonight. He's 9-2. Lineup is out. Josh Young gets the night off. It'll be Josh Smith sliding into third base for him. No Ezekiel Duran in the lineup. I'm sure he's available to pinch hit. Robbie Grossman will be DHing, hitting 7th. Smith is hitting 9th, by the way. Jankowski is 8th, so that's the bottom third of your order. Simeon, Seager, Lowe back together in the top 3, and then Garcia, Hyman, Tavares will be 4 through 6 as we get you set for that. We'll talk with Jared Sandler coming up at about 6:20-ish. First pitch after 7 o'clock. Come out and see us if you're coming out to the Globe tonight. We are at center field 200 section as we party on here with the G-Bag Nation.
Kyle Gibson with 8 victories. I just noticed on the scoreboard there, right? That's our old Kyle Gibson.
That's our old guy, man.
Yeah.
Old Gibby there with Baltimore. Yeah, he's doing well. Playing with a good team. All right, I got the top 10 things that were great as a kid, not so much as an adult. I was inspired by listening to the Ask Reddit segment.
Weather.
The morning show does. Weather?
Yeah.
You loved weather as a kid?
Yeah, I mean, the heat didn't bother me as a kid. It could be like in 1980, it could be 105 degrees for 60-something consecutive days. I didn't care one bit. It gets to 100 right now. I'm thinking, like, how am I going to buckle my seatbelt in my car?
Abby's 12. She was with her friend this morning, stayed the night, and after breakfast, I was like, I'm trying to think of what I'd be doing if this was 1988 and young Gavin is 12 years old, how do you attack the rest of this day? I said I might be wrapping up some final cartoons, and then we're going to be outside for the next 8 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Playing outside to me is still tops. But I'd say kids these days don't appreciate it playing outdoors.
No, they're playing it. They're inside video gaming.
Yeah.
Well, they're on headsets talking to their friends.
We
that way.
would be catching snakes. We're laying boards out so the snakes would slither underneath them. Then we'd pop the boards up, and some we'd kill. The aggressive ones couldn't stay around for very long.
We
would climb trees.
Yeah,
we would go swim.
All day baseball.
Yeah.
All day baseball in 100 degrees, and we drank out of the garden hose.
Yes, I do miss drinking out of the garden hose.
The garden hose would be.
It just tastes so good when it hits your lips.
It really did.
The garden hose. It didn't matter. The garden hose, like if you did that today, you would.
They'd be worried about the chemicals in the hose.
Well, it had just the warmth of the water. They you would drink.
Boy, if you could find some good cold water out of a hose, though.
Yeah.
Bro. That stuff will supercharge you right there.
We used to get go play hockey on like a tennis court or something. If we couldn't do it in the street, the tennis court was the most fun to do. Now we got kicked off many a tennis.
You can
courts.
get good speed on the tennis court.
Yes.
Was this with blades?
No, we were just
roller.
We didn't even mess with the roller hockey.
See, that's what just
floor hockey.
You were just playing floor hockey. You were running around.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
fun.
So we used to do tournaments, all kinds of stuff. Then, of course, pick up football. We'd be doing football
driveway
all the time.
basketball, all the outdoor
Now,
stuff.
did you guys have enough buddies around where you could legit get 5-on-5
Oh
together?
yeah, yes.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Right up until,
or at worst, it was like 3-on-3 or 4-on-4.
Or you put the 3 best guys together against the 5 worst guys.
I was usually on the 5 worst.
5-on-3.
It was always a struggle to get to 2v2 for us. We lived out in the country. And it was usually like 2v2 basketball, but sometimes we could get 2v2 baseball going with ghost runners. We call them ghosties. A 2v2 football is not horrible.
No, absolutely.
No, you find a way to make it work as a kid.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. But yeah, summer in general is one for me. Like, loved summer as a kid. You're looking forward to it.
Oh, for sure.
Now it's like, hell no. It's 100+ degrees.
Oh, you're paying
all
electrical
summer
bill.
means is just hotter now.
I don't enjoy this as an adult at all.
Yeah, well, because it's not like you get a break from anything.
We're not getting summer vacation.
The cool thing about summer was just getting away from school and then maybe go on a trip.
Yeah, you go to Oxnard.
I look forward to that.
See, those 9 to 10 days you go to Oxnard, you get away from the 100-degree weather here.
Sure.
That's what I liked working with DallasCowboys.com, because I was there the whole time, the whole month of August, basically.
Yeah.
I think you need to start a softball league, Wolchuk.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. I know some Tolos that are trying to get on this, man, that want to do a softball league.
Kickball.
Yeah, kickball would be good. Some wall ball got texted in. Chuck E. Cheese Pizza got texted in.
Dude, Chuck E. Cheese Pizza is still dominant. I rediscovered that recently. We've talked about this.
You
Chuck
did.
E. Cheese Pizza. Hey, don't shortchange yourself.
Well, that might just be like the whole Chuck E. Cheese bit. Like, it was fun to go to as a kid, but as an adult, I'm not going to go and play around there. You know
It might be pretty good, but now you have the adult playgrounds, the adult video game places.
Yeah,
no disrespect to Chuck E. Cheese. That's pretty good for like 10 years and younger.
Yep.
Some of the other honorable mentions, traveling. It was always just a joy. Like, oh my gosh, we're going somewhere, we're traveling. Now as an adult, like even tomorrow, I'm flying out to Columbus to go to this wedding.
Just pain in the
This
neck.
is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, because you waited so
event.
long to get your seat.
No, you know what, dude? I still got the highest up in my group of people that I'm going.
Oh,
with,
you're
so
gonna
I'm
brag
good.
about
I got
being
B45.
48th? Okay,
all
there
right.
you go.
We're not all you that pays extra for the 8th 1 through 15, Brian. All right.
It makes a difference when you're trying to carry a bag and put it up above.
Yeah,
it does.
It does. It does. Another one honorable mention is like spending the night, having people stay at your house.
That's a beating now.
And now I'll go over and I'll go to a house party. I'm going to sober up and I'm going to drive home. I'm not, or I'll get an Uber home. You know, I'm not staying over. We're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. The adult sleepover is you just always you always know, no matter what, the goal is to get back to my bed.
Yeah.
When it's time to close my eyes.
If there's adult sleepover, someone's taking a Sharpie and they're marking on your face. You know, if you're too hammered, they're going to draw like.
That's Andy Reid. That's your guy, Andy Reid.
Yeah, I think it's a fun bit.
I bet you would.
Coach, it happened again.
I was that guy. That would get the drawing
you were
on my face.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
Because
you got to get up for work the next day.
I was always
drawing his
tired.
face. That's the best.
I was always more tired than the rest of them. I would fall asleep early and quick, and then I'm also such a deep sleeper that you could almost do anything to me in my sleep. It's borderline scary. Of like, I just saw a story of a guy who had a dream about like shooting someone, but he actually accidentally shot himself. He's about to be a felon because of this. He shot himself in his own sleep.
Like, ooh, the Plaxico Burress.
Yeah, like Plaxico Burress himself in his
terrible.
sleep, and like I would wake up and I would have no idea what just happened, and then I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh god. Okay.
Other honorable mentions: we got roller coasters, Christmas.
Dude, yeah, theme parks in general.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Water parks. Now that I understand how
we'll
much
get to those.
disgust is in those waters,
absolutely.
No, thank you.
I'm willing to brave the disgust, man. A water park is super fun to me still.
All right, I'll rip through the top 10 here, though. I do want to hear, Lucius, what was something as a kid that you loved as an adult? You're like, believe this.
Let's see. Having loose or missing teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew I was going to get some paper. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's going to be a cool way to get this tooth out, maybe tied up to a door or something like that.
Yeah.
But now as an adult, my tooth is loose or missing.
It's a problem.
Oh,
no, I got Where did it go? I can't find
Where's
it.
my tooth?
I can appreciate
Honey,
that.
where'd you put my tooth?
That was always so fun to gross people out. It's hanging on by a thread. You're moving it around. You're twisting it around.
Oh, yeah.
Fish sticks.
Okay.
And meatloaf.
Ooh,
You know,
see,
two items.
I still can get down on some meatloaf, but
I
you're
bet
right.
you do.
Fish
I like
sticks,
both.
They don't hit the same. Number 10, we got grocery shopping. I'll be honest, I never liked grocery shopping, period.
I will go through on a turbo run and get like a third of the things that we need. I'll refuse to go with the fiance wife. She will turn that into a 3-hour expedition.
Yeah. Like my sister, we're going to Walmart. Next thing you know, she wants everything on every aisle. So
Yeah.
it takes 3 hours to go through.
They
I'm
want
like,
to talk
hell-
about it and
hell
stuff.
no.
I'm like,
Yeah.
it's time to go.
No, we're not doing this.
This is not a social event.
I'm all good with that.
This guy knows what I'm talking about.
I know you. I'll send Brian to do our grocery
I am
shopping.
all about the grocery shopping.
I know you are.
I actually love a good stroll through the grocery store when I am by myself.
If there's talent
Thank
in
you.
there,
Throw
too.
some
On
headphones
my
in.
sked,
Yeah,
yes.
my sked. I'll just
Yeah.
cruise.
Gotta
and,
know
you know,
which grocery
I'm
place
not-
to hit.
Now HEB's changing this for me. I do think it's very nice in there.
That's overwhelming.
I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Are you?
Yeah,
Still
more-
haven't been to one.
I haven't either,
dude,
man.
it
It
is
is sensory.
the first time you
overload.
go in there. It is
Yeah.
overwhelming.
We
It's
don't
like
know where
Eat-Sees.
anything is. You don't know where anything is, and then you kind of figure it out.
Like Bucky's, kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Number 9 is snow days.
Oh yeah, dude.
Number 8 is indeed losing a tooth.
Nice.
Number 7 is birthdays. And shout out to Bobby Belt. Happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday, Rob.
He
Yeah,
said
and that's a guy who loves his birthday.
he loves it.
He's
So
like,
himself.
make sure you spoil him.
it's like his favorite 24 hours of the year.
Number 6 is staying up late. As a
That
kid, it
was
was always
cool.
like, oh, I'm not going to bed.
I used to always try to stay up for SNL and the Saturday night main event.
Yeah.
There you go.
I would actually say just
Midnight special.
sleeping anywhere other than your own bed was the cool thing.
Yeah.
Can we figure out a fort? Can I sleep on the floor in some way or what?
Backyard
On the
tent.
couch.
A backyard tent or a
Yeah.
trampoline. Did you guys ever sleep on the trampoline?
Did that.
I never
Slept
had
on my
one.
buddy's
Slept at a pool one
trampoline.
Good
time.
sleepover.
In a pool?
Yeah. Pool with a big old huge mat, like a big float.
Oh, it's
I
beautiful.
woke up
man.
fully
You were
clothed. on-
0.25 that night.
Well above that. Well above that. Woke up the next morning on a pool float, fully clothed.
Fully clothed.
Fully clothed.
That's amazing.
That
bro.
is
I
incredible.
did fall asleep on my back porch like 2 weeks into moving into Dallas.
Yeah.
I was partying at my new buddy in Frisco, the Down Under pub with Brett.
There you go.
Oh, that's a recipe.
That's
for
a good
Fell
night.
asleep
Yeah.
in the front yard next to the Sunday paper one time.
Yeah.
Pushed me out of the car, made it in the yard, face down. Dad came out and got the paper. Once again, an embarrassing situation.
Broadus was 37 years old.
Yeah.
Someone needs to mow this yard.
Yeah, somebody needs to because it ain't going to be me. Here's the top 5 things that were great as a kid,
Oh, wow.
not so much as an adult. Number 5, sick days. Absolutely. Number 4 is summer, which I mentioned.
Yeah, it's hot.
Number 3 is any kind of fair or carnival.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
Loved
that
it
would
as a
get you
kid.
going,
Oh, let's
dude.
get
Magical.
face painted. Hell
The
no.
circus is the same. Throw the circus in there, too. As
Yeah.
a kid, great. As an adult,
No thanks.
no thanks.
Number 2 is water parks. But number 1 is the mall.
Oh, yeah. The mall's pretty
The
fun.
mall.
I like the mall.
Hang out.
We
at the
used to
mall.
go hang out at the mall
I
as
like the
kids.
mall.
Now I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Middle school,
why do you
early
need a
high school, go drop us off at one of those outdoor
Yeah.
like South Lake Town Center malls and just walk around.
Stonebriar Mall?
I don't mind shopping in the mall.
goof.
Rest in peace, Collin Creek Mall.
I will say the number one, the one seed for childhood fun was ding dong ditching, and now that I'm older, I'm like I would hate to have somebody do that to me. and I would never actually partake in that again.
My daughter's into that right now.
Is she?
They get on these little golf carts and go running around, and people have ring cams, so they're like talking about them on the neighborhood apps, and they're getting into trouble. I don't care personally.
Sure.
I think it's kind of funny, but they're all getting in a little bit of a hissy.
Technology doesn't really allow for the. Still remaining inconspicuous.
Sir Walter Raleigh in a can.
Prank calling's a good one.
Yeah. That might be the one seed for this segment.
Yes.
Is that star 67? Star 69?
8. I don't know. Yeah, I think that was star 69 back then. You could block it, or you could anyway. Pre-caller ID and star 60 whatever. It was a lawless land, and calling up people randomly and asking them the craziest questions was about the most fun I had in my childhood. Period. Little time. Cowboys Twitter reflection on the greatness of '88 as well is coming up next as we broadcast live from the Globe here in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Friday.
up their 4-game series with the Angels tonight in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Dealing with a hell of an echo here. We have North Texas, though, under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So stay frosty out there. If you are in the area, we're going to have some pretty serious storms, and it could have some rain, obviously some hail, and hopefully it does not go all the way to tornadic activity, but that's possible, Chief. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. If we get the tornadic, right? That's the one thing that is the biggest fear, other than just overheating. Like I was outside this morning with my daughters swinging on the swing set at like 7:15, and it was brutal. It was unbearably hot at that time, and I was like, "Oh no, this is going to be a bad day when it comes to the heat."
Yes, it was next level today. It was, I would say, Houston level humidity.
Yeah, and then my wife had the nerve to say, "Hey, why aren't you doing anything with it?" I was like, "Hey." It's at 7:15. I was sweating bullets. Okay, so I'm sitting on the couch right now, catching a damn breather. All right. Wow. I need a water break between these outdoor sessions with these kiddos.
Wow, they're killing you already to do that, man. You got 3 of them little rugrats running around. I cannot handle one, to be honest with you, dude.
I can't handle one either, and then they gave me 3.
Unbelievable! It was so muggy.
Idiot doctors.
We're walking out of the show the other night, and Brian's like, this is how it feels to be in Baton Rouge. This reminds me of being at LSU.
Oh, the thickness of the humidity? Yeah. You just cut it with a knife.
Just give me some beignets, and we'll basically be in New Orleans on an August afternoon right
Let's
now.
Let's
go. I was just handing a note, by the way, Rangers tickets for this weekend versus Toronto. Scorching hot demand for these tickets. Only 5,000 remain. Lucius is calling me?
Wow, dude.
Lucius is calling me.
Okay, Lucius is calling.
Talk to him. Only 5,000 remain for Friday's game. Saturdays and Sunday, totally sold out, standing room only, is what you're looking at right there. So it's going to be very difficult to get your hands on some tickets for the Blue Jays.
Hey, nothing's more difficult than what some people have to do at their daily jobs, you know?
Yeah.
And what we just had to endure, I think, might have been one of the more difficult things, but we just managed through. I'm really, really, really proud. I think tonight is going to be a rock your socks off environment. With Ohtani versus Eovaldi, I still imagine, like, Ohtani's still the most in-demand ticket on a night that he's on the bump. Is there any other player that's bringing the crowds more?
But it really hasn't been across Major League Baseball. Aaron Judge, you're going with?
Aaron Judge. How about Judge?
Ohtani should be more like Major League
Baseball.
On
the mound, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ohtani. No, but not even on the mound. Is there any, like, I just think when a night where Ohtani's pitching, I think is the most in-demand, hottest ticket in baseball for that given night, and I don't know what other player is bringing the masses the same way Ohtani on the mound does.
I'll tell you what, Acuna, you watch the Braves.
With the Braves, yes.
That team's fun to watch play. And when they came through here, you could see all the Braves fans, but that's a cool lineup
Fernando
to watch.
Tatis, but I will say it's been, you could have gotten in here. Obviously now it's going to be a little bit of a harder ticket to get.
Yes, sir, it will, and we are in the place to be this afternoon at the Globe in Arlington. And joining us now, a man that a lot of people were excited about when he came back to coach the Rangers pitchers, as pitching coach Mike Maddox joins you now on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, doing great, guys. It's nice to have a roof over here. We're indoors instead of out there in that soupy weather right now. So,
oh my goodness. I know you perhaps more than anybody can appreciate that. How much nicer is it for your guys now with this AC in here, buddy?
You know what? When that summer heats up, we always used it in the past as a home field advantage, but we were big on IVs back then. Now there's no need for it, and I think that everybody's going to stay fresh longer. I think while it was a home field advantage, now becomes a season-long advantage for the Texas Rangers.
Oh, yeah, keep everybody fresh. Well, I tell you what, it's a season-long advantage having you, and I just want to thank you for coming back on behalf of Rangers fans and congratulate you for all the success you've had already. Are things going according to your plan, sir?
Well, so far so good. You look at the top of the standings, there the Rangers are, so that's what we signed up for. We're going to continue to push and play both sides of the ball and keep putting up runs and firing up zeros. That's kind of our game plan going in.
What is the Mike Maddox book or your game plan, so to speak, when it comes to trying to optimize pitchers? What's in your game plan when you step into a new situation?
Number one is that those pitchers pitch to their strengths, and number two, we pitch ahead in the count, grab strike one, keep the ball in front of the outfielders, and make the batters earn it. And more importantly, even though we're on a defense, you could say we're playing offense when we have the ball. So that's a big thing. We got to stay on the attack, and we hold the score down, let our lumber come through. Good things happen that way. So that's kind of the onus on the starting pitchers to go out there and hold the fort. Next thing you know, we're going to have a sizable lead, hand it over the bullpen, let them finish it up.
Certainly a buzz and a lot of excitement for tonight's pitching matchup. Getting to work with Nathan Eovaldi, what stood out to you about him and this career year he's really having?
Man, he's been fantastic. He's a guy in the past that I've seen pitch more on video than live, and I always tried to pair, the pitchers that were on the staff and try how they would cat and mouse hitters. And Nathan Eovaldi would pop up. I would just skim right through him. I said, because our guys don't have that kind of stuff. They don't have what he brings to the table. So to witness this guy every 5 days and his work ethic and his dedication to his craft has been more impressive than his stuff. And then he goes out there and produces like he does. It's no surprise. I mean, he's a consummate pro that he's been carrying the heavy load for us.
Hey, Mike, I was a former NFL scout, and I studied video all my life. And you talked about that, and you've seen him. How far back is your library on you? Can you show a young pitcher okay, here's a guy I want you to look at? How far back can you go in that library of yours?
Well, it's amazing how, I hate to say it, but been around a long time. So, I go all the way back to the 80s, where you still find these guys that compare, the way one guy did it. Now, of course, go try to find video on a Steve Carlton or find video on Tom Seaver and those guys. It's, that's in the archives. But, you got to go back to the earlier 2 decades, where we do have video and we got YouTube stuff. And I guess since the internet came out, that's how far back you can go.
Well, I go back quite a ways myself, Mike. I do remember opening up several packs of baseball cards that would have a Mike Maddox in it. And, so I can definitely appreciate how things have changed in sports over the years. But from your perspective, how much has pitching changed? How different is the game that you're teaching compared to the game that you played?
I think what I really preach is the grassroots of the game, and it's the way that everybody has been doing it for 100 years, and that's command the fastball and change speeds. That hadn't changed, Now we have all this data information that tells us, why the ball moves and how much it moves and things like that. And, we always went back in the past. If you made your pitches, the hitters would let you know if your stuff's any good. And we kind of went from there, and that's kind of what I try to bring back. People say, well, is this pitch very good? And I say, well, throw it, and the hitter will let you know. Try to keep it simple.
How do you embrace adversity at a time where it feels like this season's been really, really special, and you've done so much of it without DeGrom, so there's really been adversity this whole season, but now you some guys are missing time and you're having to shuffle things around, calling guys up. How do you embrace that and still try and power through for what is already a really, really good season?
Well, I think it's great, when you're without a Corey Seager, all right, all of a sudden here comes Duran, steps up and does what he does. DeGrom goes down, Dunning steps up and, has done a great job and is doing a great job. I think there's a 25 or 26-man roster right now, and it involves all 26 guys plus another 10 that you're going to be calling up over the course of a season. So it shows the depth in your organization, but I think when you have adversity or you have a shortage of a player or players, I think it really creates a team chemistry and bonds everybody together and puts everybody on a common scheme of, what we play, as Boach would say, we play as one, and that personifies what we do.
Rangers pitching coach Mike Maddox with us in the G-Bag Nation. And, Coach, sometimes I wish if I was having a bad day, I could get a mound visit from you. You just seem like you're always saying the right thing and putting your pitchers at ease. Can you take us inside maybe a typical mound visit and what's going on in those conversations?
Heck, they're all so different. They're not rehearsed, I tell you that. It just goes out there and you speak from the heart. I think one of the big things is you get inside the pitcher's soul. And, we've all been out there, but I try to get close to them and, hey, this is what we're going to do. there's no situation that is life-threatening. It's still a game. So let's go out and, hey, let's do this. Sometimes it's the best thing about this situation is getting out of it. And here's how we're going to get out of it. And really try to be positive and say, hey, we do this, this, and this, and be ready for the ball back to you. Might going to be a double play right here. So just try to tee up a positive ending before they've ever thrown a pitch.
Yeah, Mike, when you're talking about having to work with what you have and then maybe a surplus of other pitchers, how is it one of those things that like every day you go back and you get a report on what's going on in the minor league system, or is this stuff that you just your own experience of what you guys went through with training camp and those types of things? How do you navigate not only keeping tabs on your staff, but what's going on with those extra pitchers that you were talking about?
We have basically our own website where everybody puts in the information. There's actual minor league games are on video, or individual players are on video. So you can go and watch it. You can actually watch it, and we do that, and in constant communication with the minor league coaches about what guys are working on and who's next in line, things like that. So we do have a good communication highway between us, and I think that's healthy for the organization.
In a hypothetical trade conversation with that involved a pitcher, how involved would you be in those conversations and lead up to a potential trade?
I would not be involved at the trading table, that's for sure. It would be on the peripheral about what do you think about this guy, what do you think about that guy, and I would give my opinion. But when it comes down to it, that's all well above my pay grade, and those are guys with the big offices upstairs.
Take us back to 12, 13 years, Mike. What are your favorite memories of the World Series runs you guys made?
Oh, man. It's all utopic, it's all fun. I think it was probably the most fun was the chemistry of the team and the fun that the guys had day in and day out. We never really felt any pressure to win because we knew we were going to win, and I just thought that was the culture that Ron Washington had set, that we come here, we do what the game tells us to do, and we did that, and good things always happened. We had good players, we had good pitchers, and everybody played loose, and everybody had fun while we were playing. And you could walk in the clubhouse, you wouldn't know if we were in the middle of a 10-game win streak or a 7-game lose streak. And I think that's the consistency of what good teams do.
Which lineup would be tougher to get out, this one or that one?
Wow. Man, you take a healthy Josh Hamilton, that's like watching Ohtani play right now. That was pretty special. Yeah. I would say Leo hitting in the 9-hole. Leotis hitting in the 9-hole was probably better than what we had hitting in the 9-hole back then. But both lineups were just stellar. Of course, back in those World Series runs, we were a little more star-studded because the guys were older. But who's to say these guys here in another 3 years aren't going to be just as popular as Michael Young and Ian Kinsler and Nelson Cruz, David Murphy, Josh Hamilton. The list goes on.
Scoured the internet here, Mike Maddox with us. Couldn't find a picture of you without a mustache. When was the last time that was the case?
Probably I was about 10 months old, maybe.
That's our guy.
It looks so good. I'd have kept it the whole time myself.
Yeah, that thing is special, man. I think that's the secret sauce to the mound business.
Absolutely.
You just got to get that mustache a little bit close to the pitcher, makes him feel right at home and comfortable. A lot of power in that Maddox mustache.
Yeah, it smells like lunch, too.
And the soul patch as well. I mean,
Absolutely.
respect to the soul patch. I mean, the mustache is the headliner, but don't want to disrespect the soul patch. That thing's kicking ass right now too.
Well, you're the man, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us and coming back to this team and giving hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you,
There
Coach.
he goes. Rangers pitching coach Mike Maddox with you here in the G-Bag Nation. That was a lot of fun and a conversation I've been looking forward to having for many years. So thanks to him for coming on with us. Now, Chief, you're going to take us down the path of the top 10 NFL disruptors. Is that right?
We do. I have in front of me the 10 most disruptive players in the NFL right now. Obviously, Mike is on the list. Where on the list? How football guy are these football guys surrounding me? And we got all sorts of good football conversation next right here on The Fan.
We're getting set for some baseball. They're getting set.
was better than his previous career high of 13, and his 5 turnovers caused by pressure were the second most in the NFL. That is a cool stat.
That's amazing.
You forced the pressure, and then a turnover took place on that play. Yeah, we love the guy who recovered the fumble or intercepted the pass, but if it wasn't for your pressure, Micah, then that probably wouldn't have happened.
Maybe better than a sack.
That's cool. It is better than a sack. Yeah,
sack will get you a punt.
So Parsons is number 1. You also mentioned Myles Garrett, Walchuk. He comes in at number 3. No other name has been said.
Well, I would go with number 2 is probably Nick Bosa in San Francisco.
Walchuk's 3 for 3. Nick Bosa is number 2, and he obviously had 18.5 sacks last year. He's nasty. I mean, there's no bones about that. Him, Myles Garrett, and Micah Parsons are all the 3 best dudes, I would imagine, across the board. But as a disruptor, those are the top 3 as well.
Watt somewhere in this one?
Ooh, TJ
Watt, I believe, due to mostly the injury factor, because didn't he miss?
Not big, huh?
He missed some time last year.
Yeah.
He's not in the top 10.
Who made this?
How about Hassan Reddick?
That's a good one.
Hassan Reddick, good call. Philadelphia. He actually comes in at number 4.
What about Joey Bosa of the Chargers?
Joey Bosa's not on the list.
Okay.
He's not on the list. There is an outside looking in of guys who just missed it. He's also not on that list.
Could be somebody from the Ravens or something like that.
Former Raven is on the list. A former Raven is on the list.
Matthew Judon?
Matthew Judon, yes, sir. Ding, ding, ding. He was seen photographed in the locker room with DeAndre Hopkins. I just saw from Jeff Howe, who covers the Patriots on the Athletics, for the Athletic. It looks like the Patriots are making a big push for Hopkins. He has left Gillette Stadium, but he is still in the New England area for the moment.
Kind of like Diggs at Buffalo. He's kind of there in the area, right?
They want him.
Yeah.
They definitely want him.
Yeah.
So maybe
Zadarius Smith.
That's a good call.
That is
a year late.
A year late to be in the top 10, but he was an honorable mention.
Okay.
And he had a really nice start to the season, especially with the sack numbers. They were ridiculous. He kind of fell off a little bit from that standpoint, but definitely a good guess.
Khalil Mack still on there?
Khalil Mack, I believe, is also outside looking in. He was on that list. Yeah, just missed the cut.
Do we have a defensive tackle
How about
in this top 10?
Wait, Hendrickson?
Multiple.
Chris Jones and Aaron Donald.
Hendrickson.
Chris
Cincinnati.
Jones. There you go. Gavin Dawson is on the board. Chris Jones, number 5.
Hendrickson, right?
Hendrickson, not on the list.
For the Bengals?
Yeah.
He might have had a better year 2 years ago. Okay, what about if there's another defensive tackle? Fletcher Cox?
Somebody from the Dolphins we're missing?
Nobody on the Dolphins. There is a former Eagle who was an Eagle last year.
Hargrave.
Hargrave, yeah.
Javon Hargrave, there you go. He comes in at number 7. He's now a San Francisco 49er. There is a younger defensive tackle in the
Jeffrey
sport.
Simmons.
It is not Jeffrey Simmons.
Should be.
He was, could I say, ballyhooed coming out in the draft.
He was
a few years ago. He was a high draft pick. Everybody thought he was going to be amazing, and he's been really, really dang good.
Derek Brown?
I don't think he's been paid
Commanders?
yet, though. Or maybe he just got paid. Not Commanders. It's an AFC team.
Oliver?
It is not Oliver. His name is Quinnen Williams.
Oh, yeah, the Jets. He's about to get paid.
People were arguing with me about trading Gallup for Quinnen Williams.
People are unrealistic. They don't want to give away anybody that their third wide receiver. People tried to say that Michael Gallup was a 1, and that's why they didn't want to trade him. Yeah, in hindsight, you'd have traded him.
Dude, Quinnen Williams has been
fantastic.
He's been ridiculously
Yeah, but they
dominant.
talked about trading him.
They did, because they did at one point, and the paying him is the issue.
I think it might have been him being frustrated, and that's how those trade conversations started. But he's been dominant. He had 31 hurries last year and 12 sacks as an interior pass rusher. The other one is going to be Brian Burns, comes in at number 9.
Oh, yeah, the
Carolina
Panthers.
Panthers. He's a really, really special player. He bends the edge impressively well. The only other name on the list is not one I think I could give you guys until tomorrow's start time, 2 o'clock in the G-Bag Nation. No, it's an AFC team.
Max Crosby's not on this?
Yeah.
Max Crosby's not on this. He was an honorable mention. It is T.J. Watt's teammate.
Oh, something, what's his
Bud
name?
Dupree?
It's his last name I think is Highsmith.
Alex Highsmith. is the 6th most
So
disruptive
he's on
player
this.
in the
TJ Watt's
sport.
not on this?
TJ Watt missed 7 games last year.
Oh, come on.
So that's
Max Crosby, though, is
How can Max
underrated,
Crosby
bro.
not be on that list? I don't know why I didn't think of him in the first place.
Yeah, Max Crosby, Zadarius Smith, Josh Sweat, also for Filthy.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Hubbard, Dexter Lawrence, Khalil Mack, and Josh Allen were all
That
outside
Dexter
looking
Lawrence,
in.
how about that
Yeah,
guy?
Dexter. That's
Holy
another one.
jeez.
Late bloomer.
Yeah, well late.
There's a lot of really dominant defensive tackles in the sport right now. They're getting paid big money. I think Aaron Donald has helped things where it's like, wow, teams fully understand the importance. And now you're starting to see the uptick in these free agent dollars for the interior linemen. Because it's like, oh my gosh, offensive linemen, I should say. Centers and guards. And centers have always kind of been that way, but guards in particular have always been put on the back burner as a position. And you could see that reflected in the amount of dollars these guys were making. But now these, kind of run-of-the-mill guards are getting paid pretty nicely in free agency because there's so many great dominant interior players that it's like we got to start getting better on the interior of the offensive line.
And Chris Jones is a guy, he's making $20 million a year. He's in the final year of his deal, and he's holding out now. He's not at minicamp because he wants a new deal.
Don't blame him. 12.5 sacks last year. That's a defensive tackle.
Stud muffin.
That's going to get it done.
Thank you, sir. Top 10 Disruptors delivered by Eric Chiafalo here on 105.3 The Fan. We broadcast live from the Globe in Arlington. I want to salute Mike Maddox, Rangers pitching coach, who joined us about 25 minutes ago. You can go back and listen to that interview on the Odyssey app.
How about that from down on the field even, huh?
Yeah.
That
Great
was
job
awesome.
engineering that
Yeah.
bad boy. Everybody
Yeah.
involved, appreciate you. Okay, now when we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We got 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Got a little college football, Texas OU schedule takeaways, and more on the other side. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic. It can be tough to take that first step to regain your lost energy, your drive, your focus, and your mood when you aren't feeling like yourself. And guys, I get it. That was me before I found my total.